jadi brand ambassador gimana sih jadinya? Serta biasanya ada kekurangan nggak sih main game Valorant gimana gitu? Makasih.
Ini kita lagi event Mobile Legend, jadi fokus di Mobile Legend. Boleh ya Bimo ya? Boleh, mau diganti pertanyaannya atau mau aku ganti nih? Oh ada, boleh.
Role Mobile Legends-nya apa Alessi? Itu aja.
Oke, coba aku nggak perlu ulang, pasti tahu dong pertanyaannya apa. Silakan jawab.
Awal jadi BA mungkin awalnya aku talent dari RRQ, terus nanti jadi BA, habis itu nggak lama kemudian jadi BA. Nah kalau misalnya role aku oral sih di Mall.
Ngeri banget.
Ngeri.
Kelas.
Apa-apaan itu? Statement apa itu barusan gitu Bimo. Cukup menjawab ya?
Udah cukup, makasih ya.
Iya, cukup dengan kebohongan itu ya. Oke, kita geser lagi. Namanya siapa?
Rizakti Rahmatika Cinta Kak.
Wah, oke cinta. Kita panggil
IZAKT, R-I-Z.
Riz.
Ya, R-I-Z.
Oke, Riz. Riz dari mana?
Pamulang, Tangerang Selatan.
Oke, dari Pamulang. Nah, kamu pengen nanya ke siapa sih?
Elik sama Shalma.
Oke, Elik dan Shalma. Oh ada dua nih, boleh. Mau nanya apa tuh? Coba nengok.
Oke, untuk Elik dan Shalma, kira-kira apa titik terendah dan apa hal yang disukai dari Alik dan Shalma dan apa yang tidak disukai dari Alik dan Shalma. Terima kasih, saya Rizakti.
Udah Mike main ambil aja orang. Sembarangan aja ini. Oke, boleh jawab. Ngerti gak pertanyaannya?
Pas jadi BA, apa
Iya.
gimana Kak?
Gimana?
Apa
Kamu nanya apa sih sebenarnya? Boleh.
Apa hal yang disukai oleh Shalma dan Alik dan apa yang tidak disukai?
general aja.
Terima kasih.
Oke, sama-sama. Ya, silakan. Apa yang kamu sukai dan apa yang kamu tidak sukai?
Yang aku sukai RRQ lah.
Sungguh jawaban brand ambassador. Oke, yang kamu tidak sukai?
Yang aku tidak sukai
Apa? Apa? Kamu tidak suka apa?
apa ya?
Kamu tidak suka ditanya yang membingungkan ya? Enggak. Kamu apa? Kamu gak suka apa? Mungkin ada fobia atau apa mungkin gitu ya? Ya.
Aku nggak suka setan sih.
Gak suka setan. Siapa yang suka setan di sini? Gak ada juga. Iya, oke nggak apa-apa. Berarti Shalma gimana? Kamu suka apa? Jangan RRQ juga. Itu udah pasti. Coba yang lain.
Suka
Apa?
Aku nggak tahu, bingung suka apa ya? Suka banyak sih sebenarnya.
Oke, dia suka banyak hal.
Suka pacar aku.
Suka pacarnya.
Wow, cie.
Oke, yang kamu tidak sukai apa?
Hewan.
Iya, boleh.
Kecoa.
Dia gak suka kecoa. Kamu suka kecoa gak?
Nggak terlalu suka. Kecoa meresahkan. Corong.
Ya udah gitu. Oke, cukup ya. Terima kasih. Itu dia, kita geser. Semoga pertanyaan kali ini lebih oke ya. Ya, namanya siapa dulu? Wildan dari mana?
Dari Bogor.
Dari Bogor. Oke, pertanyaannya untuk siapa?
Buat Bang Pet.
Coach Viel, silakan.
Jadi Bang, dulu Abang nih join RRQ tuh udah lama banget kan ya? Season 5 apa? 8. Oh 8. Ya dari awal join RRQ tuh kenapa bisa join RRQ? Terus sampai saat ini gimana rasanya jadi coach di RRQ itu kan warna-warni banget RRQ itu ya? Ya gimana Bang Phil?
Ya gimana tuh?
Kalau pertama kali kayaknya aku udah sering ngomong, cuma mungkin di sini ada yang nggak ngerti. Kalau pertama kali masuk RRQ, aku diajak sahabatku pada saat itu.
Acil.
Itu.
Adi sekarang Adi.
Sekarang
Ya,
Adi.
okay.
Diajak ke RRQ tuh season 8 sama Adi. Terus habis itu ya ya seru aja sih sebenarnya. Kayak kan memang passionnya kan di game ini dan memang di tim sebelumnya aku udah sempat kerja sama beliau as a analis juga. Jadi apa yang dikerjakan di RRQ sebenarnya nggak jauh beda. Jadi ya perasaannya senang-senang aja sih selama ada di RRQ gitu.
Gitu.
Itu pertanyaannya kan? Ada
ya
lagi
betul.
pertanyaan?
Cukup?
Kalau ada kemauan lagi nih buat balik nge-coach lagi atau nganalis lagi nih.
Oh nambah nih, ya gimana nih?
Kalau gini ya, intinya kalau pernah di kompetitif pasti ada keinginan buat balik tuh pasti ada.
Iya.
Tinggal sekarang tuh momennya ada apa enggak gitu aja. Jadi kalau ditanya niatnya pasti ada.
Oke.
Banget malah.
Berarti nanti kamu bisa tanya lagi kalau ada apa-apa ya kalau gitu.
Stop anjing.
Oke kalau
Makasih
gitu.
ya.
Terima kasih. Sekali lagi kasih dulu tepuk tangan untuk keempat penanya kita yang udah berani. Kita akan kasih, mau dikasih hadiah dulu, tenang. Kamu kenapa nggak mau main sama mereka coba? Gak apa-apa, gabung aja. Kita mau kasih apa? Oke, boleh bantu kali ya. Masing-masing kasih satu nih biar seru. Ini silakan. Iya boleh, bantu, silakan. Kalian kasih itu satu-satu, ini mendapatkan merch dari RRQ dan juga skin Mobile Legends. Ini boleh milih skinnya? Oh nanti skinnya, kalau kamu ingin tukerin skinnya bisa langsung ke kakak Michelle ya, nanti habis ini langsung ke pojok aja. Boleh kita foto dulu kali? Ada yang mau foto?
Pakai foto HP gue.
Jangan dong, nggak bisa. Nanti mindah-mindahinnya lama kalau pakai foto HP kamu ya. Ada? Gak ada? Oh ada. Boleh kita agak geser ke sini, boleh geser ya? Geser ke sini, geser lagi. Coach Phil geser. Agak ke tengah aja biar kelihatan RRQ Day-nya. Boleh? Yes, let's go. Geser lagi, geser lagi. Geser, sabar posenya. Nah, geser lagi. Oke. Oke, terima kasih. Silakan kembali ke tempatnya. Ya. Boleh naik lagi. Oh ini agak, waduh Alik berarti nggak boleh turun lagi nih. Jauh dia muternya kalau mau naik. Ya. Kita akan berlanjut ke sesi selanjutnya. Tapi terlebih dahulu kita lihat dulu guys. Ini adalah teman-teman kita yang akan memberikan dan mewarnai suara di MPL Arena hari ini. Betapa semangat teman-teman kita dari berbagai daerah di Indonesia. Mereka datang ke Jakarta untuk mendukung tim RRQ. Mereka adalah super fans yang bukan hanya datang, tapi mereka mengeluarkan semua suaranya, mengeluarkan semua keringatnya dan usahanya untuk bisa memberikan yang terbaik juga untuk RRQ. Oke. Kita juga sekali akan memasuki ke sesi selanjutnya, yaitu adalah fun session. Jadi kita akan ada pertanyaan lain dan kita akan seru-seruan bareng juga hari ini. Gak apa-apa, karena ini acaranya dibentrokin, digabungin. Jadi kita juga melihat parade adalah bagian dari RRQ Day teman-teman. Jadi kita lihat RRQ Day terlebih dahulu. Biar kita terbakar semangatnya hari ini. Karena ini adalah harinya RRQ, harinya Kingdom pada hari ini. Itu dia, sekali lagi tepuk tangan dong untuk para Kingdom yang sangat luar biasa di sana. Itu adalah salah satu rangkaian dan juga akan menjadi semangat untuk para player pada hari ini. Kalau misalnya dari talent dan juga dari BA ngelihat Kingdom hari ini begitu bersemangat, memberikan yang terbaik, panas-panasan, berkeringat, berteriak-teriak. Apa yang kalian rasakan? Mulai dari Alik terlebih dahulu. Kebalik Alik. Iya nggak apa-apa, nggak ada yang lihat.
Ya keren sih ngeliat Ikut seneng juga,
Ikut
ikut
senang.
semangat sih ngeliatnya.
Oke. Kalau dari Shalma gimana?
Keren.
Oke.
Excited banget juga.
Oke.
Ikut terbawa suasana.
Oke. Kalau dari Diva gimana?
Terharu sih.
Oke.
Ya mereka semangat itu enggak, kan performa RRQ naik turun,
Ya.
tapi mereka tuh enggak.
Tetap mau memberikan yang terbaik untuk hari ini ya.
Benar.
Oke. Nah dari Coach Phil, Bianang lihatnya.
Keren sih.
Jangan gitu semua,
Nggak,
bisa
wow.
nggak sih teman-teman? Oke.
Wow lah, tetap wow.
Wow ya.
Wow.
Itu lebih parah dari keren sih.
Kok bisa?
Wow aja.
Karena dari wow itu ada banyak. Karena wow itu ada dari kata W, dari world. Berarti dia tuh udah siap dibawa ke dunia gitu dong.
Oh, wow itu singkatan berarti kan?
Iya.
W-nya.
World of War.
World of War.
Ya, mereka udah siap untuk
Berkata-kata.
berperang dengan tim-tim yang lain jadi supporter di internasional gitu dong.
Kelas
Kelas banget nggak?
Enggak sih kurang. Tapi ya oke tapi. Wah kok bisa
Iya.
kepikiran kayak gitu sih Coach?
Keringat lu tuh Lavin. sorry.
Oke. Nah kalau gitu kita akan langsung aja masuk ke fun session. Hari ini kita akan ada quiz dengan hadiah merch atau juga ada voucher RRQ top up. Dan nanti akan dibarengi dengan skin Mobile Legends dari MPL. Jadi nanti skinnya bisa ditukarkan di belakang. Untuk semua skin, wah jadi lumayan banget ini. Akan ada 10 orang yang akan kita pilih. Dan nanti kita akan ajak maju ke depan untuk menjawab quiz pertanyaan yang akan kita berikan. Tapi kayaknya akan lebih enak kalau misalnya para super fans bisa join bareng kita. Karena kita akan bagi-bagi hadiah. Jadi untuk para super fans yang udah parade, kita boleh join sama-sama sini. Kita akan seru-seruan bersama. Dan bawa kertas dukungan yang tadi udah kalian tuliskan. Boleh kita join ke sini karena nanti di akhir kita akan pilih kertas dukungan terbaik. Dan akan mendapatkan jersey RRQ season 13 untuk 2 orang pemenang. Jadi pastiin kalau misalnya kalian belum tulis kertas dukungannya, sekarang kalian tulis. Dan kita akan join sekarang juga. Oke, para Kingdom, kalian udah siap belum buat hari ini? Kingdom udah siap belum buat hari ini? Coba suaranya dulu dong. Viva! Viva! RRQ! Oke, kalau gitu kita akan masuk ke fun session. Aku minta semuanya boleh rebutan angkat tangan. Kita akan pilih 10 orang yang akan dipilih oleh para talent. Dan BA untuk maju ke depan dan kita akan seru-seruan untuk jawab pertanyaan seputar RRQ. Siap-siap ya? Boleh angkat bendera yang tinggi asal jangan dilempar. Angkat kertas juga boleh, Ri. Oke, sekarang kita ingin angkat tangan untuk siapa yang merasa paling kingdom. Oke. Masing-masing pilih 2 sisanya. Kita pilih 10. Berarti pilih 4 Coach Phil. Silakan, naikkan ke atas panggung. Let's go. Angkat tangan untuk para kingdom yang merasa paling kingdom hari ini.
Aku udah dapat sih 4.
Langsung tarik, siapapun mereka. Di belakang, di depan.
4 kan gua?
4,
Gua
Coach
4.
Phil 4. Angkat tangan untuk para kingdom yang merasa paling kingdom hari ini. Let's go.
4 kan? Kurang
4.
1 berarti gua.
Oke.
Ayo.
Langsung maju ke depan sini. 10 orang yang akan menjawab pertanyaan kita hari ini. Berdiri di bawah aja.
Sabar, gua kurang 1 berarti.
Oke.
Ya sini boleh. Ya. Dah,
Oh
4.
ini merasa paling kingdom ini?
Kingdom banget ya.
Let's go.
Gelo. Nama.
Udah? Dek ngapain Dek? Dek ngomong ngapain ini? Oke udah? 10 orang? Udah? Ini udah 10 kah? 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, bukan. 7, 8, 9, 10. Untuk talent BA boleh nggak baris bareng nggak? Gue jadi ngitung kalian nih.
Ya,
agak keluar.
nyaru ya.
Jadi nyaru, ini apalagi nih kecil gini ya. Oke, kita merapat guys. Agak geser ke sini semua. Let's go. Kita akan mulai dari sebelah sini. Perkenalkan nama, asalnya dari mana, dan nanti akan aku langsung kasih pertanyaan. Kalau gagal, tetap mendapatkan skin Mobile Legends. Tapi kalau berhasil, kita akan kasih merch dari RRQ atau voucher dari RRQ Top Up. Siap? Namanya siapa?
Nama apa nih? Nama sebutan aja ya. April.
April. Oke, April dari mana April?
Jakarta.
Jakarta, oke. Pertanyaan untuk April. Kalau kamu merasa paling kingdom silahkan dijawab. Tahun berapa RRQ didirikan?
Aduh. RRQ divisi apa Mobile Legends?
RRQ didirikan.
Ya. Gak hafal kalau itunya.
Sebut aja, RRQ didirikan. Kapan?
Gue tahunya dari tahun 2016 sih.
Salah, oke. Nanti kamu akan mendapatkan skin ya. Langsung? Oke, ini dia skin Mobile Legends-nya. Terima kasih. Kita geser dulu selanjutnya. Nama siapa dari mana?
Aku Najla dari Jaksel.
Oke, siap Najla. Pertanyaannya.
Lo yakin dia kingdom banget gak?
Kamu kingdom banget gak sih?
Alhamdulillah kingdom banget.
Walau ada lain-lainnya ya. Oh enggak ya, oke. Masih pertanyaan masih sama. Tahun berapa RRQ didirikan?
Seingat aku 2012.
Salah, sayang sekali. Hampir. Silakan, terima kasih. Namanya siapa?
Pinat dari Depok.
Oke, dari Depok ya. Oke. Tahun berapa RRQ didirikan?
Seingat saya 2013.
Betul. Yang pertama berhasil mendapatkan RRQ Top Up dan juga skin Mobile Legends. Selamat. Selanjutnya, namanya siapa dan dari mana?
Samuel dari Bogor.
Samuel dari Bogor. Oke. Hero favorit Fanny katanya, enggak ya? Sebutkan divisi RRQ yang masih aktif saat ini. Ada 4, apa aja?
RRQ Hoshi,
Divisinya aja, divisinya.
Mobile Legends, Free Fire, PUBG, sama Valorant.
Betul, luar biasa. Selamat ya. Kita akan bergeser lagi. Oke, namanya? Di bawah, sorry. Namanya siapa, dari mana?
Imam dari Jakarta.
Imam dari Jakarta. Oke, pertanyaannya untuk Imam. Sebutkan nama panjang dari Coach VL.
Bel Putra kali.
Oh nggak tahu ya, itu emang agak susah ini pertanyaan apa ini. Kita ganti, emang Coach Phil belum seterkenal itu, kita ganti. Bagus, gak ada yang tahu nama aslinya. Nama asli nanti ya, siapa tahu lo yakin ada salah satu yang bisa jawab gak? Gak ada ya. Oke kita ganti ya. RRQ juara MPL berapa kali dan season berapa saja?
Sen 2, Sen 5, Sen 6, Sen 9.
Betul. GG, let's go. Pertanyaan selanjutnya. Untuk nama dan asal dulu, dari mana?
Iman dari Jakarta.
Iman dari Jakarta, ini Imam, ini Iman. Let's go. Nah, tadi kan tahunnya didirikan. Sekarang coba dong sebutkan ulang tahun RRQ. Tanggal berapa?
Kurang tahu dah kalau ulang tahun.
Sebut aja.
Kemarin ya? 28 Mei.
Salah, sayang sekali. Kita masih mendapatkan skin Mobile Legends. Kita lanjut. Ganti pertanyaan ya. Masa kalian gak ada yang tahu ini? Gak ada yang tahu sampai ujung? Oke, yaudah. Gini aja deh. Nama dulu, asal dari mana silakan.
Nama Ana dari Jogja.
Oh, Ana dari Jogja. Tepuk tangan dulu guys, dari Jogja. Wow, ngedoknya sih Jogja banget ya. Nggak mungkin lama di Jakarta ini. Oke, sebutkan roster RRQ Hoshi season ini.
Lar, Clay, Don, Banana, Lemon, Irat, Brusco, Persik, Pin, Budi Kitty.
Betul. Mana yang ngasih? Oh itu dia. Terima kasih. Luar biasa loh Jojo dari Jogja loh. Kita akan lanjut. Nama siapa? Asal dari mana?
Namanya Lia dari Jakarta.
Oh Lia dari Jakarta. Ini Lianya Lia tempat kursus bahasa Inggris itu bukan? Oh bukan ya. Oke. Sebutkan tim Mobile Legend RRQ ada di negara mana saja?
Di Indonesia, Filipina, Brazil, sama...
Betul, samanya nggak ada. Kita lanjut lagi, nama siapa, dari mana?
Rara dari Semarang.
Rara dari Semarang, tepuk tangan dulu guys dari Semarang. Ini luar biasa banget datang jauh-jauh dari sini. Dari sana ke sini. Oke. Nah, tim sepak bola mana yang pernah menjalin kerjasama dengan RRQ?
PSG.
Betul, PSG ya, Paris Saint-Germain. Wah ini mulai agak susah nih. Oh ini aja deh yang terakhir deh. Nama dulu asal dari mana?
Safiel dari Jakarta Barat.
Safiel dari Jakarta Barat. Oke. Oh Safier maksudnya kan? Oke sorry. Ini bercanda ya. Sebutkan kepanjangan dari RRQ dan artinya.
Rex Regium Keon, artinya
Ini adalah, kan suka dibahas tuh.
raja. Raja dari segala raja.
Betul, oke itu dia. Yes, itu dia yang sudah berhasil menjawab. Kita akan foto bersama terlebih dahulu. Boleh BA dan juga talent dibagi dua, sebelah sana silakan. Mau, lu buru-buru buat mau BA. Nanti untuk skin Mobile Legends-nya, karena polosan kalian bisa tukerkan ke kami Shell yang akan foto ya. Jadi nanti di belakang langsung aja, silakan. Ya, terima kasih dan ini dia. Oh masih mau foto lagi? Silakan. Mau foto dulu, silakan. Cukup? Oke, terima kasih. Silakan kembali. Silakan ke sana aja. Teman-teman, guys, ke sana aja itu mau nukerin skin Mobile Legends-nya dulu. Skin Mobile Legends tuker sana. Oke. Boleh talent dan BA kita naik lagi, silakan. Jangan khawatir, kita masih ada beberapa hadiah yang akan kita bagikan ke kalian. Jadi, dan nanti juga di akhir masih ada beberapa kejutan yang akan kita bagikan ke para Kingdom dan juga para e-sport enthusiast hari ini. Dan juga nanti di akhir kita akan nyanyikan lagu terbaru. King of Kings ya, bersama penyanyinya dan bandnya lengkap hari ini. Gak mungkin kalau itu ya. Sekarang kita akan masukin ke fun session. Jadi aku pengen minta, ini udah pada siap-siap lagi mungkin ya yang lain ya. Aku pengen minta untuk para talent dan BA, coba tolong carikan 5 orang yang memiliki atribut RRQ paling lengkap. Silakan. Masing-masing satu, jangan Padika dong. Ini, boleh maju satu. Coba perhatikan, siapa yang punya RRQ merch paling lengkap? Nah ini juga boleh nih. Mau ikut, maju. Bagus. Kita akan cari 5 orang yang memiliki atribut RRQ paling lengkap. Dan akan kita kasihkan hadiah untuk kalian. Silakan. Ada lagi? Sudah 2, kita butuh 3 lagi. Boleh. Nice, satu lagi. Satu lagi, kita masih mencari kingdom dengan jersey atau dengan atribut terlengkap. Oh tuh di belakang mulai pada datangan tuh. Coba. Silakan, mana? Pilih satu. Banjar, oke itu ditaruh dulu. Permennya ditaruh dulu itu. Nah. Boleh kita join sekarang. Nah tapi karena tadi kita capek turun, kalian naik aja deh. Kalian naik ke atas ya biar kelihatan. Yuk naik, manjat. Let's go. Yes. Nah kita akan geser ini. Biar nggak ada batas.
Baru Galaxy A55 5G. Ngegame lancar, win streak terus-terusan. Bisa tahan 2 harian. Be awesome everyday.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers. Banyak damage-nya. Ada cashback hingga 20.000 buat upgrade skin baru. Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori. HP lemot bisa victory. Top up langsung dalam game tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game flash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja win streak di tanganmu. Cuma Games Max makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Baru Galaxy A55 5G. Ngegame lancar, win streak terus-terusan. Bisa tahan 2 harian. Be awesome everyday.
Character select.
Better.
You lapar.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
Baru Galaxy A55 5G. Ngegame lancar, win streak terus-terusan, bisa tahan 2 harian. Be awesome everyday.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers. Banyak damage-nya. Ada cashback hingga 20.000 buat upgrade skin baru. Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori, HP lemot bisa victory. Top up langsung dalam game tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay, menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage, gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah, scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplay.
Kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan.
Minutes kita ke caster ya guys. Habis itu kurang lebih 10 minutes.
Live from Jakarta International Velodrome, MPL Season 13 is powered by Moonton. Presented by official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official destination for gaming and esports, Kadia. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Lewati. Tangisan, teriakan telah kita lewati. Menjadi jejak dari perjalanan yang sulit, namun apakah itu cukup untuk menantang langit? Pertarungan saling berbalas. Luka meninggalkan bekas. Tapi nyatanya sang Raja Langit masih di atas. Dan sekali lagi, 5 tim harus menantangnya babak playoff MPL Indonesia Season 13. Karena ini pertempuran untuk naik kelas, di mana 2 tim teratas akan bertarung di pentas dunia di MSC 2024. Lalu, siapakah dari mereka yang pantas?
Out of playoff contention.
Geek Fam sebelum itu gak pernah lolos kan. Saya tahu harus percaya proses. Ya emang sedih, tapi ya siapa tahu nanti kita masuk M5 kan. Ya.
Selamat datang Geek Fam di World Championship.
Ya dia itu sosok kapten lah, sama di tim ini harus ada orang kayak Balai gitu. Kayak sosok pemimpinnya kuat, terus sama orang yang nyatuin chemistry juga dia. Bawa banyak impact lah, kayak dari Geek dari 20% jadi 100% sekarang.
Sekarang kalau ditanya gue, saya tetap Geek Fam sampai ya pensi.
Negatron Alpha, they will be knocked out in the first day of the playoffs.
Kalau yang gue rasain di season 11 itu mungkin kita di akhir seasonnya lagi win streak, seharusnya berjalan lebih jauh lah, tapi comeback kan sama AE. Ya di situ perasaan gue ya sedih banget. Yang Hengki lakuin saat itu ya, dia cuma bilangin gue kayak ya masih ada next season, masih ada kesempatan buat bareng-bareng lagi.
Dua orang ke depannya misalnya ada beberapa yang pisah atau apa, kita harus bisa jadi teman lah. Next, lu semangat. Oke?
Kalau pada saat kalah itu ya gue lebih fokus ke menangin tim gue lah daripada guanya sendiri. Soalnya kan kayak pengalaman itu kan gue udah pernah ngelewatin gitu, jadi ya bawa santai aja.
Jarang sih lihat dia nangis. Sosok dia tuh yang paling ikhlas lah. Dia yang paling disiplin sih, paling try hard gitu. Dia yang bisa kita jadiin contoh sih.
The world title as Echo will have to bow out.
Karena season apa itu 12 kan, gua nggak main kan, ya makanya gua pindah tim karena gua rasa mereka udah gak butuh gua di tim.
Aura membawa sang jawara, dan apakah akan membuat sang naga lebih membara?
Pas gua di Eko kita selalu scrim sama Aura kan, terus gua pindah ke Aura karena gua lihat Aura ada potensial. Mereka easy bonding gitu.
Salah satu ini sih, inisiator paling jago lah. Kalau dia dikasih hero macam drop, so dia salah satu player mekanik tinggi di ROM.
Ya mereka jago sih, cuman lebih jago jauh. Juara M4 kan.
Mulai dari bawah, dari tim yang orang anggap lemah, dari tim yang tidak punya sejarah. Namun, ada satu hal mengenai Geek yang tidak bisa dibantah. Tim ini tidak mengenal apa arti kata menyerah. Dari 7 season tenggelam, masuknya Paloski kini bisa membuat posisi sang Raja Langit terancam. Dari orang yang tidak lagi memiliki tempat, Liquid Aura justru memperlihatkan bahwa Yawi masih menjadi roamer yang kuat. Banyak yang bilang dia berbakat, tapi banyak yang tidak tahu bahwa itu adalah tekad. Dan kini, Yawi siap membuka gerbang untuk Liquid Aura bisa menyusul terbang ke panggung dunia. Kawan sudah banyak jadi lawan. Dari playoff ke playoff telah dipulangkan. Namun pengalaman itulah yang membuat mereka kini kuat dan tidak dapat lagi dibungkam. Karena di season 13 robot sudah diprogram. Bigatron win akan dapat mereka genggam. Genderang perang telah disuarakan oleh para penantang. Sudah tidak ada ruang untuk mundur. Karena pilihannya hanya berjuang atau berpulang. Dan kini nama-nama baru mulai cemerlang. Pejuang-pejuang baru mulai datang. The Rising Heroes. Mereka adalah lambang dari ambisi yang tak akan hilang untuk jadi pemenang. Mereka memang muda, tapi bukan berarti mereka mudah. Mereka akan menolak kalah karena ke panggung dunia jadi tujuan para Rising Heroes untuk berkibar.
Ya dari segi objektif ya paling NFL tuh bisa cari objektif yang lain lah. Tapi NFL itu masih bisa pertukarannya yang lebih bagus lah.
Ya, belum santai mereka. Namun dari Lordnya masih ke reset lagi. Bahkan Satsya again untuk kali mereka berhasil dan double kill masih didapatkan pula. Tapi Ais dihancurkan. Triple kill for NFL.
Satu sosok rookie yang kembali bersinar dengan sosok Lee.
Omongan netizen soal yang gak lolos playoff ya udah. Kami mikirnya memang gak lolos playoff, buktinya apa? Buktinya kita lolos playoff. Jadi kayak ya udah gak ada yang tahu. Mau kita mulai dari minus atau mulai dari nol juga memang takdirnya lolos playoff ya lolos playoff.
Kalau jujur sih nggak terlalu berekspektasi banyak sih. Dia dinaikin dari MDL ya pasti dia punya potensi. Cuman kadang-kadang ada orang yang nggak bisa kayak kembangin potensi dia pas udah dikasih waktu bermain gitu. Cuman ya menurut gua salah satu orang yang bisa manfaatin itu ya Lutfi.
Diam dan Keyboy sekarang berhasil lagi mendapatkan Kara Kabuki. Bahkan penalti sudah dikeluarkan. Hanya saja sekarang Keyboy-nya malah terjebak sendirian. Ada Lutfi pula di area tersebut. Akankah Lutfi bisa langsung kabur dan juga mengeluarkan keseluruhan soft skill yang dia miliki. Dan Lutfi benar-benar menggila bahkan di bagian belakangnya.
Kesenangan sendiri gitu, kayak udah masuk tim impian kan, terus main sama abang-abangan, masuk playoff juga. Karena mama kayak udah ngasih kepercayaan gitu, jadi kayak dari Lutfi pengen ngebuktiin gitu sih bahwa jalan yang dipilih Lutfi itu nggak salah sih.
Kalau in game gue lihat sebagai Sanford Sanji, potensial buat long term, mau belajar banyak gitu-gitu. Terus gue dia try hard juga setiap hari gue lihat kayak yang Sansan Duo juga. Dia aktif banget gitu.
Semua langsung dikeluarkan, ada konsil pula. Habis circling deklarasi. Seperti ada miscom di area tersebut.
Oke, tapi nggak berhenti.
Yap, dan ini belum berhenti karena pertempuran kembali terjadi. Belajar langsung dikeluarkan begitu saja. Grind, Nido, Link jadi korban triple kill milik Gukun.
Yang bikin nyaman semuanya sih. Mereka 5-5 tuh kayak selalu semangatin, selalu dukung kayak ayo semangat gitu-gitu di scrim. Seneng sih, seneng banget. Apalagi ini season pertama di MPL kan, langsung playoff. Ini belum berakhir, ini masih permulaan. Kita bakal kasih kejutan di playoff nanti. Tunggu aja.
Berjuang dari minus, kemenangan adalah hal yang mewah. Namun macan di dadanya bukan tanpa arti. Macan ini memiliki kisah, memiliki sejarah yang tidak boleh Anafel hianati. Banyak yang bilang Gugun bisa di sini karena ganteng. Padahal perjalanannya untuk sampai di sini tidaklah enteng. Berjuang dari akar rumput, kini impiannya terjemput. Di regular season permainan objektifnya membuat kita terkejut. Di playoff, akankah title Raja Galaksi juga bisa ia rebut? Siapa Lutfi? Awalnya dia sosok asing di tim paling bersaing. Tidak aneh jika dirinya sempat digunjing. Namun Lutfi membuktikan untuk jadi bintang memang harus tahan banting. Sekarang Lutfi seorang EXP leader Garang yang haus kemenangan. Bersama Lutfi, title Raja Galaksi bisa kembali Fnatic Onyx pegang. Dari para penantang hingga pahlawan-pahlawan baru yang terlahir, ada tim-tim yang memainkan takdir dan menolak untuk berakhir. Mereka bisa kembali hadir berkat dukungan yang membanjir. Sekali lagi, mereka akan berjuang untuk sejarah baru yang ingin mereka ukir.
Pada suatu masa, kita sang penguasa. Dunia pun tahu kalau kita sang legenda. Namun perlahan, era baru pun menggema. Dan kita terlupa. Beban pahit telah kita lalui bersama. Musim berganti tanpa jejak sejarah yang nyata.
Bigetron Alpha membuat Evos Legend gagal menuju playoff. The King has fallen. Sejarah yang tidak diinginkan RRQ telah terukir.
Namun, api semangat tak akan pernah redup dalam kemenangan atau kekalahan. Kita tetap teguh. Masa lalu adalah sejarah. Kini kita memulai dengan harapan yang baru. Semangat kebersamaan berganti dalam detak waktu. Satu harapan abadi. Kesetiaan jadi api yang tak akan luntur. Dengan semangat yang tak pernah mati, kita bersatu dalam harapan dan perjuangan. Harapan ini menjadi api yang menyulut semangat. Menjadi pedoman bagi para pejuang yang tak kenal lelah. Kita adalah satu dalam semangat yang tak terkira. Kita memegang kendali atas mimpi yang kita cipta. We own this.
Di regular season kemarin, kita nggak bisa apa-apa selain menunggu takdir. Dari RRQ, kita belajar. Semua belum berakhir sampai benar-benar terakhir. Jadi, terserah orang mau bilang sejarah buruk akan RRQ ukir, tapi kita di sini siap dukung RRQ sampai akhir.
Musim demi musim, hal buruk sudah kita laluin bersama. Jadi, awal yang buruk tidak mungkin bisa bikin kita ambruk. Justru itu jadi cambuk untuk bisa dukung Evos agar bisa mengamuk. Anehnya, mengapa banyak yang bilang kami tidak punya akal?
Katanya, buat apa dukung tim yang hampir gagal? Tapi yang mereka tidak tahu, kesetiaan itu memang mahal.
Kita telah menjadi saksi di saat harapan tersisa sedikit, situasi semakin sulit. Namun dukungan bisa jadi api semangat untuk dapat bangkit. Dan inilah kelima tim yang lahir dari pertarungan sengit untuk menantang sang Raja Langit. Regular season memang sengit, tapi mereka sudah melewati berbagai jalan sulit. Sudah menguat dari banyak pengalaman pahit. Dan inilah halangan terakhir para penantang. Sang Raja Langit, Fnatic Hoshi. Hera memang bisa berakhir dan lahir. Tapi Fnatic Hoshi tetap menjadi yang terkuat dari masa ke masa. 7 musim beruntun dia berbracket. 3 musim berturut-turut menjadi juara. Membuat siapapun eranya, siapapun masanya akan melihat Fnatic Hoshi sebagai tantangan terakhir untuk menjadi juara. Dan kiri, 5 tim akan ada di jalan takdir mereka masing-masing. Meski tidak terucap, mereka semua seperti sepakat bahwa jalan manapun yang mereka lewati, di hadapannya akan ada Raja Langit yang telah berdiri dan menjadi duri dalam perebutan gelar sang Raja Galaksi. Lalu, siapa yang akan mendapatkannya? Dan melaju ke MSC 2024 untuk membawa nama MPL Indonesia di panggung dunia. Marilah kita menjadi saksi atas sengitnya perebutan gelar juara dan tiket ke MSC 2024 di babak playoff MPL Indonesia Season 13. We own this!
Ya bisa dibilang Geek Fam itu kutukan kita lah, kutukan King Slayer juga kan. Tapi menurut gua sih itu gua bisa handle itulah.
Geek, mereka benar-benar menjadi The King Slayer. Belum terpatahkan juga secara histori sekarang.
Kalau dibilang King Slayer bisa dibilang iya, cuman kalau ekspektasi menurut aku di season playoffs ini jangan terlalu berharap lah. Soalnya kan mereka jago juga, terus pressure di playoffs tinggi. Kalau kita menang baru kita bisa dibilang King Slayer.
Setelah berseason-season, satu tim yang tak bisa mengalahkan Geek Fam hanya RRQ.
Ya lu bisa dibilang Geek Fam itu kutukan kita lah, kutukan King Slayer juga kan. Tapi menurut gua sih itu gua bisa handle itulah.
Ya, mungkin jalannya guys, kalian harus bisa kontrol emosi, kalian harus bisa menerima, kalian harus bisa lebih dewasa lagi melihat jalan pertandingan, jalan kehidupan ya. Jadi pribadi yang baik-baik.
Nggak tahu sejarahnya dari season 11 gimana pas lawan Geek Fam, ya yang pasti gue pasti bakal ngasih yang terbaik lah di playoff.
Untuk di playoff nanti pas lawan RRQ ya kita bakal ngelanjutin title itu sih. Soalnya kita mau lanjutin perjalanan kita ke MSC lah.
Buat Skylar, gua tahu lu sharp, tapi kita sharp juga, jadi kita kasih yang terbaik ya. Lihat aja nanti.
Pesan buat Baloy, mending ke jungler gue aja sih, jangan ke lane gue. Gue pengen warnanya sedikit.
We started the season with 9 teams, and 72 matches later, we are left with only 6. And the day has finally come, ladies and gentlemen, the day of reckoning that we have to send 2 more home. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the playoffs of MPL ID Season 13 live in Velodrome, Jakarta, Indonesia. You guys are now watching the English broadcast here with me, Eterna, alongside with Mirko, as well as Arashi. And of course, we do have two momentous matches ahead of us where two teams we have to send home. But before we begin, we do want to thank our sponsors. MPL ID Season 13 is powered by Moonton, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. We have our official government partner PBESI, our official e-wallet GoPay, our official destination gaming and esport Kadia. We also have our official gold partner UBS Gold. We also want to thank our partners in esports. We got Dunya Games, GamesMax, Oraimo, Campina, Telkomsel, as well as our suppliers Innomart, Point Coffee, Neo QLED, Super Smart TV Plus, as well as Saturdays. Thank you so much to all the sponsors and all the aforementioned for making this tournament happen. Because once again, we are now in the playoffs. Mirko, we'll start with you. How are you feeling coming into this?
Well, you know, it feels like every single season, every single playoffs, I have the same answer. It's always great being here, but for some reason, it just feels different. There's a different aura about this season's playoffs, especially after a record-breaking regular season. It was so close up until the very end. Heck, we didn't even know if RRQ would even make it in the final day.
I mean, it's funny you say that there's a different aura, you know, considering the situation. But for me personally, today, there's a lot at stake right here, especially if you're a fan of one of these teams, right? The first day, nobody wants to be in the loser seat, especially on that first day. It hits just that much harder than usual.
So the Kings are waving their flag, their white flag once more. But this time, no one comes to answer the call as we get to match number 1 between the King Slayers themselves, Geek, going head-to-head against the Kings of Kings, RRQ. Meanwhile, in match number 2 of the day, we do have a new team. Who's this? TLID?
TLID, that's Liquid Aura for everybody who doesn't know maybe of the changes that were made in the break. The 2-week break between the regular season and the playoffs. We have Liquid Aura now stepping in, taking over Aura, the team we once know as just the Indonesian Dragons. Now they're the Cavalry.
The Cavalry here, trying to go up against Evos, a powerhouse in its own right. We'll have to wait though. In the beginning, this matchup is where everyone's attention is at for now because, you know, there's a bit of rivalry between these two teams and there's a bit of history if you look at the development of the regular season.
Definitely. And if we, circle back to match number 1, do you guys remember the final day of the regular season?
Oh, yeah.
The only reason that RRQ were able to climb their way into the playoffs was because Geek were able to win against Rebellion. And again, the Geeks, they're once again the gatekeepers of the RRQ success. So the question is, will they remain the King's saviors or will they turn into the King's slaves today?
I mean, you have to think about it, right? For RRQ, it's a bit of a lose-lose here. Because even if they win, everyone's going to be like, bro, really? That's how you repay them, right? for doing
the
so well. And
Martabucks?
for the Martabucks, exactly, man. So, it's a bit of a lose-lose, but it is the way it is. So, I'm hoping for an exciting match. After 2 weeks of a long break, I feel like there's going to be a lot of very interesting strategies and drafts we can expect to see today.
When we're talking about interesting, I'm wondering who will we be seeing from RRQ's lineup later on, but we do have to circle around this. Ladies and gentlemen, ever since MPL ID Season 11, RRQ have not won a single match up to this point.
Even when it looked like they were about to win just last season in the playoffs, Arashi, I don't think you want to remember this.
Oh, man.
But it was a reverse sweep that Geek Fam were able to pull off. 2 games, the first 2 games they lost against RRQ, and that was with Chidera. Out of nowhere, they subbed in Marquee, and they found the solution. They subbed in the solution to find a solution. What's going on? Why is it 7-0?
You have to wonder if there's kind of a mental situation or if it's just like a bit of luck involved right here. But the fact is, the stats really show that Geek Fam has some kind of hold over RRQ. And considering the way both teams have been performing this season in particular, I think the odds are that Geek Fam are the ones that will come out on top, especially with the versatile roamer here, Beloyski.
I have a fun fact here, actually. Before Beloyski came, Geek very seldomly won a match against RRQ. But since this man stepped in, it's been a win streak. And this is why.
He's just so versatile when it comes to the kinds of roamers that he can bring. Of course, a lot of the other roamers, they have a wide hero pool. But when it comes to the sheer diversity of playstyles, assassins, mages, initiators, counter-engagers, and utility heroes, Beloisi just seems to have everything in the bag. And I really feel like it's not exactly, he's just his mechanical skills on these heroes. It's the big brain Beloisi, man. He knows how to get the best out of that hero in the most weird of situations.
He's, I think, also the only roamer that we let commit crimes. Right? He pulls off the Saber roam and then he plays the Helker roam as well. It became a meme in Indonesia as he performs well on the Helker roam, but apparently everybody else doesn't, especially in our ranked games here. You are not Beloy. That's the meme that we usually hear.
Wake up.
RRQ, now the big question is, what's going to happen? Are they going to be able to adapt to a team that they haven't been able to beat for, 2 seasons in a row right now? And it so happens to be in the playoffs. They're up against their natural counters.
And 2 weeks isn't a long time.
No.
In the grand scheme of things, 14 days was all the amount of time that they had to try and figure out how to finally win a game or a match against Geek. And to be honest, coming into a best of 5, ladies and gentlemen, by the way, in the playoffs, it's no longer a best of 3, it's a best of 5 now. That luck factor, it's slimming. It's slipping away. And the question is, do they have what it takes? I think everyone, despite them rooting the Kingdom right now, everyone is doubting whether or not RRQ can take this match.
And who can blame them, right, with how they've been performing? And there's also questions about who's going to play.
Exactly.
Right, because we've seen them do so many changes in the regular season. Now you're really curious, what kind of final strategy, the final roster will they use to try and go up against Geek Fam? Because you have to keep in mind, usually the idea is that the longer the game goes, or best of 5, best of 7, Geek Fam, the longer it goes, they just seem to get better and better. That is another factor that RRQ definitely have to think about when they're strategizing for this match.
Well, you know, one thing that Geek Fam needs to strategize against is the crowd. Because RRQ, we all know how passionate, how amazing their fans are, and the Kingdom are here in the Jakarta International Velodrome full force. You can probably hear them from Arashi's side. We're actually sitting in the Kingdom side, and man, as the match goes deeper, we're going to get these people screaming even louder and louder. And for sure, that's always been the problem for Chidera. Chidera in playoffs, he's always different for some reason. I don't know if it's the stage, a different atmosphere, I don't know.
You think it's stage fright? Up until this point?
Extra pressure? I mean, he was relatively new and he has been very impressive. And if it is a mental aspect, I feel like at this point, with how long he has been playing, he must have kind of made a breakthrough.
It's been quite some time, but the one thing that we do have to admit, Chidera is an emotional player.
Yeah.
When he does well, we can see him rolling with tears on the stage. When he doesn't perform, the same can be said. So there definitely can be. I'm getting distracted, ladies and gentlemen. It's a shame if you guys don't make your way to Velodrome right now to see how united the Kingdom is over there on the stage. It's amazing to see that amount of support coming despite everything that went down in the regular season. But circling back to RRQ, now
there you go.
A lot of there. Finally, you get to see it. Woo. That's a how many meters is that?
It's a long stretch.
It's
man.
a long stretch.
And it just, they're so coordinated. And it seems like more people are coming in as we speak right now into the Jakarta International Velodrome. So if you guys are in Indonesia, you have those tickets, come by. And even if you don't, there's
come
a
by still.
land of fun outside for free that you guys can go and enjoy, merchandise, all that.
Yeah.
More fun with Arashi there.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe. And you have to give credit as well, though, to the stage, right? It's just a bicycle stadium circuit,
this is a cycling
and they
track.
found a way to repurpose it, and it looks very, very nice.
It does.
It looked better at night, trust me, all right? When you guys see it later on for our second match, when it actually starts at night, evening, almost, you're going to see prime stage MPL ID playoffs.
But that comes later. So let's center back to game number 1 or match number 1. A lot of people are saying that RRQ should fall back to their identity, their core identity that we saw earlier on in the season, which is to focus on Skylar. But another person can argue that it's too one-dimensional. So what is your opinion on it? Let's start with you, Mirko.
Well, honestly, looking at RRQ, right? The main factor of their success in the regular season has been Skylar. It just seems like even in the regular season, when we say they're Skylar Esports, it makes sense because Skylar can carry them. But up against a team like this, they need to add some versatility into their lineup. Irad is one person that they can rely on to go for those carries later on.
Wait, hang on. That's Clay in the mid lane. So this is the lineup that you're questioning, Arashi.
Yeah, Clay coming into the mid lane. Despite some concerns, some doubts, he will be performing today. We'll have to see how he does.
Ladies and gentlemen, for our first match of the day, a knockout, an elimination match will be played. It's the Kingslayers who find themselves against a very familiar foe. Will they be the saviors once again of the Kings, letting them pass the first round? Or will they prevail after helping them up to playoffs? Will they stomp them back to the ground, to the depths of elimination? Welcome Geek Fam and RRQ Hoshi!
These two teams have enough stories between them to fill an entire novel. Imagine the team that saved you, that gave you the opportunity to make it to the playoffs are now the ones to push you down. In leg number 1, it was 2-1 for Geek. In leg number 2, it was 2-0 Geek. But playoffs are a different ball game. So can we expect a different outcome?
Still same roster though from RRQ, and even still Zaya alone up against Bluffsy and Mura. This is another 2v1 situation that Zaya finds himself in. You're the Kingdom here, Arashi. What are your thoughts on this? Zaya still coaching, it seems, alone on stage.
I feel like it's a bit unfortunate, especially considering how important it seems like the coaching, the drafting has been in Season 13. I feel like he really needs some backup. We already said on the desk our concerns with Coach Zaya, looking exhausted, looking pressured, but he has a lot of responsibility, and so far he has been able to deliver improvements, deliver winning drafts in the drafting phase. So for the Kingdom, they have to go and put their trust in Coach Zaya all the way.
But to be honest, during the break on social media, it feels like that pressure, it's there, but we've seen a better emotion for Zaya. I mean, he's smiling with the players, so maybe the situation has changed. Maybe something in the management has changed. But let's hope he brings that positivity into this, because, I mean, we remember the final moments of the regular season. He was not looking okay at all.
I think all the way from the regular season, whenever we tried to strike a conversation with him, it just always looked like he was out of it, right? He's like, all right, bro, cool conversation, but we need to make it a play. I need to find a way somehow. And he always looks so stressed. I'm glad to see that he's finally finding comfort here in Indonesia for RRQ as well, because seriously, in the playoffs, I think that might be what you need. You need to play through your comforts. You need to play through your strong points. If it's still Skylar Esports, if it's still Skylar-centric, should they play towards that?
I feel like, in a way, right, using Skylar as the main weapon is not a bad situation, but I think they need a bit more flexibility, right? Being a bit two-dimensional, especially against a team like Geek Fam so far, that can be very, very dangerous. We're looking at the most pick and ban heroes for both these teams, especially with the blue side win rate favoring for Geek Fam. A lot of options they can explore right here, but the fighters in the jungle really seems to be the main thing that both teams really contest. Afterwards, though, it is going to be the Nathan and the Claude. You have to wonder, with the current situation, the current meta that's so much more aggressive, do these teams want to go and secure a late game carry, or do they want to go all in and try and just get some kind of aggressive snowballing composition to try and get more guarantees, especially in that mid game?
That's actually a really good point that you brought up, right? Because I think the last league that we saw, I think you mentioned this, Miracle, was MPL PH, and you mentioned the teams that are able to bring and find their strength in the early to the mid game usually are the teams to take the game. Do you think will we be seeing the same kind of difference, the shift for Indonesia, or it's just a region diff?
That's the big question. Honestly, it relies on a lot of their discipline and their decision making in the game. when you play with an early game composition, you technically need to play perfect up until that mid game, up until that end point, right? You have a very, very small window of opportunity to make that work, and I think that's something that you can really look to Geek Fam to pull off.
Speaking of pulling it off, the keys to victory by the Samsung Galaxy A55, A55 5G for Geek Fam, strengthen the Beloy-Luke combo foundation. If one is an engager, the other one has to be a playmaker, and vice versa. They have to cover for each other's holes in their game, and usually that is what allows them to have such good balance in the drafting phase. And prepare Marky, the key, from the bench. Make sure that he has that solution effect that they are looking for in the playoff state.
I mean, remember what he was able to offer last time around when he suddenly stepped in? I think a lot of people were like, what? A sub in the gold lane this late? I don't think it's going to work out, but they were like, no, it is. And it actually did. But going back to point number one, this is something that is unique to Geek Fam, right? The fact that they're able to kind of shift the responsibility of initiating and covering between Luke and Beloyski, and that just layers that flexibility. But meanwhile, we're going to take a look at the keys to victory for RRQ.
Better do it right, that final one.
Well, strengthen the RRQ's triangle, the jungle, mid, and roam, especially with Clay in the mix. He needs to be able to be moving in better synergy with his team, making sure that he does not get out of position, and he complements the whole rotations. And of course, Skylar! I believe Professor KV is the one that requested. Put it in there. Full exclamation marks.
So can we conclude that all the casters agree? You know what? RRQ, just go back to your fundamentals. Focus on Skylar.
Like the overarching strategy can go that way, but the way they go about it, right? If they can get a strong mid-triangle.
We can hear it too on the other side.
We can hear it from the Indonesian.
They had to give that specific key to victory to Ranger Amas, right? Like even KV couldn't do it justice. You gotta. He's looking at me. He's trying to tell me to do the same thing. No, I'm saving my voice.
Yeah. He has just next level stamina, Ranger Amas.
Okay, so agree. Skylar.
Yeah, agree.
Yes.
Agree.
But maybe.
What about you?
You know, at this point, agree.
All right. Well, most pick EXP lane heroes though in each region here. Seeing a bit of a difference, that Yuzong is very, very popular in Indonesia. And looking at how our region has been contesting for these fights, it seems to be one decisive moment whenever there's a Lord Dan situation. Whereas now, if you look at the other regions, especially NA and PH, it seems like mobility, an extra bit of playmaking, more independence, less team reliance seems to be something that they do like having in their arsenal.
Can you agree with the statement? There are two types of EXP laners now.
Ooh.
There is team fight and macro XP laners.
Yeah, I can agree
So
with that.
Benedetta, Paquito, they're macro XP laners. And we have team fight XP laners like the X-Borg, the Terizlas. Agree?
I think the small definition definitely, like, I mean, it's easier for you on the Paquito, on the Benedetta to clear those waves,
Yeah.
right? But I think it also comes down to how the player utilizes these picks, because someone like Fluffy, he's very rarely on the Paquito this season, very rarely on the Benedetta, but he does the same things you would do on a Paquito, on a Benedetta, cut the waves to stop those kind of XP laners from doing work. So he's actually doubling down on being a playmaker, initiating on the Terizla, but also cutting the waves and stopping that macro playstyle from happening from a Paquito or Benedetta.
Just to do it all, and it's more like a micro, and it seems like the team fight situation is more micro heavy, whereas that macro game, even though you are on a team fight hero, finding opportunities to actually be able to rotate and then join in with your team to be able to initiate for them, that in itself is also still something that you have to do, even though you're on a, let's say less team fight oriented hero.
But if you were to compare, right, because we saw the comparison in regions, right? MPL PH, they had the Benedetta. These are very macro-heavy EXP laners. Meanwhile, from other regions, it seems like it's more teamfight centric. What do you think is stronger?
Ooh.
If you had to go head-to-head, who would win that game?
I feel like for teams right now, there are so many different ways to try and get a fight going, but you don't really need, almost 5-man big ultimate. So I think the macro, the mobility that these more independent EXP laners bring allow you to actually pressure the 1v1, pressure the split push, quote-unquote, and even then, in a team fight, a Paquito and a Benedetta can still absolutely have a lot of impact in those fights.
Do you agree?
I think so, but also we need to take a look at how these other, like, I mean, in MPL Philippines as well, right? How do they utilize these picks? The Benedetta, the Paquito, and sure, you get a lot of macro prowess. You are able to clear waves and then rotate really quick on the Paquito, on the Benedetta, but it's how they utilize it in these team fights as well that's super, super impressive. Instant shout out from me to Paquito has to be to Liquid Echo, actually. Sanford and Sanji. Why do I mention Sanji in this conversation? Is because, bro, Sanford's on the Paquito, but he was enabled by something like a Lo Yi in the mid lane. He was given these flanking potential angles with the diversion, and he went full damage. So the man was playing as an assassin on the Paquito, and on top of the macro power that you have with your mobility, you have even more with the teleports.
That's actually quite interesting. So we'll see how it actually pans down here in our region in Indonesia right now, as we are moments away, ladies and gentlemen, of entering the drafting phase. Game number 1 in this best of 5 between Geek Fam and Rex Regum Kaon. We're gonna see, as it is presented to you by the official smartphone, Samsung Galaxy A55, A35 5G, and you're right, 3 bans from the side of Geek are given towards Skylar. The Natan, the Claude, as well as the Moskov have been taken out of the board, and that leaves the Harith. First pick in for Geek, RRQ. They're only left with the Roger, perhaps.
They haven't, quote-unquote, nerfed the Harith. The survivability base shielding from the second skill and the scaling of it has been lowered, but it's still an absolute powerhouse. Good at trading, good survivability, and a lot of outplay potential. Letting it go to Geek, bit of a bold move, but for RRQ, banning both the Lo Yi and the Chip. I mean, the Lo Yi is still good, and the Chip now is a lot stronger. I think RRQ, though, would be the one to try and use it. But we'll have to see. The first 2 picks here, Baxia and the Roger. A lot of flex potential denied there by the picks, but at the same time, this is a aggressive angle they're looking at.
Blue side, so far in the regular season, even in MPL Philippines, MPL Malaysia, from what we've seen, have had more success because you can dictate what picks you can start with, right? What gameplay you want to try out. Barats is a hero that we have seen kind of lose its popularity, lose its strength in this patch, but it seems Geek Fam still find it very, very good. We know the changes to the invades, we know the changes to its clear speed as well, and the Baxia has risen over the Barats, I would even say. Is it because they have a fair miss? Do they want to play with even more health bars? Or what's the idea here?
Well, I don't know what the analytical sense is, but this is definitely taking a really good hero away from Clay. In the last week of week number 9, Clay was able to perform really well on the Faramis. We've seen him on the Novaria, it didn't work too well. The Valentina, not so much, but on the Faramis, he was a powerhouse, and the same can be said for Geek. So they've denied a pick from Clay, but they've also given a boy a comfortable and one of his power heroes as well.
Hey, the Faramis from Aboy has been notorious for just being so good, so solid. With RRQ, generally going for a lot of these big team fights, that's how usually you want to play when you do have a solid gold laner that can, be aggressive. Usually it's in the team fights where he can have space to actually do some damage. But now with the Faramis, with the Harith even, it seems like Geek is doubling down, and they are no strangers to the long team fights. So RRQ, they have more mobility and to a degree more skirmish potential right here, but they have to find ways to force Geek into the situation. So I think catch potential, quad control needs to be secured here.
Crowd control is going to be very, very big for both these compositions because they're looking to go for these team fights early to mid. We were talking about how early to mid compositions might come through, but we were still expecting RRQ to play those hyper carries to farm up, wait for Skylar to be a threat, but it kind of feels like, and actually it doesn't feel like, it is what we're seeing right now. Geek Fam are forcing RRQ to play their game. They're forcing them to play in the early to mid. We'll beat you out in the early, and we'll take over in the mid game, taking away that late game presence that we are used to knowing from RRQ, a team that likes to weather the storm, wait for their gold lane to stay put up until those power spikes hit. And with the X-Borg, RRQ are taking away some of those damage-dealing potential picks from Mr. Luke himself.
That's a power hero, by the way, taken away from him. I think he's found most of his success on the X-Borg, but Geek go ahead and ban out the Franco.
Interesting. For Geek, like we said, they do not want to get pulled onto individual fights. They want to have a proper 5v5. So, taking away these pick potentials, especially with Vin. We didn't see the best out of the Franco, but back then, Vin on the Franco was notorious. But with the X-Broke ban away though, I feel that was one of the big problems that they faced against Geek Fam RRQ when they had Luke just zoning Skylar away with that X-Broke. So that will no longer be a case, be a situation they have to try and deal with.
But another region is knocking here. We have some data from MPL Philippines. Harith has become a highly respected hero in the MPL PH Season 13 playoffs. He has a 100% pick and ban rate with 30 bans and 2 picks, boasting a 100% win rate. That's broken.
This was pre-patch though, right? It was a bit different. I mean, the nerfs aren't like massive or anything, but still, it's a bit different. You were still very, very sustainable in the Hellcurt. Something we were talking about from Mr. Beloy, Mr. BBB. It seems like, whoa, huh? Also a Ling coming through. It's a double assassin combination. Trying to shut Skylar down.
Wow. Against a Minotaur though, technically, right, on paper, the Minotaur can counter-engage really well, protect the gold inner really well, and with the Roger, by the way, getting quote-unquote buffed a bit, more defensive stats when he's going all in. You know, this is a bit more of a risky approach from Geek Fam.
Has Ray picked up a Ling yet?
This season?
According to my notes,
no.
He hasn't.
I don't think I've seen it. I don't think we've seen him play Ling in MPL even. Oh! Because before he was in Dewa, an Esmeralda!
Wow.
For RRQ.
I mean, is it? Okay, yeah, it is. It's going for Dawn. So that will be in the EXP lane. Are they trying to counter the Harith? What's the idea of this Esmeralda in the EXP lane?
He's going to be laying against a Barats.
Interesting. And no direct counter when it comes to like stealing the shields away. But it's still a sustainable hero, and technically, with Barats not being mobile, there's a chance that the Esmeralda can kind of out-trade and out-bully the Barats in the lane. That'll be in the hands of Dawn to try and see if he can try and shut Luke down and then take that pressure elsewhere.
Well, we'll see. If the Esmeralda, it's a pocket pick of theirs that they've been saving even from the regular season, because that has been one of the ways to counter a Harith, one of the ways to counter shielding heroes. But remember, 100% win rate. Even the regular season, it was unbeatable.
Sound the horns, sound the trumpets, because the King Slayers are here. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first game of this best of 5 series between Geek Fam and RRQ Hoshi.
Off the bat, 2 purifiers on the side of Geek Fam, a boy and Chidera for sure. We'll have to see the role matchup though right here. Minotaur against Hellcurt. In the early game, what's different is that the Minotaur can actually sustain back up as long as it doesn't go for a proper all-in like this. So even if Beloyski can chunk him down, there's a chance that Vin can match his maneuvers in the early game at least to try and make sure that the Hellcurt doesn't really get out of control. Looking at the emblems by GameSmax right here though, for Chidera, Inspire and Bargain Hunter. So he's trying to go all in for that snowball, and Geek Fam make the first move.
Stampede Ray goes in, but Rat is the one who picks it up. A boy gonna be flickered on here. Rat picks up first blood, and the Kingdom strikes first. Beloy forced back under his tier 1.
That's not the outcome that we were expecting. I mean, with the fact that they had a lot more to say in the early game with that composition. Oh, wait a minute. It might be 2 in the first minute of the game, but Beloyski is still going to be able to get out of that sticky situation.
I like this move from RRQ though, setting the tone, knowing that they're up against 2 assassins. They want to tell them, like, we are not trying to back down here. We're going to group together before these big moments and make sure that the assassins do get shut down.
And engage. Try to chunk him down. Vin. In the bottom lane though, Luke, we're talking about how he needs that combination. He's on a Barats, not a hero we usually know him for.
Do you think it'll work?
I feel like if his role is just to be the main front line, you can't really mess it up. But considering how fast RRQ can really move around with their composition, I feel like that Barats becomes a bit of a liability. He's just at risk of always getting caught out, chased down, and the rest of the team can't necessarily back him up. And Geek Fam, they understand that they need to be able to outmaneuver and outrun RRQ, which is why you see the Quantum Charge in the hands of a boy and Rave, and just to get around the map faster.
Rat's pulling the turtle over to his side. Luke, flicker, that's his welcome, gonna be able to munch him down. Ray jumps in with the Defiant Blade, picks it up, now another realm comes down as well. That was the blades by Ray. Dark Knight falls as well. Ray trying to pick up all the blades, will be able to do so. He gets out the Finch poise, just to steal and to get away.
Okay, I thought he was going to go for another trade there onto Clay, but he's still going to be able to get out. Overall, RRQ, oh wait a minute, see?
Ooh, that's the burst potential for Geek Fam. Great plays right here, really outmaneuvering RRQ, allowing Ray to get steals in the jungle as well, but look at this, whoa, Irad.
Trying to go for the shield unity, he does find it. He's trying to take that lethal away from him, but Irad still is able to secure it.
Wow, for RRQ right now, they have to be just concerned about this Barat situation because that Daytona's Welcome is a pesky tool. And the fact that it's on the EXP lane and not in the hands of the jungler means that there's a lot more ways that Geek Fam can play around with this. Oh, look at this stun prediction though.
Seems we're in the minority. Eterna 3-1 to Geek Fam. We have the same score. Boy wants to force the issue. Even as Monforce committed down with the Synchro Fission as well. Finn jumps over the knockup. Beloyski's still able to run away for a bit, but Irad just slows him down with the Puissance. It takes him out of the land of Dawn.
All things considered though, it's still just the roamer, but for RRQ, this also means that this is time where Beloyski is not just diving in, just threatening the backline, and look at this play, immediately cutting off Geek Fam from their turret. He's gonna go for it though.
Stampede over to Vin. Rook has rotated to this Welcome. The Minions Fury used up defensively, but he'll be slain before he can even use it all the way. Geek Fam secure 2 kills, equalizing on the board.
A great move from Geek Fam to rotate and just pinch RRQ, knowing that they can get the catch in the back line. RRQ need to be a bit more careful with the maneuverability that Geek Fam can rotate with.
Already an invade now, with Ray dealing some damage over to Irad, trying to go for the orange buff just right now. Irad with a Puissance walks over, but Ray takes it away. Did use his retry, however. 2 levels ahead, and it seems Irad cannot go for the turtle.
So what's the idea now for RRQ? Are they just going to keep on going for these team fights? Are they still going to play into the tempo of Geek? It looks like Vin might be fishing and starting to go for this next neutral objective, but with 2 level difference, can they go for the contest?
Ooh. Vin's holding it down. Irad has taken his purple buff, was able to regen quite a bit, and now uses the shield unity to rotate over again. Dark Knight falls onto Dawn. Missiles not connecting. Dawn trying to kite away. Synchro Fission and Minions Fury though knocks him up, and Ray still finds Retribution. Now it's a 4-man knockup as they go in with Lycan Pound. Skylar bunched up by Luke. Now thrown away. A boy comes in with another realm. Skylar gets slain by Beloyski. Play looking for that damage. The Temp of the Blaze knocks him up. Oh, doesn't go for the kill now with the Finch boys. Dawn gets the shield. They bait it in. Finn able to cancel Ray's engage fully. Clay gets hit by the Stinger, gets a little bit more of an HP. Irad brought back by the Stampede and stabbed by Ray.
Unfortunate outcome for RRQ right there. They wanted to go for a bit more of an all-in, but Skylar getting hit by the Daytona's Welcome as he just enters that fight just means that the damage output for RRQ is immediately just demolished. And even the prolonged fight, Geek Fam, you can see that how they're playing this is just so intelligent, hiding back in and out, knowing that in the short burst of trades, especially with Chidera securing the Starlium right before that fight began, they can just wait for the cooldowns, go in and output all that damage, get out and rinse and repeat. RRQ are the ones who are struggling to get an engage because they have a Minotaur that can protect really well, but they can't really go for these catches.
Seems they lack that chase potential, right? A few of those members were low, but when Skylar jumps in, he gets counter-engaged on by damage, not by CC.
And look at the items as well. Dawn going with the Enchanted Talisman. He actually did the most damage in the previous fight, but look at this.
Dawn just disappeared on the Esmeralda. You're supposed to be sustainable in there. He just got melted down. Irad's next on the chopping block. A full damage composition is working. Clay forced to use the defensive Tempest of Blades. That's a good Minions Fury, but it's onto another realm as that's Lycan Pounce coming down from Skylar. Picks up a shutdown, but now gets ran down inside of the tier 2. Clay falls as well. Slowly but surely, Geek Fam just take all the members down.
The Kingslayers mean a business here. They trade 4 for only Beloyski. And look at the instant space that they have achieved. They are knocking on the doorstep of the kingdom right now. Picking up a turret in this mid side will dictate the fact that they have more map pressure to play with on those side lanes and the objectives.
It's crazy that if you think RRQ, they have the box here. They want to be rotating around the map just a lot more aggressively. They're just getting fully outmaneuvered by Geek. And again, you can see that they're caught in these fights like 2v5. Geek Fam just finding ways to be together and now going for the turtle.
Shadow Stampede onto Dawn again as Zaman Force gets popped in, but he has to purify now as his Welcome gets used up and Chidera just melts Dawn away with Ray picking up the turtle for free. Irad sliced down. Ray is going mad in the back with the Finch Poise trying to chase him, but Geek Fam decide to back away. It's a 3-0 on top
of the turtle.
It's brutal. It's
That
brutal.
damage,
Geek, they played that team fight so well, layering all the resources they were able to get, and even Clay wasn't able to utilize the ultimate coming in from Helkert, from the Faramis, to be able to find an edge in that team fight, and that's a 7.6k gold lead now for Geek.
Going from bad to worse for RRQ right here. The fact that Dawn, only with the Enchanted Talisman here, is just so squishy when he gets bursted down by everyone all together. So he can't really do the same thing he's been doing since the beginning of this game. He's trying to be like a bit of a different version of a CC. They can do some damage. They can be elusive here, slippery in these fights with the Purify as well. But you can't purify that damage, man, with Chidera picking up the Feather of Heaven as well. He is just nuking down Dawn before he can even react.
Then you have Ray dealing physical damage. You got magical damage, you got physical damage. It's just so hard for RRQ. They have frontliners, but what do the frontliners even build at this point? It's 8 minutes in the game, and they're conflicted. We want to handle the Hereth, that's a problem. Or Ray and Beloyski, that's going to be an even bigger problem for our backline.
And you know, it seems like Geek want to go for the team fights with the Netherrealm, but if you look at their composition and the way they're building, Helkert and Link can technically do a bit of DPS. They're not really skill reliant, and the Link has the has cause as well. Well, they're going in.
Chidera just diving deep, and Ray goes in as well. That's a stolen Netherrealm, but now he gets knocked up. No, he's able to dash out just in time. Ray trying to chase him down. Ray! What an assassination in the back, and Vin jumps in onto 4, but no one's there to follow it up. He went in all alone, and now Dawn and Skylar are left to defend the two side laners of RRQ.
What is Ray on in the playoffs? I mean, week number 9, impressive. Wait a second, was that a mistake?
Oh, Skylar tried to flicker out, but he gets munched on Luke. You cannot run away from that Detina's welcome.
This is so unfortunate. Just everything going wrong for RRQ Hoshi right now. And looks like Irad gets pulled back in as well. Oh, look at the damage!
Almost taking the tank down just like that. Dawn can't even walk even further here. And Ray, meanwhile, even I was surprised. He took the Lord all by himself with the Finch Poise. Just rotates over after going for the kills. What is this man on? This is his true Retribution.
The Retribution just coming out of nowhere. And look at his build, like I was saying, he has the Has Claws, the Berserker's Fury, now the Sea Halberd as well. If you leave him alone, it's not just a danger when he can go in with the Tempest of Blades and go for the skill-based damage. You leave him alone, that DPS, like you saw earlier, being able to just 1v1 the Lord, no issue. That's a lot of problems for RRQ, and I don't think they have enough time to deal with this, because Chidera also picked up the Holy Crystal, so the burst damage, the survivability, they have to really find a big moment here if they do want to extend this game even longer.
3-man SWAT in their souls after this welcome straight in, and they can't even get another round down before Chidera bursts him out. It's still in his on force, they're fighting. A boy gets the Ghost Burster. Skylar's running for the hills on the Lycan form, and Dawn will just succumb to that Dino. Game 1, the King Slayers.
They take it. They take game number 1 from RRQ Hoshi in a very dominant fashion, controlling from the early stage of the game. And the one person that honestly caught me by surprise is Ray. He was written down in the regular season. A lot of comparisons between him as well as Hazel. People saying that Hazel is the better jungler, but honestly, his performance today, and remember, this should be his debut in the playoffs, and he performed that well. This is a different crowd, a different stage. You can hear the chants from the kingdom staring you in the face. But on his debut pick on the Ling, he was able to perform that well. I'm impressed.
We're all impressed. We've been talking about how if they wanted to play Ray in the regular season, use his strengths, and his strengths in MDL, the last time we saw him perform, was Assassin. So we were expecting all the way from when he was played initially to go for these Assassins. If it's still utility, we were like, why not Hazel? And then now, in the playoffs, it seems they were just hiding. They were hiding all their strategies, perhaps, for the playoffs, or maybe it's because of that little change to Invade, giving Ling a better time in the jungle, and Ray an even better time to find his Retribution.
It's almost like a pattern here for Geek Fam, right? Oh, playoffs? Time to unveil the strategy we've been keeping all this time against a Minotaur. right? Against a team with good crowd control that, you know, can kind of do well in those Lord or Turtle contests. He just kept getting all those neutral objectives, man. Ira just wasn't able to secure, I believe, not even a single one. I think we'll see more of that in the post-game stats, but it's a very impressive performance. Again, as you mentioned, on a big stage with a big crowd, especially with RRQ, a big crowd.
A large, a humongous,
Humongous.
ginormous. Give me another synonym.
Massive.
Massive. Colossal.
I like that.
Yeah.
Colossal.
Colossal. A colossal crowd in the building, the
Gargantuan.
kingdom. Gargantuan. We're adding more words. But all those words could also be used to describe the snowball from Geek Fam in Game 1. First blood didn't go to them. The first 2 kills, heck, went to RRQ. It looked like they were creating a snowball, but through objectives. On an Assassin! You usually expect that from the Baxia, but on Assassins, he was able to trade and get these objectives while also winning in these team fights. Is this the new meta? Is this a damage output meta?
But remember, right, the first 2 kills that were given to RRQ was below minute number 3, if I'm not mistaken, and that is before that level 4 power spike that Geek Fam were able to get, especially with the health grid and so on and so forth. But as soon as that level 4 hit, as soon as Bloiske was able to play around with his abilities on the health grid, that's when we saw the shift starting to happen. So that extra space that was given from for RRQ in the early stage of the game negated.
It's just so unfortunate. I feel like that one moment where they were really trying to go and pressure for the topside turret, and Geek Fam obliged and faced them behind their own turret, and then eventually got basically a bit of a flank and pinched RRQ. I feel like that moment really kind of sealed the early game, at least for the side of Geek Fam. And afterwards, it seems like RRQ, they just want to keep going at it, but it's still, they keep going for these like Lord contests, and I really expected, right, with the composition, they're gonna try and go for the objective. But if Geek Fam approach, I thought they were gonna go for the kills first, right? Because in the early game, that Esmeralda, we saw that one of the earlier fights, Dawn actually did 8,000 damage just running around, just being annoying,
Just
being
being
too tanky
Esme.
before the items come into play. So I thought they were going to use that to try and get a fight first and then get the guaranteed neutral objective, but that was not the route that they went with.
Are you okay? I would expect, you know, Arashi starting to sweat, but you look like you're dripping too. Is everything okay with you?
I'm just waiting for... I'm just worried about Bigotron Alpha who played to... Oh wait, they don't.
Yeah, okay, we get it. They're in the upper brackets. They're not going to be playing today. We're still in the play-in stage.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, like, I'm sweating because, man, the atmosphere here is absolutely amazing. You can see a little bit of sweat as well from Arashi. Maybe not from the face, but maybe a little bit from the eyes after game 1. But it's okay, Arashi. It's a best of 5.
Yep.
Maybe, you know, take away the Herod, but also now there's another person to respect. Someone you didn't have to respect in the regular season, to be honest, but, man, in the playoffs, what a beast.
It was always a boy. It was always Beloy. But now we have Ray. It doesn't rhyme. It doesn't sound as good. But it doesn't matter. His name doesn't need to rhyme. Look at that GPM, 964 in that jungle. Wasn't taken down a single time. The amount of retribution he was able to utilize against a utility jungle, by the way. Oh yeah, sorry. Ray tributions that he was able to find.
Roy.
Roy tribution?
No, it's a boy, Roy.
That would be pretty funny, right? Ray, Roy.
I was like, Roy tribution?
That would be weird. Roy
That
tribution.
didn't-
Roy tribution.
didn't sound as nice.
That doesn't really work, but yes, on the lane, just finding ways. And he's just very active here. We'll take a look at the highlights by our official gold partner, Ube's goal. But he was able to find opportunities to not just do damage, but also steal some camps away from Irad. This was an early game aggression RRQ were able to find. They got the pressure, they went in and grouped earlier, but right here, man, after RRQ loses some momentum, Geek Fam just go at it and take note of the damage coming in from the Herod. Of course, Ray on the link is doing a lot of damage here, but that Herod, you're seeing again why it's just so respected, so important.
So technically, MPLPH and now here, 100% win rate. Harris.
So now, in our playoffs, it's been left open once. We'll see if we'll have the same record. Only 2 times it's left open in the entire playoffs.
And just like that, with the momentum, with the Netherrealm that does not need to be stolen, right? They have the original Netherrealm. They can dictate when they want the fights to happen. And even here, it just seems like RRQ, they're trying to get some control back, at least threaten some kind of aggression back. But Geek Fam, they just wait for the right opportunity. And I think Vin really want to try and make a big moment happen right here, but it seems like they're just not on the same page. Look at him. He's waiting right here for the big moment, but after the team has used everything, he just goes in right here, and even the turret wasn't around to help him in that situation.
Phenomenal stuff from Ray, man. Always coming in last, but also these engages. This is a composition that actually struggles with engages, right? You need to look for that pickoff with Deathless Welcome. Maybe a full-on dive, but the fact that Luke got 3 people in the Smart Mist pulling him back into the Deathless Welcome, that was just a perfect way to end this game. 10 minutes in our first game of playoffs. 10 minutes.
Yeah, I think that's fair credit to Luke, man. He was also able to really find some really valuable targets with the Daytona's Welcome. And these are quite mobile heroes on the side of RRQ. These aren't immobile heroes that are easy to target. And he's still able to time it in such a way to wait for the right opportunity. He's landing it on Skylar, landing it on Vin. It's quite insane. And as we were wondering, confirmed here by the post-game stats, not a single neutral objective handed over to RRQ. Not even a single turret, actually.
It's brutal. It's brutal. And it makes you think, right? Why can Geek Fam always do this to RRQ? Why are they the secret recipe? Why are they the kryptonite of RRQ? Do you think that RRQ can't use this strategy? The Skylar-centric strategy? Because of the kill pressure that Beloyski can offer? Is that just like the reason why this just never works out for RRQ?
I feel like it goes deeper than that. In my opinion, it feels like RRQ, they're very momentum heavy. They like to go for crazy, not the whole crazy game, but crazy moments in the game. They try and catch you off guard. The issue with doing that against Geek Fam is that they are a team that really does things for the most part by the book, right? They always play by the book, positioning wise, rotation wise, and then they know exactly when the game is good enough, and that's when you usually see them do crazy things, when they have secured enough of an advantage that they can do so without really getting punished.
Yeah, I have a few opinions on this, honestly, right? I mean, number one, I would say usually, yes. We would look to Geek Fam to say they are a textbook team. They play with the basics, they play with the fundamentals, and they do really well at it. But I think that's what RRQ prepared for. They were prepared for a structured Geek Fam. They were prepared for Geek Fam to play with a utility jungler, to play with an initiator roamer, or an initiator in the XP, that Luke Beloy combo. But Geek Fam didn't play that way. They played a new style that we haven't seen from Geek Fam. 2 assassins, a Harith, the Barats. They technically have no proper, like, real way to engage. Yeah. And this is different Geek Fam. Geek Fam are always known to look for those kind of pickoffs with their initiating heroes. So RRQ prepared for a wrong kind of Geek Fam, and Geek Fam prepared for the right RRQ. 3 bans on Skylar, that's what nailed him to the ground. You can carry on Moscow in the late game, you can carry on the Claude, on the Natan, but when you're put on the Roger, you're forced to at least be able to hold your ground until mid-game, and then mid-game, maybe you can win, right? But if you don't, if you get shut down so early, like we saw this game, you're done.
So it requires a snowball from the Roger.
On the Roger, definitely. And I have to agree with that, Mirko. I feel like when I said that they are, I guess the right word wasn't textbook. They're just very calm and collected, right? Calculated. So even when they go with these crazy drafts, crazy strategy, no real engage, they know exactly why they're doing so. And in my opinion, you don't really see Geek Fam kind of get flustered and kind of panic in the middle of a game. It seems like even when things don't go as planned, they're like, okay, hang on, let's do some calculations and we're gonna get back right to it. And against a team like that, RRQ that likes to surprise and kind of take advantage of that panic in the middle of the game, they don't really get those chances against Geek Fam.
If we circle back to the drafting phase, they went in with a Fredrin last ban in the first phase. We can expect Harith to be taken out next time around if Geek try to pull in the same thing. Without the Harith, do you think that Geek Fam can find a similar amount of success in that early game?
Ooh, when it comes to early game, I feel like there are options that can kind of match when it comes just to early game, okay? When it comes to just laning maybe, there are other options. But the fact that there was a Harith with how survivable and maneuverable it is in the middle of those big fights, I feel like the mid-game snowball wouldn't really be as brutal without the Harith.
I think that also something we need to take note is Geek Fam, they're not a one-dimensional team. It doesn't matter if they get the early game for Jira. They can always just go back to the normal fundamental gameplay that we saw in the regular season. So that's what makes them so scary now, right? RRQ banned the Fredrin, thinking they're going to play utility. Fredrin will 100% be their first pick. That's what they were talking about, right? Now I honestly just want to swap things now. RRQ go on blue, Geek Fam go on red. I think Geek Fam will probably still ban out the same 3 heroes. They're probably going to force Skylar to play Harith. Force him on a pick that we've not seen him on. He's a marksman. We know him to be a marksman. Right. We don't know if he... Maybe, yeah, I'm pretty sure he can pull off the Harith, but...
To the same level?
To the same level.
Exactly.
Different.
That's actually an interesting notion.
I think that's interesting because, again, we did see that usually one team will ban a low yi, the other will ban a chip to try and balance it out. But in that drafting phase, RRQ banned both. So it's almost like Geek Fam are willing to just try and go for that macro contest, and they have the confidence to say like, okay, we're gonna come out on top on this one. So that kind of pushes RRQ in a direction.
Yeah, because like technically if it was left open for Geek, we've seen what Geek are able to do, how they're able to play the map with heroes like the Chip, with the Luoi. It's not a great time. So even if they want to gamble, you know what, yeah, let's just let RRQ pick it up. I don't think it would have the same effect if it was in the hands of Geek. It's a tough position. I'm actually excited to see who is going to be on the blue side. If it goes down to what you mentioned, Miracle, that is... What are RRQ supposed to do at this point? What do they do? Like, actually, how do they draft?
You gotta ask Mr. Kingdom.
Oh, man. How do they draft? I feel like, honestly, I feel like the RRQ are a team that can do really well when they can get the fights they want. Like, to be fair, right? Just completely unbiased here before you say anything, Eterna. I see that look in your eye. I'm being defensive.
Guys, did I look like I had a judging face,
okay,
guys?
Right.
Come on.
I'm
nice today.
There were some moments... There are some moments in the game where they can really benefit from a big fight, but they weren't able to get it. So I think crowd control, right? Catch is something they really need, for better or worse.
Talking about catch, I kind of want to catch what Moko as well as Budekar Monster are doing. Are they on stage? Are they outside? I don't know. Let's check them out together.
Geek Fam. Dan kita bakalan lihat ya nantinya apakah mereka akan tetap memegang gelar sebagai Kingslayer.
Betul, karena ini adalah mencari tiket untuk menuju MSC. Dan semuanya tentu ingin mewakili Indonesia. Namun kalau kita melihat dari region-region lain, Monica, sudah ada yang mendapatkan perwakilannya.
Yes, dan salah satunya yaitu di MPL Kambodia. Yang mana ada See You Soon yang berhasil mengamankan tiket ke MSC 2024.
Maka dari itu, di sini Bude dan Monica akan langsung terhubung langsung ke Kambodia bersama dengan Soul. Halo Soul.
Wow, how are you Soul?
Congratulations for winning the competitive and you become the one that going to MSC. How is the journey, Soul?
Wah, katanya sulit tapi bagus ya katanya kompetitifnya di sana Bude dan juga teman-teman super fans. But so, how do you see the competitiveness of MPL Indonesia, maybe comparing to MPL Cambodia?
Indo, Philippines, and also Cambodia. What's the main point of the difference?
Wow, jadi katanya kata Soul memang agak berbeda ya dengan MPL Indonesia, dengan MPL Filipina juga yang mana katanya di Indonesia dan juga Filipina, Bude, katanya lebih kompetitif, lebih strong katanya ya.
Yes, as an import player, we know that a lot of players going to another region for MPL in another region. You won as well, and also Eman, your previous teammate. How do you see Eman in Indonesia? And do you wish that Eman will go to MSC just like you? Wow, dia kepengen bertemu juga ya sama Eman di MSC bertemu karena sebelumnya mereka adalah satu tim dan dia adalah substitute-nya.
Wow, kita akan lihat nanti ya seperti apa. Apakah mereka akan bertemu di MSC? But, Soul, if you see, right now we're watching the match between RRQ and Geek. What do you think about the match? Which team do you think will win this match? Wah, katanya Geek ya, kayaknya yang menurut Soul bakalan mungkin memenangkan match ini ya.
Yeah, but there will be two teams from Indonesia. But who do you think will be the two of the teams? Wow, dari dua tim yang memang memuncaki regular season ya. Terlihat bahwa mereka katanya mendominasi juga di MPL Indonesia jadi Onyx dan juga Bigetron.
Wow, itu prediksi dari Soul ya. Tapi maybe one last thing, Soul, do you have any message for the MPL Indonesia's fans here? Do you have any message for the MPL Indonesian fans here? Jadi katanya support selalu ya super fans MPL Indonesia, support tim kesayangan kalian sampai nanti ke MSC 2024.
Okay, thank you so much, Soul, and we will continuing our battle here. So good luck for your MSC 2024. Thank you, goodbye.
Wow.
Seru ya, memang kita melihat bahwa kompetisi di setiap regionnya semakin ramai dan semakin kompetitif karena ada banyaknya dengan player impor yang membawa warna baru. Tidak terkecuali Seoul di Kambodia.
Yes, betul sekali. Dan ada teman-teman dari Seoul ya yang ada di sini. Kita lihat kalau saat ini ada Marky juga yang ada di Geek. Kemudian juga ada dari tim-tim lain. Tadi ex-teammate-nya ada Eman juga ya.
Ada Balai bermain. Bahkan juga kita melihat adanya Irak. Banyak sekali player-player. Dan Brusco kita benar-benar ingin melihat seperti apa, sejauh apa para player dan para tim untuk bisa berjuang mendapatkan slot MSC.
Dan tentunya ini kalau ngomongin MSC Bude Clara ya, kalau di Indonesia kita sedang mencari siapakah yang akan mewakili Indonesia, tapi di region-region lain seperti di Kambodia, kemudian ada Malaysia dan juga Filipina, kita sudah tahu ya siapa yang memegang tiket menuju MSC. Jadi makin penasaran nih, kalau di Indonesia tim manakah yang akan mendapatkan tiket ke MSC?
Ya itu mungkin kita bisa jawab nanti hari kelima karena hari ini kita masih mencari tahu siapa yang akan melaju ke babak selanjutnya dan siapa yang harus terhenti. Karena mereka nggak punya nyawa tambahan. Hanya best of 5 series jawaban dari semua yang ingin mereka dapatkan. Mimpi-mimpi dari setiap tim yang akan berjuang untuk lanjutan mereka.
Betul sekali Bude, jadi tim yang harus mungkin menelan pil pahit kali ini pada match kali ini harus rela untuk pulang. Dan tanpa berlama-lama lagi Bude ya, kita udah penasaran akan melihat apakah Geek akan mempertahankan gelar sebagai Kingslayer.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We hope that Moko and Clara Mongstar took good care of you. But now we are moments away of getting into game number 2. If you guys just tuned in and you guys missed it, it is a Geek with a 1-0 in this best of 5 against RRQ with a very convincing win, to say the least. I don't know how better way to put it. I think any other way would be a little bit brutal, and I don't want to do that to RRQ.
Yeah, not right now, at least, because they still have a few more games to play, right? We were talking about that, their adaptations, what they can do in the next game. But also, it kind of comes down to their side choice. Even then, they're going to be forced on picks that they might not be comfortable on. So, I think this is one of those games where we just need to see what happens, right? What will Zaya think of? Will they try to do the same? Maybe Iran on a signature Lancelot, on a signature maybe Hayabusa.
I think at this point, if it's that difficult, like if there's just no answer, you know, maybe something that crazy might just work, right?
Exactly.
We've seen it happen before. Desperate measures for desperate times. So we'll see. I do believe that they need just proper synergy with how they play. Because even earlier, we talked about they can chase, but no one really locks anyone down. So you have to kind of figure out, okay, from Geek's composition, what would they be trying to do, and how can we try and mess with that, right? Whether it's with crowd control, whether it's with damage. Because I mean, we've seen that happen before. It's gonna be a bit more difficult against Geek Fam, I do believe, but that's something they can try and figure out. But of course, it's all in the head of Coach Zaya.
Simply put, how do you go against a team with a million strategies with a team that has barely won?
I think what you were saying earlier, you know, if it would be too
put,
brutal,
yeah.
you did it.
Yeah.
Simply put, brutal. It's brutal for RRQ right
Speaking
now.
of
It's looking bleak.
It's tough. It's tough, and I don't know.
They need advanced strats, man.
Do they need advanced strats? What else do they need? Do they need a a little bit of a break? Do they need
You know
what is it?
need? They need awesomeness,
Do
right?
they-
And all
do
you
they need
guys
awesomeness?
Need awesomeness as well. You can see that camera panning from one awesome to Eterna. Who?
I'm awesome.
Awesome is for
Apparently.
everyone.
It's 'cause
Awesome is for
we're talking about the awesome generation, bro.
Wait, how is awesome for everyone though?
Why? Huh? You're asking still?
Yeah.
After 72 matches?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
What are we talking about here?
Mirko, Arashi,
Uh-huh.
ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you guys should have it memorized up until this point, right? I mean, you guys need to check out the new Galaxy A Series 5G because it's equipped with the Exynos 1480 processor and up to 20 gigabytes of RAM with up to 256 gigabytes of memory. You guys, gaming is lag-free. They have the Super AMOLED 120 Hz display as well. It's just all the good things. And remember, you don't even have to charge. You barely need to have to charge because the Galaxy A35 5G has a 5,000 mAh battery that lasts for 2 days. Can you imagine ranking up for 2 days? You guys can get from Arashi to Mythic Glory in 2 days.
Arashi? Wait, what's Arashi?
Wait a minute.
Arashi, what rank are you?
I think honor, I guess.
All right, 25 stars in a day?
Decent.
You gotta be really good at the game too. On top of having a good device, you know?
I mean, you don't have to charge, so you have all the time in the world.
All right, how do I get it then?
Super easy. You guys can head straight to the Samsung Galaxy store or the Samsung.com/ID website to get your hands on it. But here we are, ladies and gentlemen. The road to playoffs isn't as simple this time around because it is also the road to MSCU soon. We're going to take a look at this MSC journal. And the question is, will RRQ be able to compete on the MSC stage?
I mean, hopefully. Right?
No, certain yes, no.
Hopefully.
There is hope.
Hope is still in the air. Sometimes all you have is hope.
I think that's a perfect depiction of what we might see for the next few games, right? Because for RRQ, they need to hope that they have more strategies to play with. Because if they have only prepared for this strat, for that type of Geek Fam, it seems Geek Fam don't even want to play that style.
If you look at the previous game recap right here, Chidera, 56,000 damage. Skylar, 15,000 only. Barely winning against Vin in damage output. That's how you know that that role has been shut down. When you're only like 2,000 or 3,000 damage higher than your roamer. It's not even a damage roamer, it's a Minotaur. So knowing that, seeing how the rotations happen, I feel like there are some adjustments that can be made for RRQ to look out for. Like maybe look out for those weird flanks, those weird rotations from Geek Fam, and expect them to really chase down. Because sometimes we see teams, right? When you cut into the turret, some teams are like, okay, we can kind of trade somewhere else. It's kind of late to get there. But Geek Fam really seems to be willing to just travel to the area and be involved in that fight. So that is something that they can maybe anticipate now after that very painful game one.
How do they do that though? Like what's required of them, right? What do RRQ need in their draft to be able to do that? Because if we're talking about resource and tools, they had it, right, in their draft. They had the Minotaur, they had the Valentina, some layer with the Esmeralda, but it still didn't work. Also, what do we think about this Esmeralda pick?
Honestly, I feel like the Esmeralda could work. Not in that game, though, right? There's so much
What's
damage.
the condition for an Esmeralda to work in the EXP lane?
Well, I would say it needs to be put in a good matchup, number one, right? So you can bully and then you can find a good snowball going for yourself. But mainly, you need to be able to get that passive going all the way. You need to be able to punish these shields. And unfortunately, the Harith in the first few turtle fights was not present, right? He was still up top trying to bully the Roger, trying to play his own game. And it was a boy, it was the rest of the team. And he couldn't really capitalize on anything. Couldn't even deal as much damage to burst anyone down because there was another realm, there was a Barats as well. And anytime the team was in a threat of an Esmeralda kill, all they needed to do was, all right, Detona, Munch.
Right.
And then Esmeralda just becomes a non-threat, gets CC'd, even if he uses Purify. Or did he bring Flicker? Yeah, he did bring Flicker last game. I think he brought Purify.
As main Purify.
Yeah, Purify. Bait it out, Purify, done. Once you get once you use your Purify, bait it out so quick, the damage output comes through, and there's so much burst. I think the main problem in that game was there's too much burst.
True. I think if for the Esmeralda to really work, you need someone else to really take the role of the main sandbag, right? The fact that Esmeralda is kind of a utility, shielding, damage, distraction, whereas Finn is also a utility, counter-engage, flicker menu and fury type situation. No one is really able to stand in the front, and when Dawn tries to try and fit that role, he just gets immediately deleted.
All right, we're curious now to see the strats coming out from the Kingdom, from Rex, Regum, Kaon. But it looks like Geek and RRQ have opted to stay on the same sides. The exact same bans come through for Geek. But RRQ, this is the switch up. The Faramis gets taken away from a boy. Luo Yi's opened up, gets picked up by RRQ. And instead of the Fredrin, they've actually banned out the Barretts and taken the Fredrin for themselves. But Geek still have their hands on Harith as their first pick.
Yeah, the first pick Harith though is just so dangerous. But maybe now with the global presence, with the power, we talked about the keys to victory there earlier. The trio mid, the mid triangle for RRQ. If it can get rolling, if it can kind of really snowball, there's a better chance. With the Fredrin and the Luo Yi, there is potential. But now with the Angela though, on top of the Baksha and the Harith, man, it's gonna be so difficult to try and burst someone down here for RRQ.
But don't you think there's now a perfect time to put in the Esmeralda?
Yeah, I think now if they really want to go for it, they can. But unfortunately, I don't think Esmeralda is first phase worthy in this current meta. Unfortunately, RRQ are still a bit too comfortable on the carry over the Esmeralda. I don't even know if Geek Fam want to ban it out. Do you think it'll be a good ban if they respect the Esmeralda? Or because they already have the Baksha, maybe they'll say, yeah, it's okay. Go ahead, go Esmeralda, we'll just battle it out. Sustain versus my anti-regen.
Right, the 50% reduction from the Baksha's passive. We have to see. They ran with the Yu song as well though, so they really want to bank on a proper front to back right here. Already a different situation, but when it comes to engage, when it comes to keeping someone in place for Skylar to just completely melt down on the carry, right now they only have the Luo Yi and the Fredrin, which is still relevant crowd control, but it's just very short duration. Knowing that, Geek Fam will ban away the Franco, and now that becomes a question for RRQ, right? If they do want to get someone, they can just take someone out, just pull them in. What can they put in the hands of Vin?
Well, going back to the bans first, right? RRQ, they've banned out the Yuzong. Do they want to go for the X-Borg next? The last time they went for the X-Borg, and this time if they leave it open, it can cause problems for the Fredrin if it is going to be placed in that jungle.
I think the X-Borg would be more beneficial for RRQ in this game, right? They're up against Baksha, Angela as well, and a Harith. So much sustain, you want to try to go through that sustain with someone as explosive as an X-Borg. I think for Geek Fam, they can go for the X-Borg ban, but I think getting Kaja out of the way will be good too. They have a carry already in combo, so if RRQ want to go for that pickoff, it would be great. They do ban out the Kaja.
Well, not for RRQ though, they banned the Novaria, but we saw earlier that there was a Hellcurt last pick for Geek Fam. That can still be very much an option right here. And with a carry, right, with someone that's a bit more, I guess you can, depending on the items and the emblems, could be less vulnerable, but the fact that there are targets available for this Hellcurt now, without real protection from RRQ, that could be something that Geek Fam is looking to really exploit.
I think at this point as well, RRQ are really thinking about whether it's worth it to go for the Esmeralda, or might as well just pick up the Mathilda. This is a very, very late Mathilda. We completely forgot about Mathilda, I think, in the last two games. Yep. Even game one wasn't banned, wasn't picked at all.
No.
But now RRQ will have ways to actually disengage when Geek Fam try to force the issue with that shield unity. The only other question is, will Geek Fam put another layer on top of their engage? Shield Unity and say, you know, plus a penalty zone or something.
Ooh, just to lock everyone down.
For Luke, he usually loves to go for the Lapu. Yeah. So could a Lapu work here?
Especially against a mobile mage like the Lo Yi, it can work, you know, at least in zoning and threatening for a big burst. Against a Mathilda though, there's going to be more ways for RRQ to go for the outplay. And no, they will go for the Hellcurt and the Ruby right here. So layers of crowd control to really stop any kind of maneuverability from inside of RRQ. And they do go for that switcheroo on the Hellcurt Angela.
This is crazy because this is also Luke's signature. Ruby in the EXP lane, the switch, right? This is what we were talking about in the keys to victory. The fact that Beloyski and Luke can switch around their roles here. We can see that Ruby is utilized as more of a playmaker, the initiator, the main guy to make the plays happen. But we also have Hellcurt once again, and if they're banking on going for a Skylar-centric play, it will be very difficult for Clay and for the carry. But luckily for RRQ, they've got the Matilda to be able to maneuver in and out against the Hellcurt. I don't know how much impact it can have. And RRQ want to double down with having a proper EXP lane. The Thamus is so good in that 1v1. Is it better than the Ruby?
You know, all the 1v1, I feel like the Thamus definitely has the advantage. When it comes to small trades, that's where the Ruby can kind of take advantage of the passive and kind of maybe try and out-sustain. But overall, I feel like that lane can't really go too far anywhere without some kind of intervention from the other teammates.
And also, right, where's the engage going to come from? From RRQ. They have a Circling Eagle, but I don't think that's like proper initiation. You can't really lock anyone down to diversion. You can get them as into crafty angles, but you got a Ruby. Don't run Wolf King. Walks out of there. And technically, they might not even care about the flags. They're the ones diving.
I mean, it worked for Geek in game number 1.
They might just be forced to go and position aggressively and hope for some kind of counter-engage front to back attempt, or just really go for a massive 5-man, you know, rotation flying from the behind.
So it's all gonna come down to whether or not Clay has his macro on point or not. Ladies and gentlemen, the land of Dawn beckons. Let's get straight into game number 2 of Geek versus RRQ Hoshi in this best of 5.
Alright, looking at some of the emblems right here. Quantum Charge for Vin and Skylar, so both having the... Oh, whoa, what is that?
What happened?
Clay flickering forward. I believe it's a mistake, a mistap from Clay, and Beloyski will capitalize. Throwing his stingers right at Clay.
That is...
I just said this is gonna bank on Clay.
Hey man, you should have cursed it, Eterna. This is the Eterna curse coming to fruition here.
Cast a curse to be like that, but oh!
Shield Unity Ray actually wins out the retreat battle. Aboy tying him up, putting so much pressure down. It's Irad. Aboy now forced to flicker, but Beloy capitalizes on the flicker burnt earlier. Clay just steps up. Very naive, and Beloyski capitalizes.
Beloy just being so confusing here. You don't really know if he's going all in or not, and he's going to go and try just duel Irad here, but here comes Ray.
It's not a 1v1. Oof. It's a 1v2.
That's how active Beloyski is on that Hellcurt. He's always around the map. And even if you don't really get anything, the threat is still there. Now even with a Mathilda, that in theory should be able to out-trade, out-sustain the Hellcurt, at least in a 1v1. Beloyski is still just having a lot more pressure. And that is allowing Ray to just be so active as well.
Shield Unity, and look at Ray stopping Irad's maneuver. The dash from actually getting used all the way in its full range. The bottom lane as well. It doesn't look like Skylar is having a good time in the bottom lane. Dawn has the vengeance. They can try to go for the contest right now, and Rad does exactly that. Aboy clears out the mid lane. Now the hard guard is ready for Aboy. Ray pops in that Shield Unity aggressively. Luke and Dawn both level 4 Finn. Guiding win, bringing it back into the turtle pit. Ray and Irad is getting Dawn secures it with just his damage. Physical attack, Ray gonna run away now, but the rotation comes in and a good appraiser's wrath finds his mark. Luke with the 4-man, don't run Wolf King as Beloyski tries to get the stingers down, but RRQ will just disengage.
That's a 1-for-1 trade. Ladies and gentlemen, RRQ pick up the turtle. This is a different story than we saw in game number 1. Hang on. Beloyski forced to use his ultimate here. Nearly gets taken out, but it looks like they want to go in again.
Oh man. And he melts him down now with a vengeance done. I don't even think he can escape it. Finn tries to rescue him, but Beloyski on the helper picks a double kill.
All right, I stand corrected. This is a 3-4-1 trade behind that play coming in from Beloyski. With the rate that this is going, with the 1k gold lead now built up for Geek, who do you think it's worth it for?
It has to be worth it for Geek Fam. I mean, initially it seems kind of even, but now, oof, again, Clay is just under so much pressure. He can't really go for these big roaming diversion plays. But yes, because RRQ not respecting the damage potential from Geek Fam there, losing 2 more after the initial sequence of events. That's something they need to reduce if they really want to try and mount some kind of comeback here. The threat of the diversion still is relevant though, especially the longer the game goes with more ground to cover. But Skylar is just trying his best to stay relevant, and Vin is just torn between trying to enable the rest of the team and trying to save Skylar in this lane.
I agree that the diversion can be relevant, but who do you pair the diversion play with, right? If you want to play it now, you usually go for pickoffs, but how do you go for a pickoff? You don't have the Kaja, you don't have the Franco to go in for that single target hook, you don't have the burst necessarily just get to pair it off with. If you want to play it towards the late game, will we even get to the late game, right? What are the tools that RRQ can have? I just find this entire thing quite unfortunate. You can see how much pressure Chidera and Beloyski is having here in the bottom lane on towards Skylar. And the fact that they utilize the Luo Yi with that really good base damage in the early game and they haven't been able to capitalize it is also what is unfortunate as well. But look at this.
Don tries to poke Ray down. The Ray pops into Poisons, gets the hard guard as well. Don goes in for the vengeance, but he will be shredded down by the likes of Ray. Just Ray and Luke. One member down. You can say one member done. I'm offending the flicker combo. Bringing Finn back, but he's still able to flicker out. As now it's going to be a 2-man engage from Ray and Beloyski out the Clay, who uses the flicker, but a boy just ties him up from across the wall. Luke still chasing him down, looking to go for more, and that's another Appraiser's wrap, but Luke tanks it up like a boss.
It's so difficult for RRQ right now. The targeting, the decisions from Geek Fam in these fights are just so good. And they seem flustered. They're the ones who want to try and find some kind of fight, but Geek Fam are always seemingly one step ahead. There will be a trade here for Skylar though. In the grand scheme of things, Skylar has been able to survive, not really being shut down right here. No deaths, no kills either. He went with the firmness and tenacity in the emblems, trying to survive in this lane. And so far it's working, but you have to wonder how long are RRQ going to try and give Skylar this kind of space. Because if you look at these fights with the rest of Geek Fam just converging together, already a 3k gold deficit. I think RRQ needs to try and change things up quite soon. Looking at the items built right here, Clay is just so far behind, not a single item built. And with Beloyski having the Heptases, this means the squishier members are at even more of a threat. Chidera though,
a desperate attempt in the bottom lane, but Chidera just outplays it with the help of the hard guard. They can't even take him down, not just Yao. Skylar engaged on Clay. Gets the guiding wind to escape, but RRQ, their attempt in the bottom lane has failed.
That's just Geek Fam, again rotating and having Chidera survivable enough. And look at Luke, already tanky enough right to just stand strong against multiple members of RRQ. And considering that their winning lane is the Thamus, that should be able to bully and be used as a reliable factor right here. Whoa!
And I'm offended straight into the damage. Beloyski will be traded, but they'll be happy with that trade. It's a shutdown to Dawn, however. So RRQ do get a little bit more value.
Man, Geek Fam just trying to make sure that there's not a single opportunity left for RRQ. And now immediately Irad comes in to try and deny Luke from protecting the turret.
Skylar though, we flanked on, doesn't have the flicker. I'm offended with a flicker combo. Now Skylar brought inside of the tier 1 up top. His first death in game number 2.
So if they were banking on Skylar as their gameplay now, it looks like Geek are now paying attention to this man. Oh, what?
A magic trick straight out of the pocket of Geek Fam. Now you see him, now you don't. Don disappears from the land of Don. They're trying to go for the purple buff, but now it's terrified. Ray chasing him down. The taunt comes through and the circling eagle as well, but look at the zoning from Luke. Finn can only just fly by and take the purple buff, but now they can't even contest for the last turtle of the game.
It looked like it was kind of going into favor of RRQ. I think they were planning to use the dispersion combo in from Clay. I mean, we don't really see the damage come through just yet because we're getting further and further into the game, and of course magic damage will be built defensively. But Clay now is picking up items, so that damage is starting to come through and the burst is starting to happen, but will it be on time? Will that power spike for Clay be on time? But here we go, diversion play.
The bottom lane only for the roamer. Dark Knight falls, Beloyski trying to run away, and he does! Wow. Beloyski did this to RRQ at M3, does it again in Season 13 of MPL Indonesia.
Sneaky beaky, just like that, he's gone. Oh man, that was a big play that they were hoping to be able to do, and oh, Dawn, he's walking into a trap.
Oh!
Dawn gonna be engaged. Dawn has the vengeance. Irad trying to buy some time in the back line as Skylar pops in. The ultimate, trying to shred them down, but look at Ray with all the sustainability. Now they can look for an engage again. A re-engage straight up. Ray gonna lock them down, but will not be able to do so. They have dealt enough damage though to try to force RRQ back out of this tier 2. No vengeance from Dawn means there's no front line that can actually tank this burst damage. Luke in the front with dash forward. And also the flask of the Oasis now. Back again onto Luke. Who has the flask, by the way? Is it just the boy?
Wait, right now, a boy has the flask and Vinicius has as well.
Ooh. Go for the purple buff. Irad pops into Appraiser's Wrath. Finn forced to flicker out of his own jungle. Luke finds Clay, and just like that, the first damage comes through. What happened to the bottom lane? It's Irad, who tried to walk back to base because he was stopped from recalling by the Kingslayers.
They're walking circles around RRQ right now, and I thought that Beloyski was going to make a play onto Skylar in that mid lane. He saw him there, but I think Skylar was able to see him through in that bush. Going to be able to avoid that particular interaction. But either or, right? 7,500 gold lead for Geek. They're controlling the map. They're absolutely taking away all the resources away from RRQ, and look how fast they're shredding this Lord. They're blitzing it, they've got it, and they're gonna use it to try and close out the game.
Well, for RRQ, they have to try and mount a defense, but Skylar still is farming, but he's only on 2 items right here. And even if he does get a 3rd item, Chidera, I was about to mention, was close at Holy Crystal, now he has it. We've seen the front lines of RRQ just immediately nuked down. It's going to be even more difficult for them to stay in front. Maybe Dawn with the Vengeance can stand there for longer, but even then, it's only a matter of time, unless RRQ can really trade back some of the damage. Clay, though, with the Nexus of Durance will have more spells to throw out, and the healing reduction. If they can really force Geek Fam to clump together, like we saw earlier in the jungle, you saw that Geek Fam were respecting the damage potential from RRQ as well. So that is something that they have to try and wait on, but with the Lord coming in, it has to be after this clear.
Do they have enough time? Wait, what's Clay on right now? Okay, he goes for Enchanted Talisman. So the damage is not quite there just yet. I thought they might be in time to go for another damage item for Clay. But the Kingslayers, they're knocking on the base of the kingdom right now, and it's not looking too well. But the damage, there it is. Chidera forced to go back.
Still some respect given to the kingdom. For now, RRQ can still play within their base. Luke with a missed I'm offended. That'll mean that RRQ will be able to keep their base turrets for another day. But the siege continues from the Kingslayers non-stop as they invade RRQ's jungle constantly. They've completely taken it away from RRQ. This is not RRQ's jungle anymore. This is Geek's map.
But Skylar just secured his 3rd item, Arashi. The later this game goes, the members of RRQ will finally reach their power spikes.
Dark Knight fall, kind of isolated back. Beloyski going back away as he pops into BOD, gets it. Base to take it down, done. A weird engage as he moves forward, but gets shredded down now with a guiding wind as well, getting him out. Look at RRQ, Luke with the flicker forward, and a 2-man I'm offended to lock them down. Skylar and Clay still able to flicker out, but the Appraiser's Wrath will not be able to deal enough damage. Chidera pops in Purified. Finn looks for a re-engage, circling Eagle to the back line, knocking 4 off as Dawn goes through as well. Diversion to the back, and who's it going to be ringing? It's going to be Skylar in the back with a flying up against Geek Fam. But look at Luke now with a 3-man don't run Wolf King. Ray chased down, still with the concussive blast, still trying to survive, but Clay finally gets the dispersion. And the Jakarta International Velodrome erupts. Beloyski knocked up, and Clay will be able to deal enough damage for Vin to assassinate one of them. I'm offended, I'll tell you Rad. And Appraiser's Wrath onto a boy, but he's still able to sustain for a bit. Respecting this damage, but have taken 3 members down. No Lord to play with, but they can try to take this mid lane turret.
Never mind, Luke just clears it out.
The crowd goes wild as miracles do happen for RRQ, and this is the mid-game power spike that RRQ have found. The fact that Skylar was able to get that third item in, Clay also dealing out that damage, as well as the displacement with his skills, and the fact that he was able to utilize the diversion to go in for a flank. Irad gets the Lord.
Zaman forced, no! The diversion gets them out! Perfectly timed by Clay.
Momentum shifting.
See you later, nerds. To get the Lord to get out. RRQ.
Amazing.
Off the back of insane diversion plays. Now they have a full roster. They do have the Lord pushing in and the waves to play around. This is where Geek are going to be visible. They're going to be forced to deal with the waves, and they can no longer hide, at least for now. This is the moment for RRQ to try and capitalize, but they have to be careful. It's still a 4K gold advantage for Geek Fam.
The Kingslayers have forced the Kings to bend the knee up until this point of the game, but look who's knocking now. The Lord is marching down in the bottom side, and they're looking for some damage onto Ray here. That top lane is pushing, but it looks like that Lord is going to be cleared out. RRQ with that Lord, what they have been able to get.
I believe they got a turret on the bot side, but even now, Boloyski just going aggressive against Ethamus 1v1. Just like that, there'll be still waves pushing for the side of RRQ, and you can see they know that. They're trying to go in the jungle and set up traps of their own to try and shut down Geek while they're still unrecovered from that sequence of events.
We have a game fact for Boloyski. In MPL ID Season 13, only Boloyski managed to secure victories using Hellcurt, as he was able to pick it up 3 times with a 100% win rate. The question is, this pendulum has started to swing. Will that 100% win rate be broken here by RRQ?
Just like that, looking at the items, Rose Gold Meteor for Skylar. Even more survivability on top of Vin, who has the items as well. But now, Skylar actually has overtaken Chadera when it comes to gold. But look at this play!
No, it's Vin. Look at Scott now. An all-in onto Clay, who flickers up but gets chased down like it's nothing. Boloyski walks him down.
2 members down for RRQ. Now the Kingdom backing back to their base again. Boloyski with a Terrify onto Irad as they go for the shield unity as well. Irad cut off and taken out by Chadero, the burst damage.
It's not looking good. It's not looking good. If Geek can close us out, we're going to match point.
Skylar caught by the Stinger, is able to flicker out in safety now, but Dawn gets eliminated, even with the Vengeance and Skylar as well. The Kingslayers, they saved RRQ in the regular season, but it seems in the playoffs, they are one step away from taking them out, from stomping them back to the ground that they lifted them from.
We're at match point, ladies and gentlemen. And again, RRQ, the entire Kingdom, they are waving their white flag, looking for anyone to answer the call. In the regular season, Geek stepped up and answered it. But here, there's no one. No one is answering. Ladies and gentlemen, one more game away of going home.
It was a valiant attempt from RRQ, and you see those moments, especially with the crowd erupting at those chances. But unfortunately, Geek, like I said, a bit too calm, too composed, too calculated. They recovered, and it's business as usual. No hint of panic, no hint of confusion in their gameplay at all.
But that's a big problem for RRQ as well. Yes, they're able to create moments, but unfortunately, they've only been able to rely on moments, on plays that miraculously happen, but fundamentally they've been losing out in every single early game, in every single mid game. Geek Fam are outclassing them, and RRQ have been able to find these small weaknesses to punish, where Geek Fam overextend, where Geek Fam make mistakes, but when you're relying on a mistake to happen, especially at match point, where is that going to take you?
That's the ultimate question. And I think everyone is wondering, even you guys at home, what's the outcome? Where do we even begin with RRQ? Even the drafts, you mentioned it earlier on, that loophole of lacking of tools, There wasn't any chemistry or synergy in the composition. And even though that they were able to get that one moment with the diversion play, it was still a 4K goal lead for Geek. So that's how far behind RRQ already were. Even if they wanted to play in the diversion plays, they lost control of the tempo. There was absolutely no opportunity for them to utilize it.
I think to put it simply, they were super naive in the way they played and in the way they drafted,
Yeah.
right? They picked up the carry, it's an instant, like...
I think it makes
Kaja
sense,
Franco.
right? They wanted to go for the carry because one, it could combo in with either the Franco or the Kaja, especially with the Louis already being picked up as well, right? They wanted to try and go for maybe early game pickoffs to, swing the pendulum back into their favor, but they also didn't want to rely too much of the early game, which is what they kind of lost control over when they utilized the Roger for Skylar. But even that, Geek were so easy to pick it up. They were so easy to read into what RRQ were trying to throw at them, and it was like, nah, no Kaja, no Franco, and then they still wanted to go with that strategy, and it didn't work out. What was the plan B?
I mean, in that game, I feel like it's just about scaling and trying to make sure that Skylar can be protected and he can have all the space to try and do damage. And to be fair, he caught up in goal to Chidera. And there were moments like that where the diversion, again, showing again that in the front to back, there was potential for RRQ. But in the end, after they were able to get that sequence of events, they were able to push out, get control, get some turrets. Eventually, Geek Fam just shaped up and slowly but surely wrestled away the control back. And one of the big reasons is the player of the game. It's Beloyski, presented to you by our official tournament smartphone, the Samsung Galaxy series. That Hellcurt, man, just such an annoying factor. It's not just the burst potential, it's not just the fact that sometimes the map just goes dark on you. It's also the fact that even if RRQ are trying to punish a split push, the best they can get is a roamer. And that is just, it's like a lose-lose. Right? Usually, if it's a jungler or an EXP laner, it's something more. But the fact that it's just a roamer makes it so much more difficult for RRQ to try and justify that value.
And that's even if they're able to catch him.
Yes.
Right? There was a moment where they completely utilized all their resources, dedicated all the manpower to get a pick onto Beloyski, but they weren't even able to catch him.
I think it was a big mistake for RRQ. Firstly, let's give a round of applause, honestly, for Geek Fam's draft, because this draft is phenomenal. The synergy was just spectacular for this composition because all of them could dive together. They still had the pickoff that they're known for, and anyone could follow up. But for RRQ, what was the vision, Arashi? They were always just reacting to these fights. There was no real engage. Dawn on the Thamas, that last pick, I think that was a very bad Thamas pick.
This was the one moment of brilliance where they knew that they won at the front to back. They were able to chunk down the members of Geek Fam, and afterwards, technically, it was a bit ambitious from Beloyski right here, and RRQ were able to capitalize, get some value. I think the vision was just a proper front to back. The problem is Geek Fam knows that a front to back is what RRQ wants, and they never gave it to him unless they can go for a pickoff just like this. This was, in context, this was a moment where RRQ were having some control in the jungle, but Geek Fam made the immediate play and they just deleted one, and one by one, the members of RRQ get taken out. That's a problem right here. They're not really moving in as a unit. There are just some moments where it was just looking quite confusing, to be completely honest.
It's like RRQ wanted to play a front to back, but they saw Geek Fam with a very dive-heavy composition, by the way, but they didn't go for any tools to try and inhibit that dive. It feels a little off for me.
Technically, there's still a lot of Fredrin,
Why didn't they go for, like, Minotaur? Like a counter-engage tool with so much dive from Geek.
I think it's because they tried.
Exactly.
Game one, they tried. Now they're trying a different solution to the problem. Still didn't work.
Utility, right? Like guiding wind and all that. But I really feel, right, when RRQ are together as a team, in this game at least, you see moments where, like, okay, even Geek Fam were respecting, okay, there's some damage here, they're backing away. If you look at the really fatal moments in game 2 at least, it's those moments where it's at the late game and out of nowhere you see one of the members of RRQ just stray off alone and get picked off. And like earlier, even after the initial pickoff, Irad going in for his buff, knowing that Geek Fam was on the way to try and get some more value, capitalize a bit more. It's almost like they just weren't planning ahead, at least as a team together.
Even the items, it just feels like, yeah, they were able to come back in a way where they were able to get a fight, a good flank as well. Some good diversions here and there to get them in fights, get them out. But really, it just feels like they never were able to fully chase down or even react to these skirmishes, right? Because yes, you can get away with the initial guiding win, but that number one only brings one member back. True. And the rest are kind of isolated from the two that run away. And the frontliners cannot frontline up against this composition. Again, it's the same problem. What do they itemize for? We're known now to go for brute force, to go for a lot of these kiting items. But what kiting are you supposed to do against a Geek Fam lineup that wants to lock you down and burst you on the spot? A shield unity, you purify out of that, then there's a terrify. You try to get out of that, and then there's an I'm offended, a don't run Wolf King. So much lockdown, and they're all there to receive the synchro vision. Stinger, even the Turtles and Poissons. Heck, even Luke was dealing so much damage.
Oh yeah, for sure. And Luke also had the benefit of being able to just flank around because they were using Ray as the main front line. And you can see it, Geek Fam, they know that they don't have the crowd control, they don't have these big playmaking tools like the Netherrealm. So what do? They did not take fights when they're trying to contest for neutral objectives, right? They just keep going for pickoffs first and then going for what's guaranteed after. That's what I meant. They just know where's their strong suits and they play for it. And they deny any real potential for RRQ. They don't give them any long fights. They don't give them fights where Geek Fam are moving forward into the Law Yi spells, the combo, the passive as well, into the short range of Skylar and Dawn technically. So they're just making sure that everything is going in favor of them as much as possible. Whereas RRQ, it's a bit more YOLO-ish at times. When you can see it earlier, Dawn just running in against 5 members, trying to find something.
I don't know, was that like a bait, that moment?
Even if it was a bait, right? It's just a bit too ambitious.
Right, okay.
There's too many things have to go coincidentally right for RRQ. And I think against Geek Fam, it's a bit of wishful thinking to think it's gonna go that well.
I mean, technically, if we look at this mountain, right? There's a dip.
There's a dip.
There was a moment that RRQ found a moment. So...
yeah, I think, which is why I'm saying there was potential. But if you look at the big moments, it doesn't seem like moments that are born out of the bad composition. It's just like misjudgment almost.
Yeah. It didn't feel like RRQ forced Geek Fam into that mistake. It just felt like Geek Fam made a mistake, you know?
Yeah.
Geek Fam were the ones proactive the entire game. Geek Fam were the ones forcing fights in the entire game. And even in the early game where RRQ looked a bit scary in these neutral objective battles, they should have looked scary in the early objective battles. But then Clay got picked off so early in the game with a mistap flicker. First blood that definitely played a big factor into that snowball that happened for Geek so early.
Yeah, and you can see also that Geek, the roaming trio is just so dangerous, and part of why that's the case, they keep going for the mid lane, man. Clay was just bullied so bad in game 2.
And you would wonder, right? Louis has such good early game pressure before level 4, and that made no difference. Who was in the mid lane? It was Angela and
Beloyski
on the Hellcurt.
It was Hellcurt Angela.
Like what? How? What? You know, we're gonna see what Moko as well as Bude Clara Mongstar are doing after game number 2. Before we get into game number 3, match point, ladies and gentlemen, let's see. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Dua game pertama, poinnya diamankan oleh Geek Fam. Tapi tenang saja karena masih ada harapan untuk RRQ di game selanjutnya.
Yes, menarik banget pastinya karena dukungan dari para Kingdom pun nggak henti-henti, mereka tetap bersemangat. Namun di sini Bude Clara Mongstar udah bersama dengan salah satu Kingdom kah atau siapa ini? Kita kenalan dulu ya. Kita kenalan dulu sama ada satu gadis. Halo, apa kabar? Siapa namanya?
안녕하세요. 저는 신경이라고 하고요.
Bentar ya. Kok bahasanya Korea?
Iya nih.
Bahasanya Korea. Are you Bibi?
Ya, Bibi 맞으세요? 네, 맞습니다.
Wow! Brand ambassador teranyar dari RRQ belum 24 jam di-announce dan akhirnya datang ke MPL. Welcome to Indonesia, Bibi.
감사합니다.
Wow, keren sekali. Ini beneran berarti dari South Korea?
네, 저는 한국에 있는 서울에서 왔고요. 저의 이름은 신경이라고 하고 저를 RRQ BB라고 불러주시면 됩니다.
Jadi dia sengaja datang ke sini dari Seoul. Katanya nama aslinya dia itu adalah Seungkyung, tapi dia juga dikenal dengan RRQ BB.
RRQ BB, Bude.
Ya, jadi menarik ya di sini beneran kita bisa langsung ketemu. But kalau udah berapa lama di Indonesia? Ini apakah kali pertama ke Indonesia? Dan udah ngapain aja di Indonesia?
이번에는 며칠 동안은 있었어요. 그다음에는 오늘은 인도네시아에서 처음 오신 건가요? 그다음에는 뭘 했었어요?
지금 인도네시아에 온 지는 4일 정도 됐고요. 인도네시아에 와서 이제 RRQ와 관련된 콘텐츠라든지 비디오 촬영을 했고 소개를 위한 그런 콘텐츠 작업을 했습니다.
Jadi katanya ini udah hari keempat dia ada di sini. Terus habis itu begitu dia datang ke sini sampai sekarang dia masih sibuk bikin video, foto, syuting untuk beberapa konten RRQ.
Kali pertama kah dia ke Indonesia?
Indonesia에서 처음이신가요?
네, 처음입니다.
Iya,
너무
katanya,
좋은 것 같아요.
Iya katanya pertama kali. 어땠어요?
정말 음식이 일단 너무 맛있고요. 일단 굉장히 덥습니다. 근데 재밌어요.
Katanya makanannya enak banget, tapi cuacanya panasnya setengah mati katanya.
Wow, tapi ini berarti pertama kali juga Bibi nonton RRQ langsung di MPL Indonesia ya? Gimana rasanya?
그러면 이거도 MPL 인도네시아에서 직접 이렇게 경기를 보시는 거 맞죠?
네, 맞습니다.
느낌이 어땠어요?
굉장히 제가 처음 보는 건데 현장에 나와서 처음 보는 건데 굉장히 재밌고 굉장히 흥미진진한 것 같습니다. 실제로 와서 보니까 킹덤이 얼마나 큰지 제대로 체감을 하게 돼서 조금 제가 이 RRQ의 일원이 된 것이 자랑스럽게 느껴지는 그런 순간인 것 같습니다.
Jadi katanya ini pertama kalinya dia nonton live begini. Terus jadi katanya pertama kali bisa datang ke sini dan nonton begini rame-rame, dia berasa seneng banget. Terus abis itu karena dia datang langsung ke sini juga, dia dengan sendirinya ngelihat seberapa besar kingdom yang ada di Indonesia sehingga dia benar-benar berasa seneng banget bisa jadi BA-nya RRQ.
Wow.
Seru ya?
Wah, Kingdom juga semangatnya banget nih. Keren.
Benar, tapi menarik ya dimana kita kan melihat sepertinya MPL Indonesia tuh menjadi wadah juga berkumpulnya talent-talent, bahkan BA player untuk bergabung bersama kita di acara yang di MPL. Gimana sih ngelihat itu?
그래서 그 인도네시아에서 MPL에서 막 이렇게 국제적인 친구들이 되게 많이 이렇게 와 보니까 그럼 이런 느낌이 어땠어요? 그럼 어떤 생각이 있으세요?
인도네시아 인도네시아 MPL은 일단 굉장히 흥미진진하고요. 솔직하게 얘기해서 엄청나게 성장할 수 있을 것 같은 그런 느낌이 들고 그리고 제가 이 현장에 와 있으니까 좀 겸손한 느낌까지 드는 그래서 저도 많은 기여를 할 수 있었으면 좋겠습니다. 저도
Jadi katanya dia bilang dia datang ke sini, dia berasa untuk pertama kali dia ngelihat ternyata MPL ini besar banget. Jadi dia berasa katanya pertumbuhannya ke depannya juga dia yakin pasti akan semakin besar dan semakin maju. Dia bilang katanya dia berasa bersyukur banget dia bisa datang ke sini untuk ngelihat sendiri seberapa besarnya event ini.
Jadi memang international talent itu juga berkumpul, nggak cuma player tapi juga BA loh.
Betul sekali. Dan kalau kita melihat ini kan RRQ lagi bermain lagi nih. Ada game ketiga selanjutnya. Mungkin ada pesan-pesan dari Bibi untuk teman-teman RRQ?
RRQ 친구들한테는 혹시 뭐 메시지 같은 거를 있으세요?
RRQ 친구들? 네. RRQ 친구들한테 꼭 오늘 우리가 일단 이겼으면 좋겠고요. 파이팅!
Katanya hari ini kalau bisa menang dia bakal seneng banget, fighting.
Wow, fighting.
Fighting. But one more, actually sebenarnya udah bisa loh bahasa Korea.
Loh, masa sih?
I can speak Korean.
Jadi dari tadi selain Kak Ingrid, Bude juga
Angguk
bisa?
Loh, Bude angguk-angguk karena Bude mengerti.
Oh, coba dong Bude buktiin dulu.
Sebentar ya.
Oh sebentar. Apa nih, coba.
Bude bakal ngomong sama Bibi pakai bahasa Korea.
Coba nih, kita kayak lagi nonton drakor nih. Bude sama Bibi ya. Coba kita lihat dulu nih, beneran nggak?
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요, indeed.
사랑해요.
Wait, are you Korean?
Biane Hajima.
Oh.
What was that Korean too? I need my interpreter, bro.
Me too.
I need my Samsung
I need my
interpreter
Samsung
right
as
now.
well.
They were actually using it to get the interview as well. The final question was done with the Galaxy AI. That was dope.
Pretty cool.
Very cool.
Shout out to the new brand ambassador of
Mhm.
RRQ. I believe her name is BB. Like BB.
BB. Like triple B, but only two Bs.
Yes. We'll
Hang
ask
on a
what
minute.
that stands for, right? Because we have BBB, which is Big Brain Beloy.
Yes.
I guess we have BB too, but I don't know what that stands for. Not yet, at least. Well, you know? I don't.
I know BB8.
BB what?
BB8.
It doesn't look like, she would roll to walk.
Yeah. Does she roll? I don't think she rolls.
Something that has been on a roll is not RRQ. That's
It's not.
that's for sure. But it's Geek Fam. Geek Fam have been on a
Sorry,
roll.
can we refresh our predictions? What was your prediction?
3-1.
3-1?
3-1.
Geek.
Geek Fam.
You were saying?
What was yours?
It was 3-1 RRQ.
3-1 RQ, so it's already incorrect,
Yes.
right?
Why you gotta put him on the spot like this,
No,
man?
I don't remember his prediction, guys.
Sure, she doesn't
I'm
remember.
just double checking.
What's your prediction? What's your
3-1 Geek.
3-1. We were the only ones, by the way. We were the minority who went for Geek Fam 3-1. The rest of the casters and our analysts, our very own, our English desk analyst, went RRQ.
Yeah, so I mean, KB went for RQ.
Bro.
The Future went for
3-0.
RQ. 3-0.
So if Rashi's wrong, he's wrongest.
But technically, I'm doing better than KB, which is an achievement.
Okay, we'll give him a round of applause for that. Congratulations, Arashi.
So English analyst better than Indo because of this game.
But I watched the MP show, right? It was the latest. It was the latest. What you call it? The latest episode that they released, and a lot of people are saying that sometimes RRQ they pull out miracles.
Okay.
Okay, so when no logic is behind them, with the fans' support, sometimes they're able to pull through. So could we be seeing a reverse sweep perhaps from Rex Regum Kaon today? What's with your face, Miracle?
One can always dream, right? We have to be realistic with the data, but if it happens, I think I'm always a big fan of saying it's never over until it's really over. I believe there's potential, but there's a lot of things RRQ need to do, man. And I think even on an individual level, not a team level, there's some moments here that's just, wow, at a playoff stage, some of these small moments can just be so costly. I mean, we talked about something that really stands out was the flicker from Clay in the early game earlier.
Yeah.
That one moment can just be so fatal. So I think even individually, they gotta really dial in here and get in that zone, bro.
Well, it's now or never, right? And at this point, Arashi, you got to give the boys who are literally behind you, by the way, on cam as well, the advice that they need. Game 3. Last time Geek Fam and RRQ met, it was RRQ who were leading 2-0, Arashi, and then Geek Fam came back 3-2. So there's a possibility. You also mentioned it. How do they do that with GoPay, Turner?
That's the question.
How? How do they do it?
I don't know. I think the first thing you do is download the app.
That's definitely
right?
first.
That's
Okay.
the first thing you guys need to do. Back at home, download the app. And of course, if you guys think that your predictions can be better, bolder, and sharper, you guys can join the Vote Your Champion in the GoPay app because, ladies and gentlemen, you guys get a chance to win free GoPay coins of up to 10,000 rupiah.
Up to 10,000?
10,000s of millions and millions and millions of rupiah. And remember, if you guys want to drop by at the venue, you guys want to, see Arashi in the flesh, you're like, oh my god, Arashi, you're so cute. You guys can with GoPay because you guys can get a 67K discount per ticket. All right, so it's value, value, and value. Triple V.
VVs, we have BBB, but I've never heard of VVV.
Triple V. Boys and girls.
You guys, speaking of V, if you can't make it to VV, which is the velodrome, you guys can always just go to Depok because there will be a
I live
watch
in Depok.
party. You live in Depok,
I
exactly.
live in Depok.
But you're here already. For the other Depok
Oh,
residents who
okay.
can't be here, who can't
All right.
make it to the Velodrome, you guys can go and watch together with hashtag Nonton Barang GoPay on the 8th of June, 2024 at Kopi Bento, Depok. You
I know where that
place?
is.
Yeah?
Are you
Yep.
familiar?
It's like next to my house. Like 30
Really?
seconds away.
Wow, a true Depokian here.
Yeah,
Did I just leak my address?
Yeah, I was about to say, that's a weird way to talk to yourself, but I guess if you want to do it, it's okay, you know?
Just asserting dominance.
I trust you guys.
You know, it's like Tony Stark when he said, you know, this is my address, just, you know,
I mean,
try.
he slammed his entire like name on a building. So
That's true.
Oh, it calls it Stark Tower, yeah.
we should do that.
Ooh.
Can you imagine like an
Maybe you
Eterna or
can,
Miracle
you know?
Tower?
No, that you can because you're the
Only
richest.
only Miracle can do it because he's the
It's a
richest
wolf
caster.
thing,
Or
you know?
wolf. I think he just bought like a yacht.
Bro, speaking of yachts, you know,
Uh-huh.
it's also RRQ's, this is a metaphor, time to buy their metaphoric yacht because it's their last chance. I don't know how a yacht is the last chance, but we'll go with it, right, Arashi?
It's okay.
Last chance.
Last chance to, one last journey right here on that yacht to try and get over the big waves right now for RRQ.
Yeah, is it a yacht to MSC?
Yeah.
Oh.
Or is it a yacht back to their gaming house?
Oh
man.
That was harsh. Again,
it's
like
the brutal reality. We're gonna send 2 teams home today.
the first one might be RRQ.
We saw earlier though, it was saying the banner was saying, "Can respect bans be the key?" I mean, we've seen a lot of bans towards the Loki's Hellcurt, right? I wonder if RRQ they're gonna try and maybe finally bank on that trade, right? The Loyi chip kind of trade. I wonder for Game 3 though, are they gonna still go with the same pick order? Right, because it's been the same for the first 2 games.
They chose Red Sign in both games. I think it's a bit odd, but I can technically kind of understand. I think they want to play with just respect. They want to try to just get these counter picks out, comfort counter picks as well. But I think in all these regions, blue side have been super, super advantageous, man. They got so much value out of blue.
One more chance, ladies and gentlemen, for Rex, Regim, Keon. A lot of people were saying that they made it to the playoffs purely based on luck. And this is the last chance for them to prove that it wasn't just luck, that they have the potential, they have the skill, they have the foundation to go all the way here in the playoffs. And here it is, the drafting phase presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A55, A35 5G, and we finally see the change. RRQ with first pick, Geek with the second. And here it is, the bans even are coming very differently. Hellcurt, Faramis, Angela banned out here by the Kingdom. Meanwhile, the Kingslayers go for Claude, Moskov, as well as the Harith. This means that Natan has been left open.
Yeah, the Harith first pick threat here allows one hero to be open for Skylar. And technically, now both teams have let go of the Loyi chip. I wonder if Geek Fam are willing to go for this trade if they can guarantee a chip, right? I think they might be making RRQ pick here between the chip and the Harith. Because, with the current situation with chip, when you go through those portals, you get a shield as well. That could be a big deciding factor. That will be the option that RRQ will explore first.
They have to pick it up. We know how lethal Geek Fam can be when Belois he gets his hands on something like a chip, because the way he uses the chip isn't the normal standard way. He can do that, but he usually plays it just to get that macro control. But you best believe if Geek Fam wants to leave something like a Natan open, they want to take it away from Skylar, denying it and also securing a Loyi for a boy.
It's a battle of macro now, right? Both the chip as well as the Luoyi has a grasp on the map. The question is, who can do it better? With Natan being picked up, what's a good lane for Skylar? Are they forced on Roger? There you go.
Roger, it seems like that will be the option they'll explore here, along with the Fredrin. So still a lot of aggression. This means that once again RRQ will be banking on that early game to really try and shut down Geek Fam. With the Loyi, technically a frontal assault will be a bit dangerous, but if they can go behind and get behind the frontliners, Natan and Loyi can be very easy targets to pick out.
And again, it's that flex pick. That flex pick that was a big curveball to RRQ in game number 1 that caused them to lose control of the draft completely. The Barats. Is it going to go to the XP? Is it going to go to the jungle? That's the big question for RRQ now as for Geek's draft. And honestly, I don't even know. Both are very, very viable. We've seen Luke play it really well. And it's uncharacteristic for him to play something like a Barat, but hey, game 1 was great for him.
We have to see, man. For Geek Fam, though, banning with the Masha right here, trying to limit the aggressive potential laners that perhaps Luke will be going up against. And just denying someone that can just come in from the portal and just wreak havoc. I do think that, earlier in game 2, the X-Broke was open, right? But they went for, RRQ went for the Thamos instead. Here, if it's left open again, I think it's still quite a realistic option, especially against Loi and Atan. You can go with the Last Insanity towards the back, and just like that, you're kind of immune to damage for quite a bit, and you can zone away these high damage output heroes and allow your team to kind of get an edge, get a foot in the door to win that team fight.
That should be the ban though, right, for Geek? Right now, Masha taken away. Next should be the X-Borg. But they don't, okay, they do go for the X-Borg. It's too much value that RRQ can capitalize over with this hero, like you mentioned earlier on. But for now, RRQ, with the Minotaur being banned out, the Hellcurt taken off the board, they're starting to limit Beloyski here, but Beloyski has a million playstyles and a million skins that he could totally utilize in this game, but they go for the Florin ban.
Okay, so I think they're gonna really bank on being able to win out in a proper 5v5. The Carmilla usually is used to try and counter the chip as well. That can be an option potentially. With Geek Fam, you never really know. The best you can do is kind of shut down one playstyle from Beloyski and hope that the other playstyle he can pull out is just less effective.
There are a lot of options if you want to do that, right? We have Arlet, we have Ruby. Matilda is the choice for Geek, however. And now RRQ, they're going to have to reveal their final cards. The ace up their sleeves, their save and grace. Remember, this is the composition that they have to commit on towards in this match point. Ladies and gentlemen, who will it be?
Well, Geek Fam, they have a very good front line now, and I think if they get a Terizla last pick as well, it's going to be great for them, right? More initiation tools for them on top of the Mathilda, and it just creates such a good front line for the Natan as well. So RQ, technically they can take that away, Arashi, or do they want to just go for a winning lane?
I'm more curious about the mid lane, I was going to say, but with a Vexana, it's all in a fight. They go for the Esmeralda as well here. Actually quite a good pick against a Mathilda on paper. And just like that, they leave Geek Fam the chance to try and pull out something insane as the last pick to really throw a curveball.
What is it? Are they going for... Okay, Yuzong.
Oh man. Okay. To be fair, technically against a Vexana, if you go with a Purify, you can kind of neutralize the dive-in threat potential. But in those fights, the fact that he can just be doing a lot of card control, a lot of damage, a lot of ways to push away from neutral objectives, I feel like Geek Fam will definitely use that to great effect on top of the strong laning against the Esmeralda.
It requires accuracy, and it requires level-headed from Clay, something that we haven't seen in the past 2 games, however. And this is not an ordinary Black Dragon. This is Luke's Black Dragon. This is one of his power heroes. Will it work out?
Will the Esmeralda work out? I think I'm more confident in saying that Yuzong will than if the Esmeralda will even have an impact in the game. That's the big question, and for RRQ, that's their last chance, their last hope of prolonging the series even lies on this composition.
Will this be it, ladies and gentlemen? Will the King Slayers once again find victory from the Kings? The last time they were the saviors. Will they be the Slayers back again? But even the game cannot handle the hype, ladies and gentlemen. We are gonna go on a short technical pause to finally really peel out what has been going on with the composition and the draft.
Oh man, we gotta pause here, so ladies and gentlemen, please do be patient with us. We're still trying to figure out ways, and I think RRQ are trying to figure out ways as well as to how they make it out of this game alive at least, because they gotta take it step by step at this point. They can't even think about moving to the next stage first. They gotta think about this game right here, right now. It's all about this moment.
I mean, the fans in the building are still very much alive, though. Really still hoping that their team can make a miracle happen. We saw Coach Phil actually cross by earlier. Man seems very relaxed, so I do wonder if there's some kind of plan, some kind of...
Is it relax or is it surrender?
Oh.
Is it acceptance?
Yeah.
Okay.
The stages of grief.
One of the, yeah, I think that's the final stage of grief.
Yes, just accepting that's the case.
What's sad is just last week, he had to witness Geek Fam Jr. reverse sweep RRQ Senna in MDL Grand Finals. 3-0 to 4-3.
So it's already like a rivalry of an entire organization.
At this point, it just seems as though Geek Fam, whether it be the main team or the junior team, they have RRQ's number.
What's the number? Can I call? Oh, you didn't mean literally.
Well, technically it is literal, but it's not a phone number. You know, like, you know, the record is 7-0. If we count MDL, it's 8-0.
Oh.
Yikes.
If we count this game, if they
so
win,
that's
9-0.
Oh man, please.
15.
You said 7 plus 8 is 15, right?
Yeah, but 7 plus 1 plus 1 is 7 plus 2, you know, like this series and then
7
the
plus
MDL series.
Oh.
Yeah. So 7 plus 2?
I thought you meant like 8-0.
Yeah, 8-0.
I'm so confused.
8-0 in matches.
8-0 in matches.
Including MPL or not?
If they win here, yes.
Okay.
Ooh, wait. All right. I do wonder right now what's going on, because Geek Fam seem relaxed. They do have the numbers. But for RRQ, you bet everyone's like, okay, bros, please, what are we going to do? How are we going to do it? We have to try and find something. You know, crunch those numbers, man.
How do they crunch those numbers, though? These are some big numbers to
We can't. We literally can't stop asking that. How do they do this?
How?
How will it be done? How do they crunch the numbers? What do they do?
At this point, we gotta get like 2 extra guests, right? We got to get 2 extra guests and maybe ask them questions. We need to get Wolf, Midnight, Mobazane, someone here. Get Trex here. He's watch partying back at home, right? Trex, how do RRQ win?
Fried chicken.
Trex is saying they don't.
What?
I can hear him from his watch party.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right, calling it out. And with the chip, though, will that be enough? We'll have to wait and see, because look at that.
Mr. Danang pulling us into the land of dawn that beckons. Match point, ladies and gentlemen.
Whoa.
One more opportunity for RRQ to win it. It looks like they mean business.
Straight dive in the bottom lane, and Clay picks up first blood. Beloyski as well with a flicker earlier, but look at Skylar. Straight to that turret he goes. Getting a few hits onto that turret shield, and even making Chidera miss that cannon, and is actually gonna go on to Beloyski as well. This might be a kill with a Lycan Pounce, no flicker on Beloy! Skylar is online in game 2.
Miracles happen, ladies and gentlemen, right? And that's the entire winning condition that RRQ need with this composition that they brought in game number 3. They need Skylar to snowball, and already with a 1-0-1 KDA, this is a very good start against an Atan that needs time to scale.
This is an Atan against a Chip, against a Roger, with a Bargain Hunter and a Thrill. This man is going kind of greedy in the emblem choice. He might be forced to pay for it, because Vin is just relentless.
Diving into the turret though is definitely something that is a bit off-putting, especially considering the turtle is about to spawn. He's not level 4 yet, so he won't be able to utilize that shortcut.
I have to wait to look at the positioning here, especially in the EXP, and you do wonder how this matchup is going to play around, because Dawn against Luke, like in the prolonged trades, I think it still favors the Youth Song until a bit later on. With a few more items, I think the Esmeralda can be tanky enough, but Vin on the chip here, 1v2ing all day. He might have been off more than he can chew though.
No flicker on Vin, he's still looking to go for the wave, pops in the shortcut, a desperate attempt, but now Death to his welcome. Onto the Esmeralda, the Appraiser's Wrath as well, comboed with the Retribution, and Rat picks it up. Meanwhile, Clay gets solo killed up top by Luke, an absolute punish, and he takes the shortcut, flies around to the mid lane. Vin chasing him down, doesn't have the shortcut anymore, he used it earlier in the mid lane, so Luke just goes in with a furious dive onto him, put some damage But Vin's doing a good job at delaying Luke's recall to give Don a bit more pressure to play with up top.
Did you see how low Luke was? He was like a sliver of health and he was still able to outplay that situation. Mind you, Esmeralda was being babysitted by Clay in the top lane to give Esmeralda a better time in the neutral objective contest. But even in that 2-1, despite Luke being caught solo, he was still able to clear and was still able to go for the solo kill on Clay. That is power, ladies and gentlemen. And look at this on Skylar. He gets punished.
An aggressive entropy into a circling eagle. Chidera nowhere near to go and follow up. Aloyski engaged on, but he actually is able to flicker out safely.
A risky situation here in the gold lane. Oh, Vin!
Oh, he's not even going to be able to pop in the shortcut right into Detona. You go. Spat out and taken down by a boy.
Geek Fam says, enough, bro. You've been disturbing us for the past 3 minutes. Now, though, with that kind of that outcome, see RRQ, the first few early levels at least. Oh, look at this play.
Lycan Pounce follows through. He pops into Purify to get rid of the knockup and the taunt. Well played by Chidera.
Okay, let's slow things down a little bit, right? What is the winning condition for Geek right now?
For Geek, they gotta slow it down and make sure they scale up and they don't have lanes that are just snowballing out of control. And eventually, they can get Chidera the space and the safety that he requires to just completely shred through the front line, go for those objectives. For RRQ, it's almost like the opposite. They gotta try and get some snowballs going in. They've done a great job of getting Skylar ahead, of shutting Chidera down. But that's how this lane is supposed to go. So it's great, but they have to try and get some more to ensure that in the mid to late game, it doesn't become a 50-50. That it can be a guaranteed victory. Now with more time, they can go for a shortcut. But look at this play, the diversion already used.
Oh boy, two-man falling star moon has been. Rotates up top, wants to put the shortcut down. That's a furious dive into a petrify onto Clay by Luke. That's just welcome as well. Clay gonna be forced to flicker out defensively now as Rad looks for some damage onto Ray, but has the guiding win. By Beloyski to escape. Shortcut placed down. Vin now with the punch forward. With Skylar rotating with the Lycan form, trying to chase him down. Lycan pounds on the Beloyski, but he still has the shielding as Don tries to go and chase in the back as well. Meanwhile, turtle guard to the back. Meanwhile, it's Don as well, still chasing Ray and a boy. Good dispersion, good rotation, but now stunned up and shot down by a few of those Scarf attacks of the Esmeralda. An all-out win for RRQ in the bot lane. Skylar goes on to Chidera, tries to chase him down and flicker forward to a Purify. Used up by Chidera, but Skylar takes him out with a Lycan Pounce.
You said RRQ needed to look for more, and here they do. A kill from Skylar solo on to Chidera is just the cherry on top of an amazing team fight earlier on around the turtle, because mind you, Irad was a level below of Ray, but it didn't matter if he wasn't even there to begin with.
Circling Eagle into the Death's Welcome. Good disengage. Skylar with a Lycan form, now jumping back. And Ray gets out, so does Skylar though. Oh boy! Dispersion and the rotation into the guiding win to get him out to safety in the bottom lane.
Wow. Great sequence of events here. RRQ finally just getting a bit more aggression in, but as you can see, Geek Fam always seem calm and calculated, like they're waiting for the next move. It might be on top here though.
Falling Star Moon used up already. Now it's a Petrify and the Furious Dive used up. As now he pops in the Black Dragon form to escape. It's a shortcut. Is there two Skylars running him down, shooting him from the skies? But Luke gets out just in time. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, a trade happening. Geek Fam taking the turret tier 1 down.
And that's a big win, honestly, for Geek, right? If they want to have more presence on the map, the fact that they were trying to get a trade kill onto Luke, the fact that they were unable to get that, and the fact that Geek were able to get that mid-side turret, you can expect more tempo coming in from Geek to try and hinder the weathering storm that RRQ is brewing right now. And they're on to the next objective. That turret in the bottom lane falls.
It just seems like it's so reactive from RRQ, even when they're technically in control. They go for the play onto Luke after the Black Dragon form has been used, so he can just glide out of there. And decisive exchanges coming in from Geek Fam. Chidera, I believe, is still very close when it comes to gold with Skylar, so they really have to try and get some more value out of this big fight. Dawn has been able to do great, but can he keep going?
Chunking him down, circling Eagle. On to Vin, that's his welcome as you all. Chidera now with Entropy, able to melt him down, falling. Star Moon locking the 3 members though, and the Brazers grabbed by Irad. Not connecting, and RRQ did not go for the turtle. They ended up resetting it to 1-0 right now. The Black Dragon form now used up by Lu to go and grab some space, but Ray doesn't have the depth as welcome. Instantly engaged on Retribution battle, and it's Ray who wins it out. Falling Star Moon charged up. That's a 3-man. Falling Star Moon, make it 4, but Dawn cannot withstand that damage, and Geek Fam were able to just kite out to back away and to take the gold lead back into their hands.
That was such a clean take, was it not?
Oh.
What is Rat doing?
Going in is what he's doing, but now he gets dove on by Luke. The passive is taking it, and Rat gets traded out for Luke 1-for-1.
Just back and forth, changing blows, but you gotta feel like, for the most part, Geek Fam are still very much in control. There's gonna be play here, though.
Flanking diversion, but the Falling Star Moon was able to connect that to this welcome right onto Clay, spinning him out. Meanwhile, Skylar chasing the back line down with the Lycan Pounce. Bullet Key is able to flick around, and now a boy is caught in the midst of it all. It's Dawn who catches him in the flanks, and Vin who's able to just zone Beloy and Ray away. Another Lycan Pounce and Circling Eagle will be used defensively, but look at Dawn with the Falling Star Moon, only to use it to reposition in Geek Fam's jungle. 1 level lead, a little bit for Ray. And he's still able to secure his purple buff here. They go straight to the mid lane to defend.
That was a 2-for-2 trade, Arashi, in that exchange in the 8th minute of the game. Who do you think it was worth it for?
If you have the better late game, the equal trades, if it's just a 2-for-2, in a way, on paper, it always values Geek Fam. But at the same time, chaotic games like this is where RRQ kind of thrive. But it really seems like right now, it's like Dawn. When Dawn can do really well in these fights, get big damage, zone away the backline, that's where RRQ really gets a victory. When they're just all scrambling together and Dawn is kind of just moving back and forth, not really with a real purpose. Geek Fam just seems to have the better options, the better choices here. And the fact that Clay went with the flicker right now is really just punishing him so hard, because anyone that just jumps to the back, especially Luke, if he comes in on Clay with the Black Dragon form, he's almost forced to use it and still lose out on a bulk of his HP. Like RRQ, the only real times they were able to get massive value is with the shortcut, and they have to try and make plays with that as well.
Vin, an instant shortcut onto Ray, forcing the death to this welcome, but they're all calling the top point. Ray gets taken out, the Black Dragon form now used up defensively.
Dawn.
Meanwhile, a boy gonna be ran down by Dawn, but look at him now, he's gonna be caught, baited in right into the midst of it all. First blast, putting him down in the back, but it's Dawn for Ray to trade as of right now. Skylar chasing him down, but the Guiding Wind gets Beloyski enough of that shield to escape. Holy Crystal bought in, Irad with a taunt, and the Appraiser's Rat. Luke gonna be taken down, but he goes in for the Furious Stab and the Petrify, but Skylar is able to somehow get out of it again. Lycan Pounce onto the Lord. Geek Fam looking for a fight right now, but they don't have a jump. Irad still with a red tree. Geek Fam, no jungler, no Lord.
They tried to go for the steal with Chidera, but unfortunately it didn't work out for them. And now RRQ hold all the cards. Meanwhile, Geek forced to go on the defense. This is a 2,000 gold lead from RRQ. Is this the beginning of the end of Geek?
It's still very early on right here, and Geek, by all means, they are behind, but it's a 2k gold lead against a composition that has so much aggression, against a Natan, mind you. Especially once RRQ can push Geek towards the base, they still have to deal with the problem cracking open the base, and generally, so far, against Geek Fam, that has been difficult, but look at Dawn.
A sandwich maneuver with a Falling Star Moon, able to catch Chidera. No Purify, they dive straight onto him, but look at the Guiding Wind from Beloy. Vin cutting him off, putting the shortcut down to teleport now. They all try to go and dive in all the way, but no one's taking a portal. Vin is isolated in between the turrets. Ray's able to fend off from the rest of them, and now Irad goes in for the Razor's Wrap, but is caught isolated, Circling Eagle to knock him up into the Furious Tide, and into the chase down. Ray gets rid of Irad.
That was so unfortunate, right? It looked like such a great sandwich play maneuver by Vin, as well as the other members of RRQ to take Chidera down. But in the end, what was it? Was it a lack of communication? Was it a lack of synergy? What was the hesitation, commitment in that portal there?
It has to be a lack of communication. It seems like RRQ, they were gonna go for the turret, the dive, everything at the same time. And like I said, it seems like the play is being called as it's being made, not before. And that just leaves so much room for error, even though earlier, RRQ had waves to play around. They just lost so much value in that one fell swoop, but Vin, can he make something happen here?
Was it with a shortcut? He hesitated there. Bit of a miscall perhaps from RRQ as they wanted to go, but also they didn't. Dawn Chain CC'd, forced to use the Purify out. The Eternal Guard actually catches Chidera, but there's no one there to follow it up. Meanwhile, on the back line, look at the
damage. The follow-up. Skylar with the Lycan bounce, able to chase down all the way to the back line where Chidera will fall. Meanwhile, Geek chasing, kiting, sustaining. Luke finds the portal. He gets portal back in towards the top side and actually saves Skylar. A boy doing the same thing with a diversion, able to get out just in time towards the base, but Beloyski has been left for dead. Now it's Luke. One dragon against 4 members, 4 of the Kingdom soldiers. Luke will take it.
What in the world was that interaction? Skylar nearly gets taken out, but unfortunately for Luke, he gets portaled in towards the top side, denying that pickoff, and it gave RRQ everything. 3 members taken down for Geek. The Kingslayers, they're falling behind. I told you, right? Luck for the Kings. You never see it coming, but then it happens.
There's the portal, and now with the pressure, with Luke just now spawning, they're gonna go for the Lord. Dondo
into the back with the falling Starman, gets bursted down. Good disengage from Clay with the Eternal Guard and the choke point. RRQ got the Lord. They were able to disengage as well, but now Geek Fam are looking for more. They're trying to force a fight. And unfortunately, they cannot look for right now. RRQ too clean with it.
All right, finally, bit of a break. Like you mentioned, Eterna, though, there's just something about RRQ. Before the Lord was able to guarantee their victory, they're the portal, man. That was so confusing for a second. Like, wait, what happened? Where'd he go?
Yeah.
Was that a bug? But no, he just walked. He just grazed the portal. Once again, there was this momentum, but now RRQ, they have to try and play it slow, play with the waves here, right? Use this Lord to its maximum potential. They have the chip global presence. They have Vin already in position, and you can see that Dawn has been a big nuisance, and maybe now Chidera has enough damage to really shut him down, but it's still gonna take time, okay? So they have to try and slow it down. This is where they have to try and be patient.
They bet out the falling Star Moon, but yeah, Dawn, he's been key in these engages, man. He's gone to a point where he can sustain through the damage coming through from Geek Fam. Entropy up top, that's a risky maneuver. Look at Vin, straight into the back line he goes, waiting for the Entropy to pop, and now goes in on the Chidera, but a guiding win is there too. RQ but baited in, corralled over to the Kingslayers, and the Dragons will march down to the back with a Petrify onto Vin, and the Furious died defensively, catching Vin, but not able to take him down just yet. The guiding win grants them a little bit of that photo HP and shielding. Both teams disengaging, but Geek Fam dealing with the Lord.
It looks like Geek are already looking for ways to maneuver around the straightforward strategy that RRQ have time and time again utilized to success. We saw it kind of falter. RRQ are now aware of it. What is the next play that RRQ are going to do? Despite that though, Geek were unable to get a trade off. They were unable to get a pick onto RRQ. It was a beautiful cover from Vin as well in the backline to cover Skylar against the Black Dragon form coming in from Luke as well as the dive. So all in all, it looks like both of these teams, they're utilizing every single brain wave that they have.
All the waves.
All the waves.
Even the minion waves.
That's exactly what they need to be doing right here. But man, for Geek, they're really trying to make use of this double fake, right? The entropy into the guiding wind to make sure that RRQ, they have to try and use 2 ultimates or 2 skills to try and stop Chidera from being able to just slide out of those risky situations. For RRQ though, as long as they still have this gold advantage, this wave advantage, they can keep making plays for that Lord. And even if they don't really get Chidera, the fact that Chidera is zoned and has to spend so much time walking around trying to avoid the danger means that RRQ can shut down and really shred through Ray and Luke and the rest of the members that do get left behind. And mainly, with the guiding wind exclusively reserved for Chidera, Ray is the one that has been the main victim, the main hero that can be chased down and immediately taken out by RRQ. So that is something that now Geek Fam needs to try and solve. If RRQ jump towards them and go on Ray, what can they do? But look at his play!
A flicker by Beloyski. Not gonna work though. Vin! Straight up in the back with the flags touching Chidera. You can hear the kingdom erupt in the Jakarta International Velodrome as Beloyski escapes. They're running for the hills, and Dawn is the one who escorts them back to their base.
It's fitting. It's fitting, but this time the Kings will be the escorts. Ladies and gentlemen, the Kings are coming back. They're showing, they're giving The Kingslayers a run for their money here. Already pushing into this mid-side. Match point, they don't want to go down without a fight.
A full dive in the back line as Voloisky tries to give him enough HP. Luke with the Petrify, the Furious dive, but only connects onto your Rad right now. So the dispersion and the rotation has been used up by a boy getting the shielding. Dawn running him down. Voloisky still able to save him just for a bit. Jadera responds back and guns them down with entropy. Still a Terrify. Dawn buying the truncheon just in time. Jadera not timing it right. Getting the shield. Finn coming back with the shortcut as well. But no one's there. Skylar walks back up. Has to respect the damage from Jadera as now he gets Terrified again. Skylar has Lycan Pounce. Not able to find it. Skylar gets one last hit. It's a double kill. But the minion waves have been cleared. They're going for the desperate end. Dawn is tanking it up, but they all might just die to the waves.
No way.
To the base as well. Still though, with a Lord in the bottom lane, RRQ will miraculously be able to stay in the series, in the playoffs.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to game number 4. The Kings of Kings, they prolonged this series, held back their backs to the wall at match point. They're able to turn it around, giving them more time to recuperate, more time to recover.
Extending their run that much longer. And the arena erupts, man. That was a loud cheer from the crowd. Finally, a sign of life from RRQ. That crazy style. It even till the end, it felt like, okay, wait, is it over? Is it over? It's almost like you never know. But we'll take it. RRQ. One score for them. Potentially the beginning of a comeback, but we'll have to wait and see.
The comeback of their dreams for sure. The dreams that were crushed this last season by a reverse sweep by their opponents. Now it could be theirs to hold. 1-2.
You know, teams like Evos, teams like RRQ, teams with so much support from the people and the fan base, these are teams that you can't write off that easily, right? Because Evos have pulled similar things. They were back into a corner and they're able to turn things around. For RRQ, we're beginning to see the beginning of such things. With RRQ and Evos, again, you don't know what to expect. And I think people were already expecting a 3-0 victory for Geek. But RRQ have successfully forced a game number 4. Did you guys see their performance in game number 1 and game number 2? And then you saw them back in game number 4 and like, where did that come from? This is the RRQ that we were looking for, that we were waiting for all this time. And finally, we get to see them. The question is, can they stay consistent? Can they pull the same thing for the next series?
That's the big question. I think the draft, right? We're talking about this chip difference, how it's always been banned out, and RRQ are forced to just ban it away again and again. But see, when they do pick it up, we did mention it's going to be crazy, and it's not just them being aggressive and getting all success. There were moments there that it looked really shaky for RRQ as well, but we did mention RRQ, when it gets confusing, when it gets chaotic, that's where they somehow will find that one moment to really take over. And it just seems to be just the way RRQ is.
They're always somehow able to pull out these miracle games, but in this game, it didn't really feel like a miracle. It kind of felt like the same pattern from game 1, game 2, game 3. Whoever it is, whether it's RRQ or Geek Fam, who hold the early game advantage, they take over the game. And simply put, RRQ were able to construct a draft that helped them, that enabled them in the early game, constantly looking for fights, and all the way from the early stages, brother man, Jadera got dove on level 1. Remember, by Vin and Clay and Skylar all together. And it was all due to the better early game. But even in the late game, Dawn.
Player of the game, ladies and gentlemen, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A55 A35 5G. We were wondering how this EXP lane was going to go, and I think you mentioned that Yu Zong would have a little bit of a better time.
At least in the early game. But
yeah, but even then, right?
he was still able to actually be relevant. He wasn't really shutting down Luke completely, but especially in that mid game, once he has a few magic resistance items, I mean, if you look at his inventory right now, it's all magical defense. He knows that's his main job. He won't be taking a lot of physical damage as well. So Athena, Arena Armor, just to ensure that even when Shadera just goes all in to try and do damage to him, he can survive for that much longer. And from the mid to late game, we already mentioned it in the game earlier, but we'll say it again. When he was doing fine, when he can get his hands on the backline, and he's just calculated with it, he was just an absolute menace. And this was that dive we were talking about. It's out of nowhere. I think even Shadera was like, whoa, really? Level 2? And from there, they were able to get some success in these fights if they can make sure that, this is play from Luke, where he was that low, but he was able to just turn it around. Showing again that
these portals, man, they get you.
Oh man, this was an insane amount of damage coming in from Dawn as well. The fact that everyone was just corralled so far together, right, for safety, almost is counterproductive here when Dawn is in the picture. And Skylar, on an aggressive heroes, he knows what he wants, man. If he's given the chance to go 1v1 like that, he just goes all in.
One, though,
and this
right?
play.
Oh, like, what was the idea there? Was the idea really to burst the rat down? Could they have done it even if they got the circling eagle on him?
It would take a bit too long, and it would allow the team to really come back and fight. But yeah, this fight, again, they were diving in when the turret was still up. And Skylar here is hitting the turret, not hitting the heroes from the side of Geek Fam. So there's still a lot of crazy moments where you're like, wait, really? Coming in from RRQ. But they have the draft, like you mentioned, Mirko, to be aggressive, to be crazy, and it really worked out.
It was well played too, man. A winner crunching by that I think saved the game, because if it wasn't for that, they wouldn't have been able to tank up this much and go for Chidera. But then, you know, that dramatic moment always with RRQ victories. You gotta have that dramatic moment that gives the Kingdom a heart attack almost, right? Because I looked to my left and everybody was jumping, everybody was stunned for a moment. They thought they had lost the game they thought their players had lost the game to the base.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a Kingdom, and I kind of skipped a beat there as well. It's understandable. But at the end, Chidera, he wasn't enough to defend the base, especially with Skylar already on standby like that. But that was an 18-minute game. So notice the trend, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 18 minutes.
So you're saying RRQ needs late game? Or is it just getting longer and longer?
I just feel like RRQ, they're warming up, and now they're to that point where they might push it to even longer.
Ooh, reverse sweep RRQ?
It's possible.
After all the reverse sweeps done against them, it will be poetic if they finally get one done. And against the team that always figures out a way to do that to them.
Yeah, and like almost like a revenge situation if they can really pull it off.
Vengeful.
But again, aside from Dawn, obviously, I think Vin on the chip, I already talked about this chip being buffed, being strong. In that final fight, if you looked at the new asset we had, the team fight damage dealt, I believe the highest damage dealt in that fight was actually from Vin, if the stats were correct.
Wow.
At least in the initial catch. So I was like, wow, this chip actually building full tank is still bringing utility, but also a fair bit of damage here.
You do a surprising amount of damage on the chip, but another surprising damage dealer that has topped the charts. My goodness.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Sorry,
It's just done.
What was
damage? Done.
Enchanted Talisman, Oracle, Radiant, Athena Shield.
There's one magic item. The Enchanted Talisman is the only damage item. It was full defense, straight up.
Real quick though, is that a Lord for Vin?
I believe so.
So also, you know, people were saying about the legendary Vin on the chip, well, taking Lords as well. But yes, Dawn, he was just able to rack up all that damage, not by burst, right? Just by duration. The fact that he was just standing, maneuvering, and just doing consistent damage to everyone around him again and again. And with the guiding wind, it's almost like with a guiding wind, you're guaranteed to get at least 2 people next to each other. And Dawn absolutely took advantage of that to really try and do as much damage as possible. And the calculations were on point. Several times he was able to just get out barely with a sliver of HP. And usually against an Atan, against a Lo Yi, that's usually a bit scary, right? To try and attempt.
So in this case, why did the Esmeralda work out, where in game 1 it didn't?
I feel like it's because there's just a lot less damage available. There isn't really a lot of burst damage that can be used to deny and immediately lock down and destroy that Esmeralda before she can start dancing around, right? Getting some shields, getting some damage. And that's, I think, the main winning condition there.
So it's purely just burst.
Oh, and there's more frontline because the Chip and Fredrin now is the frontline, so the Esmeralda isn't actually the main focus target, right? So Vin will be going in with the portals. He'll take all that aggression, and Don comes in like, "What's up?" All fancy.
Can you do that again? Sorry, I didn't quite catch it. Did you guys catch it? I don't think they catch
we
it.
need a redo of that, you know?
We need a replay.
What did Don do?
Replay, sorry.
It just channels this falling star when it goes, "What's up?" Okay, I'm done.
You should have done, you know, the Esmeralda dance while you're saying "What's up," you know?
What's up?
There you go.
I like it.
We're not doing this.
I think he does the cosplay better than me.
Yeah, I was actually about to tell you because you've cosplayed Esmeralda before
Nah.
to do the Esmeralda dance.
No
but
competition,
You got
man.
beaten. You got beat
Yeah.
up by the GOAT. All hail, Don Esmeralda. I almost called you Don.
Dance off.
Who would win in a dance off?
Arashi.
Don, because he played Esmeralda. No other heroes were dancing there except Don.
The Don. Don the Don.
That's actually a really cool
Dawn?
nickname that we'll talk about. Well, maybe we can use the Don.
The Dawn,
The
there's a lot of
Dawn.
Kadia.
Yes.
Yeah?
Mhm.
Kadia.
100%. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, an invitation to join the Discord by clicking the following link or scanning the QR code down below. There it is. There's a QR code. There is the link. That's the
Kadia Gaming,
Kadia
at Kadia Gaming. There's the @ there's the tag, there's a link, there's a QR code. So many different options for you guys to go and follow. Check out the Discord, man. Come on.
I love being in the Discord.
How do you say Kadia though?
Kadia.
Ooh. Okay, that's pretty good.
Thank you.
How do you say Kadia?
Kadia.
All right. So, me, Lafel, Wolf. Okay, I don't. The M5 talents. We were all taught by Yasu.
Oh no.
Okay.
No one can beat
How do you
Yasu.
pronounce Kadia? So apparently it's Kadia.
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 Is it
Did I get it
Kadia
right?
or Kadia?
Kadia.
Kadia.
Like with a K.
Kadia.
Kadia.
All right.
There you go.
Get it right.
But how do you pronounce UBS? Because it could be UBS, it could be UBS.
It's Ubes.
But the pronunciation is just the best thing in the world, right? Get it now. Only 150 pieces available of the limited edition Benedetta, Electo Katana, and Mythic Warrior rings. It's finally out, ladies and gentlemen. We've been waiting the entire regular season for it, but now it's here. So don't forget to check out this collaboration. It's available offline at the event, or you guys can check it online at ubslifestyle.com and at the UBS Lifestyle e-commerce.
It's that simple,
I want it.
man. And
I want it.
good things come to those who wait. We've been waiting 9 weeks for this. Actually, with an extra 2 weeks of break,
Right,
we've been
yeah.
waiting 11 weeks for this. So after this, we're going outside to the merch store.
It's more, it's more.
Oh yeah, because we had the Lebaran holiday.
So we have
Hari holiday.
What's
yeah.
9 plus 2? 10. 10 weeks, ladies and gentlemen.
Excuse me, what?
That's how long that we've been waiting. It's a long time, 10 weeks.
Quick maths, ladies and gentlemen.
What, am I wrong?
On the desk.
For your
9
sake, no, you're not.
It's okay. It's
Wait,
okay.
can I count with my fingers?
We understand. It's okay.
You know?
Oh,
sometimes-
11!
Yeah.
It's
There you go,
11 weeks.
11 weeks plus 2.
11. 13.
And that's the season we're on.
Oh, coincidence?
I think not.
I think not.
That's what conspiracy theory is. You have to see between the lines, bro.
What's the hidden message?
See between the line of this match, Arashi. Will they equalize?
As an analyst.
As an analyst?
And then as a Kingdom fan.
Yeah.
It's
As an
possible.
RRQ fan.
Okay, as an analyst, it's possible. As a Kingdom fan, I hope so.
It's possible, and I hope so.
So yes and yes?
Yes.
What about you, Eternal? As a Liquid fan, yes.
Respect bands pay off. Will RRQ take the win in a show-off? Notice
Dude.
how I completely ignored Miracle, by the way.
Yeah, because I mentioned the wrong team. I was about to say, you know, as a Liquid fan, or I could have said as a Yaoi fan. But will it pay off for Arashi?
Will it pay off?
These respect bands.
Respect bands? I guess it will, but it depends on who you respect. That's the problem with Geek Fam every single time. Is it the roamer? Is it the mid lane? There's a lot of problems they're able to throw out. And the thing is, the pattern at least shows that when RRQ, well, they won when they won first pick. So we'll have to see if that is something that Geek Fam will allow, right? If they would go for the first pick instead and try and force RRQ into those weird early drafting phases.
Actually, that's true because loser picks the side, right? So with Geek losing that, ooh, this is
They can go back to blue.
Exactly.
feels like checkmate.
Feels like checkmate.
We'll see if it is checkmate because in a lot of cases, especially in MPL Philippines as well, day 1 all the way to day 2 of their playoffs, blue side had 100% win rate.
What's the rationale
100%.
behind that? Is it because if you're on blue side, you guys can go for the respect bans?
Yeah, technically.
It's purely because of that.
You dictate the matchup and you pick up the most prio hero. But let's say in the last game, right, for RRQ, they banned out the Hellcurt, the Angela, and the Faramis. That's all respect bans. We didn't see those three. Well, actually, the Faramis was banned in the first phase as well by RRQ in game 2 on red side. But then they were able to pick up Chip instantly, right? So when Geek leave open these kind of big picks, RRQ take it. And they make good use of it. And it's the same for Geek Fam. Always leaving the Harith open, always just banning out Skylar for the most part, forcing RRQ to choose which heroes they want to let go. And if it's a big pick like a Harith or a Chip, it could be game-changing. It could be game. It could be just game. It could be match. It could be GG right here.
But it's interesting, right? Chip being such a priority here. If I'm not mistaken, in other MPL regions, Chip is not...
Oh,
Is
after
it
the patch?
Yes.
It's, no,
is it because of
it's-
the extra shielding?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay,
That shielding is disgusting.
Especially against a team that likes to brawl that frequently. I mean, I was trying to get some analysis in that game. Every single time, I think there were like 3 sentences that weren't really interrupted by a fight. Everything else, yeah, okay, Beloyski was doing this. Whoa! Every single time.
That's what RRQ do on the Chip. I think that's what we can expect whenever a Chip is picked up, right?
True.
That's the tempo you want to play on as a Chip, and that's why you need something like a Roger. You need these big picks, and that's why I was kind of surprised that Geek Fam went for the Natan pick after seeing the Chip, because I thought they would actually want to take away these early game picks like the Roger away. So, because you can imagine Natan with the Chip, you're not going to be participating in those fights. You're not going to be taking the prize.
True. But with the Roger, right, that's where they were able to actually go all in aggressive. And again, like we were talking about earlier, Chidera went with a very farm heavy, like greedy
To live is to trick the
emblem
reaper.
setup. So maybe here, after that experience, he's gonna be a bit more respectful, go for like the tenacities or maybe the firmness potentially. We'll have to wait and see, man.
2-1 at the moment. We're still at match point. All eyes are on RRQ right now. Whether or not they can equalize a 2-2 against the King Slayers. Here it is, Geek with the first pick in the drafting phase of game number 4. Presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. We have the Claude, Natan, and Moscow band out once again. Respected. RRQ go for the Harith, Hellcurt, and the Chip. Geek are able to pick up their power in the Faramis, and RRQ respond with the Roger and the Fredrin. Remember, the Valentina has still been left open.
We'll have to see how this plays out right here. Raksha and the carry though. I wonder if the idea is to kite back, or is the idea to try and get someone that can lock down, to try and shred, or maybe they're gonna try and just use the carry as a deterrent. Whatever it is for RRQ right now, I think utility is still in the picture, unless they really want to go for the Valentina first. I feel like if they want to try and oblige in those team fights, they have to do so.
Where there is light, there are also shadows.
Oh, they don't go for it at all. They go for the Luoyi instead.
Interesting.
So, what's the plan? Do they still want to try and go for these macro plays, the same that they were able to do in game number 2, but 3, sorry. But honestly, Chip and Luoyi, they have a very different effect. Bin still has the stun, still able to corral very much quicker than the Luoyi.
And with the Chip, you can go and take the portal, but you can go back to where you came from. And that's something that a lot of teams have been able to take advantage of, right? You come in, you participate, and then you go back, like a good day's work in the office. With the Luoyi, it's a bit more all in, and of course, it's a lot less spontaneous, right? There's a cast time, a delay that the Chip doesn't really have to really deal with. So with the Roger and Fredrin, it's a good brawl, but against a Faramis, I feel like they really need something else here.
I think the Kaja would still be a good choice for both RRQ and Geek, honestly, right? We know the Kaja combination with the Luo Yi, so RRQ could just leave it open and pick it up themselves. They also have good burst damage for the Kaja follow-up. Once you go Divine Judgment, there's a Roger. They can take advantage of that. There's a Luo Yi burst as well. So that's why they banned Angela. They're just taking away sustain from Geek Fam, because it looks like Geek Fam are setting up for that kind of comp. Faramis Florin, Faramis Angela, sustain. Back and forth. Season 12 Geek Fam.
By the way, in Season 13 of MPL MY, Fredrin, Luo Yi, Chip, and Harith has become the hero with a 100% pick and ban rate during their playoffs. So you can imagine how much prio we saw at MY, but we're also seeing the exact same thing happening here at Indo. Right? Chip, Luo Yi, always the picks coming through. Angela banned out, Charizla banned out. Ladies and gentlemen, back into the drafts. RRQ, what is the answer now?
Ooh, for RRQ, I feel like utility can be great here. If they want to go and match up with damage, carry is kind of, especially in the late game, just so difficult to match when it comes to just single target damage. And especially with the Netherrealm, I feel like crowd control would be their best bet to try and make sure that they can keep a Geek from actually doing damage, not by tanking, but by actually throwing out some stuns, some catches to try and threaten Chidera from moving forward as well. There we go, it's going to be a Minotaur. Considering the short range available, it's a very good pick to try and really punish the crowding nature of Geek. Will the Esmeralda make an appearance though, considering the situation here? For Geek? For RRQ, considering that everyone's going to be corralling around the same way. Of course, against a Baxia, the shielding and regeneration is going to be cut down by quite a bit.
I mean, it's possible, right? But we were worried about the burst against the Esmeralda with the competition that we see right now. Oh no. Beloyski gets his Franco, and Luke gets his Lapu Lapu. These are two power picks. The question is, in the early game, who will be able to follow up on these hooks, right? It's not a Luo Yi, it's not a Vexana, this is a Faramis.
I think for RRQ now, it's about getting someone tanky to be in the front, right? We saw the same idea. If there's some utility heroes for RRQ, someone needs to take the mantle of the main front line. Against a Franco carry, someone that can actually open up the bush, right? Someone immune or someone who can actually tank a lot of damage, I think is necessary here if they want any kind of control over the map. It's going to be an Arlet though.
There you go, additional CC to play with. There's a lot. I think almost everyone, yeah, could try to reset the vengeance for him. Luo Yi, everyone except Roger, really. So good draft for RRQ as well. They couldn't have gone for the Esmeralda this time. They're up against a Baxia, Franco, and a carry. So many ways to punish that Esmeralda, but late, wow. Early, mid, and even late on RRQ.
I think the interaction between the Franco and the Minotaur is going to be interesting, right? Because we've seen some results where the Minotaur can counter-engage the hooks coming in from Franco, especially if the follow-up is short range. And let's take a look at Geek. Faramis, not long-ranged. Baxia, we have Carry as well. Lapu Lapu, these are very short-range heroes and melee at that. So I'm wondering if Geek can actually outmaneuver these kinds of plays. But ladies and gentlemen, once again, match point for the Kings of Kings. The Kingdom, again, corralling everything they have got. The cavalry, the knights, everything in their arsenal to try and make it against the Kingslayers. One more match is all it takes for Geek to step forward.
Raise your banners. RRQ versus Geek Fam, a possible equalizer that will take us to a Game 5 and a possible reverse sweep from RRQ, reversing what happened to them just last season.
Looking at some of the emblems right here, Vin with the Williams Blessing, you can see a lot of attempts to really roam around, it seems like, from RRQ. And really like this approach from Vin and Dawn, right? Both can kind of cover for each other. They jump on the Minotaur, the final slash can come. If they jump on the Arlet, then the Minion Fury can be used to really cover. But they have to be really in sync with each other though, so we have to see if RRQ will be able to do so. It's Beloyski. He's going for these really high value hooks from so far away, but as a result, the landing rate of those iron hooks are a lot lower.
So there's absolutely no purifies, by the way, from the side of RRQ. Will that be a mistake? We'll see. I mean, so far Beloyski has launched 2 hooks that we've seen. Both of them have not met the landing, but this is still earlier on. Okay, so that's 3-0 now.
Yeah, 0-3 on that hit rate. You know what's a fun fact? Geek Fam are taking a page out of Rebellion's book. This is the combo that we are used to seeing from Rebellion, the Baxia and the Franco. Vincent and Audi TZ usually to secure the iron hook.
So the mini knockback into the iron hook. And we'll see again with RRQ having very good counter engage. As long as Clay or Skylar doesn't really become the main target, they can really turn all these big fights around. Geek already trying to make a advance towards the jungle, but RRQ, they are prepared.
They missed the whole wave in the bottom lane though. And because of that, Beloyski is not level 4. RRQ have an advantage in this turtle. Irad first on this turtle. As Luke hovers around as a final slash with Flicker combo. Coming down another realm to get the mount, and Finn slams his hammer, picks up the turtle. Beloyski with a Flicker defensively, and a boy getting chased down by Irad, who takes him out with a stab in front. Dawn stunned up. Luke dodging away from Razor's grab with Ray, picks up a double, so it ends up being equal K! Flickers forward, finds a dispersion, and gets one back. Irad very aggressively moving forward, but now Luke tries to sandwich him down. Geek Fam, will they continue? A diversion by Clay defensively, and Ray tries to jump on Irad.
Essentially, that's a 3-for-2. Arashi, RRQ pick up 2 kills, traded back, but they were able to secure the neutral objective.
A bit of a scary situation though. The fact that RRQ have, again, all these big teamfight tools, and they did get the massive combo, a massive Minion Fury on multiple members. I think 4 members, if I'm not mistaken. And even then, it's still a somewhat even trade. I think RRQ, especially against a team like Geek Fam here, needs to be a bit more careful there.
Going back to the point that you were making, Miracle, earlier on, they haven't utilized it. They haven't utilized the Baxia and the Franco combo just yet, and it looks like every time Beloyski is looking for a pick, he doesn't get it. So the value that they are supposed to be getting from the Franco pick, especially from the early stage of the game, pre-level 4 especially, they haven't felt it at all.
Unity though, that's the combo with Iron Hook. No Bloody Hunt just yet. Whoa. That's a knockdown, and Minions Fury. Another round coming down, but Luke using the Brave Spider, able to knock up again, and Clay just utilizes the damage, dispersion, and the rotation. 2-man stun from Luke. And Ray picks up the killing spree. Meanwhile, Flicker can pounce from Skylar. The lockdown with the final slash into the Vengeance resets, and now another dive in towards Luke. But he's able to flicker out. Look at the top lane. Chadera just munching on that turret as Ray tries to give him some more space, making Skylar miss out on that whole gold cannon minion.
But it looks like even then, Chidera is still behind.
Definitely isn't supposed to be winning in this matchup. And he did go, by the way, for the tenacity and the firmness in his emblems. Now he's respecting
and warrior boots first.
Yep, he knows that there's going to be a lot of damage, but oh, look at this.
Another attempt. Ray jumping forward with the shield unity into the iron hook, dying to be locked down completely. Still able to find a final slash. Oh! Rad secures the turtle. Luke the bravest fighter now with a few slashes down onto Don. Picks up a kill. It's a 1-for-1 trade on an iron hook as well to disengage as Luke gets chased down by Clay. Trying to dodge away from the dispersion by Clay. Now a flicker from Vin into Clay's damage. RRQ with another winning team fight.
Geek Fam, they gotta be careful, man. The mid game from RRQ with all these teamfight tools and a Roger and a Fredrin. And there's a lot more fighting power behind their composition. But on the other hand, Skylar has been somewhat left alone, but he's still been able to actually pick up 1 kill. So I think Geek Fam have to try and find ways to slow it down. Unfortunately for them, though, with the roamer being a Franco, he's kind of forced to be a bit more aggressive.
The Kingslayers, they're losing their tempo. They're losing this tempo in the playoffs, where they have gone on a 7-win streak since Season 11 against RRQ. They were a game away. And RRQ are putting up this much of a fight. Let's hope mentality is on their side because momentum definitely isn't.
Oh, Wicker Bloody Hunt into the council. Vinminus Fury under the turret. Down with resets on the Vengeance. Boloyski pushed it down. The turret's still standing and they re-engage perfectly. RRQ defend the turret and take one member. A boy pulled back. Shadow Stampede. Bring two members back for Jadira. A free hit. And he is able to find one Irad in the back. Gets a stab down onto a boy. And just like that, it ends up being 2 for 1.
What a great play from RRQ. The read, the diversion before Geek Fam even initiate on that play. A great read from RRQ, and how good has Dawn been in this game, man. Luke now trying to find something. Bravest Fighter out.
Even the second part of the Bravest Fighter used up defensively. Iron Hook also not connecting. Geek Fam still going for it very desperately. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Rogers making his way back towards the turtle to fight. Another missed hook. Boloyski has been missing, whiffing every single shot. Uncharacteristic of the Franco main himself. Conceal. Final slash to the flicker, finding a boy. Don't able to find a play right now. The Bravest Fighter is going to be used up to the back line where Clay is able to flicker up just in time. Loop for the take, but Finn getting roared down. Skylar now all alone. 1v4 gets 2. Luke trying to run away. Skylar going to be dealt with now as an Appraiser's track connects on the Luke, and one last stab from Irad takes him out. 3-4-3.
It's a 3-4-3.
Very low. Meanwhile, Ray trying to go up against Irad, who still continues this damage onto Beloy. Clay, full HP back again on the turtle.
Ray's not full though. Is he gonna go for a certain item or is he going to go for a recall? A boy back in the mix. But the rest of the members are back as well. Turtle is super low at this point. It looks like RRQ should be able to get this uncontested. The Geeks, they don't want to risk anything more.
Wow, man.
And the steal! Irad did not retreat the turtle, you retreat the purple buff away from Ray.
Wow. When RRQ are on fire, everything just seems to go well for them. Even Clay, who we were kind of doubting, 5-1 right here, and Irad with a 4-0. Even though it's not going as one-sidedly as RRQ would want, they are still getting all the meaningful victories when it comes to the objectives, when it comes to the structures. Even in the bottom side, during the whole sequence, they're able to actually get the bottom side turret with a big play from Skylar, just cutting the waves and allowing the minions to just get that bottom turret for free. Went for the diversion play right here, but they won't be able to find anything just yet. This is where Geek usually start making big plans. Is it a mistake though?
Onto Irad, he calls the Iron Hook and the Bloody Hunt with a Shadow Stampede. Done! Fight the 3-man final slashes. Irad is going to be able to get taken down. Finn as well, falling. Janera melting everyone. RRQ made a misstep. The Shadow Stampede drags them back to hell, where Geek Fam completely take over. It's a wipeout for the Kingslayers.
They're back in the mix of it all, ladies and gentlemen. The Kingslayers, they want to stay the Slayers. They don't want to be the King Slaves. And they go for a wiped out in the 9th minute of the game, completely turning things around. Look at the space, look at the comeback. Chidera gonna be able to get this tower in the bottom side. The mid tower falls, the top side falls. And despite everything, Geek are now holding control over the 2K gold lead that previously was RRQ's.
RRQ just going completely full, all in, engage every single time. And the issue is Chidera has a Purify. So when these fights are happening, they're trying to match the Netherrealm with crowd control, but Chidera is just constantly hitting again and again. That is something that they really have to try and maneuver around or plan against somehow. Because if they just keep going for these big combos with a Final Slash and Minion Fury, it's been proven about twice right now that it doesn't really work as well as they really wanted to.
Oh, Irad very close to being hooked there.
Irad level 12 right now, but so is Ray. Uh-oh, conceal play.
Onto Irad again. Able to dash away once again, Irad. Very slippery, Fredrin.
Not going to be able to get taken out just yet, but it looks like both of these roamers are looking for that loophole. Because technically, if Geek want to go for a full 5v5, RRQ, they have a lot of tools to play with. They're also anticipating the fact that Clay can utilize the diversion to look for a proper back door. But it doesn't look like Clay want to open it up just yet. That nearly lands, but it doesn't. Look at this chess match. Look at the mind games happening between both of these teams.
The Skylar is just comfortable leaving the team to go on the other side. These hooks are getting more and more dangerous just due to how the teams have been able to get items to really get the power spikes. Shadera with the Wind of Nature right now means that Dawn and Irad can't really zone him away as reliably.
Oh, there we go. Dodges. Not the right engage though. They don't want to go for Dawn. They want to go for Irad. Final slash onto Ray with the poisons as well, but the boy comes in with another realm just in time. Vin pulled back, and the Bloody Hunt catches him. Luke jumps in with the Ravens Spider. That's a kill picked up by Ray. Meanwhile, now Dawn goes into the backline with the Brazers Wrath locked in as well. Chidera still free hitting in the back while Shadow Stampede gets used up. Once again, Dawn will fall. Irad dashes out to safety. Geek Fam winning in this fight, but only by 1 kill.
But Dawn gets caught really low. This is going to force him to recall. And it looks like Clay is going to. I think he's going to divergent him back into the Lord dance. But they don't go for it. They know that they have enough time. They don't want to waste in that resource. A boy going to be able to clear in this mid side, and it's a complete reset for both these teams.
Oh. Okay, it's a bit of a scouting diversion right here. RRQ, they're trying to stabilize back. The fact that Fredrin can heal up technically by just farming in the jungle, and there is a diversion to be used, gives them a bit of an edge. But on the top side, the wave has done its job for RRQ, pushing the turret. It didn't get the turret, and now it's bouncing back for RRQ. So now there's a bit more urgency for RRQ to try and get something decisive right here. But they just have to find Chidera, and he's been so elusive in these fights, man. He knows he doesn't have to force anything.
Do they really want to go for a team fight here, though? Clay doesn't have Flicker. Skylar doesn't either.
Looking for diversion play, maybe.
But who you send back?
Man, too many questions. And there's so much risk involved with every single one of these options for both these teams. Ray's trying to make a play, though.
Opening up the map, trying to find a shield unity. Good spacing by Dawn. Irad holds on to the Lord once again. Beloyski looking for the Iron Hook! Oh, Irad's playing with fire!
You can see how much pressure is on both of these teams. Geek want to close this out as soon as possible, but for RRQ, it's not just about winning the game. If they lose it, it's not just about losing the game. It's about losing their entire playoff run and their contention for MSC.
Oh! That's an Iron Hook into the Bloody Hunt, into the Shadow Stampede, into the damage of Chidera, who melts him down. A good Appraiser's Wrath gets them low, but another realm grants him another HP. Marvin! With a Minion's Fury into the back, and Skylar with a Lycan Pounce. Finds Chidera, shuts him down. The re-engage was perfect for RRQ.
That's a 1-for-2 trade, but Chidera is gone. Ladies and gentlemen, I repeat, Chidera is gone. RRQ with 4 man up. They're gonna go for the blitz here. A boy, Luke, Ray, they seem to be in the vicinity. Do they want to go for a miracle play?
Look at the health bars. Ray with the shield unity into the Raven Spider. Now into the Appraiser's Wrath, and Clay! Dispersion, rotation, and elimination. Skylar chasing a boy. Running into the hills he goes, a boy. And the Lord goes in favor of RRQ.
What a game we have on our hands, man. The fact that Geek were able to get the pickup onto Dawn, it seemed like it was over, but RRQ, they find the play, they find Chidera. Now with the Lord, they can play some macro planning to really get their hands on Geek Fam. Looking at the in-game equipment, you're approaching that late stage, and Skylar is full built. He's going for a swap here, it seems like. But Chidera isn't really on full yet, and look at Beloyski!
An Iron Hook in the midst of it all, Dawn with the final slash as well. Minions Fury won't be used up just yet. In the midst of it all, still going to be Dawn uses the Vengeance now. Minions Fury catches onto all of them, but it's into tier 2. They're fighting without the Lord, and an Iron Hook again connects onto Clay, who's able to flicker out. Luke unable to find the stun onto him. Skylar, Lycan pounds in the mid lane, trying to look for a tier 2, but there's no minions. The rest of Geek Fam rotating up top to clear the Lord. There are more waves to deal with as RRQ continue the siege.
They can't maximize the value. They can't go in for the inhibitor turrets, but these outer turrets have been taken down. Except for this bottom lane, ladies and gentlemen, with 2 members taken off the board, Geek have successfully been able to defend this one. I think we're gonna go to a replay now. Take a look at how this all unraveled. That's an Iron Hook from so far away.
And look at how much is used to try and stop the initial engage. And look at how far back the real damage dealers for the side of Geek Fam are. Even though Vin is able to knock the majority of them up, it doesn't really matter because it doesn't last for that long. And at the same time, when Geek Fam is doing damage, Clay can't really output that 8 and 2 and 7 low Yi damage, which is very critical. Now they're grouping together, trying to maybe, lay a trap for Baloyski, who's been fishing around for a bit more value. And if they can get a massive diversion play here, they might be just saving that option for when the Lord is up though. The less you use it, the more surprising it can be in theory.
Back to that slow game. No neutral objective. They have to be very careful. With a diversion ready, with an iron hook ready, there are tools from both to look for pickoffs.
Everyone's on their toes right now. They understand the risk. More so for RRQ. Again, if they lose this game, they say goodbye to playoffs. They say goodbye to MSC. They say goodbye to Riyadh. And they say goodbye to that life-changing prize pool. Baloyski unable to get that hook in as they still look for more. The calm before the storm takes one mistake to turn things around.
They go for Don. They get Don. Vin! Once again with a flicker forward. Don with final slash as well. Right in the midst of it all. Luke gonna be able to use the bravest fighter as Don gets melted down. Luke flickering backwards. They have found Don. And look at the timer. Couldn't have been more perfectly rad. All alone. But look at the diversion into the back as well. This is all just a diversion for them to jump on Chidera. Skylar, Lycan, Pouch, Chidera kiting. Minus Fury used up, but Chidera will fall to Vin when he slams the hammer down. Irad was only a distraction.
That was an amazing bait by RRQ. You'd think it'd be catastrophic for them to lose Dawn, but they lose Chidera and Ray in the process. The two core members for this lore to take. And this should be it. A boy looking for a miracle.
Everybody looking for a miracle, even Luke. But he's forced to use the bravest fighter defensively. Skylar wants to go in, baits out the Netherrealm and runs back.
That's it. A perfect Lord for RRQ.
Every single time, it seems like, oh, RRQ, you're letting someone get jumped on by Geek Fam. It has turned out to be a misdirection. And right there, we called it, right? They're gonna wait for the Lord to go for a diversion play. We just didn't expect it to go quite like that. Now with the Lord go, it's a great opportunity for RRQ, but they have to try and be smart about this. Geek Fam, they have the late game carry damage and they have the fairness. They can't just go for a wild dive right here. They have to try and go for like a 3-wave push, avoid getting hooked, and take down these structures before they can even attempt at doing anything. And you have to keep in mind, Geek Fam have the advantage of having a fair miss. He can get taken out and respawn a lot faster than a lot of these members, and Geek Fam is notorious for using that passive to their advantage.
Let's hope it's enough. Look at the siege coming through. All the waves are pushing. Woo. The dodge, the quick feet, they're coming to play right now. But remember, Clay still has the diversion. Can utilize to go for a different angle.
Only one wave, and there's a wave into the top lane. Ray with the poisons used up already. Irad locking him down now with the dispersion and the rotation, forcing another realm out. Chidera doing work on the Lord. Irad very low. Vin marching forward. Minus Fury defensively flickering backwards, but is able to find two. A full final slash into a dispersion. A boy finds the Ghost Bursters as he pulls Dom back, but he's still able to find the vengeance. And now, Skylar continues the onslaught, continues to run the Kingslayers down. Baloyski has been taken out, a boy against the world. Skylar now leaving Lycan Pals the final one to pick up an unofficial Maniac. The Kingdom erupt. Brick by brick they have built back the Kingdom's foundation. One game to go.
They've done it. RRQ Hoshi have equalized the series 2-2. It felt like everything was put up against them. It felt like the odds weren't in their favor. But with the support of their people, with the support of the Kingdom, they have arisen and they will force this to a full best of 5.
What a series.
What a turn of events.
What a turn of events. And what better stage to play this incredible series than on the MPL ID stage in the Jakarta International Velodrome. With perfect objectives, Iran leads RRQ to match point.
And it's official, I believe. None of the casters have predicted correctly.
No. Wait, somebody went 3-2.
Oh, really? Is it KB? Sounds like a K. No, KB went 3-0.
Someone went 3-2, but in favor of RRQ. That person could be correct.
Ranger Amas?
Is it Ranger Amas?
Could it be Momo-chan?
Could be.
Could be Momo-chan. It was Momo-chan on the left.
Momo-chan.
Yeah.
Wow, man.
Look at the fans. I mean, what is a kingdom without their people? Right? And with this much support, with this much corralling behind them, they have already turned so many expectations around. It was 3-1 for Geek, 3-0 for Geek. Now we're back to a 2-2.
And I ain't trying to be like a killjoy, but the last time we saw Geek Fam push back, they brought out the solution. I'm kind of nervous to see if that is something that we can expect.
What do you think?
It's possible. I mean, do you think that Chidera is underperforming?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I feel RRQ have just been outperforming Chidera with those flanks. They've been really creative with the Luoyi, with the chip as well. And now we're 2-2.
Oh, man.
I'm impressed by Skylar. No, wait, Skylar is a given. I'm impressed by Dawn. We didn't see this kind of, I mean, we saw it a few times. Like, it was there, but that glimmer didn't last very long in the regular season. But again, it seems like he's fired up. The plays that he goes for, the life-changing final slashes that ultimately gave the win on a silver platter for the rest of the members to follow up on with the damage, Clay's macro plays. Arashi, your team.
I mean, I'm smiling.
What's going on?
You know, you gotta believe sometimes. I keep saying that. But man, if you guys notice, Coach Field passed by, he looked at the supporters and went,
calm down, one more.
One more.
One more.
That's cool. That's main character energy from Coach Field. Man, what? Oh, I'm so nervous right now because honestly, either way, whoever comes out on top, I think it has been an insane series, completely entertaining, and I think no real fan base can really say that, oh, our team underperformed in this match.
For sure.
Who would have expected?
Arashi.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah. But I mean, speaking of this incredible Game 2 victory to equalize, Arashi mentioned all the way in the first game, before the first game even started, the RRQ are a momentum-based team. So they have the momentum in their hands right now. It's a 2-0 in the last two games.
Have we seen this for Geek though? Them winning 2-0,
Yes.
equalized, and then they win?
They lose. Season 11 playoffs, when they made it to the play-ins, first match, first day, they were up against Evos. They won 2-0, and then Evos reverse swept them.
So this is a problem.
It's a problem, and it happened in an odd season as well.
I mean, you gotta be fair. Evos, match point Evos is a whole different beast, and we have this whole thing going on, but for sure, I do think that's still a bit dangerous though, because Geek Fam, I've always been vocal about saying that they're really good the longer the game goes, when Beloyski can kind of start playing some mind games. But right now, with the kind of momentum that RRQ has, maybe they're the ones that are, you know, when you're trying to scare someone and you're like, oh, he's gonna flinch, but he doesn't. It feels like almost like Beloyski is trying to figure something out, how to scare RRQ. But RRQ with the momentum is just going at it, and it's just throwing off all the calculations from Beloyski. Brute force.
I mean, to be honest, RRQ, what do they have to lose, right? I think a lot of people already wrote them off for playoffs as a whole, right? So nobody expected this. I don't think they were even prepared themselves to be able to get to playoffs. And they finally get to this point, and they're like, you know what? Win or lose, we're just lucky to be here, right? But you know who wasn't lucky? Geek, because of this performance by Dawn, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone, the Samsung Galaxy. He performed so well in the previous game, and now he performs this well, whether it be on the Esmeralda, the Arlet. What happened? I mean, look, don't look at the KDA, right? Because it doesn't reflect properly
True.
on what he was able to do. What changed with Dawn?
Because he's no longer Dawn, Eterna. Excuse you. He's the Dawn.
Oh.
The Dawn. He was just so good, and it really seems that he has a goal in mind. He wants to be disruptive. He wants to be a coverage tool. He did not care if he gets taken out, and he was able to survive for so long. Here's the clear the game highlights for our official gold partner Ube as gold. All the way from the early game, Dawn was just so actively making plays happen left and right. And like you said, Eterna, the KDA does not reflect his impact here at all. Because for the most part, we talked about how if Vin wants to try and have utility from this Minotaur, someone else has to bear the burden of being the main sandbag. Well, Dawn absolutely bore that burden, and even though Geek were able to really come back, especially after this one massive play, overall, I think RRQ's decision-making, adaptation in this game, again, the mind games, the crazy maneuvers they were able to make, it's just so good. Even Clay here flickering onto Chidera to pressure him away from his team so that he can't have any backup. Look at that. Like, what happened, man? Something happened between game 2 and 3, for sure.
Yeah, I gotta give a shout out though to Irad. My personal choice this whole game is playing so good. Only dying once as well. Securing 3 objectives, turtles, and then Lord as well.
Avoiding hooks,
playing with fire, and remember, that was the crucial way to win. He was always able to bait the Lord, go back and forth with the Lord, while also dodging the hooks, and he played it perfectly.
Definitely.
Still in the moment, man, you know.
I'm still
Like,
wondering. We'll talk about that later, but yeah, see? I told
Yes.
you.
Yes,
guys.
Eterna.
I told you. I told
pattern.
you.
Game 1?
10 minutes, 15 minutes, 18 minutes, 20 minutes.
20 minutes. All right, so next
23
game,
minutes?
57. Oh, yeah, that's what I mean.
It's a bit extra, but man, not a single neutral objective towards Geek Fam. It's almost as if RRQ kind of... Nah, I was about to say that maybe they kind of changed their approach when it comes to neutral objectives. But honestly, I feel like, especially in the early game, it was still the same kind of playstyle, just aggressive, just brawly. They just are more in tune right now. Maybe, like you said, Mirko, it's the momentum, right? That allows everyone to be in the zone, more focus, better communication, right? Everyone's kind of in the same mindset. It's subtle, but there will be a lot of differences when that, when the team is just tuned in it.
I personally dislike the Franco pick. I don't understand. Maybe you guys can clarify. Was this like them trying to take away the Franco pick from Vin? Like, what's going on? Because I don't think that Franco synergizes well against the Faramis. I understand that Franco and Carry have been a combo since way back when, but it still needs time. That burst of damage from the Carry does still need time, and that is enough of a loophole for RRQ to utilize to go for the counter engage. We saw that time and time again. We saw it with the Arlet, we saw it with the Minotaur. There are just so many ways for them to go for the counter engage. Meanwhile, Geek aren't even able to get one pick.
In that way, I can kind of agree, but I'll just have to say that both these compositions, it was a bit more 50-50, especially in the early game, right? Because in neutral objective control, it's definitely RRQ, 100%, with an Arlet, with a Minotaur, with a Fredrin. But I'm talking about before that. There were so many hooks that they should have been able to get early on with the shield unity combo that they didn't. Beloyski whiffed a bit too many times, and he went very uncharacteristic. Beloyski miss, and he always, he went for the high risk, high reward hooks. If he had gone even one hook, I think it would have changed the trajectory of the game and the trajectory of the gold difference.
There are mountains and rivers this time.
There are even
very scenic landscape.
There's even a trench down there.
Yeah.
This went boom. And shout out to Clay as well, though. He was the guy who was collecting all those kills, providing all that initial damage and crowd control before Skylar can swoop in for the cleanup. And you can see that when he was unable to really get out his damage, it was a bit more difficult. I really feel like the idea, though, for the Franco is that, okay, they have a really good teamfight composition.
Wow, we
Let's
look different.
pull someone. Yeah, I don't know if the audio.
Oh,
was
that's
still
what
playing.
you were doing.
But yes, let me continue.
Yes, sorry, Rashi.
He'll hook someone, and then even if there's a counter engage, that way the engage doesn't really reach the carry, right? Even Clay was trying to find ways to get his spells onto Chidera. And again, it was just denied because the fight was initiated by a hook. So I think that's like the initial idea, which is why in the end, knowing that that's the case, again and again, like, okay, we're winning, we're snowballing, we have all this AoE, crowd control, minion, fury, final slash. How are we still losing? Oh, it's Chidera. They go for these flanks, and you know, you can't purify from pure damage, right? Which is why we saw Clay even flicker out, because he knows that he is one of the main guys who has to try and get that damage, burst through that wind of nature. So I think that's where the Franco was supposed to be used, but then RRQ found a way around it.
I have a question about a certain interaction.
Ooh.
This is very specific.
Okay.
We can actually check it out during the break. So maybe we'll just do that first.
Sure.
Before I ask, okay? I know you guys are curious, right? You wanna know what we're
What is
talking
it?
about? Too bad.
Too bad?
Too bad, because we're going on a break.
Well, we'll talk about it
later on. Maybe I won't talk about it.
All right.
What if I don't want to talk about it later?
Well, maybe
That's your
Moko
choice.
and Mongstar will talk about it.
Maybe. So
Hope
let's take
so.
to them. See you guys.
Namun tentu saja di sini tim RRQ seperti nggak mau kalah. Mereka mengejar poin di game ketiga dan juga game keempat. Jadi kita mau kasih semangat dan suaranya untuk tim RRQ. Wow. Kingdom benar-benar masih semangat juga dan kita ngelihat bahwa kalau di playoff ini mereka juga tentunya punya mimpi yang sama, yaitu menjuarai dan juga tentu saja mewakili Indonesia, Monik.
Betul sekali di MSC 2024. Dan kali ini bukan hanya player-player yang semangat, tapi juga tentunya di sini super fans berjuang di Velodrome Jakarta. Wah, ini full house sekali, meriah sekali dukungan-dukungan dari Geek Community dan juga Kingdom.
Yes, mereka sudah berkumpul di sini, namun ada yang menarik perhatian Bude nih.
Apa tuh Bude?
Biasa Bude lagi scroll, ketemunya di scroll.
Oh, kali ini?
Kali ini muncul dan sepertinya Bude mau langsung minta aja untuk di-review nih MPL-nya.
Wah.
Siska Cole, hello!
Welcome! Wow, boleh dong Siska Cole kan tadi Bude katanya boleh dong kita dengerin reviewnya dari Siska Cole tentang MPL. Boleh dong Siska?
Boleh dong, mari kita review.
Mari kita review.
Gimana, rame kah game atau ada game? Kan ini kali pertama loh Bude yang ketemu Siska Cole di MPL. Gimana pengalaman pertama di MPL?
Seru banget di sini. Semuanya pada seru banget.
Oh iya, emang sih memang mereka benar-benar bersemangat, tapi kok di sini Siska Cole biasanya gandengnya Just No Limit, terus babynya juga sekarang kok bawa Hanzo ke sini ya? Ini siapa nih?
Lo.
Bude pikir Just No Limit lagi watch party, ternyata ini Just No Limit.
Iya.
Oh buset.
Halo.
Bener, halo. Coba dong disapa dulu Jess, membuktikan bahwa ini adalah Just No Limit gitu.
Halo semuanya.
Halo semuanya, wah Bude kalau ngomongin Just No Limit ini bisa dibilang nih legendnya MPL, bukan hanya MPL, kayaknya legendnya MLBB. Wah ini luar biasa sekali. Jess, gimana rasanya kembali lagi di stage MPL?
Rasanya seru banget ya nonton match MPL. Karena kita bisa lihat tadi perangnya itu benar-benar seru banget. Saling membalikan keadaan terus dan benar-benar timnya kompak banget. Dan ketika kita nonton MPL langsung di tempat itu benar-benar suasananya beda banget ya sama nonton online ya. Karena benar-benar supporternya itu benar-benar meriah banget.
Vibes-nya beda langsung.
Seru banget, seru banget.
Tapi ada yang berbeda juga karena kita bisa melihat Just No Limit cosplay hari ini. Ini temanya apa? Apakah ada acara khusus kalian hari ini?
Ada, nanti ditunggu aja ya. Ada video khusus nanti.
Waduh, semuanya pasti menantikan ya Monik ya?
Betul, kayaknya. Tapi boleh nggak sih di spill dikit? Apa disuruh tunggu aja nih?
Dinantikan saja.
Dinantikan aja Bude ya.
Ditunggu aja. Dan ngelihat sekarang kan kayaknya season 13 ini watch party juga kan Jess juga melihat. Gimana sih akhirnya ini 6 tim ini yang masuk ke babak playoff? Gimana ngelihat 6 tim ini?
6 timnya benar-benar kuat-kuat banget ya. Karena kemarin juga saya sempat nonton yang sebelum di playoff, itu benar-benar timnya itu banyak banget yang improve dari semenjak dari regular season ke playoff ya. Jadi kayak ya kejutannya seru banget gitu ketika nonton match ini barusan juga. Gitu.
Banyak kejutan Bude. Tapi ngomong-ngomong soal MPL, boleh dong tanyain Siska Call dulu nih. Siska Call, sekarang nih sejak sama Just No Limit jadinya sering push rank gak nih?
Sering.
Sering.
Pakai role-nya apa ini?
Angela.
Sesuai banget ya sama karakternya Siska Call.
Tapi menarik, dimana kan mantan pro player, sang suami. Ada nggak sih bedanya bermain sama mantan pro player kayak gitu yang sekarang juga masih aktif, membuat konten Mobile Legends? Ada nggak mungkin dikasih tahu apa atau perbedaan apa?
Dikasih tips sama menang terus jadinya.
Menang terus Bude, itu kuncinya kemenangan dari Siska Call ya. Jadi tips-tips dari Just No Limit. Tapi kalau tadi Bude udah ngomongin ya ini tentang tim-tim yang ada di MPL Indonesia. Tapi kalau Just kita lihat nih hari ini di match pertama ada Geek Fam dan juga RRQ. Menurut kamu gimana nih prediksinya?
Agak sulit ya sepertinya ya. Karena tadi kita mungkin bisa ngelihat Geek sempat unggul, habis itu dibalikin, RRQ unggul lagi, habis itu dibalikin lagi. Jadi agak sulit diprediksi ya. Jadi seru banget momennya ngebalikin terus gitu. Jadi ya mungkin nggak tahu sih siapa ini.
Udah sapcip-cup aja ya sepertinya nanti ya. Dua-duanya sama-sama kuat jadi gitu. Itu kan kalau dari kacamata pro player, kacamata creator, MLBB. Kalau dari kacamata, nggak pakai kacamata sih Siska Call. Tapi kalau dari penglihatan Siska Call, siapa nih yang bakal menang? Geek Fam atau RRQ?
Aku nggak bisa tebak nih guys, kalau menurut kalian siapa guys? Kita nantikan ya guys.
Tetap dinantikan nih ya.
Kayaknya pada bingung semua untuk ngobrol. Kita pun juga bingung ya Monica ya.
Betul sekali, karena ini bakal menjadi game point Bude. Yang mana yang akan memenangkan game ini sekaligus juga memenangkan match kali ini.
Betul, ada yang mau disampaikan Just No Limit untuk match ini, penutupan game ini?
Semangat untuk kedua tim, semangat.
Semangat. Mari kita tonton mungkin.
Kita tonton.
Mari kita tonton. Game kelima, game penentuan antara tim RRQ dan juga Geek Fam.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now at match point.
We've been at match point.
2 for 3 games in a row.
2 games.
2 games. 2 games in a row we've been at match point. It was Geek initially with a 2-0, but RRQ have come back and equalized, and now we're going all the way to game number 5. And you know, the question that I wanted to ask about the interaction was NetherRealm, Minoan Fury.
Right.
NetherRealm, Minoan Fury cancels NetherRealm?
What? Why would it cancel?
Does it?
It doesn't cancel. I don't think it cancel.
Does not cancel.
It doesn't cancel NetherRealm, but it depends what you mean by cancel. Yes, it knocks them up still, and all their HP bars can be deleted by the rest of the team. So they're all silenced in one spot, I guess. But it doesn't cancel. Still get done.
That was my question, because I couldn't hear what was happening, because I wasn't using my Oraimo headsets.
Wait, you're not wearing it underneath
I'm not.
your headphone?
I forgot to bring mine.
I can't believe it, Arashi.
I'm sorry.
No wonder
we've been communicating
I'm sorry.
fine.
Exactly. I mean, even with the crowd here, we can hear just fine. Eterna was like, huh?
And please tell me you got the 80th edition at least.
I didn't. I'm so sorry.
Oh man.
Ladies and gentlemen, but if you guys don't want to make the same mistake, right? Check out the Oraimo Free Pods Light exclusive Edition. The ultimate choice for gamers and for non-gamers too. You guys can use it for everything, okay? Work, everything. You want to call your girlfriend? All
Ooh.
good, right? You want to hear her with HD audio quality? You can do that too, right?
know what I do
Edith's
with my
distinctive sound and gaming mode that takes your gaming experience to the next level. Plus, as the official partner of MPL, there's no doubt about Oraimo's quality. Get a 10% discount at the Oraimo official store at the Orange store with the code Oraimo MPL.
That's it?
Yep. All you need to do is enter the
That's
code in the
simple.
coupon section before the checkout so you can unleash the unstoppable.
That's how they do it in cinemas, you know? So with Oraimo, you can do that anywhere. because you can get that next level audio quality. And I know Deaden can hear us as well. That's why he's so confused. He's like, guys,
stop.
I can't. Eterna doesn't have the free pods on her right now.
What is she doing?
I'm using it. I'm a pro player. I'm 2-2 against Geek. Look at him. He's laughing. He's like, oh my god, can't believe it.
Yeah, I was like, these English casters are whack.
Hey, we have free pods, bro. What you mean?
Well, Eterna's giving us a better rep.
Ah. Even though we got a fun fact for the King of Kings.
Is it fun?
Kings of Kings.
We'll read it together
it's
to see if it's fun.
Hot fact.
Okay. Loi becomes a fearsome hero. Will she return and end Geek's reign as the King Slayer? Imagine, right? 7 times in a row.
7-0.
They've won. Ever since MPL Season 11 when Beloyski stepped in, the Kings of Kings have not been able to find a single match victory. And this is like the worst timing possible for that win streak to end. Because if they lose, they say goodbye to playoffs, they say goodbye to MSC, they say goodbye to Riyadh, they say goodbye to life-changing
prize pool
money.
Man.
And this is coming from the first runner-up, by the way, of last season.
Second place representative of MPL ID to M5 just in season 12.
That's tough for sure. Although we saw earlier though that we did see that even with the low Yi in game 2, RRQ didn't really win, so it's not like a surefire thing. Oh, get low Yi, win game. I think it has to be a bit more. I feel like adaptability becomes the main concern here, because we're seeing that both teams, right, they will be able to find some value and they will be counters. It's all about that, you know, that Darwin effect, right? Who can really fit their composition into weird situations better than the opponents.
You're talking about Charles Darwin?
Yes.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Darwin Nunes, bro.
Wrong guy.
Sorry.
He's cool though.
He's pretty cool too. Because, you know, I have a theory as well, but it's with that player right there that I just mentioned. Oh, for RRQ. Because the hard games they win. But the games that they can fight in the early game, they actually, it's so hard to describe how RRQ won both these games, because they choose the hard ways in team fights every single time when they are able to make it super chaotic, that's super messy. Even we find it troublesome to follow what's happening on the map. But for some reason, they always find a way to come out on top in these messy, difficult situations. Meanwhile, for Geek Fam, although yes, they have had more dynamics to play with, they've had more styles to play with in this entire series, their playstyle kind of still remains the same. They go in together. It's a unit. For RRQ, it's kind of like, I don't know how to describe it, man, but you know,
with
right?
that
You get the
argument,
idea.
do you think that Geek Fam had the better team fight composition in that last game compared to RRQ?
Pure team fight? Nah.
So is it your argument, or is it just the composition that didn't favor Geek Fam when they went in for these team fights?
Game 3 was good for them. Game 3, it was Natan, Loi, Barat, Mathilde, Yuzong.
Yeah.
Good team fight comp. But still, the chaotic team fight. So, the Loi and the Chip have been big problems for them in the last 2 games.
You see, that's gonna be their approach right here, right? Because if they are really forced to go and ban Loi and Chip, well, first of all, Geek can pick it off them as well, depending on the pick order.
By the way, talking about pick order, sorry to cut you off, it's no longer 100% win rate.
First red side victory, and it comes from RRQ. Wow. To equalize.
Oh, we'll have to see. But as I was saying, if they can go and pick it, but they can also, if they want to ban it away in favor of other picks, then they might be forced to let go of some of Skylar's picks. Exactly. The question is, you know, after all these chaotic fights, right, where RRQ, they have the Roger for the most part, they had the carry as well in one of those games. I'm saying if they go and revert back to a proper front to back, will that be a bit of a scare, a bit of a, you know, a curveball to themselves, right? They haven't been playing that style for the past few games. And who's to say it can work better against Geek Fam as well, right? Because they've been getting really good opportunities from these crazy team fights. If they revert back to a proper front to back, they won't be able to go for as crazy of plays as they can in the previous couple of games.
So what's the plan? What's the plan for Geek, right? You can't let these heroes go for Skylar. But on the other hand, the Luoyi and the Chip, have been big problems.
Or can you? In the regular season, they did not ban these many heroes. They banned one. It's either Claude or Natan. Done.
What do you think about Natan now, though?
I think
because it used to be so prio. Like
exactly, yeah.
you can say if Natan gets his power spike, it's not even a question.
Yeah.
Natan will dominate with the damage, but now it seems like it's not as powerful in the late game.
In the late game, I think it is still very, very powerful. But the thing is, it takes so much time for the Natan to get to the late game now because of the early game being so much more of a prio to get. Most teams, I mean, in the series alone, every team that's been able to secure neutral objectives, get the early game started, they've won. If you have to grasp on the early game, you win the series, you win the game. So far, that's a pattern that we've had for all 4 games in this match. Roger versus Natan was the only time we saw the Natan, and the Roger clapped the Natan in lane. They were able to utilize the better winning mid lane clearer in Chip and Vexana as well to rotate towards the bottom lane to get that kill. So early game comp over late game comp. You get that early control, you snowball out of control, and then Natan won't even be a factor.
Ideally, right? Which is why it comes down to the drafting phase to secure a composition that not only has the Natan for the late game, but can actually get in there, and vice versa. If you're going for that early game snowball situation, you wouldn't have the right tools, the right kind of burst damage, the right kind of catch potential. Here's a stat here, though.
All the way from MPL MY. Doi and Tamis had the highest win rates in the regular season of MPL MY Season 13, both with a win rate of 76.92% from 13 picks.
Interesting. We did see the Tamis earlier, so I guess it's still an option that Don can go for. He wasn't really doing too badly on that Tamis. It's just that he was up against a composition that he can't really deal with. So we'll have to see. But on that topic, we've always said that the EXP lane from RRQ just seems less active, less effective compared to all the other EXP laners. Well, we can see it now when Don is just making all these plays. He's at least, even if he isn't, player of the game, if he's at least relevant, you can see that RRQ immediately just seem to have an extra boost in effectiveness.
But he has been, right? POTG for the last 2 games.
That's true. I think when he gets his playmaking picks, he's been great, but it's kind of weird for RRQ now. Because Geek Fam can, again, change how they want to take the series, how they want to take these games. In the regular season, they beat Skylar not by banning all of his heroes. They beat Skylar by putting Chidera in a winning lane. And I think that's worth a shot. It's one of the strategies that they've been able to utilize as well. If you've noticed, from Game 1 and Game 2 up against the Roger, they picked up the Harith. Game 2, they picked up the Harith against the carry. So always putting Chidera in a winning lane. When Chidera gets to shut Skylar down in a 1v1, RQ cannot find the groove that they need.
That's a fair point. It could also be the case that just the Harith, is just that much better of a hero compared to whatever Geek Fam have been able to put in the hands of Chidera.
Yeah,
right?
but also, if we take a look at now the Game 3 and Game 4, those are also 2 of the matchups where Chidera was on a losing matchup. Yeah, the Roger, Game 1, Game 3, sorry, it was Natan, right? And in Game 4, we did see him on the carry, so 2 matchups that it's just not in favor of Chidera.
I think in a way, Chidera was really good at playing careful. Like we saw him on that carry game. It was just so elusive in the back line, saving the Purifier for the right moment, dodging left and right. But at the same time, remember, Chidera used to have a reputation for being this aggressive, this kind of very proactive gold laner. And even back then, he was even put on like the Valentina in the gold lane and creative picks like that. So I guess in a way, even though right now he shows that he can play careful, he can play weak side, it's good to have him in a proactive lane that can kind of jumpstart the aggression for the rest of the team as well.
But if you guys take a look at the venue right now, Jakarta International Velodrome, you can see the Kingdom corralling. You can see them rallying for their team. It's, again, after everything they've been through this season, all the ups and downs, mostly the downs, by the way, for RRQ. They still show up at this magnitude and they still show this much support.
Of course, bro. They bought the tickets hoping RRQ would make it to the playoffs. They would have been here either way. We've seen this type of support from these fans many times before. I think M4, World Championships, Grand Finals, it was Philippines. The Kingdom showed up, but just without their jerseys.
What was it? MW? No. MPL I.
Yeah,
right?
same. RSG versus Echo, and they showed up.
But here it is, ladies and gentlemen. The clock is ticking. The moment is finally here. Match point. Do or die, go big or go home. And it all starts in the drafting phase of game number 5. Geek Fam, once again, versus RRQ Hoshi. Who will pick up blue side? Who will pick up red side? So far, it's been a good trend for blue side, but RRQ have proven that they can do it even from the red. The drafting phase presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. You can see Geek is still going for the same stuff here. Claude, Natan, Moskov being banned out. RRQ are the ones to ban out the Chip and the Hellcurt. Will Luoyi be left open this time around? If they want to go for the contest, they should go for it, and they go for the in the last phase.
All right, so no Harris available right here. The first pick, it's going to be the Fredrin. Bit of a adjustment here. I don't think Geek Fam has had the Fredrin in the past couple of games. I believe it's been mainly RRQ. Yeah, we'll have to see though. All right, with that being said, for RRQ right now, will they go back to that Luoyi, or will they be a bit more concerned about the jungler? They can just come in and be aggressive and shut down that mid lane. Because we've seen that Geek Fam, if they can't shut down the gold laner, their eyes are immediately locked onto Clay.
Luoyi is up for grabs. Do RRQ want to pick it up right here, right now, with probably a Roger. But they don't go for the Fredrin first pick with a Roger. They should go for the Luoyi. I see lots of prey. That's a Roger. That's a Luoyi.
All right. Interesting. Again, aggression in the gold lane. It's probably the gold lane, right? We haven't seen RRQ really flex his Roger into the jungle. It's always the gold lane and the mid lane right here. But considering how center stage, how impactful the Luoyi has been in the past couple of games, I kind of get the feeling that Geek Fam are definitely thinking of a way to really shut down the Luoyi, because in those big team fights, of course, Skylar was doing a lot of damage, but for the most part, the AoE, the card control comes from the Luoyi, and now Florin picked up very early on, guaranteeing an even stronger team fight technically.
That's super early though. Very early Florin. RRQ could just go ham with early game now. They need, at this point, to secure a big early game lead. Because Geek Fam are playing for mid game with that Florin pick.
And with the Florin pick, that does also signify that Geek really need a playmaking hero in the EXP lane. That's always been the pattern for Geek. So take away Luke's Lapu Lapu, take away his priority heroes that he can playmake on, and it might smell like disaster for Geek right now, but let's focus on RRQ. The last pick in this first phase is gonna go to the Akai. Huh. Do you think this is flex?
Oh, I guess it can still be flexed. We've heard great things about the Akai though. It technically has the same kind of impact that we saw from Geek Fam in game number 1, where this quote-unquote jungle hero can be flexed, and it can still have the same, it can offer the same benefits without being as vulnerable of a target. So from RRQ, I guess picking it against the carry is also, a decision they want to make, because she's closer range, so you can kind of catch the carry a lot easier. Interesting maneuver decision by RRQ.
So now it comes down to the bans. RRQ, they know the template of Geek Fam. Whenever Florin is picked up, they need an initiator in some other form, and usually it is Luke who takes that mantle on, but it seems RRQ, they have a different person in mind. Someone that has rarely been targeted, even in the regular season. Only is Novaria really being respected. Valentina. Or maybe they want to pick the Feramis up for themselves by banning out that Valentina.
Wait, how? The Feramis roam? If they really want to get additional HP?
Interesting, because they want to dive, right? It looks like they really want to snowball, but I think it's a bit too much. Vin does play it, by the way. That's when it was in Bigatron, especially.
Yes.
That's when he like goes for these swaps with Key, really crazy swaps. But I think that might be a bit too far-fetced.
Is it not just to deny the counter diversion play?
That too. That is a possibility. We haven't really seen that matchup really play out, but Valentina Faramis just like that. So they have a big ultimate in mind right here. Maybe it is just the heavy spin. We'll have to wait and see. For Geek, they banned away the Link, so they're really concerned that a assassin jungle might show up out of nowhere. And that is a big problem for a squishier, utility-based like healing support like a Florin. And with banning away the X-Borg, they want to try and mitigate how strong Dawn can be in the lane as well. What will he be put on?
I mean, the Arlet Akai combo, one of the combos that we know work really, really well. On top of that, right now for RRQ,
Exorcist of the Dragon Spirit.
wait,
here.
it's a Yuzong. Ooh. Okay, wasn't expecting Yuzong here, but it does make sense. You want to dive in deep. Again, it makes sense with the composition that synergy checks with the rest of the comp.
How is the Yuzong against a Lapu Lapu?
In lane?
Yes.
I think Lapu Lapu has to play safe till level 4 for sure. And afterwards, it depends on how well both players can try and use the sustain. Because generally the Lapu can build more physical, skill lifesteal items and kind of sustain back up. When it comes down to an all-in though, depending on how ahead one of the players are, the Yuzong has a bit more value there. Because you kind of have a built-in regen plus damage at the same time.
But this is the answer from Geek. They go for Ruby, for Luke, one of his power heroes. We saw what he was able to do in the early stage of the series. Vexana, the next answer. So they have a lot of tools here. They have a lot of CC. They have knock-up from the Vexana as well. RRQ, they just need one more hero to close this out. Is this an Akai jungler? Are they gonna swap things around in the roam? It's the ultimate question.
Looking at this composition,
just
they can go for more pick-off too, to be fair.
I will choose my
All right,
own
good to
path.
see. 4 seconds, it will be an Arlet.
Roam?
Roam?
Yeah, Arlet roam for Vin. Ah!
Oh boy.
Not the best of win rates.
Power hero.
Power hero, you can say that. Maybe in the playoffs it'll be different, right? But in the regular season, it is Vin has always failed on this Arlet pick. Notoriously, Beloski laughed at him after a final slash flicker combo that
I saw that clip.
Yeah, that clip was everywhere. So we'll see if he will be able to find that redemption in the most important game for him, at least this season so far.
Oh boy.
People learn from their mistakes. People go stronger from their mistakes.
What doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
And that's been absolutely true for RRQ so far.
And it's crazy, right? Like how everything has built up to this, the win streak, the history, the fact that RRQ are here because of Geek Fam. Now we're finally at the final deciding game. Let's see what happens.
You can't go back from this. There's nowhere to run. There is nowhere to hide. Go big or go home for the final game in this best of 5 series. Will we be saying goodbye to Geek? Or will the Kingslayers prevail under the pressure, under the boot of the Monarchs? RRQ Hoshi.
We'll have to see. Looking at the composition so far, when it comes to, it really feels like RRQ are kind of liking the fact that they can really secure those neutral objectives. With a Yuzong, with an Akai, they are overloaded with crowd control tools. In order to contest for that, you have to wonder for Geek, are they going to try and match it? Are they going to try and go for trades? Because we've seen them go with both situationally. But look at the aggression here. RRQ taking control of these bushes. They're the ones pressuring. And usually you see Geek Fam just a bit more proactive.
Boy, getting zoned completely away from his own minion wave here in the mid lane, and I don't think he will be able to walk up here. He's just soaking in the XP. Vin, I was thinking about it definitely there. Jadera, Warrior Boots. Again, firmness, tenacity.
He wants to make sure that he can somewhat survive at least. Ray though, with the Inspire and the Concussive Blast, it's a utility, fast clear approach and play. very careful about getting hit with that stun, but I guess that's, you know, how much he fears the potential for Geek to just go in aggressively when you least expect it.
I mean, that's what you can expect in the mid lane, right? Again, Luo Yi in the early game has so much damage. Meanwhile,
the heavy spin into the furious dive into all the vengeances you get from those resets. Straight for the turtle, it spawns in 4 seconds. RRQ strike first in game 5.
First blood, but only onto Vin up until this point, right? Hasn't reached level 4 just yet, and we can already see Vin going for the neutral objective. No contest whatsoever for Geek as they look for a mirror play in the top side. Can they get it?
Diversion, no. All the way up top. Vin cannot chase them. They're here just to relieve some pressure away from Skylar in this lane. A 2v1. Vin! Final slash from Beloyski back, forcing him to flicker.
This is a dangerous call from Beloyski. He went with the flicker, knowing that there's a lot of aggression, gap closing tools from RRQ. But that means he doesn't really have a Purify, so if Dawn feels that Chidera is too slippery or a boy is too difficult, too covered, he can still go for Beloyski. And this also forces a boy and Beloyski to kind of split apart unless they want to be comboed and knocked up together with a Petrify Furious Dive combo. So that Yuzong pick is just looking more and more valuable as the game goes on.
The audience prediction, it's been up and down, honestly. Earlier on, it was like a 50%, 59% for RRQ, but we're back to 70%. I think after 2 convincing wins by RRQ, the Kingdom have rallied even stronger than before. But again, up until this point, back into the game, 3 minutes has elapsed. We're looking at 40 seconds to the next neutral objective. Irad level 6, Ray as well. What are we expecting here? Do Geek need to look for an opportunity, or do they just try and weather the storm that is RRQ?
I think you definitely want to weather the storm just a bit more. Everything, even the roamer, is just so aggressive from the side of RRQ. And Skylar here, knowing that he has the backup, goes in aggressive, chunks the members of Geek low. But hey, this is a similar situation. We've seen RRQ getting punished for this, but look at the boy!
Forcing another flicker, Vin. The flicker hunters so far this game. Beloy and a boy, both having to burn theirs. Right as the turtle spawns up top this time for RRQ, Irad wants to go for the steal, probably forcing out Ray with Retribution, and he does get that. Boy caught him the dispersion and the rotation once again in the mid lane, forced back. But this is the regular season Geek Fam that we know with the floor in. Oh, a dive from Don. Eternal Guard though connects on to Don, and Luke is there to follow it up with a Donor Wolf King, and then another final slash from Vin. The capitalization of the burnt flicker earlier. But now Luke tries to go for a trade, plays right there with his Virgin, and pops into Diversion as well. A pullback with I'm Offended. Vin's still able to survive for a bit right now as he gets chased down. Still the Vengeance resets though, and in the end, he will fall. He will crumble to the Appraiser's Wrap. The heavy spin up top will mean that Chidera will be pinned down even with the Purify. Right into the Petrify and the Furious Dive of Dawn. Skylar munching on that turret.
This is so much value for RRQ. Everything is going right for them. Beloyski might be the next one to fall, but he's still able to get out. Regardless whether or not he fell, RRQ pushed this 1.2k. They got the turtle. They were able to get kills on the board. Vin was able to get a solo onto a boy, was able to buy so much time for them to eventually take down and punish Chidera. Things are not looking great for Geek if they want to stay and if they want to fly out to Riyadh.
Everyone from RRQ just stepping out right here. We saw Dawn make crazy plays in the previous game, and even in this game, just surprising both Geek Fam and us on the desk. But Vin on the Arlet, despite the meme and the beliefs of the people that he hasn't really been able to play this, he seems to be really comfortable, just waiting for all these opportunities, capitalizing, forcing Geek Fam to really use all of their battle spells defensively instead of aggressively. And immediately they rotate towards jungle. They are playing this so calculatively.
Ray with the taunt, now with I'm Offended as well, trying to man out that heavy spin. Irad saving it to the very last second and is able to escape.
Great trade of spells here for RRQ. They went for that play very, very early on. They're trying to shut down Ray so they can really get the more guaranteed neutral objectives. By all means, in the previous 2 games, the fact that they were able to get those Lords so decisively is a big part of why they were able to actually find success and win against Geek Fam, but look at this diversion. Back up top.
We're gonna look for a little bit more of time here. Despite Geek going for it, RQ want to clap back.
Oh, right with the final slash, Irad comes in, the Petrify onto Ray with now the Bloom coming back, and the Brazier's grab not gonna be enough to help him survive. He wasn't even able to let it get out. He got bursted down by Clay and Luke. Now in the midst of it all, caught, the heavy spin isolates him. Luke trying to run away. Guess I don't run Wolf, the instant eternal guard, and Anjadera is on the chase, but not for long. They cannot lock any of the RRQ members down.
That's a lot of damage coming in from a boy there. RRQ, they're doing great so far, but they need to remember, there's a lot of combos available for Geek Fam. A big, I'm offended, to a stun from Beloyski to the Eternal Guard can really spell doom for them if they are not careful about this. So they have to be aware and know that that is the kind of moments that Geek Fam are just waiting to try and get an advantage from them through.
But Skylar is doing so well so far, right? 1-0-1. It feels like he's snowballing up until this point. I'm wondering what his items are. Luke in a 2v1 situation, not going to be able to defend it. That's a flicker.
Gotta pull, I'm offended, trying to escape right now, but Skylar Lycan pounce, that's a Bloom. Global healing is present. They will bait out that flicker away.
The RRQ just brute forcing the turret take though, right in front of Luke's eyes. So they've kind of shut down.
Three-man final slash, but Vin finds himself in enemy lines. Done with a Petrify instant collapse! Skylar finds a double! And RRQ, the kingdom erupt once again.
It's a 4-1 trade. That was a 4-1 trade. After everyone laughing at Vince Arlett, he goes in with that play and he makes it work. The follow-up as well was so impeccable by Don with the Yuzong. Never mind the trade. They get so much space. They get the turret in the mid side and they have so much more control over Geek now.
The fact that Vin started the whole sequence, burns all the battle spells, all the counter-engage tools, and Dawn immediately identifies it. The Dawn comes in, lands the tail on two members, just deleting them. With all this pressure, RRQ can go for it, but I wonder if they're still cautious of whether Geek Fam are waiting for some kind of opportunity. They've put Vin in between the Lord and Geek Fam. It might just be a free one for RRQ.
But despite everything, right, Ray has still kept up with the farm, also at level 11 right now. But then they don't want to go for the risk. They're not going to go for the contest. This is a perfect turtle and Lord take, by the way, from RRQ.
It's so difficult for Geek Fam right here. Look at the items as well. Skylar with the Sea Halberd. It's going to be doing a lot of damage to Ray and Luke. These beefier heroes that should be at the front line. So it's not just Clay right now that's doing damage. Skylar is itemizing to be able to help out with that. Oh, look at Vin.
Again with the vengeance. Just trying to walk in front, trying to be a nuisance here. Look at RRQ though. Look at the way that they are using the waves. Trying to build up as many waves as possible with that Lord in the bottom lane.
Unfortunately for them, all those minions in the bottom side, cleared by the Lord, they won't be getting gold for it. But they will be able to get this mid lane turret. That is plenty, especially against a team like Geek Fam that usually is able to really stave off all this aggression. And they're still going on the top side. They're leaving the Lord for way later.
So what's the plan now? The Lord is marching still. They still have two waves. It doesn't collapse at the right time, but it still is a push from two ends. There's still a tower in the bottom side, however. What is Geek waiting for? Is that a diversion? Oh no!
Oh! Diversion into the heavy spin, and Rad finds the pin onto Luke, but they're on another man's base. A boy finds a kill. That's Vin as well. That's two. A greedy play from RRQ into the base of Geek Fam, and it did not pay off. Luckily for them, no shutdown, so they don't lose too much.
Wow, that came out of nowhere. I mean, we were thinking about it being a possibility, but it was just a bit too fast. And really, with the Lord coming in, they could have at least timed it, right? So that Geek Fam would have to lose a lot of HP in that base tower on the bottom side. But as you mentioned, Mirko, no shutdowns, still 4K gold ahead. And for the most part, Geek Fam haven't really been able to find a winning solution. Right, front to backs has been going for RRQ. Neutral objective timing has been for RRQ. Even pickoffs, RRQ has had the better chance because they have a heavy spin that can be used defensively, aggressively, in a team fight, or even for pickoffs. And they are just using that as a flexible tool, like a Swiss Army knife.
They also have Clay with the diversions to facilitate those kinds of interactions from happening. So Geek have been falling behind on literally every single aspect. We see a diversion play here. They don't necessarily find anyone just yet. They will be accompanying Skylar, maybe utilizing him as bait, but Geek, they don't take the bait.
You're playing it super, super safe. And let's remember, last season, Geek Fam were notorious for just staying in the base, weather the storm again and again, and then wait for the eventual comeback. This could be what they are planning on doing right here. With RRQ going on the Lord, though, you can see some maneuvers coming in from Geek Fam, trying to find some control.
Again, right, despite RRQ holding control, like you mentioned, Arashi, Ray is also level 13, so he's been able to catch up to Irad. So if they want to go for a 50-50, is it possible? Is Chidera ready for this team fight? Is a boy ready for this team fight, right? Because it really does depend on both of these players.
Ooh, pushing Don to the bottom side.
Yep, pushing Don to the bottom lane. Now Vin can go for an engage. Heavy spin into the back with the Black Dragon form used up as well. Irad secures the Lord for free. Geek Fam on the march, trying to look for a pickoff, something back, any sort of trade, but RRQ deny it.
It's insane how they played that, right? Because the best case scenario is Geek are able to kind of fend off the initial attack coming in from RRQ, let them waste all their resources, but in that amount of time, it's enough for them to go burst in the Lord. So there was absolutely no opportunity for them to go for it.
I think the RRQ mainly, they weren't really planning. They didn't think that the Yutong would have won them the fight immediately from there. But the fact that you're trying to set up for a Lord fight and out of nowhere, on a 90-degree flank angle, a Black Dragon form just shows up. I think that definitely shook Geek Fam a bit, and that is what RRQ used to just immediately just burst down that Lord. Now with the Lord coming in, they're still not going for a 3-wave push, but they're making a play for the base turrets.
3-way spin with a flicker forward, the final slash, but it gets baited into the base turret. Now as Ray is able to lock him down under the base turret. Vin with immortality, melted down by Chidera, but the enhanced Lord has done work. Up top, it's a base turret taken, and RRQ instantly disengaged. Geek Fam though, they want to continue. Luke marches on forward, but notices that RRQ have dispersed a bit too fast.
So let's go back and circle to that question, right? We're already at 14 minutes. Can Geek defend this? Do they have enough in Chidera, and do they have enough in a boy?
Chidera and a boy? I mean, Chidera can shred down the Lord if it's being used. A boy can clear relatively well, and with the Eternal Guard being an extra factor in the fights, I think we're looking, like you mentioned, Eternal, like you predicted, at a very, very long game, potentially. Skylar is a 2,600 gold ahead, already at full items, but Chidera only 1 item behind right here. I think that healing becomes a big problem here for RRQ. Florin, the longer the game goes, will be able to have technically more healing and lower cooldowns as well. So I think for RRQ, they have to really try and strategize and find a way to get a surprise play in the base. As I really talked about how Geek is just so good at just defending again and again.
So late game?
Late game will favor... I would put my money on Geek Fam when it comes to the late game. When it comes purely to like a 5v5 collision. Which is why I feel like RRQ will have to find ways to get a big Black Dragon form or a big heavy spin or a big diversion play before they can really claim that victory that they so desperately want.
You probably take some more free enhanced Lords, but I think that ultimately will be only for them to pick up 1-2 base turrets, right? But the ultimate end angle for RRQ is either a team fight or an evolved Lord. That's when Geek Fam are forced to answer.
That's a diversion. Yuzong is at the bottom of the map, ladies and gentlemen. Keep an eye out for him. Chidera is positioned in perfect way.
Finn gets locked down by the Lord that knocked him up. Now Ray in the midst of it all. It's going to be done. Rises to the back, but Eternal Guard catches him. Brutality used. Chidera also with nature, but look at the choke point now with Luke able to find the Don't Run Wolf King around with a heavy spin. Is trying his best to get rid of the Geek Fam members. RRQ dispersed. Luke finds that I'm offended, but now Skylar goes in for a desperate play, finding Maloyski, but will lose his life with Geek Fam chasing. It seems Skylar is still able to survive. He runs away with the GDS movement speed. But the Enhanced Lord will spawn up top. Geek Fam know it. They want to take the big plays. This might be the end. In the mid lane, marching down. I'm offended on the Skylar. Ray with a knockup.
Oh no!
They're chasing Skylar, but he has the GDS once again. Now the enhanced minion waves come down. And so does Vin. Dawn 4 seconds, Irad 11. An Eternal Guard. Trying to spot out the diversion. Ray walks up. Skylar is running for the hills for a boy, but he might be caught now. A boy running too far from his team. That's Skylar who picks up an unstoppable, a bait, and an elimination for Skylar.
That was a mid laner traded for a mid laner ultimately, but look at RRQ marching down in the mid lane. Skylar is still available. Vin and Dawn are on the way as well. These base turrets are going to be falling with everything on the line.
They find Luke with the final slash, and I'm offended not connecting. RRQ slowly but surely marching down in the Kingslayer's base. That's a 3-man stun from Beloy. Luke with the Don't Run Wolf King as the Black Dragon form gets used up, and Ray is going to be isolated with a heavy spin. Finn also isolated in the back. Ray still able to survive right now as he gets so much sustain. Meanwhile, Finn, he cannot say the same thing. He shall crumble under the 3 members of Geek Fam.
2 base towers taken by RRQ, but look at the goal difference. Geek Fam is closing it, and this is the signature Geek Fam, the defense every single time when they know that their backs are clear, are safe from any play. We've seen that when it comes to items, a boy and Chidera now output damage that RRQ cannot ignore, and Skylar, being the early game hero that he is really struggling to keep up with the damage output from Chidera, especially in these short bursts of engagements that are reliant on big ultimates like the Black Dragon form, like the heavy spin. With 2 base towers, they can still go for a great play, a diversion maybe for a big flank, or just go for the Lord. But now it's getting scarier and scarier, less guaranteed as the seconds go by.
But even then, right, 30 seconds next for the next Lord to spawn, but look at the position that it's spawning in, right? It's on the bottom side of the map. Meanwhile, RRQ were able to get that inhibitor in the top side, so that in itself is working in favor of RRQ, with the fact that they still have the Luo Yi to play around with the macro. They have the Yuzong as well in case they want to go for it. This is going to take extra amount of brainwaves from the Triple B to work out this macro, to work out this Lord Dance.
For sure. Looking at the items as well, Ray going for all, ability-based physical damage reduction, and Athena and Oracle. He knows that there's going to be ability-based damage coming in from Skylar, from Frey. He needs to be that extra frontline because Beloyski is not a tankier hero that can initiate or counter-engage. So right now, it comes to just short trades. The Florian healing now becomes a big problem because even if RRQ can chuck someone down to half HP, unless they can really seal the deal and take him out, put him on death timer cooldown, it won't be enough. But with the waves pushing on the top side, RRQ, they're trying to play this as calculatively as they can possibly do.
Ladies and gentlemen, this possibly could be the last Lord of this best of 5 series. The way that this goes down is imperative to the success of the entire organization at MPL ID Season 13. And if they still want a chance to make it to MSC, the pressure is there. The chaos is looming. The waves are pushing. And the Lord gets resetted?
RRQ, maybe a bit too cautious. Maybe a bit over. Respectful! 2-man, I'm offended, right into the stun. Chidera trying to go for some damage as the Black Dragon form gets used up, but that's all just a bait. Geek Fam want to utilize these cooldown buffers to get as much value as possible. Ray very low, the Bloom still ready, diversion to the back line as well. There might just be looking for the end right now. The heavy pin gets used up as well, but Geek Fam are forced back in the mid lane. The boys able to clear it out of the Eternal Guard. Skylar not able to dish out enough damage towards the mini waves to clear it out in fast enough. Momentum, pendulum, all swinging back in favor of Geek Fam slowly but surely. Now Luke is chasing Skylar, but he has that GDS movement speed to play with. Both teams, once again, they stand by.
It didn't work out.
That was dangerous, man. A boy, though, able to clear the wave. What has happened? And now it's back to the Lord Dance. But now look at the wave on the top side. It's meeting so much further outside of the base for Geek Fam. They have decent control right here.
Bit of damage placed onto Luke by the Lord, though. This is an evolved board. They'll be taking so much damage from it. Final slash, not connecting. Finn gonna be stunned up earlier. Eternal Guard knocking around up, doing some poke damage. Black Dragon form as well by Dawn. This is a window of opportunity. A 5-man petrified, but he gets the lead in instead. Now the pressure's what? Ray finds Iran and he gets the retribution. All objectives have gone to the Kings. All of the retries have gone to Iran. But one, the one that mattered might have gone to Ray, might have gone to the Kingslayers.
Irad and Dawn, they fall. And with them, possibly the entire kingdom will go down with them. 3 waves are pushing. Ladies and gentlemen, this Lord is marching down in the mid lane. 20 seconds left on the clock for Irad. 17 seconds left on the clock. Ray still needs to work down in the top side. Oh, but there they go!
But defended, finding play. Only Skylar, the Crown Prince in his own base, left to defend. They will slay the Prince, they will slay the Kings. 7-0, and proceeding to an 8-0. The Kingslayers continue their reign over the Kings.
They were once the saviors. They were once the key. But back here in the playoffs, in the Mausoleum, in the Coliseum, all that does not matter. We are now back to enemies. We are now back to rivals. And despite the equalizer from RRQ, it's not enough. Rex, Regum, Kaon are officially out of MPL ID Season 13.
The Geeks have spoken. Nothing personal, kid. Sending the kingdom back home. It was a great attempt. It was an amazing match from both these teams. But unfortunately, in the end, there can only be one. And Geek Fam proceeds to the next step.
Barely making it to playoffs. Counted out by everyone. To prove to the world that though they did lose, though the predicted outcome came through, they put up a fight. They put up a good fight against a team who is known to have their number. Bringing the best out of Geek Fam.
I don't think anyone expected this, going a full best of 5. I don't think anyone expected them to go to the playoffs to begin with. We're gonna take to the stage, ladies and gentlemen, in just a few moments with Bude Clara Mongstar as well as Moko. But what a series, what a way to start the playoffs. And with that, host, pasa.
Karena kita melihat bahwa 5 game berhasil disapu, berhasil untuk dimainkan oleh kedua tim ini. RRQ dan juga Geek Fam.
Betul sekali, dan tentunya kedua tim memberikan yang terbaik pada match kali ini. Tapi sayang sekali karena perjalanan dari RRQ Hoshi harus terhenti di hari pertama babak playoff MPL Indonesia Season 13.
Dan kali ini kita harus melihat sang raja harus tertunduk di Season 13. Mari kita beri tepuk tangan yang paling meriah untuk perjuangan. Semua yang telah diberikan oleh tim RRQ Hoshi. Inilah dia, the last bow from RRQ. FIFA RRQ tetap berkumandang. Namun, mereka harus melanjutkan perjalanan mereka di season selanjutnya.
Betul sekali, dan kita akan menantikan bagaimana RRQ Hoshi akan come back stronger di season selanjutnya.
Dan 5 game begitu mendebarkan untuk kita semua yang ada di MPL Playoff yang ada di rumah juga. Namun mari kita sambut, inilah dia, The King Slayer Team Geek Fam!
Wow, congratulations Geek Fam! Di hari pertama Playoff MPL Indonesia Season 13, kalian membuktikan kalian memang layak mendapatkan gelar sebagai The King Slayer. Dan ini kalian ini bertemu dengan RRQ belum pernah kalah sampai dengan hari ini. Itu rahasianya apa?
Alhamdulillah menang, namun ini menarik di mana 2 game awal kalian betul-betul mendominasi. Namun apa yang terjadi? Sempat kayaknya kita harus dagdikdukser nih untuk di game 3, 4, dan juga 5.
Paling seru buat yang nonton. Tapi tadi ketika menang itu ngelihat ekspresinya Aboy langsung kayak jantungnya habis copot nempel lagi tuh. Gimana tuh Boy?
Emang deg-degan banget sih di game terakhir, soalnya kayak kita kalah banget kan awalnya, jadi udah bisa hoki lah, bisa menang.
Tapi benar gimana? Bude juga sempat ketemu dengan Baloy tadi di game kelima sebelum game 5 mulai. Baloy itu ditanya, Baloy jawabnya aman aja. Apakah memang sudah seyakin itu untuk Geek Fam babak playoff season ini?
Gak tahu, tapi kan emang harus tenang aja, santai. Soalnya sebenarnya game 3, game 4 kita udah bisa menang. Cuman kita terlalu excited mau finish seriesnya, jadi kita kalah. Soalnya kita lagi buru-buru. Terus game 5 hampir kalah.
Hampir, tapi momen apa sih mungkin yang di game kelima membuat kalian bisa ngedapetin?
Emang masih bisa, soalnya kita Geek Fam dan itu emang scaling composition kita. Jadi ya. Kan Geek Fam selalu mau comeback lah.
Wow, tapi ini ada yang menarik juga Bude. Di sini ada yang juga baru pertama kali merasakan stage Playoff MPL Indonesia. Hooray! Pertama kali tapi langsung bisa masuk ke playoff dan di hari pertama bisa melaju terus. Gimana rasanya Ray?
Senang, tapi kita belum puas lah, masih ada nextnya kan. Ya, tapi senang hari ini bisa menang.
Tapi gimana sih kita ngelihat juga tadi kalian harus melawan combo yang menarik yang dikeluarkan oleh tim RRQ dengan Louis dan juga Roger-nya. Gimana sih kalian ngelihat combo yang dimunculkan oleh RRQ di playoff ini?
Susah banget sih, mereka kayaknya udah latihan banyak dah pakai Louis Roger-nya, makanya tadi kita agak susah menanginnya.
Tapi pada akhirnya kalian ngejawab semua itu?
Iya.
Oh, keyakinan yang sangat besar tentunya. Dan ini menarik pula kita melihat bahwa ini seperti kita ngelihat dejavu karena harus bertemu dengan RRQ lagi. Apalagi di playoff sebelumnya. Dimana Cak Dera, ini momen-momennya hampir mirip nih ya sama season lalu. 2 game dulu, lalu 3 game. Tapi kali ini berbeda, 2 game, satunya ke kalian. Gimana sih Cak Dera? Mungkin di season lalu setelah 2 game Cak Dera sempat bergantian dengan Marky. Tapi kali ini kayaknya no matter what happen Cak Dera bermain di 5 gamenya ya.
Ini sih anak-anak ngasih support, ngasih semangat, terus suruh cepet-cepet reset lah. Intinya mereka berimpact banget lah di game terakhir tadi.
Wow, apalagi nih Geek Fam dari tadi semangatin banget ya. Kalau tadi ngelihat Aboy jantungnya mau copot tapi nempel lagi. Kalau Cak Dera lihatnya kayaknya terharu banget ya Cak Dera ya.
Soalnya game 3-4 gara-gara aku.
Enggak, bong. Enggak, kita berlima kuat emang.
Wah, tapi Cak Dera season ini tentu ada yang kamu persiapkan lebih lagi mengingat belajar dari season lalu. Apa yang Cak Dera persiapkan untuk mungkin pribadinya Cak Dera sendiri nih?
Mungkin lebih ke mental sih, mental terus emosional. Karena kan ini bukan gameplay lagi sih di playoff, lebih ke arah mental game.
Mental game. Dan Bude sempat penasaran, Bagaimana mental kalian ketika 5 game ini benar-benar berkutat? Apakah sempat pikir, waduh kita salah lawan nih kayaknya. Ada sempat kayak gitu nggak? Ada kepikiran sesuatu nggak?
Gak ada sih, kita mikirnya nothing tulus sih. Ya apa ya, musuh kita sebenarnya diri kita sendiri, bukan
Maksudnya diri sendiri. Karena kan dramatis juga kan?
Gak kuat.
Memang. Tapi gimana sih apa yang mungkin dilakukan oleh Luke untuk membantu teman-teman kah? Biar mungkin mentalnya seperti Luke yang stabil aja, lempeng-lempeng aja. Luke menang aja kayaknya mukanya biasa aja ya.
ini jantungan sih.
Oh jantungan juga tapi poker face.
Iya.
Tapi
Paling
Luke,
bantu teman-teman aja buat riset. Tadi kan kesampe kan 2 game, game 3, game 4. Ya kita dejavu juga lah, sering dibalikin gitu. Udah 2-0, 3-2. Tapi ya kita bisa menang.
wah ini mungkin Bude yang dibilangnya mentalnya ya. Jadi ini ditunjukkan Luke nih. Tapi besok match selanjutnya di upper bracket kalian bakalan ketemu Fnatic Onyx. Ini rasa-rasanya ini kayak flashback ke grand final playoff season 12 kemarin.
Semoga hasilnya agak sama aja sih, sama yang kemarin. Ya.
Kali
Kita
ini
menang, semoga.
berharap berbeda dengan hasilnya. Berarti ada yang beda dong dari kalian nih untuk melawan Onyx.
Ada, jungle-nya beda kan.
Oh, jungle-nya. Makasih, Luke. Tapi kan kita ngeliat juga kamu akan melawan satu EXP laner baru anyar. Nggak seperti season lalu. Bisa jadi. Dan kemungkinan besar Lutfi yang bermain. Untuk melawan Lutfi, bagaimana sih kamu melihat match up-mu dengan Lutfi?
Mungkin kurang lebih sama lah, sama kayak Boots, sama-sama jago. Ya, siap-siap aja sih.
Siapa nih yang harus siap-siap nih? Kamu atau mereka?
Aku yang siap-siap aja. Lawan dia.
Apa? Apa yang kamu siapin nih?
Ya, nggak ada.
Ya. Itu aja ya,
Iya,
itu
siap
aja.
aja.
Siap-siap aja, namun ada yang mau disampaikan nggak sih? Mungkin Aboy bisa last word for Geek Fam. Ini adalah penutupan kemenangan atau Baloy. Ini adalah match penutupan kalian di hari yang pertama. Nyawa kalian hampir hilang, tapi kalian bertahan dan akan melaju untuk selanjutnya.
Message. Terima kasih buat Geek Community yang udah dukung, yang tetap semangat walaupun kita udah kalah. Dan ya itu, sama yang favorite fan gue itu. Makasih.
Terima kasih. Tapi one word for this match. Satu kata untuk match pembukaan hari ini.
Gokil.
Gokil. Dan inilah dia sang pemenang dari match pertama, match pembukaan babak playoff. The King Slayer, sambutlah tim Geek Fam.
In their playoffs run, their next step, Fnatic Onyx.
Team waiting for them up there, Fnatic Onyx.
Again.
Yeah, it happens again. It seems like Geek and Onyx are destined to meet. They've met so many times. They met in the grand finals last season.
Rematch.
But
They're
the real
destined to
next
meet.
step, Eterna, for us, not just for Geek,
Us?
for MPL.
Is to love you guys.
Yeah, not yes, but also
Am I wrong?
Liquid Aura
Oh.
versus Evos Glory.
Evos Glory.
That's an
We're finally
interesting
gonna
match.
see them rock their new, what is it called? Jerseys this time
That was a
around?
good
Oh
fight.
no.
That was a good match. Good match.
Seems like we need a little bit of time, ladies and gentlemen.
Good match.
Arashi needs to cool down a little bit. After so much hope. I have a question. Is it better to just go 3-0 or like 2-2 and then you lose the last one?
Oh man. If you're going from a perspective like, oh, you don't want to get your hopes up and feel more disappointed, sadder, then yeah. But at the same time, the fact that they were able to push it to that extent kind of softens the blow, because your guys got it, right? It could have gone a different way.
Okay.
I would rather have this, and I'm really proud of RRQ, man. Everyone really didn't really think they had it in them, but they kind of showed everyone, like, okay, at the very least, like, we can push, we can use momentum, we can be creative, be adaptive. And unfortunately, the player of the match is even more adaptive, even more crazy in the Land of Dawn. That's Beloyski, presented to you by our official tournament smartphone, the Samsung Galaxy A55, A35 5G on the Florin. You're always known that Beloyski is this great when he plays these utility healers, shielding heroes. But the Florin, we've seen it banned from Geek Fam again and again, and he's showing why. Especially in that late game. We said it already, that RRQ were doing great, they were getting base turrets, but Geek Fam, when it comes down to that turtle that's shelling up and defending in the base, especially when they do have a strong, solid gold laner that can really output that damage, it was just so difficult. And Beloyski on the Florin, there were some moments there that we might see in the highlights where he gets some really high value stuns, even though technically it really is a big plus. We don't really expect him to really find these crazy stuns in the middle of these crazy chaotic team fights. Looking at the MVP heat map right here, from the early game to 5 minutes, you can see that for the most part, he has one focus in mind. He doesn't really roam across the map. He's not there to try and make ganks happen. He knows that he can have that global presence when it comes to influencing the other side of the map. So he focuses on where his focus is necessary and kind of equalizes. With a Florin, any losing lane can at least go even. Because even if you do lose out in trades, even if you do get bullied and poked out, you have a health dispenser technically standing by there 24/7.
So it's really support focused that we see in the first 5 minutes. There's no invades, there's no map vision, perhaps maybe in defending in the early stage of the game of the buffs, but other than that, it's more of a support role, and it did help Chidera in the early stage of the game, especially in that losing matchup against Skylar.
In this game, we saw like an early game-centric RRQ again, following the pattern of the series, but Geek Fam broke that pattern, Arashi. They played the late game, they played the scaling comp, the comp that we were talking about so far the series, that just hasn't been working out. And there's some moments here where RRQ, again, the thing, they're one of their strengths is being unpredictable, but that one play kind of set them back quite a bit. And even here, the way they played this fight out, it really seems kind of frantic, right? And I must say, every single time RRQ kind of scramble into a fight where, it doesn't look from the get-go to be really a good fight, yeah, they can make crazy outplays, like Skylar who gets out and all that, but it just doesn't seem as good, as solid. Look at Chidera, man. He knows that, there's some crowd control being thrown out. He stands in the front, and knowing late game he has that healing, even when Dawn runs at him, he takes the fight to the Black Dragon. Just shreds him down. And with the death timers being so long, and with the Lord in Tao as well, like you mentioned, Mirko, they got all the early game objectives, but the one that really counts fell into the hands of Geek Fam, showing again the importance of these neutral objectives.
23 minutes.
Pattern still continues, so Eterna doing great. Will the pattern continue to the next series?
So
25 minutes.
Like our first game is like 25 minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do it. It sounds like a doable thing, right? Especially Liquid and Evos, two teams that like to brawl out. Actually, no, that just doesn't make sense. They brawl in the early game. Whoever gets the early game usually wins, no? Isn't that their style? Evos, Liquid, the two blue teams. I feel like it's more on Liquid though. I think Evos are kind of
Evos
okay
can
just
drag it
turtling.
to the late game.
Brands and Annabelle and Claw, yeah. Within a ton as well. Well, looking at some of these stats, we already talked about the neutral objective. The buffs were kind of equal, and that's what Eterna was alluding to the whole game, right? Despite the fact that RRQ are winning, they're going around making the plays happen. For the most part, you would expect Ray to be really far behind,
Yeah.
but
2-3 levels.
Exactly. Even though Irad was going into the jungle, stealing camps away, he's still able to keep up. He had the concussive blast inspire to farm a bit quicker, so that could be a possible reason. And towards the end, overall, they were just able to force Ray to use the retribution to go for the buffs, and that's why Geek, they're just really so good at identifying that, okay,
if we go for the contest here, it might not really work out in our favor. Let's let it go and make sure that we do have the tools required if we want to make that decisive play in the late game. And that is what makes Geek so terrifying.
Hang on. The fact that they understood the game plan all the way from the start was so scary, right? Because RRQ, yeah, they were winning the neutral objective battles, but Geek Fam weren't contesting either. They were given the lead, but for some reason, Geek Fam were always able to keep the gold from reaching its maximum point, even towards the end. I think the maximum that they got was 5K, 4K,
Yes,
right?
so 5K.
That's okay for this kind of composition, especially when you have the wave clear that you have here, you have the peel that you have here. The final moment where Dawn used the Black Dragon form, I thought he petrified. I thought he got a 5-man petrify. Turns out they were all just knocked up a bit by the Black Dragon form dive. He didn't get the petrify.
Posisi aja, Dut. Lu skill satu lagi, gua nanti tahun. Ya, lu damage aja, Ring.
Gua clear mid.
Damage bisa tarik Akai ini. Damage juga, Chan. Damage juga, Chan.
Bisa.
Akai mau? Ayo. Bisa, Dut. Dia udah skill.
Hati-hati ya, Loi.
Orang ya, fokus orang ya. Sakit. Aman. Lihat ini Akai. Orangin. Target guys. Target guys, lihat dulu. Balik, sabar lagi. Naga. Naga dulu. Mati. Lagi. Akai. Dong. Dapat.
Guys, please.
Bisa, Dut.
Please, guys.
Tunggu aja. Lu aman kan, Ray? Iya, tapi kalau dia ke gua, kalian best race aja sama dia. Iya. Kita bisa kalau siap 5 ya.
Gua siap
ya, guys. Siapa aja. Gua ada imo. Klik. Salam ya. Kalau.
Turun.
You can hear in the winning moment by Evos Gold where Beloyski's like, please guys, please, calm down.
Please.
And that actually brings us to a very important fact that Sheffin actually brought up
Shout
from
out,
home.
Sheffin.
He actually messaged us to let you guys know back in season 11 when Evos were able to reverse sweep Geek in a very similar fashion, they lost that particular
Game 5.
match. And then Beloyski mentioned in an interview he thought he failed. He felt like he failed in the pep talk, the discussion between match number
game
4,
speech.
game number 4 and game number 5, and he wasn't able to, bring back the motivation for his teammates. He wasn't able to bring back the momentum for them. But here, they were able to do it, right? They were in a very similar position. They were caught in a 2v2, reverse swept in by RRQ. But after the equalizer, I guess there's development from Beloyski, right? And then you can even see in the mic check as well that he's still that force, that person to calm everyone down amidst everything. And even in the interview, Chidera also mentioned, I think the one thing that he believes he improved in was he's now able to, hold his emotions better.
And Chidera, we definitely saw the improvement, right? Because in Season 11, that was with Chidera. Season 12, the 2-0 loss to RRQ before the reverse sweep was with Chidera.
Yeah.
Marky had to step in. So for the longest time, the biggest doubt for Geek Fam is, will Chidera perform on stage? And here he finally shows us that, yes, he can perform in the playoffs on stage. And he's gotten rid of that stage fright, or whatever it was, from keeping him. That was keeping him from being great on stage.
It's not just any stage. It's on the stage against RRQ.
Yeah.
Even we were occasionally caught off guard, like, whoa, what is that? It's just that loud, that sudden. And he pulled through, no problem. And you did see he got a bit emotional at the winning moment. It's like, yes, it did.
I mean, Beloyski did it too.
Yeah.
So I mean,
To be fair.
you would, right? Like
Of course.
you already were able to get 2 games in a row, and then you get equalized, and then you're able to win out the series. It's like, yo.
He said, it's just Geek Fam
Yo.
things, bro. It's like, yeah, the 2-2, we're just Geek Fam. That's what we do. We just make it entertaining for the fam unities out there, like Sheffin.
Definitely not for the Kingdom and Arashi.
Definitely not, right? I mean, they've done enough. They got them to playoffs, right? In the final game. So it's a little bit of bittersweetness here, Arashi. They got you to playoffs, but then they knocked you out of playoffs.
It is what it is. I mean, we got close.
Bring you up only to bring you down.
Yeah. Sometimes it do be like that, right? Sometimes in life, that happens, folks. But it's all about how you rise back, bro. Get back up, just like Rocky.
And I guess it's the end of the day.
No!
What? Oh, it's not?
We still have
What do you
one
mean?
crazy matchup that I predicted to go 3-2. Hopefully it does go 3-2.
Okay,
If it
we'll
doesn't, I'm
see.
sad.
One more match ahead of us, ladies and gentlemen, and it's the Battle of the Blues, but not in the way you expect.
Not the Blues?
You're wondering why? We'll tell you after the break. Ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the English broadcast here in the playoffs, day number 1, MPL ID Season 13. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Karena ini hal baru ya, mungkin ya ada sih ketakutan itu ada. Apa sih itu ML, e-sport itu apa?
Yang membuat sulit karena tidak ada yang mengarahkan.
Paradigma pemikiran dari orang tua dan beberapa kalangan yang menganggap bahwa permainan game itu mengganggu waktu belajar.
Ketika saya membaca kata akademi saja, di situ respect saya satu. Ini adalah lembaga yang sangat peduli terhadap pendidikan dan pembelajaran anak. Jadi anak-anak kita itu memang akan ada keberminatan, tapi keberminatan ini tidak menjadi sesuatu yang merugikan untuk dirinya sendiri. Tetapi ternyata di situ ada nilai-nilai yang bisa dikembangkan untuk dirinya.
Rata-rata belum banyak tahu bahwa game online ini bisa dibentuk menjadi sarana selain kreativitas juga menjadi sarana prestasi. Ini adalah sarana prestasi yang bisa menjamin keberlangsungan pendidikan mereka.
Kalau bisa benar-benar dikurasi sama dinas pendidikan, karena secara nggak langsung itu akan kontribusi buat anak ke jalur prestasi. Karena beberapa SMA sudah ada yang menerima jalur prestasi e-sport. Jadi orang tua biar ada pengakuan, oh ternyata anak saya main game ada hasilnya ya, gitu. Itu.
Yang selama ini game online dianggap sebagai kegiatan negatif, kami berhasil ubah persepsinya menjadi positif. Artinya outcome dari dinamika pemahaman bahwa game online ini bisa menjadi satu sarana profesional, ini cukup banyak menghasilkan hasil yang positif. Jadi kami mencetak atlet lebih mudah, karena sekolah memahami, orang tua memahami. Tantangan kita sebenarnya kultur saja, kultur yang membangun persepsi negatif terhadap game online. Dan itu kami sudah hadapi selama kurang lebih 5 tahun terakhir. Dan alhamdulillah trennya cukup positif.
Dampak positif yang saya dapat ketika saya pertama kali kenal e-sport adalah tentunya sangat berpengaruh pada relasi ya. Relasi saya jadi makin luas gitu.
Ngubah Bella jadi pribadi yang gak toksik mungkin ya. Itu nggak aku ikut e-sport, aku bisa menghasilkan, nggak yang kayak mama papaku bilang kalau itu cuma buang-buang waktu, buang-buang uang.
Awal-awal itu saya kan juga daftar itu bukan dari player kan, saya daftar dari caster. Influence saya itu semakin meningkat soalnya kan sering ini live stream.
Bisa punya banyak temen, jadi lebih terbuka sama orang tua. Kalau dari keluarga, mungkin keluarga bisa bangga sama saya.
Gak mau dianggap remeh orang, soalnya kan dulu sering dianggap remeh sama teman-teman gitu.
Kita dapat panggilan dari SI Jawa Timur untuk pelatihan pelatih di Akademi Garudaku di Jakarta. Pelatihan itu kita diberikan pengarahan-pengarahan untuk menjadi seorang pelatih, sangkut pautnya ada dengan public speaking, kemudian dengan siswa, kemudian dengan attitude.
Untuk kendala mungkin yang pertama bisa jadi karena jaringan internet. Menurut saya sulitnya itu dari segi device, dari segi handphone dan juga dukungan orang tua.
Setiap manusia juga, apalagi setiap anak memiliki perekonomian yang berbeda-beda gitu dari keluarganya masing-masing gitu. Ada yang strata ekonominya di atas, ada yang strata ekonominya di bawah.
Selagi itu baik, positif, ya monggo diteruskan.
Makin kesini sekolah-sekolah itu udah banyak yang lirik untuk mendirikan ekstrakurikuler e-sport.
Jadi dengan adanya wadah ekstrakurikuler ini, harapan kami program dari Muntun ini betul-betul bisa mengangkat brandingnya sekolah dan itu juga bermanfaat positif khususnya untuk anak-anak.
Ya kami berterima kasih sebab kita hitungannya kayak disponsoring gitu.
Dengan adanya beasiswa yang diberikan Muntun Care, Softcap, dan Garudaku juga, aku jadi bisa kayak mulai mengenal jenjang prosin gitu sih.
Saya merasa bangga dan berterima kasih karena Muntun mau menyempatkan buat hadir di sekolah kami.
Nah, adanya program dari Muntun Cares tersebut mungkin bisa membantu mereka untuk menggapai cita-cita mereka.
Galaxy A55 5G. Game lancar, win streak terus-terusan, bisa tahan 2 harian. Feel awesome everyday.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game Smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja with streak di tanganmu. Cuma Game Smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Baru Galaxy A55 5G. Ngegame lancar, win streak terus-terusan. Bisa tahan 2 harian. Be awesome everyday.
Character select.
Bener.
You lapar.
Stop! Sampai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
It's only you who rocks my world.
I'll be, yeah, I'll be wherever I wanna be. Wherever I wanna be. We don't need no sleep because I'm party.
Shio ka.
私は強くなるんだ。そのためなら何だって。
自分の良心に従って人を助ける。
オーラってやつは隠してもにじみ出るもんだからな。
Karena ini hal baru ya, mungkin ya ada sih ketakutan itu ada. Apa sih itu ML, e-sport itu apa?
Yang membuat sulit karena tidak ada yang mengarahkan.
Paradigma pemikiran dari orang tua dan beberapa kalangan yang menganggap bahwa permainan game itu mengganggu waktu belajar.
Ketika saya membaca kata akademi saja, di situ respect saya satu. Ini adalah lembaga yang sangat peduli terhadap pendidikan dan pembelajaran anak. Jadi anak-anak kita itu memang akan ada keberminatan, tapi keberminatan ini tidak menjadi sesuatu yang merugikan untuk dirinya sendiri. Tetapi ternyata di situ ada nilai-nilai yang bisa dikembangkan untuk dirinya.
Rata-rata belum banyak tahu bahwa game online ini bisa dibentuk menjadi sarana
selain kreativitas juga menjadi sarana prestasi. Ini adalah sarana prestasi yang bisa menjamin keberlangsungan pendidikan mereka.
Kalau bisa benar-benar dikurasi sama dinas pendidikan, karena secara nggak langsung itu akan kontribusi buat anak ke jalur prestasi. Karena beberapa SMA sudah ada yang menerima jalur prestasi e-sport. Jadi orang tua biar ada pengakuan, oh ternyata anak saya main game ada hasilnya ya, gitu. Itu.
Yang selama ini game online dianggap sebagai kegiatan negatif, kami berhasil ubah persepsinya menjadi positif. Artinya outcome dari dinamika pemahaman bahwa game online ini bisa menjadi satu sarana profesional, ini cukup banyak menghasilkan hasil yang positif. Jadi kami mencetak atlet lebih mudah karena sekolah memahami, orang tua memahami. Tantangan kita sebenarnya kultur saja, kultur yang membangun persepsi negatif terhadap game online. Dan itu kami sudah hadapi selama kurang lebih 5 tahun terakhir. Dan alhamdulillah trennya cukup positif.
Dampak positif yang saya dapat ketika saya pertama kali kenal e-sport adalah tentunya sangat berpengaruh pada relasi ya. Relasi saya jadi makin luas gitu.
Ngubah Bella jadi pribadi yang nggak toksik mungkin ya. Itulah aku ikut e-sport, aku bisa menghasilkan, nggak yang kayak mama papaku bilang kalau itu cuma buang-buang waktu, buang-buang uang.
Awal-awal itu saya kan juga daftar itu bukan dari player kan, saya daftar dari caster. Influence saya itu semakin meningkat soalnya kan sering ini live stream.
Bisa punya banyak temen, jadi lebih terbuka sama orang tua. Kalau dari keluarga, mungkin keluarga bisa bangga sama saya.
Gak mau dianggap remeh orang, soalnya kan dulu sering dianggap remeh sama teman-teman gitu.
Kita dapat panggilan dari SI Jawa Timur untuk pelatihan pelatih di Akademi Garudaku di Jakarta. Pelatihan itu kita diberikan pengarahan-pengarahan untuk menjadi seorang pelatih, sangkut pautnya ada dengan public speaking, kemudian dengan siswa, kemudian dengan attitude.
Untuk kendala mungkin yang pertama bisa jadi karena jaringan internet. Menurut saya sulitnya itu dari segi device, dari segi handphone dan juga dukungan orang tua.
Setiap manusia juga, apalagi setiap anak memiliki perekonomian yang berbeda-beda gitu dari keluarganya masing-masing gitu. Ada yang strata ekonominya di atas, ada yang strata ekonominya di bawah.
Selagi itu baik, positif, ya monggo diteruskan.
Makin kesini sekolah-sekolah itu udah banyak yang lirik untuk mendirikan ekstrakurikuler e-sport.
Jadi dengan adanya wadah ekstrakurikuler ini, harapan kami program dari Muntun ini betul-betul bisa membawa mengangkat brandingnya sekolah, dan itu juga bermanfaat positif khususnya untuk anak-anak.
Ya kami berterima kasih sebab kita hitungannya kayak disponsoring gitu.
Dengan adanya beasiswa yang diberikan Muntun Care, Sopkap, dan Garudaku juga, aku jadi bisa kayak mulai mengenal jenjang prosin gitu sih.
Saya merasa bangga dan berterima kasih karena Muntun mau menyempatkan buat hadir di sekolah kami.
Nah, adanya program dari Muntun Cares tersebut mungkin bisa membantu mereka untuk menggapai cita-cita mereka.
Muntun Cares!
Galaxy A55 5G. Ngegame lancar, win streak terus-terusan. Bisa tahan 2 harian. Be awesome every day.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay, menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage, gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah, scan jurus dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan. menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Tambah mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game Smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja win streak di tanganmu. Cuma Game Smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Baru Galaxy A55 5G. Ngegame lancar, win streak terus-terusan. Bisa tahan 2 harian. Feel awesome every day.
Character select. You lapar.
Sampai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
It's only you who rocks my world.
I'll be, yeah, I'll be wherever I wanna be. Wherever I wanna be. We don't need no sleep because the party.
Shio ka.
私は強くなるんだ。そのためなら何だって。
自分の良心に従って人を助ける。オーラってやつは隠してもにじみ出るもんだからな。
karena ini hal baru ya, mungkin ya ada sih ketakutan itu ada. Apa sih itu ML, e-sport itu apa?
Yang membuat sulit karena tidak ada yang mengarahkan.
Paradigma pemikiran dari orang tua dan beberapa kalangan yang menganggap bahwa permainan game itu mengganggu waktu belajar.
Ketika saya membaca kata akademi saja, di situ respect saya satu. Ini adalah lembaga yang sangat peduli terhadap pendidikan dan pembelajaran anak. Jadi anak-anak kita itu memang akan ada keberminatan, tapi keberminatan ini tidak menjadi sesuatu yang merugikan untuk dirinya sendiri. Tetapi ternyata di situ ada nilai-nilai yang bisa dikembangkan untuk dirinya.
Rata-rata belum banyak tahu bahwa game online ini bisa dibentuk menjadi sarana selain kreativitas juga menjadi sarana prestasi. Ini adalah sarana prestasi yang bisa menjamin keberlangsungan pendidikan mereka.
Kalau bisa benar-benar dikurasi sama dinas pendidikan, karena secara nggak langsung itu akan kontribusi buat anak ke jalur prestasi. Karena beberapa SMA sudah ada yang menerima jalur prestasi e-sport. Jadi orang tua biar ada pengakuan, oh ternyata anak saya main game ada hasilnya ya, gitu. Itu.
Yang selama ini game online dianggap sebagai kegiatan negatif, kami berhasil ubah persepsinya menjadi positif. Artinya outcome dari dinamika pemahaman bahwa game online ini bisa menjadi satu sarana profesional, ini cukup banyak menghasilkan hasil yang positif. Jadi kami mencetak atlet lebih mudah karena sekolah memahami, orang tua memahami. Tantangan kita sebenarnya kultur saja, kultur yang membangun persepsi negatif terhadap game online. Dan itu kami sudah hadapi selama kurang lebih 5 tahun terakhir. Dan alhamdulillah trennya cukup positif.
Dampak positif yang saya dapat ketika saya pertama kali kenal e-sport adalah tentunya sangat berpengaruh pada relasi ya. Relasi saya jadi makin luas gitu.
Ngubah Bella jadi pribadi yang nggak toksik mungkin ya. Itulah aku ikut e-sport, aku bisa menghasilkan, nggak yang kayak mama papaku bilang kalau itu cuma buang-buang waktu, buang-buang uang.
Awal-awal itu saya kan juga daftar itu bukan dari player kan, saya daftar dari caster. Influence saya itu semakin meningkat soalnya kan sering ini live stream.
Bisa punya banyak temen, jadi lebih terbuka sama orang tua. Kalau dari keluarga, mungkin keluarga bisa bangga sama saya.
Gak mau dianggap remeh orang, soalnya kan dulu sering dianggap remeh sama teman-teman gitu.
Kita dapat panggilan dari SI Jawa Timur untuk pelatihan pelatih di Akademi Garudaku di Jakarta. Pelatihan itu kita diberikan pengarahan-pengarahan untuk menjadi seorang pelatih, sangkut pautnya ada dengan public speaking, kemudian dengan siswa, kemudian dengan attitude.
Untuk kendala mungkin yang pertama bisa jadi karena jaringan internet. Menurut saya sulitnya itu dari segi device, dari segi handphone dan juga dukungan orang tua.
Setiap manusia juga, apalagi setiap anak memiliki perekonomian yang berbeda-beda gitu dari keluarganya masing-masing gitu. Ada yang strata ekonominya di atas, ada yang strata ekonominya di bawah.
Selagi itu baik, positif, ya monggo diteruskan.
Makin kesini sekolah-sekolah itu udah banyak yang lirik untuk mendirikan ekstrakurikuler e-sport.
Jadi dengan adanya wadah ekstrakurikuler ini, harapan kami program dari Muntun ini betul-betul bisa mengangkat brandingnya sekolah, dan itu juga bermanfaat positif khususnya untuk anak-anak.
Ya kami berterima kasih sebab kita hitungannya kayak disponsoring gitu.
Dengan adanya beasiswa yang diberikan Muntun Care, Sopkap, dan Garudaku juga, aku jadi bisa kayak mulai mengenal jenjang prosin gitu sih.
Saya merasa bangga dan berterima kasih karena Muntun mau menyempatkan buat hadir di sekolah kami.
Nah, adanya program dari Muntun Cares tersebut mungkin bisa membantu mereka untuk menggapai cita-cita mereka.
Muntun Cares!
Galaxy A55 5G. Ngegame lancar, win streak terus-terusan. Bisa tahan 2 harian. Be awesome everyday.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan juris dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja, win streak di tanganmu. Cuma game smash, makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Baru Galaxy A55 5G. Ngegame lancar, win streak terus-terusan. Bisa tahan 2 harian. Be awesome everyday.
Character select. You lapar.
Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
Yang belum punya tiket gak? Aku bakal bagiin tiket loh, pada mau apa enggak? Ada yang mau apa enggak? Nggak kedengeran suaranya? Nah gitu dong. Coba-coba yang mau dapat tiket untuk nonton di dalam, bisa ke depan aku coba sini, aku bakal bagiin lagi beberapa tiket buat kalian semua. Jangan depan-depan, di belakang situ kakak. Ini nggak banyak sebenarnya tiketnya, jadi semoga kalian beruntung ya. Aku cuman bakal bagiin 3 tiket, jadi semoga kalian yang beruntung mendapatkan tiketnya. Oke, siap? Sabar, duduk dulu, sabar, duduk dulu. Jangan desek-desekan, tertib dulu ya. Ini bukan konser metal ya, jadi harus sabar, jangan mosing di tengah-tengah ya. Sabar. Oke, aku bakal mulai ya. Aku bakal ngasih pertanyaan lagi. Kalian harus bisa jawab. Dan siapa yang jawab bakal aku kasih tiket untuk nonton di dalam, oke? Ngerti? Sabar. Pertanyaan pertama. Apa nama skin Akai yang tadi dipakai Irat di match RRQ vs Geek? Oke.
Aku kan
Baru Galaxy A55 5G. Ngegame lancar, win streak terus-terusan. Bisa tahan 2 harian. Be awesome everyday.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menangkan total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan juris dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan.
Tujuan mereka yaitu menjadi juara. Yawi dengan DNA juara dunia siap kembali menjajaki babak playoff dan menjaga para rookie agar tetap tampil dengan memukau. Gugun sang jungler rookie akan kembali menghadapi sang jungler rookie lainnya, Annabelle. Akankah sang rookie jungler bisa membawa aura kembali ke jalur kemenangan dan lolos ke babak selanjutnya? Dan akankah sang romer juara dunia kembali mampu membawa liquid aura menaklukkan Evos Glory? Dan tentunya telah hadir pula tim Evos Glory. Berawal dari minus, sekarang Evos kembali setelah 1 season absen dari babak playoff. Kembalinya Evos Glory di babak playoff tidak terjadi dengan mudah karena mereka harus mengalami metamorfosis hingga berubah jadi yang terbaik.
Pas 3 harus naik semua.
Melihat bagaimana semua dari MPL Playoff berjuang begitu pula dengan semua super fans yang sudah hadir untuk memberikan satu suara kepada tim favorit mereka. Betul sekali, apalagi di match kedua pada hari pertama babak playoff MPL Indonesia season 13 kali ini akan mempertemukan dua tim yang sama-sama di season sebelumnya belum bisa lolos ke babak playoff. Tapi pada season kali ini mereka bersama-sama lolos melaju di babak playoff. Yap, dan perjuangan dari setiap tim akan kita saksikan bersama-sama. Setelah di match pertama, kita melihat adanya 5 game yang dimainkan secara penuh. Seperti apa di match kedua, kita melihat bahwa Geek Fam akan melaju ke babak selanjutnya setelah menumbangkan tim RRQ. Dan tentu saja keseruan hari ini kita turut mengucapkan selamat datang untuk kalian semua di MPL Indonesia Season 13 babak playoff. Wow, luar biasa, di sini sudah penuh. Karena kita akan sama-sama melihat di match kedua hari ini akan mempertemukan Liquid Aura dan juga tentunya Evos Glory. Benar, dan acaranya begitu meriah tentunya karena dukungan para super fans dan juga kepada para pendukung acara ini. Karena MPL Indonesia Season 13 powered by Moonton. And presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy dan official e-wallet GoPay. Official destination for gaming and esports Kidia. Dan official gold partner UBS Gold. Dan tentunya ada partner in esports kita. Thank you untuk Dunia Games, Games Max, Campina, Oraimo, dan juga Telkomsel. Dan juga kepada supplier kita ada Indomaret, Point Coffee, Samsung Neo QLED Super Smart TV Plus, dan juga Saturday. Dan tentunya ada government partner kita PBSI. Dan begitu ramai pula hari ini menantikan karena ini adalah hari pertama, hari di mana kita harus melihat adanya tim yang gugur. Tim yang nggak bisa melanjutkan perjalanan mereka. Dan tentu saja semuanya ingin berjuang semaksimal mungkin. Melihat historinya di season ini, kita melihat dari tim Evos, mereka kelihatan kesulitan untuk di regular seasonnya. Sempat berganti pemain, namun pada akhirnya mereka perlahan tapi pasti alon-alon asal kelakon, mereka berhasil masuk ke babak playoff. Betul sekali, dan tentunya ada rookie-rookie juga yang terus melaju dari regular season sampai dengan playoff kali ini. Bude, dan sebelum kita masuk ya melihat bagaimana keseruan di match kedua kali ini. Kayaknya seru nih Bude kalau kita ngobrol-ngobrol dulu nih. Benar, dan ini akan yang bisa ngasih kita insight apa yang terjadi dengan tim-tim yang akan beradu. Langsung saja kita panggil oleh satu player yang sering kita soraki namanya bersama Kapten Psychots. Psychots, halo, apa kabar? Wih, datang ke panggung ini, makanya gimana, langsung gatel pengen duduk di stage gak sih? Wih, beneran deh. Wow. Oke, nanti kita bakalan tunggu ya. Tapi Bude, super fan semua ya, Psychots, sebelum kita ngobrol-ngobrol, ada yang mau kita lihat sama-sama dulu nih di layar. Langsung ya, kita penasaran sama Psychots dan juga di mana hari ini kan Evos Glory bermain juga nih. Dan gimana sih kamu ngelihat mungkin dari Evos Glory performanya di season ini, apalagi dengan kedatangan Anavel. Kamu bermain dengan kedua player ini loh, sempat kan? Dan kali ini Anavel di season 13, gimana kamu ngelihat Anavel?
Pun improve-nya kelihatan banget pas di MPL ini.
Jadi bertransformasi nih di MPL. Di season ini, nanjaknya gitu lah.
Bener banget.
Wow.
Makanya kaget juga kayak pas main sama gue kayak masih kayak belum lepas mainnya gitu. Pas di MPL kaget banget kayak jago banget nih orang gitu.
Wow. Apa ya, dia ngapain kira-kira tuh?
Gak tahu sih apa ya makanan favoritnya, lupa lagi.
Waduh. Wah, itu tapi kalau itu Anavel, ada juga Klokun ya, juga pernah bermain dengan Psychots nih.
Benar.
Ini gimana kamu melihat Klokun pada season kali ini perkembangannya seperti apa sih?
Kalau misalnya buat Cloud pun dari dulu sebenarnya udah jago. Cuman kayak makin kesini emang dia orangnya cepat buat adaptasi sama improve sih emang.
Kan Cloud Kun beberapa kali dijadiin jimat ya sama Evos ya.
Gak jimat sih sebenarnya.
Hey, sekarang dia yang bermain nih. Tapi menarik di mana di turnamen-turnamen sebelumnya 2 kali tuh menjadi roster tapi tidak bermain. Dulu tuh gimana sih mungkin apa yang Cloud Kun dulu nggak punya dan sekarang dia punya?
Kalau misalnya dari pemilihan dari player sih itu pun dari segi coaching staff kan. Jadi kayak buat kayak pemilihan buat main itu aku nggak tahu. Cuman emang Cloudku dari dulu jago.
Dari dulu jago, cuma belum muncul aja dan akhirnya sekarang muncul nih.
Muncul, makanya jadi Cloudkun God.
Akhirnya muncul ya. Ini yang disimpan-simpan sama Evos mungkin sekarang dikeluarin. Tapi balik lagi, tadi kalau ke Anafel. Kamu ngelihat Anafel tadi kan kamu bilang wah keren banget ya Anafel performance-nya pada season kali ini. Menurut kamu berarti Anafel ini bisakah bersaing nih dengan jungler-jungler top tier-nya di MPL Indonesia?
Bisa banget. Soalnya kayak dari umur juga masih muda. Pasti kayak jiwa-jiwa tryhard, terus jiwa-jiwa pengen juara mulu kan pasti ada. Pasti bisa sih. Gue percaya sih sama yang Evos sekarang.
Oke, kamu mempercayainya, tapi lawannya kali ini adalah tim Liquid Aura. Yang dimana regular season mereka bermain dengan apik dan mengalahkan juga Evos pada saat di regular season. 2 rosternya yang sebelumnya dan sekarang pun mereka babat habis. Apakah dari Evos Glory bisa untuk mendapatkan kemenangan dan membalaskan dendam regular season?
Bisa, yakin banget. Soalnya kan regular season sama playoff beda kan. Siapa tahu Evos membara pas di playoffnya. Ingat pas season, ya.
Ya. Ingat, pada ingat? Wah.
Ingat Evos Glory di playoff pasti kuat.
Evos Glory di playoff pasti kuat. Amin.
Tapi kan sebagai satu player yang punya banyak sekali, bisa dibilang pengalaman. Mungkin ada pengalaman yang bisa kamu bagiin gak sih? Katanya beda nih, regular season dan playoff. Apa yang paling kamu rasakan nih untuk babak playoff? Apa yang harus lebih dipersiapkan atau difokusin?
Mungkin fokus sama diri sendiri sih, lebih fokusnya. Soalnya kayak mau fokus ke tim lain juga pasti bakal mikir aneh-aneh. Mending fokus sama diri sendiri bakal menjadi lebih baik lah.
Fokus ke diri sendiri.
Fokus ke diri sendiri ya itu intinya. Tapi yang terakhir mungkin sebelum kita lihat match kali ini. Ada pesan-pesan khusus nggak nih buat teman-teman Evos Glory?
Gua terutama nih ya, Bran sama Jamet. Lanjutin perjuangan kita nggak sih Matt, Bran? Sama Cloudkun juga. Lanjutin perjuangan kita, ingat itu. Sama semangat semua lah pokoknya.
Perjuangan yang ingin dilanjutkan pastinya. Dan tentu saja kita juga ingin melanjutkan Psychots, kita akan menyaksikan seperti apa. Akankah perjuangan Evos Glory bisa membuahkan hasil manis ataukah di sini malah dari tim Liquid Aura yang membawa hasil manis. Kita akan check out bersama-sama, kita akan melihat bersama-sama. Inilah dia match kedua antara tim Liquid Aura dan juga Evos Glory.
We finally get to witness the battle of the Blues in the playoffs, but this time around, it's not the Blue Bulls that are behind the mask, but rather the Dragons turned cavalry. We have Evos Legends versus Evos Glory, Evos Glory versus Liquid Aura. In the second match of the day, ladies and gentlemen, whoever wins this out will continue in their playoff run, going head-to-head against Bigatron. But whoever fails here will have to go home. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the playoffs of MPL ID Season 13 playoffs here live in Velodrome, Jakarta, Indonesia. You guys are now watching the English broadcast with me, Eterna, alongside with Mirko as well as Arashi. But before we begin, we do want to thank our sponsors. MPL ID Season 13 is powered by Moonton, our official government partner PBESI. Presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Our official e-wallet GoPay. Our official destination gaming and esport Kadia. Our official gold partner UBS Gold. We also want to thank our partners in esports, Unigames, GamesMax, Campina, Oraimo, Tatamcell, as well as our suppliers, Innomart, Point Coffee, Neo, QLED, Supersmart TV Plus, as well as Saturdays. And as I am saying thank you to all of our sponsors here, it looks like Arashi as well as Miracle find this the perfect opportunity to fight because they are off camera. Unfortunately, you guys don't get to see that.
Don't know what you're talking about.
I wish I had proof, but I don't.
Maybe you'll have proof of this matchup, though, Eternal. I think the whole world will have proof of this matchup, because I think for today, at least, we expected TLID versus Evos to go all the way. We didn't expect Geek and RRQ to go all the way.
Does that mean that this will not go all the way?
I hope not. I hope it still goes all the way.
Just say it. Patterns is all we're looking at right here, and so far, all the patterns we've been trying to come up with have been cracked open, so I'm curious to see how this game will play out, because TLID and Evos, I think there's going to be a bit of a clash of styles, and particularly for Evos though, they've been able to be a lot more flexible, a bit more dynamic, so I'm looking forward to what kind of special kind of strategy they can bring out.
I'm scared. I'm scared. As a rivalry, you know, I mentioned this about RRQ a little bit earlier on, right? Teams like RRQ and Evos with so much support behind them. It's a wild card. It's a gamble in the playoffs. We saw a glimpse of that from RRQ in the first match of the day, but for Evos even more so, especially remembering what we saw back in the day. Was it season 11?
Yeah.
Where Evos completely went reverse sweep on several different teams, including Geek, mind you. So not really sure what we're going to be expecting today. And I don't think at this point, drafts, data, you know, for Evos in particular, throw it out the window.
But I mean, technically, if we want to talk about patterns, right? Sure, we can talk about Evos, talk about how they've always been able to show up in the playoffs. But I think it's the same for Aura, too. Whenever they make it to the playoffs, they always have this crazy run. They're always, quote-unquote, lucky to get into the playoffs back in Season 10 and Season 9. No one expected them to be top teams. And then they broke all those patterns. They continued to perform in the playoffs. I do see your concern, though. With a few new faces, it does look tough, but Evos have the same rookies, too.
Exactly, it's a battle of the rookie junglers right here, Annabelle and Gugun. Newcomers both, and still becoming a pillar of stability, almost consistency for their team. Gugun in particular, I mean, look at the Tauros lane and the Lord's lane. The numbers speak for themselves. Annabelle, on the other hand, was kind of doing okay, a bit lackluster along with his team, but once they were on that run, and win streak, we're seeing a lot of different shades of Annabelle, and we're seeing again the flexibility, because this is one of the guys who's been able to really be a significant threat on the Ling, even against, you know, the original highlight Ling player of Indonesia.
For sure, for sure. There's definitely, well, like if we took a look at the stats, I agree with you. It seems like it favors Gugun a little bit more, but for me personally, I feel like Gugun is a little bit more rigid. He's very straightforward in the jungle. All he does is focus on objectives. And well, for the most part, it's been one of the main factors as to how Liquid are able to find so many wins. But on the other side, it's not just the junglers that we are highlighting here, but also the veterans in the roam. You can see both of these roams have a very similar play style as well as identity, Arashi.
I think it's very similar in the sense that they're both a bit more dynamic, right? They're not only one-dimensional, as in only engaging, only picking off. It seems like depending on the composition, they can be used differently again and again. Dreams in particular, though, does I think have the edge when it comes to, let's say, like the Franco, but of course Yaoi is no stranger to pocket picks, to signature heroes, and so far we've seen that when he is not respected, when he is allowed to play some of his signature heroes, oh man, it's a nightmare for any team to go up against.
It's definitely a nightmare, especially for Evos the last time they met, because that was when, funnily enough, according to the poster, we already saw it, right? We saw the Grok and we saw the Cho, and these two heroes were disrespected by Evos. They didn't opt to ban it out, they didn't opt to take it away, and that ultimately led to the fact that they were able to win 2-0 against Evos Glory in leg number 2 of the regular season.
That was a stomp too, right? It wasn't a close game. They completely had Evos Glory Every single turn, every single move that they made was read out by Yaoi on those signature picks of his.
And talking about Yaoi and his signature picks, that was the official team lineup for Liquid Aura. On the other side, we have the main five, so no changes whatsoever for both of these teams. So much highlight on the jungler, so much highlight on the roam. But honestly, for me, an outstanding thing here is actually the mid laner. The reason why we'll get to it in just a moment, because we do want to welcome these two teams on to the stage, and it's a different color for one of these teams.
The two blues make their way on stage. One pouncing, the other charging. The Tigers pounce, and the cavalry charges. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Team Liquid Aura and Evos Glory!
Both of these teams will be going all the way. With the coaches behind them, with the minds behind them, they will be looking for yet another win in order to continue their playoff run and eventually that ticket to MSC.
Standing tall right here in front of their supporters has to be a great moment. For the side of Evos in particular, the fans are absolutely insane. We saw a bit of a dip in the fire for Evos Glory, but now look at, if you can see in the stage, it's amazing. But on the other side for Liquid, you can feel the same kind of energy, and you already know it's about to be a serious match. As our Marshal Dainang lets the coach have the first point of contact.
I hope you guys get to see the hype here at the venue, especially for the Evos fans in the building. And this is one of the reasons why at the beginning of the playoffs, you guys caught it, right? They were noted as the people's champions, right? Both RRQ as well as Evos, and this is exactly why the support that they have rallied behind them up until this point, up until MPL ID Season 13 has been immaculate. But let's take a look at this video.
Walaupun gugun objektif, ya kita bakal nyari inilah objektif lain. Kalau misalnya ada yang dapat objektif. Kalau gugun masih konsisten lah deh performanya. Dari awal MDL sampai MP tetap kelihatan yang paling objektif deh. Mikirnya tetap harus ngalahin gugunnya sih. Soalnya kita bakal cari titik lemah yang gugun lah pasti.
Sama yang di Lord pertama menurut gue kelamaan tadi. Iya, maksudnya karena udah di call curangin, harusnya lu langsung jalan juga.
Jago sih termasuk. Soalnya dia dari week 3 kan, bisa banyak hero juga lah. Cuman belum full mekanik dia lah, mungkin dia masih kayak ada gugup gitu lah. Perbedaan kita mungkin kalau dia tuh tipenya tipe yang eksekusi ya, tipe yang finishing. Kalau aku kan tipenya kayak yang di war di turtle lah. Soalnya kita sesama jungler tuh pasti sama-sama dipegang. Tinggal gimana cara kita nggak ada skill yang mau megangin kita, tinggal gimana cara ngindarinnya itu sih.
Kalau misalnya Gugun mau ngambil tower, ingat posisi kalian, bukan mapnya mana. Kalau Gugun mau farming, atau misalnya Gugun mau rusuh, kalian udah siap-siap semuanya ya.
Jauh udah belajar kayak ngapain kalau objektif di turtle gitu di Lord. Sebagai jungler lu harus ngomong karena lu yang bakal decide.
Purify berhasil diselamatkan seperawat, meminta pertolongan kepada kawanannya, tapi para pasukan dari tim Aura mereka benar-benar melakukan distraction dan bakal lihat di depan sini the power of regression. Kokon berhasil mendapatkan retribution press for Fnatic.
Pesan buat NFL sih ya jangan mikirin overthinking segala macam, kayak fokus turnamen aja boy, kayak biasa udah, kayak at least all out, do the best.
Berhasil menyelamatkan semua, berhasil menemukan Super Out Supriyadi, tapi dibalik itu para pasukan dari tim anak dewa mereka mau a press one from Annabelle. Udah bukan 3 point lagi kali ini Annabelle.
Pesan buat NFL, kasih yang seru-seru aja.
Buat Gugun hati-hatilah di playoff, sama hati-hati di jalan ke playoff.
of the rookie junglers. I mean, I can't even bring up my topic at this point, right? You guys get a chance to peek into the support. Is that a tiger?
It's a tiger. It's a
That's
humanoid.
that's a tiger.
It's a tiger wearing an Evos jersey, battle scarred.
And that's poetic. That's exactly what the journey of Evos was like this season, right? Earlier on, they were at a minus. At a certain point, they
0-4.
completely revamped their roster, bringing in Evos Holy to represent them. And then they started to find more wins. We talked about EXP laners in the previous matchup, but for this particular matchup, we've got to highlight the roamers, and we get to see a little bit of a comparison between the regions here, between NACT, MPLPH, as well as Indo.
Funny enough, we haven't really seen a lot of Kajas as much as we would expect, especially towards the end, especially when the low Yis and the chips have been kind of used a bit less. But the Minotaur, I think for any kind of composition, the Minotaur could be a flexible option. It all comes down to how you can round it off, because we talked about this earlier. If you want a utility roamer, that's fine. But if you don't have a front line to take the front line spot, it's going to be difficult. I think Minotaur could be a solution, especially for both these teams with a lot of dive attempts with a very solid gold laner in their own respective teams. I think that could be something that teams can try and use, but of course it all depends on the synergy with the rest of the picks of the heroes.
I think as well, something we need to note is the fact that for Evos Glory, they need to try to use the blueprint that's been used against Liquid Aura in the regular season. The blueprint that was used mostly by Bigatron Alpha. Take away Kabuki. That's the main thing, right? Because for Yaoi, yes,
Like
you want to respect...
literally?
No, I mean his heroes.
Oh.
Because Kabuki, all the way from week
I
1
think that's illegal.
to like week 9, he's had the same heroes, Aeterna. It's been Carry, it's been Claude, and then Harith Roger. Roger a bit more 50-50, Harith insta-ban usually, so Carry Claude. You take one, you ban one. That's been the key for Bigatron Alpha. And then the other, you can just go for either denying it by picking up a Grok yourself, or yeah, again, you can also just ban it. So there are so many ways that has been shown in the regular season to outdraft Liquid Aura.
All right, so we'll have to see what kind of options they explore right here. Like you mentioned, it has been, to be fair though, it has been 2 weeks, right? There's a lot of time. We saw that RRQ out of nowhere improve so much. Who's to say that for Liquid Aura, Kabuki hasn't picked up yet another pocket pick, signature pick that he can use to really get his team an edge in this matchup.
I mean, technically, you can put Roger in one of his heroes, right? Because Kabuki was able to find a Maniac on the Roger in the regular season. So we'll see what happens here. No respect in that particular area, aside from the Moskov and the Harith, ladies and gentlemen, as we get into the drafting phase of game number 1 presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. We can see that Liquid bans out the Ling, the X-Borg, as well as the Alpha. So that much is already telling of what Annabelle can do, that it warrants a first phase ban. That is extremely rare to see an Alpha.
Peace shall reign in the world. It really hasn't been an insane, crazy pick, but especially for Evos, it's just a different story. But with the Baksha picked up so early on right here, Lo Yi, huge song for the side of Evos. It's already more global presence, but the chip is left open. TLID can go for it if they really want to.
Something about this chip though is the fact that they don't care for it. Okay, Team Liquid Aura, they decide to go for the Grokken and the Varya. They're just relying on their comfort picks here in the first game of their playoffs run.
And who's to say that comfort picks can't work for Team Liquid? They want to go for this. So far, it seems a bit more of a pick-off composition by all means. There's that combo, right? The Baksha Shield Unity into a long-distance skill shot that has to be aimed properly. For Evos, it's more of a rounded front-to-back, like team fight AoE composition. Wait to see how it goes, because right now, both gold laners hasn't really been shown just yet.
Okay, for Evos, they go for the Akai. And remember, this Akai can be flexed into the roam, into the EXP specifically for Evos, because Fluffy can utilize this Akai pick in the EXP lane, but it can still also stay in the jungle. So there's this layer of flexibility that, of course, Team Liquid needs to kind of unpack and unravel. So going into the second phase, what do you think will be the priority in terms of bans?
I thought for sure gold laners, but with both teams not having gold laners, they might really just try and target the other possibilities. Jungles technically is up there, unless of course Team Liquid or Aura are considering, there might be a bit of a flex. But for Evos, knowing that they have the first pick after this, they're gonna go and start banning out some gold laners here and try and make sure that they do have a winning matchup in the gold lane.
Now, that was one of the keys to victory, right? The thing that Miracle mentioned earlier on, that blueprint that they're starting to follow up on. There you go, Natan, Claude, Moskov, and the Harith. That's 4 gold lane bans taken away from side of Team Liquid. Team Liquid, they also understand the importance of Dreams. They take away his Kaja, fearing that they will look for a pick-off play, especially with the Luo Yi already in the composition that Evos have brought.
They might be thinking of trying to, instead of going against a Kaja, they might prefer going up against something like a Franco, right? With the Grok already in their hands, Team Liquid can just deny the Iron Hook again and again. And by all means, if the Franco is setting up for a play, oh, never mind. I thought the Novaria can expose him and deny that. With the Franco banned away. Is this hinting at an assassin pick, right? With 2 suppressions banned out already for Team Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, true. If they really want to go for an assassin, maybe it could happen, but they already have a Baksha. So I'm not too sure if they want to be flexing that Baksha into XP or the Grok into XP and the Baksha into roam, right? It would just be too forced. I think at this point, they're just taking away Dream's comfort picks. The Kaja was one of the biggest keys to victory for Dreams in Season 11 when he was in playoffs to make those crazy initiations, crazy pickoffs happen. And the Franco, we know how good Dreams is on the Franco. We don't even need to talk about that. We don't even need to explain it. But for Evos, they have forced Liquid on that carry. The pick that we said not to give Kabuki. But it's good for Evos Glory. Why? Because they set up a winning matchup with the Roger. And if we see the pattern of today, of MPL ID Season 13 playoffs, day number 1, based on Geek versus RRQ, if you hold the early game, you hold a massive advantage. That's where the value is at. Early game dominance. TL, they're going to have to wait a bit longer for the Navaria and the carry.
Well, we see the explanation though, the Benedetta coming in, especially for Oran, that's a very active hero that wants to be mobile, does not want to be suppressed by the Kaja or the Franco right here. So they seem to have a front line, good long distance, and also good dives towards the back line. So a lot more dynamic approaches available. Whereas for Evos, they have these big ultimates they can use to go for neutral objective contest. So to add to this, maybe we want to get some more card control, some more tankiness maybe, or more lockdown. That's the Tigreal for Dreams. Not a strange sight at all.
Of course, right? Coming into this, we were actually talking about it backstage that Tigreal would be a big contested hero between Yaoi as well as Dreams. We should have seen it coming. So these are 2 very highly explosive roamers that both of these teams have opted for. And if we take a look at this, early and mid goes for TL. Late stage for Evos, team coordination. It looks like it is quite equal, quite fair. What are we to expect in this match?
I expect Team Liquid to be a bit more aggressive, right? Until Evos can kind of stabilize, and then they can try and be creative with the Luo Yi. I think the diversion becomes, again, a big factor right here, and how well Evos can play around it will decide how much of an advantage they can have against Team Liquid right here, especially later on when they want to go for these neutral objectives, and they can be sneaky about it, even though they do have all these card control tools like the Black Dragon form and the heavy spin.
And now the Battle of the Blues commences, ladies and gentlemen, as we get to game number 1 in this best of 5 between Team Liquid as well as Evos Glory.
Glory.
You have to say it like that.
You really do after Ranger Amas, but momentum, very important as well. here at night. Today in the Jakarta International Velodrome, it's a full house once again for our second match.
Everyone's ready for some Mobile Legends action. Yehesco going with the Purify here. Quite the intelligent move. Allows him to be a bit more aggressive, to move forward and not just stay in the back due to the fear of being engaged randomly by that Tigreal. But look at Dreams, he's going tenacity with the extra vitality. He wants to be the main frontline right here and maybe allow Annabelle to save his heavy spin to use for big pickups or big team fights instead of just using it to get out when he is the main frontline being bursted down.
Wait a second. Okay. You see... Okay, who got that?
Annabelle.
There you go. Annabelle with a little bit of an advantage here in the first few minutes of the game, ladies and gentlemen. But it looks like up until this point, there have been no trades. It's exciting to see that both of these teams, they're relying on that level 4 power spike, right? Yaoi's still level 2. We can see Dreams as well, unable to make that big play from happening. One of the main differences is, of course, with the Luo Yi, Clockgun has a little bit more to say in terms of that damage, but it looks like it's TL that's pressuring Evos here in the top lane. Clockgun's on the way, but no engagement just yet. They're both playing objectively here.
I'm surprised that Team Liquid are the ones aggressing to try and first go for this neutral objective, because they know that Evos are the ones who have the big tools. Right now it gets reset, and I think Evos are gonna try and make it difficult unless Team Liquid can go for a pickoff.
Shield Unity instantly with the barrier too. Dream's still able to escape. Iran gets a good eye for a nice. Stun him up. Not a final blow over to the turtle. It's gonna be a petrified. It'll stun Gugun, but he still gets it anyways. Meanwhile on the back, it's a kill traded in. Both junglers taken down, but Liquid secure the turtle.
All right, Clockgun gonna use that diversion, but he doesn't commit onto it. So that's a 1-for-1 trade. TLID still gonna be able to get that neutral objective. However, they were able to trade it back. In this engage, who has the better late game? And if they keep trading like this, who is it worth it for?
I must say, with a Novaria and a carry, Team Liquid I think has the significantly stronger late game. But it comes down to the neutral objectives. That's where Evos have, have an advantage. But we are at odds right here. Unfortunately, we're on the wrong side.
We got a battle.
We're getting called out as well from the Indonesian desk.
What's funny is they're sitting on the Liquid side, we're sitting on the Evo side. So it's the opposite sides. But it's okay, you know, it's always fun to have these little matches.
Well, back to the point here, if Evos can force Liquid into a big proper fight without Liquid setting up, poking them down, then maybe they can have a bit more of an advantage. But considering how Liquid have been playing, yeah, they're going to go for something guaranteed only. So Ron right here goes for a 1v1 play.
And wins it hard. Iran very, very low. Annabelle going to look for the flank. Iran with the final blow into the back, finding the final blow onto the XP. Creep to get out with those dashes, clean maneuvers.
So, such good foresight, right? Realizing that he was low, he shouldn't have seen that diversion play coming, but still able to get out of that sticky situation. That trade doesn't pull off in for Evos. And it looks like up until this point, it's still a gold lead for Liquid Aura.
I think a big significant lead for Team Liquid is the fact that they can pick and choose what kind of engagement. They have good disengage, they have card control immunity in Yaoi because of the Grog's passive. So they do have the mobility as well for Iran to go and pull apart Evos, this team fight composition. There's diversion though.
Shield Unity. Juiced up, Black Dragon form now with a heavy spin too, and it's gonna be Glocker who secures it as Annabelle pins 2 members down. Yaoi able to flicker out, but Gugu not so much. Final blow! Aran in the midst of it all finds a good choke point. Able to dodge away from that skill one of Fluffy. The shot tanked up by Brands.
Immaculate 1-4-2 trade. Clockgun gonna be able to help Evos out just a bit with the fact that he was able to get that down, right? That turtle falls for them. Both of the retribution failed, both of these junglers. And yet, with that particular movement coming through, they're able to kind of equalize here. Clockgun though.
Diversion into like a pounce. Brand strikes back.
See, the funny thing is, after everything we've seen from Evos Glory, a lot of people would say, oh, wait a minute, this 1v1.
Beautiful eye for an eye into the final blow. The two XP laners just trading back and forth.
But back to that point, right? If you talked about pillars in Evos, most people would think about Dreams. Most people would think about maybe even Fluffy at some point, right? Brands, or even Annabelle. But Klokun has always been so good at creating the foundation for the rest of the teammates' success. And we see that happening with him being put on something like the Luoyi that is a little bit more macro-centric and macro-heavy. He's able to dictate a lot of these particular team fights. And Tempo, there you go!
An implosion straight on Yaoi and Kabuki. No Purify for Kabuki. Yaoi still holding on now, puts the barrier down. Not gonna go just yet. Now as Gugun puts in some damage on the clock, who doesn't have a flicker, and it's gonna be enough for the Poison to take him out. Meanwhile, Brands with Lycan form, trying to get rid of Gugun, forced to use a Purify, and Dreams tanks up a shot. Very risky. Around in the back line, now jumping onto Brands, finding the final dash to pick up the killing spree. Fast tempo, Gugun. Shield Unity, locking him down into the Phantom Slash and into a double kill for Rara. That's the mobility advantage here for Team Liquid. Really traded away by Fluffy, but this is what you can expect. The movement speed advantage, the slows coming in from your hair skill as well. Team Liquid, if they want to fight, they can find a fight. If they don't want to, then they can avoid it. They have Purifiers on the core members as well. And in a drawn-out fight that's going back and forth, they have a lot more spammable skills. Even though they did not have Kabuki in that fight on the bottom side, they were able to slowly but surely wear down the HP bars of Evos and take them out. So for Evos, they gotta really dig deep, dig down on those neutral objective takes and try and get something of a combo. Because otherwise, you're gonna get poked down, you're gonna get low, and Aran is gonna swoop in to try and seal the deal for his team.
And the thing is, it's not like the Evos are playing towards the tempo of Team Liquid, right? They're looking for opportunities, but it keeps failing them, right? We saw the Fluffy play with the diversion in the bottom side, but still unable to find success. So what's the idea now? What do Evos need to look for specifically?
Probably a bit of a combo, and if they can really try and shut down Gugun here, it's going to be so valuable to their game plan, right? The neutral objective-centric style. The thing is, Gugun is also so tanky. People kind of forgot how tanky the Baksha is. It's part of the reason why the Baksha was so meta back then. So if they're trying to go for the frontliners, they're too tanky. Already with the blade armor as well. If they try and go for the jungler, the roamer and the EXP lane, they're also very slippery. So they can't really get a decisive engage. Get the in-game equipment right here. With the Sky Guardian helmet completed for Gugun, he can stay on the map indefinitely again and again. And even if there's some damage traded back by Evos, he can just stay, wait a bit, and make sure that he's always in the picture for a neutral objective to test.
But what's good for Evos now is technically Brands is not too far behind, right? He's trying to level the lead that Kabuki has brought in. 2 items on both of them. Both of them are actually not at their power spikes just yet, so there is still opportunity in for Evos. And like you mentioned, Arashi, that combo that needs to happen.
If you look at the item builds, at least for Brands, he's actually going with a lot more attack speed than I would expect. So he's going for, big play for Evos though. Wow, flickering potion only onto Gugun though now. Around the back line, 3-man petrify right into the Astral Sphere as Gugun is able to escape right now. And the eye for an eye gets used up by Aran, baiting Brands in with the Lycan pounce. Yaoi, so holding on the wild charge, finds it onto Brands. Shot down and Yeheskiel picks up the kill. Fluffy goes to the back with the petrify and the furious die, but it doesn't connect as a diversion from Evos Glory will only be used defensively to get them back to base.
Did you see the layering of skills? Arashi, break that down because that was beautiful to watch.
Ooh, again, wow. He gets taken out by, was that the lethal ignition? Yaoi taken out the kill end. But man, the layering again of the spells, using it so efficiently for Team Liquid, they don't overreact. Even though we talked about this, Gugun getting dove on, getting focused down, he has the tank, the physical defense, and he knows that Klokun wants to save some spells, so he won't be completely nuked down by magic damage. So Team Liquid immediately counter-engage, and Aran was able to get a massive play right there, out-damaging Klokun in that team fight. That was insane.
It was so clean. The synergy was there, again, like you mentioned, the layering of skills. And now they have the space. They have the tempo. The Lord is still marching in the bottom side. Meanwhile, this mid lane is crashing. Meanwhile, the top lane is crashing. Even the lane pushes are as well layered by Team Liquid here, and it's propelling them to a 6k gold lead. And earlier on, that gold gap, that 2k gold gap maybe still can be turned around, but the fact that Brands is on a hero like the Roger that needs to go for that snowball, it's a little bit more difficult for Evos to come back.
Exactly. All they have right now is combos, but looking at how Team Liquid is playing, how do you even find a combo right here? I haven't seen the Purifies used by Team Liquid. It hasn't been forced out of them for so far. The positioning of Ezekiel and Kabuki have also been so good. And every single one of them are just so good at just taking away your attention so that Evos can't really go for a proper fight because they're just constantly worried. When they're going for Ezekiel, they're concerned about Oran. When they're going for Oran, they're concerned about Kabuki. And that just makes it so difficult. And if they just wait around like this, we're already seeing Ezekiel's damage ramp up only after the addition of the Lightning Truncheon.
Look at that full damage build. Already to a BOD, he's on the way.
Oh man.
A 2,000 gold lead too between the junglers. So you can imagine how much tankier Baxia Gugun is over Annabelle.
And look at the items as well. Fluffy went for the Antique Cuirass. So he'll be able to 1v1 against Gugun and Aran better. But this means that in a proper team fight, Kabuki is gonna absolutely shred him down. He might even get taken out before he lands on Black Dragon form. I thought that diversion was gonna be used, but they didn't take it.
And it's also a late game build, it seems, from Brand. So he's going for the Corrosion Scythe, 3 attack speed items. An interesting choice for this game.
He wasn't itemizing for the mobility, the burst damage. He's trying to match Kabuki in damage output and maybe rely on a bit of that built-in tankiness instead to really gain some value from this Roger pick. But as it is right now, they're just getting poked down again and again. And the fact that Brands went for this build means he's going to be that much more unsustainable. And in the full-on odd fight, Kabuki even respected Evos and he went with the Firmness Tenacity combo. So he is still surprisingly tankier than you would expect.
And by the way, Gugun is level 14 compared to Annabelle at level 12. So even if they want to go for the contest, they need to figure out a way of either eliminating Gugun from this entire Lord fight or displacing him somehow. But even that will not be easy with the cover coming in from Yawi over and over and over again. Not to mention Ezekiel, who has been that person to open up the vision, open up the map. And you can see Evos, they might not want to commit onto this. However, they do have Clockgun with the diversion. Can definitely bring back Brands into this team fight. Let's see.
Oran, eye for an eye, actually cancels out the ability. Implosion Flicker only onto Oran. That's a Petrifying Fury's dive used up as well. A big shutdown claimed by Evos Glory as they look for more, but Yawi will disengage for now. No Wild Charge, no Astral Echo. Ezekiel poking him down still. But Evos Glory have used quite a bit of resources themselves.
And this is the issue. When they're trying to go for this, they did get the pick off on the one member that can be vulnerable, Aran, who's reliant on that eye for an eye. But even then, they won that and they are forced to go back. Team Liquid are the ones still initiating, trying to force them into fights right here as the diversion comes through.
The reset not happening. The barrier is misplaced just a bit, and Evos Glory pull the trigger. Wild Charge into the back line now, but Kimber not able to find it. Clockhood secures it for Evos Glory, but look at the re-engage coming in from the side of Liquid Aura. The cavalry charges into enemy lines, but Evos Glory disperse quick enough.
They find no one. They charge and they find no one. And Clockgun time and time again, the Lord Master. What the heck? 2 objectives taken in by this person, this man, this Luo Yi, this Jimat, the lucky charm of Evos Glory.
He's been able to secure 2 neutral objectives right here. I mean, you know, you can be superstitious, but Clockgun is winning it out for his team, especially right there. He's showing again that when it comes down to a full-on fight, when Team Liquid can't really stall and stop Evos from going immediately to try and secure that Lord, they're going to be forced to just dive in and make a lot more risky plays. So if Evos are the ones in control, it's a whole different story as the diversion comes in.
Furious Dive and the Petrify connecting to. Final blow of the Petrify now onto Fluffy as he has the immortality now. As in the midst of it all, the damage comes through and Kabuki is able to melt Dreams down. Looking for more. Brand's caught by the barrier. Guggen running Clockhoon down as he flickers out to safety. A messy team fight. Brands was caught off position.
That was a integral part of their gameplay for Evos, right? This diversion, they go for the sandwich maneuver, but Team Liquid completely turned it around. Dreams and Brands, the two main anchors of Evos, are out of the way, and it looks like Yeskiel wants to look for more.
3-man Astral Echo. Yawi zoning. Oh, the fadeaway damage almost taking Fluffy out. Kabuki doing work on that base turret in the mid lane. Diversion. Oh, just to scout around. And Annabelle buys the Winter Truncheon.
Why didn't that team fight work out? Why didn't that sandwich play work out for Evos?
I think it's because they didn't really put a lot of emphasis to shutting down Kabuki. They were going in for the segment of Team Liquid that was cut off from their base and the turret, but further down, further closer to the base of Team Liquid, Kabuki was absolutely free hitting. Despite all the spells available, all these big ultimates that Evos have at their disposal, Kabuki did not even use the Purify. That was how free he was. And he was free hitting completely, and on the other hand, the second person who fell from Evos was Brands, so without that damage output, they can't do much as Annabelle gets jumped on.
Taking slow. Yowie! Wild charge to the back as the Astral Echo was there, but the Furious Dive in. The Petrify will be used up. Kabuki with the Purify still able to escape now. An implosion onto Yowie and Guggen, only the frontliners. Kabuki still free hitting. And now another layer of damage comes through. It's a conceal from Liquid. These charges.
2-0 trade, and look at that damage output from Kabuki. 12,000.
Wow.
He was so free in the back line. We could even see Fluffy going for an attempt to shut him down, but with all those items ramping up for Kabuki already, as well as the Wind of Nature, there's just so much maneuverability that Kabuki can utilize to dodge out the damage, and that's a free Lord for Team Liquid.
I don't even think Kabuki was trying to dodge out the damage. He just held his ground and went to try and duel Fluffy with a Wind of Nature. With the fact that Fluffy has no Blade Armor, he's forced to go with the Immortal and with a Clawed Armor because he was getting chunked down by a Heskill a bit too much. So he just immediately gets shredded down. And just like that, after taking out the Black Dragon, Kabuki just kept moving forward without any real threat right now. The fact that Evos are having a bit of a front to back is really coming to bite them in the back. Because Roger is trying to compete in damage output against a carry, and at 18 minutes, it's just a whole different story.
The Twilight Armor by Fluffy. Really respecting that poke damage, man. He's been chunked so many times before the team fight even begins, especially in the siege. I think that'll play a big part of how he can try to look for a defense with Evos.
Even for Annabelle, he has a Winter Truncheon if I'm not seeing this wrong.
Yeah, he does.
He's just trying to go for extra survivability.
Look at his play. Looking very low. Dreams conceal, but the Lord comes into the mid lane. Liquid will not be able to find more. Here with the Lord push. Diversion though. Evos Glory want to look for more. Guggen gonna be caught off position, but it's only just by Brands and Dreams. Yowie, watch charge. Good dodge by Brands. Oh, what on? 3-man Petrify. No real combo to follow it up just yet. And they look for the slow damage to Dreams. In the front first, as the 4-man Astral Echo was connected by Heskill, shooting down Brands and just playing with that poke.
Oh, wow. I mean, that re-engage coming in from Evos, that segmentation was nearly great, but Team Liquid were able to recollect themselves after getting caught off guard so quickly that you would expect it should have gone in favor of Evos, but it didn't.
It's like they expected it and they already preemptively moved with that as a possibility. Now Guggen himself picking up a Winter Truncheon right here. The extra bit of survivability can bait out the all-ins from the opposing teams. It seems to be the case right here. But yes, the barricades, by the way, from Yowie are very lethal as... Oh. It was a scouting uses of a skill, I guess. But look at how Team Liquid is positioning. They have full control over the map, and even as they're sitting in the base, Yeheskiel is just poking at them and more importantly, revealing them, knowing that there isn't a play right here where two members from Evos are actually hiding in the back, in the jungle somewhere.
It looks like they froze the purple buff as well, right?
Oh, Yehezkiel Purify walks out with the Astral Recall, gets a 5-man Astral Echo as well. Around with Ivor now in the midst of it all, forcing an implosion play. And Yawi, now with the power of nature, is a winner touch and pop by Arani, will die, but look at the shots coming down from downtown from Yehezkiel. Kabuki free hitting, and it's Kabuki who continues his onslaught of damage. With a killing spree, Brands is next to the chopping block. It's a triple kill for Brands, but Kabuki is still full HP. 3 for 3. Yehezkiel and Kabuki versus Annabelle and Fluffy. Kabuki getting rid of those HP bars. Another Astral Sphere connecting, and now it's going to be another Astral Echo as well. The base wide open, but the mini waves will spawn back up for Evos Glory for them to be able to defend. They might go for the bottom turret here, but Evos seem to be able to clear it out. Kabuki just undeterred. He knows he can very easily 1v2 this unless Evos bring in some reinforcements. The fact that there was an even trade is great for Evos, but at the same time now, you can see that even just Kabuki and Yehezkiel, the main, most important members for the backline of Liquid, Evos just, they need more than 3 members to deal with them.
That's the plan, right? Annabelle, does he go for... But if he does, at this point, he gets shredded in by Kabuki. Kabuki, like, it was supposed to go right for Evos, right? That was their plan. They used the diversion play. They were able to get Yehezkiel. They released so many resources on Yehezkiel, but he was still able to get out after everything that was thrown at him. And he was able to bait so many resources for the eventual re-engage for Aura to get that much value. And now we circle back onto the neutral objective. We circle back onto the Lord here in the 22nd minute of the game. It's been 22 minutes, by the way.
So the pattern continues, Eterna, from the previous match. What was game 5?
21?
Was it 23? 23 minutes. We're going to be hitting that in 4 seconds. It still seems like it's anyone's game at this point. Yawi! The cavalry charge with Yawi leading the pact. Kabuki capitalizes. Gugun, shield unity forward. No Fluffy to play with. Dreams though. Waiting in the midst. The tiger waits for its prey to look vulnerable. Gugun and Yawi though will read it out. Conceal. Now by Dreams defensively cancelled out. Meanwhile, Yehezkiel doing a good job at zoning Annabelle, shooting Dreams down as well. And Aran gets his Rose Gold Meteor popped up. But Team Liquid Aura secure an evolved Lord.
All this time, Aran on the Benedetta. He has this much of an impact. He's been hiding it this entire time. We've only been seeing the Paquito plays. And he pulls out the Benedetta finally in the playoffs. And this is the dominance.
Wah, tapi sekarang kuncinya harus ada di Yawi sih. Yawi harus ngelamain Lordnya dengan menggunakan barir. Karena kalau nggak, pushnya cuma satu lane. Dan itu akan percuma dengan Lord Evolve. Lord Evolve-nya akan sia-sia.
Considering how this game is going, that is very possible. But look at this, the Lord is just moving a bit too fast. Members of Team Liquid aren't really there just yet, but now they're trying to converge. And here comes the Astral Echo. They want to use it to fight. Fluffy, economy shield unity. Still able to survive while charging the backline. Stunning 3 members. Aran not looking for anything just yet. It's a good Purify onto the Implosion of Dreams. But Gugun is going to be pinned down all the way in the back as Brands goes in for the free hit onto Yawi, but he still has the Immortality. Gugun, Immortality popped as well. Base turret up top taken down. A Petrify and the Furious Scythe onto Gugun. The chain combos and the 2 tanks will be able to deal with Gugun. But now another wave comes crashing down in the bottom lane. Evos send Claw and Fluffy to defend, and they will be able to. Liquid Aura not able to end things in the 24th minute.
Diversion play. He shouldn't be able to find anyone there though. But yeah, that Lord push wasn't as organized as it should have been, right? They weren't able to fully utilize the Lord in that mid lane because the crashing, the timing was kind of off. And despite Gugun being able to buy so much time, they weren't able to get the maximum out of it. Arashi, what happened?
I think just got there not in time, and they can really go for a lot of chunks, a lot of poke damage. That's the thing that they've been using here to really get a foothold in this neutral objective take. It's not the big ultimates, the big card control tools. It's the fact that they can go in for short trades, win it out, or go even. And then let's say, for instance, Aran can just heal up by going to the side lane. And look at this diversion though.
Aran catches it. It's going to be too late. An implosion. Aran. Immortality. Now into the winner. Truncheon. He pops it in time. Will he be able to escape though? Eye for an eye, Aran. No. Annabelle takes him down.
70 seconds on that death timer, by the way. So despite them putting all their resources out, if they're able to get more picks like that and fully capitalize over it, especially with timings on the neutral objectives, then that's probably how Evos will be able to turn this entire thing around, right? 50 seconds for Aran to pop up, 20 seconds left. So Evos have a 30-second opening, knowing that Aran will not be there to harass in the side lanes and go in at the last minute to re-engage in these team fights.
Well, a big difference right now, especially in the damage output. Brands has a Wind Talker and Kabuki has a Wind of Nature. When it comes down to damage output, we've seen that Brands can really keep up when it comes to just pure DPS. Oh, and this diversion, man, it's just... Whoa, hang on.
Oh, well, charged by Yaoi, but he hits the other side of the wall. So able to find some damage, and Goku pops in a winner Truncheon. Now Kabuki gonna be caught, he pops in a Purify, and is able to escape for somehow Claw! Finds the shutdown! And it's a double kill that he secures. A big blunder by Liquid Aura, and look at the death timers. Aran alive, yeah, Hezkiel trying to look for a trade now as he pops in Astral Meteor. One shot can do it, but Annabelle blocks him from that. The Evolved Lord, now for Evos Glory.
The crowd goes wild, ladies and gentlemen. The Evos fans are celebrating what was supposed to be a controlled game for Aura from Team Liquid. Has been turned around just behind on that diversion play. In the latest of the game, this damage is ramping up. And remember, Kabuki is on a carry. A carry is notoriously short-ranged. And the problem is, she is susceptible to that magic damage from Kwakun. What a play from the mid laner.
Want to see how Evos can use this, because it's a great moment for them. They've completely turned around the gold lead, actually leading right here. But they are up against a League in Novaria, and they do have carry to deal with the Lord. We'll have to see. With the Purifies still on cooldown, this is the opportunity for Evos to really seal the deal.
Into the mid lane they go. Look at that Lord. Still a chunky boy. But Kabuki has to respawn. I lose 2 base turrets. Eye for an eye by Aran. Kabuki still hitting onto the Lord. Evos Glory not really utilizing this Lord to go for a fight. They want to play it slow. They've equalized the game completely.
Now it's just a difference in the possibility of a diversion. That is what Evos have as an advantage, and that's what they've been able to use. Now with Team Liquid just not having the same kind of pressure, the same kind of control, even fewer turrets to try and get into safety too. It's gonna be a bit of a problem. And funny enough, for both teams, the only turret standing is the one furthest away from the Lord. With how often the diversions are happening right here, I'm not sure what's the plan for Team Liquid here. Do they want to keep just pushing the aggression? They want to bank on a split push play maybe from Aran.
They need to properly assess the situation, right? Because with Aran on the Benedetta, they were banging on the fact that they could go for that split push play. The far lane play, the harassment of the far lane. But with this diversion present, it has been impossible. Maybe earlier on in the game, they can lose Aran, sacrificing Aran for the better of the game. But at this point, with the death timers ramping up, it's not a sacrifice that they should be willing to take. Ladies and gentlemen, we're entering the 30th minute of the game.
Already seeing some adaptations. Athena shield on the carry. He knows. That is a massive problem right here. Now with that Athena though, there's a chance that Kabuki will be able to perhaps like sustain long enough in these big fights. Definitely needs to be a multi-person effort to try and take down this carry, especially when the Purify is still up. With 25 seconds to go with the Lord. Oh, never just spotted out.
Dreams takes it.
Oh,
Dreams. Flicker as well.
That's a big resource.
Yawi has the wild charge. He goes in. He is able to stun Brands based on the Purify Gugun. Poissons around disengaging. Black Dragon form. Baited out as well. Around with Phantom Slash now dashing out to safety. Evolve Lord is back up in this game. One death could be the end of it all.
Yeah. It's too expensive at this point. Diversion play.
But it's onto Aran again with the implosion. Immortality. Now with Winter Truncheon. No! Beautiful shot by Dreams to cancel out any Winter Truncheon play from happening. But now an Astral Echo into Kabuki walking up. Yawi, no wild charge just yet. Pops in the barrier, but is not able to find Annabelle. Oh, completely stuck in the barrier. He finds a wild charge though. Annabelle buys the immortality, buying a little bit more time. Dreams, no implosion, but Brands is doing a lot of damage. Heavy spin. Yawi, no immortality. The pin down comes through from Annabelle. Another diversion to the back. Kabuki forced to run the other direction. The cavalry rerouted by the Tigers. Zuman pounces on their prey. Brands, like and bounce, pulled back by the dispersion, has the immortality. An all-out fight. Gugun, Winter Truncheon now. Kabuki, can he deal enough damage on the Dreams? Implosion again, but it's only on the Gugun. Dreams with the immortality. Kabuki still free hitting. That's a Rose Gold Meteor by Brands, but Kabuki's still to be able to free hit right now. As the immortality gets Fabia Heskill. Astral Meteor chopped down, but he loses immortality as well. Now the Black Dragon comes flying down with one last dive, with one last petrify, and one last diversion. Evos Glory have wiped Liquid Aura out.
The cavalry have dropped on their horses in minute number 31 of game number 1. And that was a 5v4 situation, recognizing that Fluffy was still in the base because he had to clear. That was the reason for the re-engage, but it didn't pay off. Evos had the better team fight, and it looks like they're looking for the end of game number 1.
One man stands against the rest, and implosion from Dreams again. One nail in the coffin is all they need. Evos Glory strikes first.
32 minutes. That was a 32-minute game, the longest so far here at the playoffs, ladies and gentlemen. A very back and forth game that was led by Liquid in the early stage, up until that mid. But the late game is where Evos Glory thrive.
See Evo's mom is feeling the moment. What a crazy performance. Taking it to the longest game so far. That is crazy, man. Evo showing again that they do have that discipline. And even though it looks bleak, even though it looks like it's out of control, they have the experience and they have the presence of mind to just wait for the right moment, and it has absolutely paid off. What a harsh mental blow for Team Liquid.
Definitely not a great start.
Depends on how you look at it. It was a great start, not a great finish.
True, true. What a game by Clocken. Wow. I mean, people were always talking about Clocken is like the lucky charm, and I thought it was more of like a funny, superstitious kind of thing that, you know, Indonesians like to dabble in. But performance-wise, that first game was so impressive. The last time he picked up the Luo Yi, we saw a similar performance, and he remained consistent. Without those plays, without those diversions, without that damage output, the targeting on Kabuki, that would have ended completely different in my opinion.
The fact that Brands had, I guess, the call to just go for that late game build that we haven't seen. Most players want to go for that burst damage, wants to go for that power spike, but no, he knew this game was gonna go this way, and he went with that DPS build. Beating a late game carry, man. Of course, it's a group effort, but they're showing again so much adaptability, so much flexibility. Even the diversion plays that were initially unsuccessful, eventually, with the minute changes, it has absolutely paid off.
It's a crazy comeback, an epic comeback. And with this crowd as well, that's what we were talking about, the people's champion. You can hear every single time they made a play happen. Every single minor victory, they celebrated. These fans celebrated every single thing that happened in that game that went to Evos' favor. And it showed, they were like, it just built up. The frustrations of Aura, Liquid Aura also built up.
it was literally a roar. And they're still roaring.
They're not stopping. Why we get
why
the
should
result.
they?
I think that the Evos fans chant louder than RRQ earlier on.
I have to agree. Based on,
Yeah.
you know,
Right?
yeah,
I think so.
they are chanting louder.
And
Maybe
it's always been RRQ, honestly, that I'm always like, it's an RRQ match, let's go, it's gonna be loud. But Evos fans, they're coming through.
They're stepping up, man.
They're stepping
Matching.
up, and Clockun has definitely stepped up as well. Ladies and gentlemen, the player of the game presented to you by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Again, right, I mentioned this. There have been so many flashy plays by all the other Evos members that this man is kind of similar to a boy, right? Not exactly highlighted over the regular season, not someone that you would claim to be one of the main anchors or the pillars, but he's always that main person to build the foundation, and in this particular game, finally he gets the spotlight. The diversion plays, the damage output, the targeting up until the very end, staying consistent, not getting picked off. These are so many important layers to how Evos were able to find their comeback.
I did say in a way he's a bit of underrated, right? He doesn't really make the crazy big plays because everyone else outside of Evos do, right? Generally the highlights come from brands or from dreams. But when you really look at it, especially when you check out the numbers, again and again, even during the regular season when he plays like a Vexana or one of these damage-dealing heroes, he actually does a lot more lifting than you would expect. Here's the player of the game highlight where our official gold partner Uga has gold. And early on, it was a bloodbath. The whole game was just action-packed. And especially before the items are available in this early game, it was just so dangerous for anyone from Evos to walk up. But especially here after this big sequence of events, you can see that Evos are struggling a bit to really match the survivability and the damage output in the middle of these big fights. But when Kabuki is free hitting, it's just a different story. And Evos really kind of struggled to try and match it. And that's where they really make a mistake and they don't really get the upper hand. But the more the game goes, the more they decided, okay, we don't go for these big team fights. We go for the split pusher, right? And that's the adaptation we're talking about. And here, the diversion to really cut everyone off is completely just ruined any kind of calculated play that could have came out of Team Liquid. They were just forced, roped into this fight without consent. And from there, it's just a slow, steady process by Evos to take them out. And look at the targeting. They still had the presence of mind to look at where Kabuki was, to try and focus him down and branch with the item swaps as well. Definitely showing again that he's still in it to win it, man. He has the experience, he has the mechanics still. And here, the flicker implosion, knowing that there's going to be an attempt to at least clear the wave by Iran. Just so good from Evos. At every single step, they seem to have the right idea. And they execute really, really good.
Also, the one thing that I forgot to mention about Clockun, 2 times. Turtle, Lord.
Yep.
Those were very, very big takes by Clockun, by the way.
especially the Lord. I think
Yeah.
the Lord was what let them get that far. Let the others catch up because they were behind, right? I mean, Annabelle was 3 levels down on Gogo, and it was a level 15 Baksha to a level 12 Akai.
Yeah.
So without that steal, who knows what would have happened? Maybe Liquid Aura would have been able to get a bigger snowball and ultimately end earlier than we see here. 32 minutes, the pattern of match 1.
Are you ready for a 40-minute game?
40-minute game?
Boys?
At this point, it better be a 40-minute game, right? Because you can't start things off with game 1 going 32 minutes and then game 2 just being stomps.
I mean, last season, that
Games
seems to be
onwards.
the pattern, right? Whoa, it's such a long game. Usually the next game, I guess it's fatigue, it's, you know, confusion.
It's stress.
It's stress.
Mere stress.
Usually the next game
Mere
immediately
stress.
is a stomp.
Is that a thing now?
The mere stress.
I was
Mere
mere
curse?
stress
Mere cult?
last
Mere
week
stress?
on Sunday,
What
but we won't
happened?
talk. No, we won't talk about
What
it.
happened on Sunday, Rashi? Tell me.
Just Mirko doing Mirko things.
Oh.
But calling some attention to the items right here, you gotta appreciate and give a shout out to Brands a bit, because he swapped items almost constantly, man. There was one fight where I think he swapped 3 items even. He had, at one
Yeah.
point he had the Has Claws, he switched for the Rose Gold, and then the Wind of Nature. Because remember,
Dude, what do you want, man?
yeah, I guess that's just how close it was. And even for Kabuki, no Wind of Nature because it's sold, it's switched out. That late game, even the slightest bit of change really gives you such a big impact in the game. And unfortunately for Aran, you know, he started this game really, really strong, going full damage. But that's the quote-unquote weakness of going full damage. You can delete the backline, but if you get caught, you get deleted as well.
Also though, Aran, fool me once, shame on me, right? Fool me twice. Actually, that's
It's the opposite.
Yes,
You know,
yes.
that's.
It's
But
okay.
actually, you get what I mean.
In this game, it's fool me thrice though, because he got caught more than twice with the same plan.
It happens so many times. When does he get a read on it? Is that just the low Yi? Are you never supposed to get a read on a low Yi? Is that just Clockroom? Is he just better?
Because like the problem is, what would you do otherwise? Would you just stay in the base?
Play a
Because
bit
obviously he
safer.
would need to clear the lanes.
Yeah, but I think in a way you can try to like look for info first, right? He doesn't need to be clearing it that fast, especially at some time. Like it was 70 seconds that timer, and the Lord wasn't up yet, right? So at these times, maybe he should have taken a step back.
Wait,
True, I
sorry,
can agree
Yes
with
still
that.
got a Lord? Do you recall that?
I mean, with probably the free one.
Oh.
So they shoved everybody.
Maybe,
Google
but
didn't use that free.
Oh,
with the way the games are going though, who knows? maybe it was like,
Like,
a
maybe.
like a steal or somewhat. But yeah, I can agree with that, Mirko. When there's no real big objective, how Liquid Aura has been able to really read out where Evos Glory are gonna be at is by identifying that they're a neutral objective contesting team fighting composition. So they wait for where the Lord is up, and usually, even though Evos are trying to make plays happen, they won't be too far away from the Lord. But there, without any neutral objective, Aran was just out and about, and as a result, he gets punished. Of course, credit to Clockwood as well for being a bit more crafty with the diversion. He didn't pick the same bushes. It's always kind of rotating it, going in the jungle, going in the side bush. So I think it's just showing again the possibilities that you can get when you do get a Loi on your team. The question is for Liquid Aura, who's a bit more straightforward usually. Do they want to deal with this global presence again, or at least try to match it with something like a chip, because it was available, but they opted for the tested and tried Yaoi Gruff.
By the way, this is called Mountainside with a Lake View.
Oh.
All right? And if you're on the mountainside, this is not the view you'd want to see.
No, definitely
You want to
not.
see more mountains, no lakes.
Prime real estate.
I have to agree,
Exactly.
man. I love mountains, especially here. The way that Liquid Aura were able to get the early game, it almost felt like they couldn't have thrown it, right? It's crazy, Rashi, that Evos Glory were able to defend that. I mean, they had an evolved Lord, Liquid Aura. I think if we go through the highlights, we'll probably take a look at that one time where they got the evolved Lord, but then the evolved Lord pushed way too early in the mid lane alone. Then it was cleared out without them getting 2 Brigade Stars. They only got 1 in the end. If they got 2, Aran wouldn't have needed to just go bot anytime. Like, they would have had slow pushes always there.
You know what moment stands out to me though?
What?
That one diversion that's closer to the base of Liquid Aura, right? And then Yaoi was the one who identified it. He kind of, I guess, tried to engage while dodging with a flicker, and it just did not connect. And I can't help but feel that if it landed, right, that would have been a 5-man wild charge, and it would have been a completely different story. But you know, it's the small moments that
You know
add
what?
up.
Things happen.
Yeah.
Arashi. Okay, stop
I'm just saying.
highlighting.
Okay, yeah.
You know, people have bad moments.
I was talking about the Lord push earlier, and she didn't say anything,
Exactly.
Arashi, but
It's a best of 5.
Yeah,
we
you're
mentioned
talking about
Arashi
opportunities.
wild charge from one, and that's all.
Yeah, she's like, he's talking about Aran, guys. Just go,
Yeah,
go on
yeah.
Aran.
You were talking about Aran. You weren't defensive, Eterna. What's going on here, man?
No reason. Yeah, why? You know, maybe Iran has bad days too.
Maybe.
Poor Iran.
Okay.
Hashtag pray for Iran, guys.
Hashtag pray for Iran. What about Evos, though? I mean, they're coming. Hey, we're losing to the Indo desk.
I
right
know,
now, right?
I know.
Like,
I don't want to think about it.
We're competitive too here.
Well,
on
we won earlier on. Match number 1.
just me and you though. Like he didn't win. Took a big loss. It's perfect that I'm zoomed in now because if you can see Arashi's face, there you go. Boom, boom. Look at that.
You need
the
tissue again?
uncomfortable eye contact.
You want another tissue? Are you
No,
sweating
I'm
from
good.
your eyes again? No?
No, no,
Are you okay?
Are you okay?
I'm great.
Are
Wait,
you
what?
okay?
Huh? Give Arashi a break? Oh, don't let him cry. Okay. So we're gonna throw to Bude Clara Momstar as well as a Moko. See you later, guys. We're gonna give Arashi a little bit of a break.
Who are you talking to?
The
Who's
producer.
You mean Yaoi?
No.
Kita juga mau ngeliat nih di MPL Playoff Stage akan ada yang bertarung.
Wow, jadi bukan hanya tadi yang kita lihat pertarungan antar tim, tapi ternyata on ground juga kita bakalan lihat ada yang bertarung juga ya Bude ya.
Benar, jadi ini akan memperebutkan kesempatan untuk semua yang ada di venue untuk mendapatkan tiket, atau bukan tiket ya, untuk mendapatkan skin permanen gratis.
Loh Bude, ini buat semuanya, semua yang ada di sini.
Yes, semua yang ada di sini. Jadi gampang banget, pokoknya nanti kita akan mengadu perwakilan satu dari MPL bersama dengan penonton yang akan beradu di Johnson Race.
Langsung saja ini ada perwakilan dari MPL. Kali ini ada Goni, our English caster MPL Indonesia.
Thank you so much Bude, Monica. Wow, game yang pertama seru dan satu lagi nih,
betul.
gue gak sendirian.
Oke, di sini ada gua Adin dari perwakilan Evos Fam.
Wow, tapi menarik di mana kamu akan mewakili nggak hanya Evos Fans, tapi juga seluruh super fans yang hadir. Karena kalau kamu menang di pertarungan kali ini, skin akan dibagikan.
Oke, gua harap gua bakal menang sih.
Wah, itu bebannya berat banget ya. Ini semua di sini bergantung pada kamu.
Betul.
Buy one nih ceritanya Bang.
Oke, Adin, emang lu bisa pakai Johnson?
Bisa.
Oke, kita buktiin aja kali ya Bude, Monica.
Pertanyaannya Goni bisa nggak?
Lihat aja nanti.
Mending jalan aja daripada buka ulti tapi nabrak.
Oh, pedes Bong, pedes katanya nggak usah buka ulti.
Pakai sprint.
Aduh. Wah, Bude, daripada mereka saling adu mulut, kali ini kita langsung aja lihat mereka bakalan adu di Johnson Race langsung di Land of Dawn.
Yep, adu balap langsung aja kita siapkan sudah device-nya. Boleh langsung dan memang menarik, ini akan menjadi satu race yang tentu saja mendebarkan tentunya buat yang nonton di sini karena mereka berharap tentunya ada skin gratis dong.
Benar sekali, ini skin untuk semuanya. Jadi teman-teman super fan
ya?
semuanya, pokoknya langsung aja dukung siapa ya? Dukung Goni apa Andin nih? Tapi kayaknya Andin lah ya, biar semua kebagian nih.
Iya, semuanya penasaran. Ayo kita mulai dalam hitungan 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! Dan tentu saja ini sudah ada rutenya yang dibuat. Dari kedua player ini mereka akan bertarung, akan ketabrakan karena mereka harus berputar di river di mana mereka loh kepriwe, Mase
nabrak.
Wah, gimana nih demi skin loh? Jalannya berdua, romantis sekali, kita bikin romantis. Jalan mulu nih, dan mereka harus melalui turtle pit, berputar, dan ini harus 3 kali. Sempet recall Bang.
Itu namanya taunting Bude.
Namanya
taunting.
Menang dulu Bang, baru yang maju Bang. Kamu membawa nama MPL, tapi tentu saja yang di stage sini semuanya pada pengen skin dong. Mari kita beri tepuk tangan buat Andin.
Wow, kurang kencang sekali lagi MPL. Mana suaranya untuk Andin?
Weh. Waduh, Goni ultimu kok kayaknya nggak kepencet-pencet.
Kepencet lagi.
Let's go. Udah 2 putaran nih. Karena mereka hanya membutuhkan 3 kali putaran saja. Boleh digangguin, boleh diusil-usilin, boleh dilemparin hammernya. Waduh. Gas terus Bang. Mulai lagi, akhirnya Goni berubah menjadi... Ya, gak apa-apa Goni. Ya beginilah ya. Maju terus. Udah berapa kali putaran? Andin udah berapa Andin? 2. Andin sudah 2. Let's go. Andin semangat demi skin. Oh tidak. Goni berusaha untuk mematahkan. Mencoba untuk menghindari, tidak. Bentar, ini yang di depan adalah Andin. Let's go Andin, lari. Andin. Sampai ujung sana dan Andin akan menang. Dan karena kemenangan dia akan bisa memberikan akses untuk kita semua ngedapetin skin gratis. Dan pada akhirnya Andin menjadi pemenangnya.
beban beratnya akhirnya udah nih keangkat dengan
Udah Bang,
kemenangannya ya.
udah kelar.
Segini aja.
Segini aja kata Andin, Gon.
Aduh nggak tahu lagi deh Monica.
Mending kita cut aja ya kan ini adegannya. Udah kita ulangin aja apa Gon?
Ulang.
Enggak,
BO3.
ada skin yang akan dibagikan. Andin, apa yang ingin kamu sampaikan kepada seluruh penonton Mobile Legends di sini karena kita akan mendapatkan skin gratis karena kemenanganmu melawan Goni di Johnson Race.
Ya, tetap semangat, dukung tim yang kalian banggakan. Jangan lupa skinnya dipakai biar sampai kalian Mythic Glory.
Skin on, skill on.
Wow, congratulations sekali lagi buat Andin dan seluruh yang ada di sini. Karena kita sama-sama bakalan siap-siap, karena kita bakalan sama-sama redeem untuk skin kali ini gratis untuk semua berkat Andin.
Ini yang ada di sini langsung keluarin smartphone kalian, keluarin Samsung kalian.
Redeem.
Ini hanya ada yang ada di sini, jadi cepet-cepetan yang ada di sini semuanya akan ngedapetin ya.
Nah, gimana buat yang nonton? Mungkin pengen juga nih, langsung aja datang pokoknya ke Velodrome Jakarta untuk sama-sama kita lihat bagaimana keseruan dari MPL Indonesia Season 13 Playoff dan juga sama-sama kita bisa bawa pulang skin gratis nih.
Betul, karena kita akan adakan setiap hari.
Loh Bude, apa? Setiap hari?
Iya, jadi yang ada di Velodrome, kita happy-happy bareng.
Wow.
Dan keduanya sudah usai perjuangan kalian. Sekali lagi thank you banget. Wow, Anda yang nice try Bang. Oke, nice try Goni, tapi thank you banget. Goni, satu kata untuk match lanjutan ini.
Satu kata, comeback lagi nggak sih?
Akan ada comeback. Kita akan melanjutkan perjuangan dari kedua tim ini. Jadi caster, silakan.
So Arashi now feels better because he just got a free epic skin because Goni lost earlier on. We all did. No, but we let him redeem it first.
No. Oh yeah, yes. Yeah. We definitely let you redeem it first, Rashi. Is that how it works?
What skin did you get?
What skin did you get? I don't have redeemed it. What?
You just said you were like jumping up and down your seat.
When you're I'm just excited to see Goni lose.
Oh, okay. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys were wondering what in the world was happening earlier on during the break, we are giving out free skins in the 1v1 Johnson race if the audience is able to win against the MPL ID team. So it could be a caster, it could be against a League Ops, it could be just anyone from MPL ID versus a random picked audience member. So if you guys want to go 1v1 as well, don't forget to head over to Velodrome, ladies and gentlemen, because, you know, we're giving out free skins every single day. Imagine that. For every single one of the people here.
How many people are here?
A million.
A million?
Million.
Wow. How did you do the maths so quick? Yeah.
Sometimes I'm quick, sometimes I'm slow, but today it's a quick day for me.
Well, you're quick or slow, but you're never accurate.
It's because I'm using the Games Max booster. No lag whatsoever. Quick with it with the math. So if you guys are watching your favorite team compete in MPL Season 13, you guys, of course, want to play too, right? If you guys want a game full of no lag, super smooth, super nice to catch up on the ranks, you guys can with Games Max because you guys can get a 36 gigabytes of data. See, it's wavering. Because I did it yesterday, it's wavering now.
Connection?
Mm-hmm. From 25,000 only.
Yeah.
So imagine that.
What do they have to do if they want? Okay, I'll be honest. What do I have to do to get the package? Man, I need that.
You have to subscribe to my YouTube. Sorry, no, that's a different category.
Okay.
Sorry. But if you guys want to buy the package, you guys can activate the booster in the Dunia Games app. So go ahead, open up your Samsung, right? Open up the app store for Samsung. What is it called? Play Store?
Yeah.
Right?
Play Store.
Yes. Play Store, right?
Play Store.
Check
Play
out
Store.
Dunia Games, download it, and then use the Games Max booster, only 25k IDR.
And I think for
So
players on
affordable.
stage, they're already using it, right?
Of course.
For sure. But unfortunately, Liquid still didn't win. They got comeback.
Come back.
Came back.
Came back.
Evos came back. There you go. Came back.
Came back.
looking at the previous game recap, moving on. We did see again, yeah, Heskiel was of course doing a lot of damage on Novaria, but credit to the frontliners of Evos. I was saying that, especially for Fluffy, hey, you don't get anything to deal with the carry, no blade armor. It's, you know, it's like a done deal. But it turns out, you know, he has that vision, right? He knows that for the most part, he's not supposed to just sit there and take punishment from Kabuki. Not his job, none of his business. So, showing again that they do have an extra layer of thought when it comes to itemization, right? The whole team, not just Brands, because, you know, he's the experienced one. Every single one of them have their own ideas and thought processes, which is amazing.
It's been absolutely great for both teams, honestly, in this game, because we got a glimpse of both. Evos Glory, how disciplined they are to manage these waves, to come back in a spot where you really shouldn't be able to come back, right? But for Aura, Liquid Aura as well, their early game control was phenomenal. The fact that they shut Evos Glory down so early on in the game, forced Evos Glory back on the Roger? Bro, if Naisu was here, he would say, they practiced their minds off.
You have to use his accent.
They practiced their mind off.
Nice.
Bro.
Shout out Naisu.
Shout out Naisu. I'm a wall. This is Joseph. Naisu, the wall. Listen, it's not the wall, bro. It's the building. A building. It's not just a wall. It's the whole building. It's the whole building.
Can it be a tower?
Sure. The tower's a building? That counts as building. We're in a stadium, not a building. But ladies,
technically it's a
the
building.
stadium is a building. Hang on a minute. Yeah, but you know, like drafts. Game 2. They're drafting their minds off.
Game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. It was Aura with the control, but they came back
right
by Evos. In game number 2, how's it gonna pan out, right? Again, another blue side loss.
Your team is
Actually, that's a very good point. I am looking forward to the adjustments coming in from Liquid Aura. Hey, just like that, hang on a minute. This is progressing a lot faster than I was expecting.
Ling, Export, Yuzong banned out. This is a change coming in from Team Liquid. From the side of Evos, it's still the Fredrin, we have the Harith and the Moskov, so exactly the same. And this does mean that the Roger and the Luoyi, once again, this is the exact same picks coming through, aside from the Yuzong.
I think they think the Luoyi and the Roger wasn't the problem. The real problem was Fluffy on the Yuzong because it stopped them from fully diving in, but also with the Claw. So a few changes happening here, but still the Grok. So an early Claude over the Novaria that they secured in game 1.
Test. Alpha is online.
Oh man, just like that. I think this has to be part of the plan here. The Alpha left open, immediately picked up. I wonder if Liquid Aura has a plan for this, right? If they're expecting, anticipating the Alpha, and they're ready to try and set up for a counter.
This is so dangerous.
Yeah.
It's interesting and it's dangerous.
This is
The falling
literally the
stars
counter to the
brought us
Baksha.
here. Is banning.
Remember when the Baksha was the meta, right? It was the best pick last season. You would expect the Alpha to come out to go up against it.
Yep.
A lot of teams, after picking up the Baksha, they would even ban out the Alpha, so it's strange that Liquid Aura feel the Yuzong is more of a threat than a signature Alpha pick.
Is it a blunder?
Or
We'll
is
see.
it?
I am
the power of light
incarnate. Because at this point, I mean, everyone has to know. If you're thinking about Evos Glory, you think about Alpha. It's a power pick. We've seen what Annabelle is able to do. You mentioned it's a counter. The last time that Annabelle utilized this Alpha, he was able to get a Maniac, by the way. So that early game pressure is definitely possible for Evos this time around. It's not going to be as simple as it was for game number 1. And if they don't even have bearings in the early game, what is the entire idea for Team Liquid?
When the body suffers, your
To
team
see what the vision is, wait and see. But the fact that the Luoyi is still left open right here, and they ban away the Benedetta as well. The Paquito is still a very realistic option. But for Liquid Aura, for sure, there has to be some kind of solution for this diversion, right? Because now without the vision coming into Novaria as well, it's going to be so difficult. As a Terizla gets picked up for the side of Evos for that team fight / catch potential.
That's a fluffy main.
Exactly. And it's not just any
no.
fluffy main, Eterna. It's a fluffy main that has been in the nightmares of Aran every single night he sleeps. Because every time he plays Hiro or Benedetta against his Terizla, he wants to split push, he wants to cut waves, but Fluffy matches him every single time. He rotates the team fight, Fluffy matches him every single time. If Aran looks in the mirror, he doesn't see himself. He sees Fluffy.
What a terrible situation
That's
to be in.
terrifying.
Why? Are you saying Fluffy's ugly? We did not say that.
I mean, if you looked in a mirror and it wasn't you, would that not be terrifying?
Oh, I get it now. Okay,
Right?
We're jumping into conclusions, but look at Aura jumping into the Vexana Chi-Chi combo. More independence, but it's a different approach right here. I guess the ultimate, the tie-in, can function as like a mini Carmilla ult in a way, but wow, they're still trying to go toe-to-toe and just deal with Klokun's low Yi. No problem, just brute forcing it.
I'm excited. I'm excited. Is the Franco gonna come out here?
Oh, I don't know about the Franco up against the Grok, right?
Okay, fine.
Almost seems like Liquid want them to pick up the Franco.
So Minotaur, what's the plan for Dreams?
Tiger? I'm thinking Minotaur or Tig. Those are the two picks.
Tremble before the might of Taurus.
Okay. I was about to say, I don't know if Dreams wants to go crazy, but it's a very tanky lineup. Maybe a bit of sustain might help. Something like a Florin, you know? But it's not Dreams' style. Maybe if Beloy was here.
But he isn't, because it's a different team.
Wait, really?
Yeah, wow.
Calm
Looking
down,
at
guys.
Look at the draft index though. Heavily favoring Evos actually, but of course, these are just numbers. In the land of Dawn, it's a whole different story, man. The human element in esports cannot be underestimated.
There's so much AoE for Evos Glory, right? Luwu Yi. There's even a layer of CC in there. You have the Terizla. You have the Minotaur. These team fights are going to be difficult for Team Liquid. What do Team Liquid have in their drafts ahead of Evos? What do they play around?
They might have more flexibility and speed. Is still something that they very much have with the Baxia, with the Grok, with the CC as well. A lot more mobility available, but now I guess there's just mobility because even they substituted the carry for the Claude even, so we'll have to see how they maneuver around in these fights.
Game number 2, Team Liquid as well as Evos Glory. The White Tigers and the Cavalry head-to-head once again. Can the Tigers force yet another game 2? Wait a minute, what? That's an early first blood here by Yeheskiel. What in the world? What was that?
It was an attempt for Dreams to try and be disruptive, thinking that maybe they'll be tanky enough. It's a concussive blast Minotaur, so he's trying to be annoying, do more damage. And I guess he did slow the farming speed quite a bit. I know Annabelle, you can see how fast he's actually reaching the little.
Crazy damage in the mid lane though. Yeheskiel very disciplined on that flicker, still keeps it, knows that there won't be enough to take him down, but that was close.
Yeah, the emblems here by GameSmax. Kabuki with the tenacity still, with the agility. Like we said, they really want to get that mobility advantage. It's what allowed them to get so much control in the early game, in game 1. And with the agility for both, for Aran, Kabuki, and for Aran and Kabuki at least in mainly, they can really move around the map a lot faster. And if Evos are not in position to really start or receive a fight, then it's going to be a tough time for them to really go for these big fights. They might have to delay the game much later like we saw in game number 1.
Both teams want to go for the contest here of the turtle. You can see them starting to centralize, circle around this top side, help out both Aran as well as Fluffy. But they don't go for it. Gugun level 4, Annabelle with the same level. it's a 50-50 here, but it looks like Team Liquid are first to set up Annabelle.
Iran just taking him down, forcing the Spear of Alpha defensively. That should be a free turtle to Gugun, and he retreats it, and his Fury comes out as well, and Yaoi just pops into Power of Nature, wild charge, and a flicker into the back. Clockun stunned as well, the barrier to stop Clockun from moving, from just walking out. He's forced to flicker. An all-out win for the Cavalry.
Big moment there. Yaoi, of course, finding the pick off yet again. Everyone going in aggressive, though. That's a great maneuver, great small win. 2 kills picked up as well for Liquid Aura. Now Evos, they have to wonder what they're trying to plan for here, because usually they want to play around Annabelle and how much damage you do in the early game and how much sustain you have. But now, these are kind of a bit behind when it comes to the proactiveness. See, in the mid lane though, a lot of these clearing endeavors are always everyone grouping together and clearing fast and then rotating again, just in case, right? One of these teams are setting up for an ambush in that mid lane. If you look at the emblems, by the way, Brand's with the weakness finder. He went for Quantum Charge in the previous game because he needs a bit more kiting, a bit more sustain. Against the Claude, I guess he wants to be a bit more of a bully. He wants to try and get as much advantage he can in this early game.
So you're thinking that this time Evos want to have a little bit more of a tempo in the early game. Is that the main idea?
There's much more room to the scrap. And look at Gugun. Okay, now Blazing Duet cancelled out instantly, but look at Clockun, who doesn't have the flicker. It gets caught in the crossfire of Kabuki's shots. And Kabuki just purifies out of that minion's fury.
And that's a bold play for Kabuki there, knowing he has the Purify, just stands there and takes it. But yes, Evos, you can see, are a lot more willing to try and go for these fights. They do have some more combos, some strong laners as well. So for now, we'll have to wait and see. Dreams, by the way, he went with the tenacity, but not with the agility or the firmness. He went with the Inspire, so they're really trying to bank on having enough card control and team fighting tools to just win it out, all out against Liquid Aura.
And now both of these teams are collapsing once again on the turtle. Yaskiel goes aggressively actually with his itemization with the glowing wand early. Diversion play.
Which for Annabelle, he has the Spear of Alpha, Gugun, so going for it, and it's gonna be Annabelle wins out the retreat battle, but Annabelle's caught in the midst of it all now as Yaoi pops in the Power of Nature. In the end, it's just a kill traded in for the turtle. Evos, they have yet to secure a kill, but look at the gold lead.
Wow, that was unfortunate for Liquid Aura, man. The fact that Annabelle just got in there and kind of just snagged it away. Look at the damage that Brand has. It seems like they're going to be going for another scrap. For Evos, though, again, they're just winning out in these fights, kind of. And Annabelle, despite the fact that he's not really snowballing or doing anything too crazy, he's still showing again how much mastery he has over this hero. Able to steal, not against anyone, against one of the most consistent Retribution-ers in the league right now.
Meanwhile, we do see Clockun picking up finally his second item, Enchanted Talisman. He wants to go for more of these plays.
Ooh, dodge from the penalty zone. Tying Fluffy and Annabelle up together now. Yaskiel rotating over. Fluffy going very aggressive under the turret. The turret has been taken down. Oran, oh! Dispersion and rotation. Oh my god! Oran almost disappeared.
That was close. They didn't get necessarily a kill, but they were able to get that very expensive turret in the top side. Aran needs to go a little bit more vulnerable if he wants to push in that lane. Meanwhile, with his 200 gold lead, let's see the differences of the items.
Well, mainly, we're gonna call attention to Clockun, right? The fact that he was able to do that much damage, he only has the Enchanted Talisman, so it's all his spammability and built-in burst kit. Whereas for Yaskiel, going with the glowing wand means more team fighting prowess earlier, especially right now when the fights aren't long enough to really go for multiple rotations of the spells. There's a common build path we've seen a lot of mid laners take when they go with the Vexana, so we'll have to see. Now with the neutral objective spawning, it seems like they're preparing for a trap.
They don't fall for it. There is poke. Definitely over here. And in the last neutral objective take, Annabelle, he had to enter the vicinity last, or the first turtle would have happened all over again, right? Caught quite low, but now it's actually Iran who gets really poked here. Can he survive long enough?
The sustainment is Fury and a flicker to enable Annabelle to look for a retribution. Even Yaoi cannot find the right wild charge. Annabelle sustaining through the damage and also dealing damage. Clocker in the back still free, hitting, but now getting chased down by Iran, forced to use the diversion to get back. But Evos have traded equally in kills again, but they've secured another objective.
I really do want to highlight Annabelle here. Coming into this match, it was the highlight of the rookies, and the rookies have been incredible. Annabelle is going against... Oh, wait a minute, Fluffy.
Oh, outplaying and surviving. Up top. Fluffy making these miracles happen.
He doesn't get taken down. That's insane. That was a 2v1 situation. Still going to be able to defend that tower in the top side as well as clear. But back to that point, right? Annabelle is going head-to-head with a jungler, a rookie jungler, that has been able to get the #1 in objective takes of Lord, as well as a turtle, and yet he's able to fend for himself here. Look at this. 1 turtle versus 2 turtles already now. Annabelle stepping up with the neutral objective take.
This is where Liquid Aura needs to be very careful though. This mid-game with an Alpha, with a Minotaur, with a Lo Yi even, there's a lot of potential for Evos to really win out in this fight. So Liquid Aura has to pick and choose their fights. So far, they've allowed Kabuki a relatively okay laning phase. Despite going up against a Roger, despite going up against the diversion, he's still pretty much able to be farm and he's not really shut down. In fact, he has a gold advantage compared to Brands. So it's still okay, technically, for Liquid Aura, but are they scaling? Are they in a composition that wants to weather the storm in the early game? I feel like compared to Evos, their scaling actually isn't too bad. With the Vexana possibly getting more and more value as the later game goes on. Of course, Lo Yi having a non-combative ultimate, and at the same time, Aran with the Chi-Chi, if this game goes long enough, that CC can actually do a lot more damage, but of course it depends on whether or not he's even allowed the space to maneuver that way, because of course with the constant diversion threat, Evos can kind of deny Aran any real impact in the game.
Not just Aran though. Even in the jungle, right? Annabelle is ahead in that EXP. Gugun is a level below. This is something that we don't see quite often. Diversion play though.
Oh yes, still penalty zone. Oh, he flickers out of the penalty zone. Around now, ties Brands and Dreams up, going for some damage and the sustain. A good internal guard finds Dreams and he will be bursted down, but he still has the flicker. What happened? Yes, good, it's very Yaoi, wild charge! Into the blazing duet of Kabuki. On the clock, he goes, charging in, now going back to the battle mirror image of the shield unit. He connects onto Annabelle, and Yaoi gets traded in. Kabuki in the mid lane, spotting Fluffy and Brands in that bush. With the battle mirror image, jumps back in, zoning them away. Gugun on the Lord.
This is a 2v3 situation, 2v4. If the S-Kill can get back in time. Fluffy still in the vicinity to open up vision, open up information. Is he gonna go for the Hail Mary play? Brands is coming.
Like and pounce ready, penalty zone gets popped in. Kabuki with nature, perfectly played by Kabuki on his signature pick. Brands, there's a diversion on him. So he decides to fight. Clockern brings him back an Eternal Guard. Gugun, Poison's popped in, but he will not be able to survive. Not against the claw of Evos.
30 seconds left for Gugun to respawn, but at the end of the day, it is Team Liquid with the Lord Arashi.
Still definitely much more valuable, and now they can really use the pressure to secure at least 2 turrets here for sure. And also, it allows them to kind of spot out where Evos is going to be, because they have to deal with this Lord. You can see it, they're showing up on the map right here, which means Liquid Aura can just go aggressively to try and take all these side turrets, the mid turret as well, ideally. But man, that was a great play from them to just go back and forth right there and force Evos once they know that they had that advantage. I believe Dream was taken out by the Lord randomly in the middle of that engagement, but that's just how chaotic today has been.
But it's not that much of an advantage, was it? They were only able to pick up 1 turret with a Lord push? And that's an outer turret at that.
Ideally, they would get more, but it turns out Evos have just that much threat. So look at Aura, they're just waiting for the next opportunity right here.
And now it's without, again, the threat of the waves, the lords. They're just still corralling together because they're concerned about that very annoying diversion play from Evos. You don't see brands right here, but let's look at the items for a bit. Fluffy with the Athena and the gauntlet here. He'll be a lot harder to burst down because, you know, that item now doesn't really have an aura. It's anyone who hits you. So Fluffy will be very willing to just take some hits. And on the other hand, the same can't be said for Oran because he wants to be a lot more aggressive, a lot more maneuver and kite heavy. If he can get to the backline, that would be ideal. But of course, that depends on how the engage happens in the first place.
By the way, Annabelle is at a 1,300 gold lead. So among all his peers, he's the only one holding a gold lead. And that just really shows the comfort that he has on the alpha. We took a little bit of a fun fact earlier on by Gope. 75% win rate so far. I think it was picked up 8 times.
That's a crazy win rate to have, man. 8 times picked up, 75% win rate. Wow. And that's why it was such a surprise to us that Liquid actually let this go. But so far, they're making it work. But they've also made that Game 1 draft work in the early game, right?
So let's see how this game really concludes. On the items, by the way, Yehezkiel, no Enchantted Talisman. He went straight for the Lightning Truncheon and the Blood Wings. So he is trying his best to just have a lot of burst damage and be a real threat here. Not really planning on just staying there and spamming spells out.
That poke from Kabuki. Fluffy is able to regen. Very quick though, pops that regen. Liquid on the Lord.
Just dancing around here, waiting for an opportunity. Fluffy though, isolated.
Barrier, shield, unity now, but Gugun's the one knocked up. Another Eternal Guards, Mini Fury catches him. Annabelle, Spear of Alpha onto the back, finding Yawi and Gugun. Just like that, reclaiming control. The Lord Pit Brands going wild. Oh my goodness! Clawing Yehezkiel down to the ground.
The Tigers are roaring, they're clawing, they're on a rampage mode. In the 14th minute of the game, just like that, trigger happy. And 3 members of the cavalry are taken out. Annabelle going to be able to use that to zone out the members of Team Liquid away. And these towers are falling down like flies.
Base turret in the mid lane, focused down by Evos Glory. Brands doing the same thing in the bottom lane though. 2 base turrets down for Liquid Aura, and that's before the Lord. Gugun, shield, unity, Brands has the Purify, gets out, it's a bait for the dispersion, but the Wild Charge still connects onto Brands. Now it's gonna be Oran who walks back in time, but His Fury cancels it out. He pops in his own Purify. Annabelle is isolating Gugun from the 3 members in the back. It's a shutdown to Oran. Look at the diversion, into the back, it's Claw! He finds the dispersion, no rotation, that could have killed Kabuki. Flickers out of the Curse Blast. And now a siege could happen, a siege to end this game to secure Evo's match point. Kabuki with a Battle Mirror image to the back, but Gugun cannot withstand the slashes of the Alpha. Who's online? Kabuki with a desperate blazing duet to the back line, onto Glockun, but it does not matter. Evos pounce again, and this time they pounce straight at the face. Match point.
The cavalry fall behind the chase of the White Tigers. One more game away of saying goodbye to the playoffs, saying goodbye to MSC, saying goodbye to a potential reunion for Yawi at MSC. But what an outstanding game for Evos. Game number 1 was amazing by Glockun. Game number 2, equally as impressive, but Annabelle on his alpha never fails.
You can see the fans just go wild. Evo's mom just emoting there at the camera, showing the pride, right? Her belief that she's always trusted in this team, and now they're actually delivering, going up against the dangerous Liquid Aura, and seemingly just shutting down their game plan all the way from the beginning. Evos, man, something is up with them. They're just improving at such an insane rate.
It's all about that mid trio. Annabelle, Glockun, and Dreams. In the early game though, it was Yawi, Yehezkiel, and Gugun. But for some reason in the mid game, both games in the mid game, they weren't able to fully capitalize on these Lord takes. The capitalization was not there, and it was even worse in game 2. In game 1, they got a big lead with the first few Lord, but then they managed the Lord waves as well, not as well, so that they couldn't actually get more than just one base turret with every single Lord they got. That Lord that they got in game 2 though was just one outer turret. One outer turret. That was, so far in this playoffs, probably the worst usage of Lord so far, right? Is it the worst?
The only person that they lost was Gugun. And yet, they still weren't able to capitalize over that Lord push.
It's very unfortunate. The problem is they fought after taking the Lord. They got the Lord, they should have backed up, and they should have played with the Lord. And that was what Evos do every single time. All right. How do you feel, Turner?
It is what it is, man. But it's a day of comebacks. Kind of.
Kind of. 2-0?
Oh, wait, no. First, no. It's not a good day for that.
It's not a good day for reverse sweeps. But if it's equalizing, yeah, maybe.
You know, there's a first time for everything.
True. I do wonder though, are there any considerations from look at Aura here about the low Yi? I mean, that diversion play has been used so well again and again. I think in game 2 it isn't really as game changing, but it was still used, and it's still a lot of damage coming out from the low Yi, right? Even though he had like one item, only in Enchanted Talisman, he's almost one-shotting these beefier members. I wonder if that is something that they are considering to pick away or ban out, because it's been out there twice.
But what's pick your poison, right? Like, what would you rather have the alpha being left open? And that alpha deserved that player of the game. Presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy Small.
What is small?
Chill.
Right? That's the pose that he's doing. That's, I guess, the level of threat he sees from Aura right now, from Liquid Aura, right? It's like, thanks for giving the alpha. Thanks for letting it go. And you're like, dude, he stole multiple mutual objectives. Easy. Man. That's chill.
That's crazy. Again, right? Annabelle's Retribution. What is going on? He is farming like a madman on this alpha. It's usually always Gugun that has the upper hand when it comes down to the farming. But for some reason, he was 2 levels below of Annabelle. Because if we take a look at the gold difference, it wasn't that far. If we take a look at the neutral objective differences, the turrets differences, it was so close, but Gugun was 2 levels below of Annabelle.
This is the alpha, the signature power pick. Let's look at the player of the game highlights here. Wallet alpha for the official gold partner, Ubez Gold. All these moments where it's like a full-on fight, and in the chaos, Annabelle just finds a way again and again. And it's AoE damage, and it's also survivability. Something we've seen a lot today are these heroes, right? For RRQ, it was Esmeralda, for instance. All these heroes that can do some damage, but also be tanky at the same time. When the games are just so skirmish heavy, I guess that's why Aran was going with the CC. But in this game in particular, he was just outmatched. We talked again about how Fluffy is so good in that EXP lane, in that team fight presence, and he still was doing that. And it's crazy, by the way, when we were highlighting how ahead Annabelle was with EXP, because he again and again gave up his life to secure some of these neutral objectives, and yet he's keeping up in farm. That's what the alpha can bring for you, right? The damage, the sustainability, but also the farming speed that allows you to be able to make those sacrificial plays without falling too far behind. He has killed there with a flicker to the wall too. And stun everyone in the room.
It's quite unfortunate how everything unraveled here, but again, right, if we're giving the props over to Annabelle because of the hero, because of Alpha, why isn't anyone else finding success on the Alpha?
It's an Annabelle's online. It's not Alpha's online, it's Annabelle is online.
Oh, 15 minutes, broke the pattern.
Exactly. Maybe it's now going back, right?
That's not good.
Hang on a minute. So by next game, we might have a 13-minute game. That'll be crazy. No way. It's a mountain, right? We love mountains.
We don't like mountains.
Wait, you said you don't mountain with
We
lake
like
view?
mountains with no lake view.
Oh yeah, I agree. The mountain is great too. Mountains with no lake view. Very specific taste here for Eterna.
Yes. By the way, it's actually quite interesting because there's actually a lot of builds that you can go for with the Vexana. I think you mentioned it earlier on. There was no Enchanted Talisman, but what he used to be able to regen enough mana was to have the breakdown of the necklace, the mana necklace, right? But in turn, you get the mana, but you don't really have the cooldown. Do you think that was imperative? Should he have gone for Enchanted Talisman instead to be able to spam out those skills?
I think they're trying to go for these drawn-out fights. That would have been better. But I think for Liquid Aura, they weren't wanting to go for these long drawn-out fights. They want to go for something more akin to pickoffs. That's why they went for with that. Even with the emblems, Ezekiel went with the Impure Rage as well, giving him a bit more mana regeneration. But overall, he ends up looking like he's trying to poke. Whereas on the Vexana, it's not exactly your strong suit, right? Your strong suit is just crowd control, AoE, and they just didn't have enough damage. They weren't really ahead enough. And I think it's because they went through a lot of the members of Evos, they went with more active emblem choices, where for Liquid Aura, 3 members with agility. We highlighted this, and despite that, Evos were able to actually match the mobility. And part of that is because of the low Yi. Right? You can't really walk as fast, but you can teleport. You have a built-in travel tool in your composition. So I think that's something that I think a team like Liquid Aura that's usually able to out-tempo and out-maneuver their opponents. I think they can really look into trying to stop those kind of heroes, the global presences. And there you go, Eterna. Massive lake view. That's not a lake though, that's a trench.
That's fine.
It's like
I
a
mean,
pond.
that's not fine.
Fish pond. It's like a backyard pool.
But it's not even a mountain.
Exactly, it's more. It's
We
more
want
like,
mountains,
I agree.
not valleys.
Ooh. Why don't you like the valley, dude?
That's not what I meant.
The
I
valley,
can't.
dude.
They're not even called the valley, dude, anymore, right?
Bro, you're right, they're not.
Okay.
They changed names quite a bit. They disbanded it. The whole team is everywhere now, you know? Like, so I don't even know what team they are now, but you're right, man. It just feels like, at least in game 1, they had such a steady road in the early game. They were able to use the snowball so well, but is this the inexperience coming in from Aura, from Liquid Aura, looking at their lineup? This is Ron's first time in the playoffs. This is Gugun's first time in the playoffs. This is Heskyon's first time in the playoffs. They have 3 players who are debuting in the playoffs for the first time. Meanwhile, for Evos Glory, it's Clockun and Annabelle. That's it. But Annabelle, or technically Clockun, has been here before, just not as a main lineup player. You know? So technically
But
he
it's
has
different.
experience. And he was also at ISF, so... Right, actually. But he, as a substitute as well. But he was there. So he has experience. When you talk about experience, I mean Dreams.
Dreams
Also
has
there.
been everywhere, man.
Exactly, so...
In 7, did he come?
That's a fair
France.
point, man. The experience difference. Because you're seeing these weird situations that Evos find themselves in. I was saying this earlier about a different team, but they just seem to really know what to do, right? Even when they're on the back foot, they're like, okay, hang on, let's just do this. Let's gather ourselves a bit. Let's go for the diversion play. They don't really seem to just be caught completely off guard by surprise.
Yeah, I have the same reaction to Eterna.
What?
When you were talking to Rashi, unfortunately, I couldn't hear you because the Evos fans are chanting so loud, and it's great
Were they
to
singing
hear.
Pulong Anti-Onyx?
No, they're using the same beat.
Oh.
But it's not Pulong Antionik. It's just I don't
the
know
way
what
chants work, yeah.
Can't hear as well what they're saying, but you know. They were
Oh, that
chanting.
was
They're
so loud.
continuously chanting.
I love it.
The Evos fans
Shout out.
been amazing today. Hopefully it continues in the playoffs, right? I mean, if they make it out of the play-ins here by beating Liquid Aura in a 3-0 fashion, imagine that. Match 1, we didn't expect to go Game 5. This match, we expected to go Game 5, and like you said, Arashi, the pattern is happening. It might be the opposite. It's opposite
It might
day.
just be.
It's the Mirko effect.
How ironic is that, right? In the regular season, it was always Aura that won against Evos, but when it mattered, when it matters at the playoffs, they are the ones to send Aura home. And that's actually reminiscent to season 8, if I'm not mistaken. It was Evos. I will have to cross-check that fact, but I will do it during the break, ladies and gentlemen, because this time I might need some tissue. So we'll see you after. Don't go anywhere. See you right back.
Kita melihat 2-0 terlebih dahulu, tapi kita melihat bahwa akan ada perlawanan kah seperti halnya di game pertama karena semuanya menginginkan match yang tentu saja mendebarkan. Tapi kita ngelihat dua-duanya berjuang bersama-sama sih. Namun dari tadi Bude Clara lihat di panggung ini nggak henti-hentinya dari Evos Fams.
Wow, tapi Bude ada juga dong yang dari tadi ngedukung tim Liquid Aura. Ada Cavalry, mana suaranya?
Harus tetap semangat karena ini adalah di saat mereka membutuhkan dukungan. Namun memang slot untuk babak selanjutnya hanya ada satu saja untuk kedua tim ini. Dan kalau ngebahas tentang slot, kita juga mau ngebahas tentang slot MSC. Di Indonesia sendiri kita akan mencari siapa yang akan mewakili, namun lagi dan lagi kita akan terhubung langsung dengan perwakilan dari Philippines.
Ada siapakah yang tentunya ini adalah menjadi saudara dari tim Liquid Aura. Dan langsung saja ini adalah Sanford
dari Liquid Echo. Hi Sanford, how are you? Congratulations first because you are the Filipinos that goes to MSC 2024 and then congratulations of winning the MPL as well. How was the journey?
Mantap ya.
Oh, yes, and how is the competitiveness in MPL PAs in this season compared to MPL ID in this season?
Wow, jadi katanya ya memang kalau di kompetitif di MPL PH kemarin pada saat dia bertanding cukup sulit tapi akhirnya mereka bisa menang. Sedangkan untuk kompetitif di sana juga bilang intens ya kata Sanford. But Sanford, your ex-teammate is playing right now in the Liquid Aura team. It's Yawi. How do you see Yawi's performance?
Jadi memang ini memang Yawi yang dia kenal, di mana Yawi permainannya dengan pick off style-nya dan permainan Yawi dia lihat bagus, good.
Ya? Wow.
And how do you describe maybe the evolve of Yawi in Indonesia compared with you on the previous season? Oh, katanya ini belum full potensialnya dari Yawi loh. Dia katanya mungkin butuh adjustment dan dia bakal lebih baik lagi.
Wow, itu kata Sanford. But there's an interesting fact, fun fact, Sanford, that people says that Yawi is one of the reason that Sanford could play at the professional league of esports. Is that true? Wah, ini jadi fun fact menarik sekali Ibu Dea. Ternyata ini Yawi berperan penting nih dalam kehidupan karir dari Sanford. Yang mana Yawi ini yang membuat akhirnya Sanford ini bisa direkrut oleh tim dan bermain di laga profesional.
Yes, dan you play with him before and then you watch him play right now. And in this series, Yawi is struggling with 2-0s now. How do you see, and is there anything that you want to say to Yawi right now? Udah bisa bahasa Indonesia? mau ke Indonesia kan?
Oh.
Wow. Tapi memang katanya dia berharap bahwa Yawi bisa bertemu dengan Sanford di MSC 2024 dan pastinya dia juga inginkan yang terbaik dan dia bisa untuk bangkit.
Betul sekali. Jadi itu ya tadi Sanford ngomong katanya pengen ketemu di MSC 2024 sama Yawi. Berarti ini harapannya Sanford. Do you want Team Liquid Aura to get the ticket to the MSC 2024? As you mentioned before, I think it's yes, but any other team that you think could secure the ticket to MSC 2024?
Oh. So BTR and Team Liquid for Indonesia?
Yes, if I can include one more, it's on Indonesia.
Ada 3 tim yang disebut, tapi tentunya nanti hanya ada 2 tim ya yang akan mendapatkan tiket untuk melaju ke MSC 2024.
Okay, any last word for Indonesian fans that is watching you right now, Sanford?
Thank you for supporting me and Team Liquid Philippines, and I hope show all your support in Team Liquid Indonesia because they need it right now.
Wow, jadi Sanford sangat berterima kasih dengan support-support dari fans-fans semuanya dan tentunya ini pesan untuk tim Liquid Aura fans-fansnya ada Cavalry yang harus tetap mendukung ya tim kesayangannya.
Yeah, so thank you Sanford and enjoy
Thank you.
the rest of the show today. Thank you, terima
Thank
kasih.
you. Thank
Good
you,
luck for the
thank
MSC. Terima kasih.
Thank you.
Wow, itu
Tapi
dia.
memang menarik, dengan Sanford tadi juga bilang, Budi baru ingat, kalau dia berkata bahwa anggap ini game pertama. Jangan tertekan karena kita melihat bahwa tim Liquid Aura ini adalah match point untuk tim Evos Glory. 1 lagi kemenangan dan sang kuda pun bisa didepak oleh sang macan.
Wow, jadi kita akan lihat apakah itu akan terjadi ataukah sebaliknya tim Liquid Aura akan terus berjuang untuk mengamankan poin-poin selanjutnya. Dan tanpa berlama-lama, karena Monica, Bude kayaknya udah penasaran banget untuk melihat game ketiga kali ini antara tim Liquid Aura dan juga Evos Glory.
We're at match point, ladies and gentlemen, and we've been here before, and we've been here in the last match 2 times in a row. Will it be the same story, or will the White Tigers be able to send Aura home? So season 8, it was Evos that sent Aura home, but it was a 3-2.
I remember that. Anti-mage days.
So will we be getting a little bit of deja vu here today?
I mean, that'll be a pretty insane situation to be in. So, I don't know, man. I feel like I want to see this go a bit longer, right? I want to see the adaptations that Liquid Aura can possibly bring out. But from the looks of it, man, Evos, they're just looking... We were talking about this earlier. They have so many power picks, so many different strats. It's looking so tough.
I have a strat too.
What's your strat?
I can't tell.
What? All right, then.
But I'll tell the audience. You guys
Okay,
don't
we're
listen,
going to close
okay?
our ears.
This is between.
What are
This
you
is
saying right
This
now?
is personal, okay? If you guys are watching the show together, we're playing together. Did you know that it's even more exciting if you guys have snacks with you? All right? And the only way to do that, you can't hear me, right?
No.
The only way to do that is for you guys to check out the online store, Click Innomart, because you guys can get a 50,000 discount by using the code ClickDiscountMPL. And you guys can become a member and get the discounts, match up on the prizes, and you guys can actually redeem those points as well to get even more benefits. So now I'm gonna unmute my mic because I don't want them to know. This is a secret between us two, okay? Keep it a secret.
We'll make it between us 4 then, because we weren't muted. You weren't muted, bro. We got those benefits. While you were doing your spiel, I took my Samsung Galaxy A3 series there, and I just... And you know, you got something wrong.
We have a new code.
Exactly.
We have a new... It's not wrong. It's a
just
new
different.
code. It's a surprise.
Wait, can you use
because
two?
you... It's because they were listening in and like Click Innomart, it's like, no, Mirko and Arashi can't use it. So this is special for you guys. Check it out. It's Click Playoff 15. 1-5. Just for you guys. Special for you guys.
Click Playoff 15. I got it too.
Joke's on you. Everyone in the back as well. Like, okay, write that down, write that down. Turna is spilling the beans.
Exactly. Turna is
I'm
not.
getting trolled by production.
Hey.
They literally whispered to me, we'll mute Arashi and Mirko now.
Honestly.
What's the point?
What's the point? Well, here, I will point at something. What am I pointing at?
What's that?
I'm pointing at coffee.
Oh!
This is point coffee. And you guys, if you guys are looking like Arashi right now, looking a bit tired, right? Don't worry, Arashi. Let me point to your coffee as well. Go get
He's not
your
tired,
coffee.
he's sad.
Later, you got coffee over there? Your point coffee?
I don't think I do,
Well, no
actually.
wonder, Arashi. Because
I
you
might have finished
haven't
it already.
No, it's because you haven't bought it yourself using the code that will get you a promo, my friend. Copy, PC, playoff. That's all you need to do while ordering your coffee, your
Interesting.
order, whatever it is. It can be coffee, it can also be tea. You're drinking coffee?
I need a little bit.
Well, Rashi, see?
Annabelle.
Even she is
I had to
persuaded.
give in.
She's giving in to Point Coffee. So what are you doing? Use the promo code, buy it right now.
Yeah, I was procrastinating a bit too much. I'm gonna get it immediately after this.
All right.
Yeah,
It's
but
okay
it is
then.
valuable.
I literally have a health condition, but I'm magnetized towards it. I needed to taste it.
That can be said about all of us. 2 Point Coffee.
Wow, 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 wow.
All right, Connie. Let's take a look at the victory, the PGR. That's a previous game recap.
The DDTH as well, damage dealt to hero. You see that Guggen and Annabelle is just a whole different story. And technically that difference can kind of be added up to the Fluffy Aran matchup. Which is why I feel like when it comes to just the way the composition works together, Evos so far has had some really nice compositions. Whereas for Liquid Aura, you feel like it's good. There is some value to that pick, but they don't really complement each other the same way, right? Like Baxia isn't exactly a massive combo with a Vexana, and the Vexana isn't really a massive combo with a Claude, for instance. Whereas if you look at how Evos is playing, it just seems like everything kind of ties in together really well.
You're so right.
You're so you're mesmerized right now, Eterna.
I'm mesmerized by Arashi. He's so
Absolutely.
smart.
I mean,
And he has a point with the Yuzong thing.
exactly, right? I mean, why ban the Yuzong, Arashi? When you're gonna pick a Baxia and you're eventually gonna leave Annabelle Online Alpha Man to pick Alpha. The main counter to the Baxia.
Yeah, and to make things just a bit weirder, it really felt like in game 1, we were making the whole point about how, man, this Black Dragon form is kind of negated, kind of nullified. Kabuki finding it quite easy to shrug off that damage to win out in the duels. It seems to be the magic damage that was catching him off guard.
Yeah.
So, I don't know where this extra fear of the Black Dragon is coming from in the second drafting phase.
But also the main doubt that I have, right, is the fact that in the early stage of the regular season, most people were saying Guggen is a one-trick pony. He plays these tanks, these utilities, and then that's it. He can't play assassins. And then he proved those haters wrong by playing Joy, winning on the Joy. Nolan as well, doing really well on the Nolan. But now he's kind of reverted back. The doubts are starting to creep on him again.
And not just that, Mirko, but I'll one-up you.
Okay,
Without the Fredrin,
without the Fredrin.
it seems like he doesn't have the same impact in his neutral objectives.
That's true.
Interesting.
What's going on with Guggen, man? The trading power picks like Evos, a good strategy or does it need improvement? Let's read that. That's a hot topic right now. Because technically they're not trading power. Well, they are trading power picks, but it seems, by the way,
Roar! This guy's been roaring
Roar!
for the longest time. This is the same guy who got his face pushed away, by
Yes,
the way.
it's the same guy that
you
was
know
fed
he
Goregan
has
as well.
that energy, man.
I don't know how he gets his energy. He's probably drinking Point Coffee as well.
A
I
lot
want
of
to see
it.
him again. I want to see him roar again.
Come back.
The fans are loving it. It's like, yes.
Oh, these are the Liquid fans. Then we're back to the Evos fans here. Who are raising their banners.
So it turns out they're being, what's the word?
Coordinated. They're
Conducted?
conducted.
Coordinated by Evos.
Not Evos, the Evos mom.
The Evos mom.
Yeah, she was right next to us,
Yeah.
conducting almost.
That's what I was entranced at. I was like, oh, okay.
Pretty cool. She was conducting, she was emoting at the camera as well.
She was unifying.
It's great to have a great figurehead for your community for sure, man. Like that one face everyone knows and rallies behind.
Yeah,
It can make a
totally.
huge difference in how the vibe, you know, when you're in the arena. Knowing that, oh, that person's there, you know, I know everyone is gonna back her up. I'm gonna back her up too, and I just know like these guys are with me. You can start chants, you can, you know, let loose knowing that the guys are gonna be right there with you.
It's the power of the support. And honestly, it's overwhelming, the cavalry in the building, ladies and gentlemen. You guys can get a sneak peek into it. You guys can actually understand what I'm talking about. And will this be a factor towards the mental gameplay that Team Liquid are currently facing right now? We mentioned about the rookies, we mentioned about the debut performances from several of the members from Team Liquid. Do they have what it takes to sustain through? Because ladies and gentlemen, I'll remind you once again, watch the phase of game number 3 presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. This is match point. Team Liquid have opted to first pick once again, blue side. Again with the export, against with the Ling, the Moskov, and the Harith. What's the last ban here? Are they gonna go for the Alpha? Are they gonna go for the Yuzong? Are they gonna go for the Luo Yi?
At this point, might as well try the Luo Yi, right? They tried banning out the Alpha, it didn't work. Yuzong didn't work. Luo Yi has been one of the core factors as to how they were able to find angles around the map with those diversions. They're just so crafty with it.
Alpha is online.
Before they decide to go for the Alpha ban. See, Yeheskel has been phenomenal on the Luo Yi. They always first pick it, so maybe that's the angle. Maybe they want to first pick Luo Yi.
See value in me?
Interesting. Do they first pick Luo Yi though? If they go for the Baksha again, what'll happen? I feel like that's just repeating the same story. They can move around faster, but at the same time, if it breaks, it doesn't matter. We double down. That is the cavalry way. Baksha once more. They want speed.
This is a big question for Gugun. Without the Fredrin, it seems like he's only been able to revert back onto the Baxia, and it hasn't worked out 2 games in a row. Match point, remember. The odds are against Team Liquid right now. And they don't even go for the Luo Yi, right? Evos, if they want, they can go for the exact same thing. Luo Yi Yuzong, Luo Yi Roger, both of them works out.
Where there is light,
Here, first
there
2
are
picks for
also
Evos.
shadows.
As we did Luo Yi, it's just been so valuable, so good for Evos. And it's the Yuzong. So maybe Liquid Aura were onto something. Evos really like having this Yuzong available. Maybe it denies some picks, but for Liquid Aura, that's the Roger sniped away. Now with the Novaria as well, that could be their reasoning how to deal with the diversion. It's going to be traded by the Claw though. Without the Roger, can Brands have the same kind of impact, the same kind of crazy playstyle going in, relying on the built-in tankiness and still just duking it out against Liquid Aura? We'll have to find out.
The Cavalry better pray tonight with the proper side of the coin with Brands on this Claude. They better pray it's not Mr. Fantastic. They better pray it's Mr. Bombastic, because
When the body
it
suffers,
can go
your team
so
must be able to
badly
lose.
for Team Liquid right now. The Benedetta gets taken out here in the second phase of the drafts. And one thing to note now though, there is a slight adjustment coming through for Team Liquid with the Roger pickup now for Kabuki. Do you think what they lacked in game number 1 can be replaced with the snowballing of the Roger?
Interesting. It depends on where the Roger goes, first of all. By all means, it can still be flexed around if they want to try and attempt some curveballs. But if they want to go and get snowballing, I feel like in the end, it goes back to the same problem. You're snowballing, you get some towers. The diversion play from Evos has always been able to be the great equalizer, catching them off guard. Unless they have some kind of way to punish or deny the diversion, I feel like it's a matter of time type thing, right? It's only a matter of time before Evos find that big moment.
True love.
So what's the counter?
It's like blood.
What's the counter towards the Louis diversion?
They banned the Carmilla. Chip might be the answer. They haven't picked up a roamer just yet, and that's a Tigreal. So with the Carmilla ban, it makes sense, right? They might want to just go for something like a Chip. Utilize that grouping pressure, and they've got early game brawling power now with the Roger and the Baksha.
Bit of utility would be nice to ensure that if they do go for that, they're not relying only on the Chip, and they have a secondary frontliner. The Baksha can fill in for that, but no. Grok once more.
Wait.
Will be the other one?
Is it a flex?
Yeah, exactly. No.
No way, right?
I don't think so. It's not Iran's way to play the Grok.
So what's he going for? Paquito?
Paquito?
Let's hear from the crowd.
What, CC again?
Make some noise. It's your
Oh,
turn.
again. They changed one pick.
I wonder if they're really thinking that, hey, everything was good. It was just the execution. It's a bit far-fetched in my opinion. I feel like it's not really fair to think of it that way. For Evos though, they'll be very happy to go with this.
I think the plan is to snowball. Oh no. The plan, I think, for Team Liquid is that they wanted to go for a snowball. They didn't want it to go the way game number 1 did. They wanted to prevent that late game, the macro play that the Luo can offer with the diversion. But then Evos comes in with a Nolan.
Talking a bit about this, right? We're talking about fast clearing junglers and how they are doing so well now. So Nolan, fastest clearing jungle, perhaps one of them, definitely in the top 3. So, hey, if Baksha was having trouble against the Alpha in clear, Nolan's gonna be online very quick.
But in Nolan, it's also not as tanky, right? Not as flexible, but he is very maneuverable though, and that is the danger. Of course, we've talked also about the weakness of the Nolan, the fact that he does not have immunity. He doesn't have an invincible state, like let's say for instance a Hayabusa or a Ling. So he can still be punished, and against Yaoi's Grok, you know, I guess there is that idea that, okay, we can catch him. Now his ultimate doesn't remove crowd control, it only removes slows. That is something that Evos will have to take into consideration when they're going for these aggressive plays.
The Coliseum beckons, ladies and gentlemen, for match point. One more game away, and Team Liquid have to say goodbye to their chances of making it through the playoffs and into MSC. Can Evos do it? Can the White Tigers push this all the way to a clean sweep? 3-0. We'll have to see as we get into game number 3.
Interesting routing from Annabelle right there, immediately stealing away a jungle camp, and then now moving to clear his own jungle. It was very early, very active, and on the other side, Yaoi was trying to disrupt the farming, but he was there to get too early. Annabelle only just now has arrived.
He's doing damage to Yaoi as well. Gugun might be caught too. Dispersion, rotation, and it all ends up with Annabelle finding first blood, looking for more onto Gugun as well. It's a disaster at the start of the game for Liquid Aura. Kabuki trying to chase Annabelle down, but he will not find it.
They were looking for the plays, they were looking for the aggression. That, of course, Team Liquid have been so notorious for, especially with Yaoi on the Grok. But unfortunately, that damage intake in that jungle was a little bit too much for them to handle, and Evos were able to punish it. 2-0 already, giving a kill over to Annabelle in the early stage of the game is definitely not the tempo that Team Liquid were looking for.
So difficult for Liquid right now. You have to wonder what exactly is the plan. They are the ones jumping on the turtle up against a Yuzong, up against a Lo Yi. This level 4 is going to be such a dangerous situation for Team Liquid to try and even scout out for information.
Annabelle is level 5 already. And he's actually been able to have that much fast clear, fast rotation that he's going to be able to steal that buff away.
Well, charge, but now gets knocked up as well. Dream pops an implosion, finding Aran. Look at Annabelle, just hovering around. Annabelle already stealing the purple buff away. Now Fluffy, furious dive and the petrify. Aran is down. Gugun can't even contest for this turtle. 1,300 gold lead in 2 minutes. This is the fastest gold lead of the series so far. And Evos look to try to utilize it all the way.
Guys, the pattern, we were talking about it earlier, it's looking like it might just work. We'll have to see.
I told you mountains are bad.
But man, look at Annabelle though. You have to appreciate how proactive he is. Even when everyone was setting up for the turtle, he had the opportunity, the speed to just immediately take away the purple buff from Gugun and just go back at it, arriving on time still to be present in those fights, in those contests. 2k gold lead with only 3 kills and 1 neutral objective. And it doesn't seem like they're gonna stop anytime soon.
It's just been so one-dimensional from Team Liquid in this entire series. They're going with the same strategy over and over, but it never works out. And now, again, Evos are very quick to figure out what the adjustment from Team Liquid is, and they go with the Nolan, and so far, it's done enough, right? Annabelle now already level 8. Meanwhile, Gugun level 5. It's been 4 minutes. 3 levels below. Well, now 2, but you guys get the gist of it.
Petrify, Furious Dive, the Purify now, but you cannot purify damage, and Annabelle looks to burst him down just as he gets in range of Retribution. To get in range, that additional slow and movement speed that he steals away. Still 3 levels ahead of Gugun.
You're seeing that Yuzong laning prowess here. Maybe that's what Liquid Aura were just concerned about. Look at Annabelle though. It doesn't even matter if you're a fighter. The assassin can take out a fighter. We haven't seen that in a long time. But on a Nolan, with all that spammability, with all the extra damage you get from your passive, he is just spiraling out of control right now. And Team Liquid are just powerless to try and do anything about it.
They're still gonna try though. Gugun already in the vicinity here. He's 3 levels below.
Desperate attempt, but Yaoi has the wild charge, goes for it. Gugun still able to secure it. Meanwhile, the line Clockman was able to disrupt some of that damage. Now a blazing away from Brands, goes into the battle mirror image as well, but isn't able to find anyone. Oh.
How did Gugun get the turtle?
Wild charge Yaoi.
There it is, the space of Yaoi. That shouldn't have been possible, ladies and gentlemen. Kabuki goes in.
On the Dream, scratches him down and takes him out. Brands though has a battle mirror image, can go forward. Kabuki gets a shielding. With that ultimate again, Yaoi dispersed, rotated, always. The damage keeps on coming through, but he has the power of nature. This time CC immune. And Yaoi gets out.
Interesting situation right there. You're seeing again the Grok used to secure a Retribution, and we've seen that for a long time. That's gonna be Annabelle committing highway robbery. It's a great play for Team Liquid to be able to secure that neutral objective, but in the grand scheme of things, you're still so far behind. It's almost like the troubles have only just begun.
Call 911 right now. Because the cavalry, they're getting heart attacks left and right. This is so disrespectful right now.
Ooh.
A run!
Oh, he gets the Brave Smite. I believe Ignition might be able to take its way down.
Oh, Dreams!
Implosion onto 2 Dreams. No barrier from Yaoi, he goes for the wild charge. Knocks Dreams and clocking up, but the Furious Dive comes through as well. No Petri from Fluffy, saves it for now. Look at Kabuki in the back with the Natural Sphere connecting. That's a chase from Kabuki, but a Black Dragon form as well. They're gonna turn it around onto Kabuki. The Petrify is ready from Fluffy. Let's go for it just yet.
That's some really good damage from that Yuzong. 1-0-1, but with the activity, with the impact that Annabelle has been. Oh wow! I don't even get to like analyze, man. They're just doing everything so fast. Even the lanes, even if these matchups are favoring Team Liquid, it doesn't even matter, man. If Evos are rotating this fast, being this active, it's never a 1v1.
That's why, like, the entire strategy that Team Liquid has looked for, has prepared for, it gets one-upped by Evos. Diversion play, Annabelle goes in.
And he goes to the back, Kabuki, oh, gets caught in the fracture, and he gets chased down! You flip the coin, this time you get Mr. Fantastic. Brands with the blazing duet, Annabelle with the fracture, beautiful combo.
What is going on, man? Evos, they're everywhere. I think Team Liquid legit thought that, okay, the turtle's up, they're winning, they have a Yuzong. This is usually where the turtle dance begins. They go in the jungle and they just run into Annabelle and Brands. What is going on, man? Annabelle in particular, he's just so much faster than Gugun. Even though it seems like they picked that Baksha specifically for that movement speed, for that roaming potential. It's just been completely outmatched.
4 levels. 4 levels ahead of Gugun, the player that was highlighted all the way from week number 1. Catching everybody surprised, but what? Annabelle! Again! So much praise for Gugun, and yet Annabelle is the highlight in this game. He has the retributions down, he has the utility down, he has the jungling down, but look at him on the assassins! Not again, not like this.
A flicker baited out, just with a dash forward and a fracture. So much presence on this Nolan. And that's a 5-level lead. Ladies and gentlemen, in the Season 13 playoffs, a 5-level lead. Annabelle completely outclassing Gugun.
And Annabelle's taking all the spotlight, but Brands is also 2k gold ahead compared to Kabuki. He has the triple item power spike already this early on. You can see earlier Yawi taking 2 or 3 basic attacks from the Claude, already chunked down to half HP. He is confused, going with a Dreadnought armor to try and mitigate some of these ability-based damage, especially from Annabelle and Fluffy. But at the same time, he's trying to do both, and he's getting neither, right? He's just so squishy right now that he can't even walk up to really scout properly for his team. They're going to rely on the Haskill, who only now has the Enchanted Talisman, probably building towards a Lightning Truncheon right here.
Wow.
Just faces down.
Here's the thing, right?
There you go.
So many fans out there are anticipating a reunion from Yawi and his former team, Echo, at MSC. But they are a game away of saying goodbye to that entire notion that it was only just a dream from the very beginning. One of the contenders that a lot of people actually thought would do so well this season against a team that went minus. Evos Glory, number 9 at some point in the regular season. Aura, number 1 at some point in the season. And this is the result, this is the outcome that we have been given. And there it is. Here's the take. But they don't go for it. I don't think they know.
They spot Fluffy, but the Furious Dive is perfect. And Fluffy knows it's perfect. He recalls in front of Liquid Aura. Flashes the RRQ emote.
And there wasn't even any time to react for Team Liquid for that Lord take. Annabelle just immediately just deleted it. Kabuki now with the Malefic Roar, only on the 3rd item though. Evos has them completely destroyed when it comes to the farming speed. Gugun level 10 against a level 15 Annabelle. That's just a tough situation to be in for any player. And I think Team Liquid are feeling the pressure right now. And Evos, they're not letting up. They're still remaining aggressive and yet not allowing any chance, any real opportunity for Team Liquid to try and make a play.
This marks yet another step into this
man.
hero. Oh, wow.
Annabelle again with the fracture, finds as hell! Dreams finds an implosion! And that might just be it with a blazing duet. It's a desperate maneuver from Kabuki. He gets a Lycan pounce down. He gets 2. But all of it is for nothing. The cavalry charge to their demise. Evos Glory continue their heroic run.
From 0 to hero, the White Tigers with an exceptional performance. 3-0 against the Cavalry. One team, one voice, one family. You can hear the crowd, ladies and gentlemen. Soak it in. A 3-0, so clean. The Evos fans are celebrating more than ever. The people's champions, that entire art, it's coming true.
It's a movie, quite literally, man. Proving the consistency of their rookie jungler. Evo sends Team Liquid ID home with a clean sweep. Man, after that performance, someone called the Zookeeper, man. The Tigers are out of control.
And you can see the Cubs celebrate as well. The fans in the building from game 1 all the way to game 3. From 0-4 in the regular season all the way to this success. They continued their support. They've never wavered. They continued the absolutely phenomenal atmosphere, and I think we have to give props to the fan base here. Roar again! Another one! One more time! No,
okay. It's enough,
all right.
it's enough. What a performance, Annabelle. Clockun, Dreams. All these members, it's no longer a brand show. The rest of the players, they've stepped up. And you can feel the emotions that are happening on stage, the joy, the agony, the relief. You can see Fluffy over there sending his former team home.
Sad sight for sure.
Oh,
It was bad attempt, but Gugun, man.
Oh no!
You gotta feel for the guy.
His first playoffs for Iran, Yehezkiel, and Gugun, and it does not go their way. Tremendous future.
But we'll take now to Moko as well as Budeklar Mongstar. Take it away.
Betul sekali karena perjalanan ini tidak mudah dari regular season sampai dengan playoff hari ini. Tapi tentu saja hari ini di hari pertama tim Liquid Aura harus mengaku kekalahan. Tapi tentunya kita akan berharap tim Liquid Aura bisa comeback stronger di season selanjutnya.
Mari kita sambut bersama, inilah dia, the last bow from Team Liquid Aura. Terima kasih atas perjuangan kalian dan The Cavalry pasti menginginkan bahwa kalian akan comeback stronger dan akan menjadi kuda yang lebih ganas di season selanjutnya.
Betul sekali. Karena banyak sekali yang telah dilalui selama regular season sampai hari ini. Jadi ini adalah hal yang patut diapresiasi.
Namun mari kita sambut, inilah dia pasukan macan Raja Hutan, Evos Glory.
Wow, Evos Fam di sana benar-benar dari awal memberikan dukungan yang terbaik sampai dengan Evos Glory berhasil mengamankan kemenangan tanpa memberikan 1 poin kemenangan pun untuk tim Liquid Aura. Brans.
Wow, 3-0 kalian sabet dengan bersih. Ini berbeda sekali dengan regular season. Apakah ini Evos Glory yang baru?
Tiap gamenya reset kayak gitu aja.
Namun apa yang berbeda karena kita ngelihat di regular season kalian kalah bahkan 2-0 gitu sama mereka. Sekarang kalian yang ngasih telur kepada tim Aura.
Ya kita juga nggak expect sih, maksudnya bakal 3-0, ya kita bersyukur aja lah. Maksudnya bisa menang 3-0 dan pulang cepat buat persiapan besok.
Wow, tapi ini juga adalah hadiah yang begitu menarik buat Annabelle. Ini first playoff kamu dan begitu luar biasa performance kamu. Dan juga kalau tadi ya, di awal kita sempat ngobrol sama Psychots, kata Psychots tuh Psychots kaget loh ngelihat performance kamu kali ini di season 13 kayak luar biasa banget. Gimana tuh?
Apa tadi?
Kamu tuh performance-nya ini luar biasa sekali kata Psychots di season 13. Dan juga ini playoff pertama kamu dan berhasil nih di hari pertama.
Ya puji Tuhan lah diberkati sampai lolos ke babak selanjutnya. Ini juga jadi playoff pertama di MPL kan. Jadi ya, semoga gak pulang langsung aja.
Wow, berharap untuk tidak pulang, namun ada grogi nggak sih di panggung sebesar ini, semegah ini, babak playoff? Ada grogi-grogi nggak? Gimana kamu pertama kali menjajaki panggung ini?
Gak ada sih, langsung hajar aja, apalagi dengar kata fans ya, selalu disemangatin sama fans.
Wow, itu Bude ya. Ya iya grogi-grogi karena ada Evos Fam. Tapi Anavel, ini kamu memulangkan tim Liquid Aura sekaligus juga ini saingan rookie yang cukup berat buat kamu di season 13 ini. Ada Gugun, gimana tuh?
Ya Gugun jago sih, cuman mungkin lagi kurang beruntung aja.
Lagi kurang beruntung, namun apa yang kalian miliki di playoff ini yang tidak dimiliki oleh lawan kalian? Apa nih, kayaknya Fluffy bisa jawab sih, bisa kasih tahu ya. Apa yang kalian miliki yang tidak dimiliki oleh lawan sehingga kalian yang mendapatkan kemenangan ini 3-0?
Yang pasti kita miliki Pak Ustadz kita. Pak Ustadz.
Itu?
Ya, Pak Ustadz kita.
Klaukun.
Klaukun.
Namun Fluffy sendiri kan udah sering menjajaki playoff demi playoff. Playoff hari ini, playoff season ini buat kamu seperti apa sih?
Playoff season ini pecah banget sih. Kayak seneng banget lah. Kayak hype-nya berasa, kayak ya atmosfer dari Evos Fam juga berasa. Jadi kayak seru banget. Ya.
Seru untuk season ini dan memang dari tadi, dari awal hingga akhir Evos Fam gak berhenti untuk menyoraki dari Evos. Dan sekarang melihat dengan ada 3-0 katanya Pak Ustadz Klokun. Apa yang kamu sampaikan kepada kawan-kawanmu sebelum bertarung hari ini? Apa yang kalian discuss, apa yang kalian perbincangkan untuk memulai match hari ini?
Main aja udah, all in. Sisanya biar kasih yang di atas aja.
Oh, pantesan ya disebut Fluffy Pak Ustadz. Tapi, Klaukun, ini kan tadi kalau kata Psychots, kalau Anavel kaget nih ya ngelihat performance Anavel. Tapi kalau kata Psychots tuh kalau Klaukun emang dari dulu tuh jago. Bahkan disebut Psychots tuh sebagai Klaukun God katanya. Menurut kamu gimana tuh?
Bohong-bohong dia. Bercanda dia itu.
Bener kok, semuanya juga mengakui, namun apa yang membuat kamu bisa bersinar? Tapi kenapa season ini nih, ada komposisi yang memang kamu nantikan ke komposisi ini untuk Klaukun?
Nggak tahu sih, mainnya nyaman aja sama anak-anak ini. Sama roster yang sekarang nyaman banget.
Nyaman yang dibentuk mereka, namun Dreams, mengingat kamu melawan Yawi di match hari ini, satu roamer yang sudah punya title yang cukup banyak. Gimana Dreams untuk membaca pergerakan musuh, untuk membuat semuanya mulus untuk kawan-kawanmu?
Lawan Yawi, biasa aja sih.
Namun gimana sih untuk mungkin membaca dari tim Liquid Aura? Apakah nggak ada kenal, mulus aja?
Gak usah ngebaca gameplay musuh sih, kayak benerin gameplay kita aja sendiri.
Dan apakah ini udah 100% dari Evos Glory?
Belum.
Belum, jadi kita bakalan ngeliat lagi ya bagaimana 100%-nya dari Evos Glory ya Bude. Karena esok hari kalian akan langsung bertanding. Namun memang ada di upper bracket, sudah ada yang pasti kalian, ada tim Bigetron.
Gimana tuh persiapannya? Apalagi nih ya kalau bisa dibilang Evos ini kayaknya most wanted-nya Bigetron. Karena di leg 2 harus dikalahkan oleh Evos.
Persiapannya kayak biasa aja sih, maksudnya ya kita dari coaching staff mempersiapkan drafting, terus strategi, gameplay dan lain-lain. Terus juga dari player ya pasti istirahat cukup. Kita semoga bisa mengeksekusi strategi dengan baik lah. Ya persiapan kayak biasanya aja sih.
Apalagi melawan mantan ya. Akan jadi menarik pastinya. Ada Brans, ada Dreams juga. Esok lawannya adalah Bigetron yang menjadi pemuncak klasemen. Ada yang ingin kalian sampaikan gak sih untuk match esok hari ini untuk tim Evos?
Ada pesan-pesan untuk
match esok hari?
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun. Dan Fluffy, Evos Fans nungguin kamu. Satu kata untuk hari ini. Berikan kata-kata hari ini.
Satu kata buat Evos Fam, kalian keren banget.
Itu 3 kata.
Dua ya?
Banyak.
Oh iya deh.
Nggak apa-apa, pemenang bebas. Mari kita sambut pemenang untuk match kali ini. Pasukan Macan Evos Glory.
Evos di sini, Evos di sana. You're not gonna join?
No.
Why?
Absolutely not.
Why?
Whoa, okay.
What's this personal
Now,
vendetta with
I'm not-
Evo?
I'm trying to
listen.
start dancing out of nowhere.
Listen. You guys, I don't know. This side is sad. This side is sad. I'll take over. You know. It's okay. Maybe I'll join you tomorrow. Who knows, right? You never know. You never know. We'll
We
see.
still have lower brackets.
No, you don't. This is the first day.
No, tomorrow. You said you'll join tomorrow,
Oh,
and I'm
yeah.
saying you have lower brackets.
Maybe in 2 days. I mean.
You better start collecting the good karma then instead of making fun of the guys who are, you know.
Mr. Sanford's like, Bigatron is like the strongest team in MPL ID right now. So
Don't curse it. Don't you dare curse it.
I think Bigatron will win for
Don't.
sure. They are so strong. It doesn't look like there's any loophole to their gameplay. Onyx will definitely lose.
It's like Liquid Aura. Anyways, let's talk a little bit about the crowd, right? Because man,
I'm hyperventilating.
I'll be honest with you.
Sadness.
Yo, look at Annabelle. Look at that
Cocktail.
pose. Look at Annabelle.
Small.
Wow. This absolutely wow. This performance by Evos Glory, their meteoric rise, their heroic run. Mr. Dika, our scriptwriter, he's the biggest Evos fan I know. And he's been saying since like week 5 that they're on their main character arc. But I'm like, yo, stop it. It's a bit too early. But now,
I thought it
it's
was
fully
like
realized.
copium.
Yeah, exactly. Because he always
Right?
copes every season.
Exactly. If you call it every season, you can't say you called it, right? Because it's literally every season. But man, Annabelle in particular, this is some main character stuff.
Yeah.
Player of the match. On the signature alpha, and even when he's targeted, banned away, brings out the Nolan. We were just talking about the Nolan not being as good. 5-0 and 2, 5 level difference towards the enemy jungler. Annabelle,
928 GPM.
where did you even come from?
I don't know, because this is not the same Annabelle that we saw in the regular season. We've seen glimpses of it, but not to this extent. The arc that he himself individually has gone through at MPL ID Season 13 has been so impressive, and we're not even taking account of the other players or other members of Evos Glory. What's a statement by Annabelle?
Let's look at the MVP heat map, and I think it's gonna be all over the place because even since the beginning, we were talking about how difficult it was to try and go for invades in the current patch because there was a bit of a change. Now if you go into your opponent's jungle, you have debuffs. You take more damage, you just don't do as well. It's a bit more punishable. But look at him, even in the beginning, he starts off his rotation by taking his buff and going straight to that jungle camp on the bottom side of the map. And then from there, going diagonally back to his orange buff. And look at, there's a very significant dot on the opponent's purple buff, showing again that he's just there again and again every single time. This was an early game engagement. And I gotta say, that's very ambitious of Liquid here to just go against a Nolan, right? A Nolan, a Lo Yi. Exactly, there's a bunch of spammable spells available on the side of Evos, and they absolutely took advantage of it. And man, that Nolan is just lethal.
Look at this play. First from Annabelle, follow-up.
Oh, it's a diversion play.
And then, Kabuki just having... Oh, yeah, has killed too. All the backliners just having the worst game of their lives because of Annabelle.
No one is safe.
And then Dreams. If all else fails, if you think Annabelle was the only one that could threaten you, no. The whole team is there. You got Dreams, you got Brands, you got Fluffy, then Annabelle again.
Clocken. Please don't forget Clocken.
That's why we need to forget about Clocken. Because the Tiger's super weapon is its claw.
Moon.
No. Yeah.
Oh,
okay, yeah.
Sorry.
Oh man, look at that.
Oh my god, the reverse curse, what? 12 minutes? Oh
Yeah.
my.
Someone clip it. Someone clip it. Make a compilation. That is
See, mountains.
eerie.
Mountains are my enemy today. Stop it.
That's an eerie coincidence. I'll be real. You can read a bit deeper into that, but man, 2 purple buffs for Gugun. That is some painful stat to be looking at.
It's just just an absolute stomp, and I think that Nolan last pick was just like in the name of Evos, it's glorious, right? It was beautiful, spectacular plays by Evos all across the map, and the fact that he was able to already clear, out-level, outclass Gugun on the alpha, the Nolan, you have so much more clearing potential, and you're so much more mobile compared to an alpha. So that pathing, right? From the purple buff straight into the enemy jungle, bottom side creep, that will limit Gugun. So all the way from the start, Gugun wouldn't have been able to reach level 4. He was already capped there. Meanwhile, he got lethal, he got a kill, he got everything. Everything went right for Annabelle, everything went wrong for Gugun.
That's the scary part, the fact that you can put him on a different hero and he'll just find the best way to make that hero work. Because usually you see we haven't seen this Nolan in a while, you know. Usually when you pick it up again for the first time, it's going to be a bit different, there's going to be a getting used to period. But for this man, it's not an issue at all. Just picks it up, just runs with it. 0 damage to turret, man.
Like, we even foreshadowed this, right? From before we even begun the match, that flexibility that Gugun doesn't have at all.
Nope.
He's very straightforward. You know exactly what to expect from Gugun, but for Annabelle, you don't know. Like, Fredrin was one of his most top picks apparently, but take that away from him, it's no problem. He has the Alpha, apparently he has the Nolan. He has just so many things in his arsenal, and he was able to be so dominant. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's take it to the golden moment by UBS Gold.
Geraknya nggak ada ini juga ya. Bisa makan minute sini guys, mau nggak? Ayo.
Winter.
Nice.
Wave lagi bisa sih.
Kalem. Dia masih mau ngegas ulang. Ya dia mau perang.
Gua ada winter.
Oh, cabut.
Aman.
Balik. Bareng.
Let's go. Gua demo.
Bawahnya jelek ya. Iya. Gua bawah. Ini nempel semua nih, enak nih. Gua bawa guys. Kemarin. Ya. Sini boy. Bagi.
Tadi boy.
Ada nomor brand. Ya. Baksi aja udah, baksi aja. Nice boy, kasih tau dah.
Ini.
Kali ini mic gua. Gua bisa datang sih. Continue dorong. Gua kenalin. Nice. Aman kah? Ini menang.
Dah.
Aman. Gua datang nih boy.
Nice boy. Imo udah pecah tuh.
Telepon lagi kan? Ya. Kemit sini boy. Nah.
Nice boy.
Nice. Nice guys. Nice.
I think that is the first time that in a golden moment by UBS Gold we have heard the crowd. It actually sounds like white noise. It sounds like static, but if you pay attention, that's actually the crowd going wild from all those little and big plays that Evos were able to accumulate. What in the world? Wow, I'm a big fan of Evos fans.
Me too. Now I think everybody is a big fan.
Insane.
You gotta respect the hustle, man, of the crowd, because man, they were going every little win. I think I mentioned this already from game number 1. They can get a lethal Wanderer win, and the crowd will go wild. That's how wild the Evos fans have been. Now the only concern I have is keep your stamina. Evos might be here for the long term, right? I mean, looking at the performance today, 3-0ing Liquid Aura. Whew, hey, they might pull off some crazy upsets.
You know, at times there were moments when I had to double take into the game.
Yeah.
Because they were screaming so loud. I'm like, wait, did a big play happen?
No, it's a lethal
they just
Wanderer.
took the lethal Wanderer.
Yeah. They're so loud.
Thanks, guys.
And even the way that they're celebrating, it's not just the same thing again and
Absolutely.
again. They had so many different varieties, different styles. And in the end there, with the lights, that caught me off guard. We were talking, I took a glance like, whoa, what the heck? Man, it's so creative.
So
and
much
again,
love.
you gotta respect the supporters that go through such lengths to show their support right there. Not just showing up and physically yelling, but also thinking of ways to really show that we are like the best supporters.
There's just so much love. And I do love that, ladies and gentlemen. We love to love Mobile Legends.
We have come to love this one player.
The player of the day by Kadia. It's Klokun from Evos Glory. People used to say that he was the Jimat again, right?
The lucky
lucky charm, but today he's proven that he's way, way more.
It almost seems like, I mean, for Klokun, for the most part, right? Back in ISF, back in MPL, all these championships that Evos Legends, Evos Icon and Glory, whichever Evos that he's part of, he's always a substitute. So it's always like Klokun is a keychain. He was never really the key. He was never really the main star. But this season, he transformed himself from a keychain to a key. Oh, yeah. Someone molded him in the back. I don't know.
Yeah.
Turns out he was the key all along.
Exactly.
But ladies and gentlemen, it is official now.
Official.
We had to say goodbye to 2 teams. We have to say goodbye to 2 teams. Thank you so much, Rex, Regum, Kaon, RRQ Hoshi. Thank you so much to Team Liquid Indonesia, or Team Liquid Aura, for making it this far. Unfortunately, day number 1 is as far as it got for them.
Unfortunately.
Uh-huh.
And we were here to witness it, Eterna, so interesting. Speaking of
It's always
coincidences.
us. Why? Why us, Arashi?
Hey, it's just not our moment.
When will it be our moment?
When
it will be our
come.
golden
Hey,
moment.
it's been your moment, Arashi, okay?
What do you
Season
mean?
9 RRQ1, okay?
You know, I would actually feel better if Bigatron picked up the trophy.
Cool.
Because like they've never been able to.
True.
In the past.
There's no
So-
Liquid fan myself, but you know,
Yeah.
the one over.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
We get it.
I think we're on the same page, but yes, fortunately, yeah, the first day is kind of brutal, right? Losing 2 of the teams that have painstakingly clawed their way, especially in this season, to actually at least make it to the playoffs. But it only lasts a day, and that's just the harsh reality of the playoffs system.
Are you referring to RRQ? Because I never doubted Team Liquid to get it to the playoffs.
Really?
I think I have to agree with that though. I never really doubted Liquid if they were gonna make it to the playoffs or not, but RRQ. But surprisingly, I expected RRQ to be on the receiving end of a 3-0, of a 3-1,
True.
right? I expected RRQ to not
Opposite.
perform, but it's the opposite here. The team that we expected to perform, the team we expected to win, lost 3-0, and RRQ, even with the loss, they were impressive.
So we're gonna get to the upper brackets tomorrow. There's not much of a stake like we saw today. No teams will be going home. They will fall to the lower bracket, but it's official. We will see Fnatic Onyx going head-to-head against Geek. And the following will be the Rumble. No, it's not the Rumble in the Jungle, sorry. It's Bigatron.
Is there a name for it? Bigatron Evos?
And Evos.
It used to be the whole like
There was a
the
name
late
for
game,
it.
the late game match.
It's just the
Oh
season
my
back.
god, that was season
7
and 8.
8.
and 8.
And was it 9 as well? I think 8. I
I
think.
think 8. It was 8. Yeah. But I mean,
No name just
the
yet.
most recent drama, the most recent like feud between the two is the ISF representation, right?
Oh.
Remember when Evos beat Bigatron and flexed that trophy?
Do you remember
That
when
medal?
Bigatron represented Indonesia at ISF?
I do. I don't remember
Oh.
Liquid.
I have a, please don't be mad at me. I have
Okay.
I have
What?
I have a present for you. And it
is
says main cast. So it was
Oh, is this for me?
built specially for you.
Oh.
Just the label. That is swag though.
Pretty sleek. Gear up for the launch of Saturday's and MPL ID collaboration on March 4th. This eyewear is a secret weapon for dominating the battlefield. It's available at www.saturdays.com and all Saturdays stores. If you guys want more information on that, you guys can follow at saturdays.lifestyle on Instagram as well as TikTok. How do you feel about it?
I feel manly with this glass. With these glasses.
With this
You
glass.
feel good.
This glass.
Da-da-da-da-da-da.
So manly, I don't need to finish words. I can just do my thing, man. I feel like nice you, bro.
Are you okay?
I'm doing fine. You see, we're having so much fun. It's almost like it's gonna be a fun match later on.
But
before
there
the
will
grand
be. How
final.
do you know? Wait, how did you
What?
know?
I
thought
didn't
that
know
was like
about
secret
it.
information.
What?
Yeah, okay,
What's
so
going
I
on?
thought you guys wouldn't know, right? Because, by the way, for the people who want to come over to the Jakarta International Velodrome the day before the grand finals of MPL Indonesia, the Samsung Galaxy S24 series will host an epic, fun match. Yes, that's on Saturday, 8th of June, 2024, at the same venue, the Jakarta International Velodrome. In case you guys forgot, the Samsung Galaxy S24 series will be putting on not one, not two, okay, I lied. It's three exciting events with guest stars like R7 from Rex Regum Kaon, and Bonzi from Team Galaxy. There will be a coaching clinic as well, a Mabar, which is playing together, that's what it means, session, and a meet and greet with all your favorite heroes, man. You can meet
how?
Washi.
Wait, how do you get to join that though?
Washi?
Oh, wait, you don't, you know how to get in?
No.
You don't?
I didn't know about
meet
this.
some of these.
Super
some of these
easy.
people.
To win a chance to join in the fun match, right? All you need to do is check out Twitter at Samsung ID and join the digital activity now, as the opportunity is only available until the 6th of June. So it's only available tomorrow. Invite your friends too, so you might get a chance to team up with them in the game session. Buy the Galaxy S24 series right now, samsung.com/ID.
And you know, while you're at it, check out Samsung TV. Not just the phone, okay? You got the Samsung phone, but you need to level up your game a little bit higher, right? You want to one-up what you already got, and you guys can do that with the Samsung TV. And you guys might wonder why. No lag, no stuttering, beautiful graphics, FreeSync Premium Pro and Motion Accelerator Turbo Pro from Neo OLED, making movements smoother and preventing stuttering, and experience just more wow in gaming.
It's as simple as that. But you know what else is simple? Dive into the action now. Get
With
tickets
Kadira.
from 10,000 IDR. 10,000
Is this a
IDR.
joke?
This is not a joke.
Steal.
It's a steal deal. It is an amazing value deal. And you guys can go and check it out at esl.gg/MLBBTix-EN.
That's ridiculous.
You
It's
can't
less than
even-
$1.
You eat more expensive than this.
Yeah.
Like the cheapest meal is like 15K, maybe 20K.
Yeah.
This is 10K. We love you, SPS. Thank you so much for making it happen once again, broskies.
I seriously love you, SPS.
So excited to enjoy that event. Ooh.
What are we doing?
This is the Ghani. This is what we call the Ghani.
Is he washing his hands?
Maybe. Washing his hands in the upper brackets.
It's
What is
almost like
this?
he's just good at the game. It's almost like he has skins to look good in the game too.
Interesting.
Does Ghani have
He
the Exorcist
doesn't.
skins?
He doesn't play Hayabusa. He doesn't play Yuzong. He doesn't play Kagura.
It's not about playing. It's about style.
We're owning those skins.
It's not about skill. It's about skins. Okay?
Skins are number one.
Exactly.
So if you guys are wondering, the Exorcist skins for the Hayabusa and the Granger are now available, along with exclusive items. The draw event will be live from the 18th
of
May to the 16th of June. Enjoy a 50% off of your first draw every day and get a permanent exclusive item in the first 10 times draw, guys. That's insane. And the Kagura and the Yuza Exorcist skins will also be joining the prize pool. So make sure you grab them while you can.
Go ahead and check it out. But also, if you're a man of culture like me, Eterna, and Arashi, we all follow Jujutsu Kaisen. We all have the skins already, but there's a new skin revamp. In this very limited time return, you guys can get the new and improved Sukuna, or actually Yin Itadori, but when he ults,
oh,
Does he turn into...
yes.
Oh, now you gotta
That's
get it.
crazy.
Interesting.
Now you can play as Fraud Kuna himself.
What?
Only manga readers will know.
Interesting.
Is that that's not a spoiler, right?
No, it's like without context, so you don't understand. It's
Oh,
okay.
okay. Thought it was a spoiler.
It's a fraud.
I don't like spoilers. But go ahead, ladies and gentlemen, check Jujutsu Kaisen out. I'm actually curious to see the... What is it? Now I want to know.
He doesn't even know.
I don't know, actually.
Are you lying?
No, you guys.
No, I don't.
You guys are staying away from manga.
I'm anime only for now.
My team didn't make it to playoffs. Miracle's being mean.
I'm not being mean.
Well, they did make it to playoffs, but they went home on the first day.
I mean, now you're being mean to yourself, right?
Yeah, we didn't say any of that.
You know what? In case, well, you haven't gotten the skin, right? It's available on the 13th of July, all right? So go ahead and check it out. Eterna, you get 50% off on your daily first one-time draw as usual. And you can also get permanent exclusive items or skins in the first 10 draws.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I might actually do that over the short break we have till tomorrow.
We don't have a short break till tomorrow.
That's
We
not
have
a
a big
short
break
break.
tomorrow.
We have a short break. It's only
I wish.
blink and then we're back. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, boys and girls. It's not gonna be too long.
I mean, like,
It will just sleep now, wake up, and we're back on.
Right, so don't go home. Just like stick around and like stay in the arena, right? Just like set up camp outside.
I don't think that's legal.
Oh really?
yeah.
Wow, who would have thought?
Okay, so we are gonna go on a break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you tomorrow. It's a break, okay? Stop laughing. It's a break. It's a break. We'll see you tomorrow for the next 2 matches of the upper brackets. Me, Eterna, alongside with Mirko as well as Arashi. We're signing out for the day. MPL ID Season 13. We own this.
Panjang sampai nanti mereka bisa merebut menjadi juara MPL Indonesia Season 13. Tentunya besok hari sudah ada 2 tim di upper bracket yang menunggu kedua tim yang berhasil memenangkan match hari ini. Ada Fnatic Onyx dan juga ada Big Cat Ronaldo.
Yap, karena mereka menempati posisi puncak di klasemen, mereka tinggal menantikan lawan mereka yang kita baru saja temukan hari ini. Di mana Geek Fam berhasil memenangkan matchnya, melaju dengan cukup dramatis. Dan pula Evos Glory, mereka melangkah dengan langkah yang begitu pasti. Sedangkan kita harus say goodbye dan melihat bahwa adanya kesedihan di kedua tim yang harus kalah hari ini.
Betul sekali, tapi Bude tentunya akan berbeda antara match hari ini dan juga match besok. Kalau match hari ini mereka hanya memiliki 1 nyawa, di match besok mereka akan memiliki 2 nyawa. Yang mana kalau besok mereka harus kalah di upper bracket, mereka akan turun mendapatkan nyawa selanjutnya di lower bracket.
Betul, esok hari tersisa 4 tim saja, tak akan ada tim RRQ dan juga tak akan ada tim Liquid Aura Indonesia. Jadi kita akan melihat seperti apa 4 tim bersaing kembali di double elimination. Tapi super fans, kami tentu mengundang kalian semua untuk bergabung bersama kami di Velodrome International. Jadi stadium ini kalian bisa datang, belum lagi nggak hanya bisa bermain dan menonton saja. Karena di MPL Festival mereka juga bisa berkumpul bersama, seru-seruan, karena banyak banget aktiviti seru yang ada di MPL Indonesia Season 13 Playoff.
Wow, itu seru sekali ya di MPL Festival. Sedangkan bagi teman-teman super fans yang udah pasti didapat tiket buat nonton langsung, jangan khawatir, siapa tahu teman-teman kayak tadi juga nih bisa bawa pulang skin gratis juga.
Namun kita juga ingin berterima kasih kepada kalian semua yang sudah hadir dan terus mendukung tim-tim, bahkan semua tim merasa playoff ini benar-benar pecah karena dukungan para super fans. Dan tentu saja dukungan tidak berhenti mengalir dari semua super fans yang ada di seluruh dunia. Dan tentunya kepada para sponsor kita berterima kasih karena MPL Indonesia Season 13 powered by Moonton.
Presented by Official Tournament Smartphone, Samsung Galaxy, dan juga Official e-wallet GoPay.
Official Destination for Gaming and Esports, Kidia. And official gold partner UBS Gold.
Dan tentunya ada partner in esports kita, ada Dunia Games, Games Max, Gambina, Oraimo dan juga Telkomsel.
Bersama dengan supplier Indomaret, Point Coffee, Samsung Neo QLED Super Smart TV Plus dan juga Saturday.
Dan tentunya thank you untuk government partner kita, ada PBSI.
Yes, hari ini begitu meriah. Kita melihat bahwa semua tim memberikan yang mereka miliki. Namun cukup dikagetkan karena match pertama Bude gak nyangka banget sih Monik. Dimana awalnya kita melihat bahwa Geek Fam mereka sudah mendominasi dengan 2 game. Lalu RRQ menyusul, kita pikir bakal ada reverse sweep, ternyata tidak.
Betul sekali Bude, tadi juga di match kedua hari ini juga gak kalah sengit. Karena kita lihat, kalau kita lihat di regular season, Evos selalu kalah kalau ketemu matchnya dengan tim Liquid Aura. Tapi ternyata ini yang terjadi hari ini sangat mengagetkan. Dan memang ini menunjukkan bagaimana rivalitas di MPL Indonesia Season 13 ini begitu luar biasa, begitu sengit, yang mana akhirnya ternyata tim Liquid Aura harus terhenti perjalanannya, sedangkan Evos Glory terus melaju.
Yes, kita nggak bisa membaca bagaimana setiap tim akan berperform. Karena dari kita tunggu regular season, lalu sampai pada titik playoff ini, mereka semua berubah. Mereka menunjukkan hal yang kita belum lihat sebelumnya.
Tuh sekali, apalagi tadi kalau kata Evos ini belum 100%-nya. Jadi kita benar-benar akan sangat mungkin menunggu bagaimana performance 100% dari Evos Glory dan juga tim-tim lainnya di hari-hari esok di babak playoff MPL Indonesia Season 13 kali ini.
Betul, tentu saja esok hari pertarungan akan semakin sengit. 4 tim masih akan terus berjuang untuk menjadi pemenang dan menjadi juara. Namun slot MSC 2024 masih terbuka untuk keempat ini. Hanya ada 2 slot saja dan hanya ada 1 juara.
Dan tentunya ini baru hari pertama, masih ada beberapa hari ke depan tentunya sampai kita bisa melihat siapakah 2 tim yang akan mewakili Indonesia di MSC 2024. So,
kita mengucapkan terima kasih dan sampai jumpa di hari yang kedua MPL Indonesia Season 13. We on this!
Karena ini hal baru ya, mungkin ya ada sih ketakutan itu ada. Apa sih itu ML, e-sport itu apa?
Yang membuat sulit karena tidak ada yang mengarahkan.
Paradigma pemikiran dari orang tua dan beberapa kalangan yang menganggap bahwa permainan game itu mengganggu waktu belajar.
Ketika saya membaca kata akademi saja, di situ respect saya satu. Ini adalah lembaga yang sangat peduli terhadap pendidikan dan pembelajaran anak. Jadi anak-anak kita itu memang akan ada keberminatan, tapi keberminatan ini tidak menjadi sesuatu yang merugikan untuk dirinya sendiri. Tetapi ternyata di situ ada nilai-nilai yang bisa dikembangkan untuk dirinya.
Rata-rata belum banyak tahu bahwa game online ini bisa dibentuk menjadi sarana selain kreativitas juga menjadi sarana prestasi. Ini adalah sarana prestasi yang bisa menjamin keberlangsungan pendidikan mereka.
Kalau bisa benar-benar dikurasi sama dinas pendidikan, karena secara nggak langsung itu akan kontribusi buat anak ke jalur prestasi. Karena beberapa SMA sudah ada yang menerima jalur prestasi e-sport. Jadi orang tua biar ada pengakuan, oh ternyata anak saya main game ada hasilnya ya, gitu. Itu.
Yang selama ini game online dianggap sebagai kegiatan negatif, kami berhasil ubah persepsinya menjadi positif. Artinya outcome dari dinamika pemahaman bahwa game online ini bisa menjadi satu sarana profesional, ini cukup banyak menghasilkan hasil yang positif. Jadi kami mencetak atlet lebih mudah karena sekolah memahami, orang tua memahami. Tantangan kita sebenarnya kultur saja, kultur yang membangun persepsi negatif terhadap game online. Dan itu kami sudah hadapi selama kurang lebih 5 tahun terakhir. Dan alhamdulillah trennya cukup positif.
Dampak positif yang saya dapat ketika saya pertama kali kenal e-sport adalah tentunya sangat berpengaruh pada relasi ya. Relasi saya jadi makin luas gitu.
Ngubah Bella jadi pribadi yang gak toksik mungkin ya. Itu nggak aku ikut e-sport, aku bisa menghasilkan, nggak yang kayak mama papaku bilang kalau itu cuma buang-buang waktu, buang-buang uang.
Awal-awal itu saya kan juga daftar itu bukan dari player kan, saya daftar dari caster. Influence saya itu semakin meningkat soalnya kan sering ini live stream.
Bisa punya banyak temen, jadi lebih terbuka sama orang tua. Kalau dari keluarga, mungkin keluarga bisa bangga sama saya.
Gak mau dianggap remeh orang, soalnya kan dulu sering dianggap remeh sama teman-teman gitu.
kita dapat panggilan dari SI Jawa Timur untuk pelatihan pelatih di Akademi Garudaku di Jakarta. Pelatihan itu kita diberikan pengarahan-pengarahan untuk menjadi seorang pelatih, sangkut pautnya ada dengan public speaking, kemudian dengan siswa, kemudian dengan attitude.
Untuk kendala mungkin yang pertama bisa jadi karena jaringan internet. Menurut saya sulitnya itu dari segi device, dari segi handphone dan juga dukungan orang tua.
Setiap manusia juga, apalagi setiap anak memiliki perekonomian yang berbeda-beda gitu dari keluarganya masing-masing gitu. Ada yang strata ekonominya di atas, ada yang strata ekonominya di bawah.
Selagi itu baik, positif, ya monggo diteruskan.
Makin kesini sekolah-sekolah itu udah banyak yang lirik untuk mendirikan ekstrakurikuler e-sport.
Jadi dengan adanya wadah ekstrakurikuler ini, harapan kami program dari Muntun ini betul-betul bisa mengangkat brandingnya sekolah, dan itu juga bermanfaat positif khususnya untuk anak-anak.
Ya kami berterima kasih sebab kita hitungannya kayak disponsoring gitu.
Dengan adanya beasiswa yang diberikan Muntun Care, Softcap, dan Garudaku juga, aku jadi bisa kayak mulai mengenal jenjang prosin gitu sih.
Saya merasa bangga dan berterima kasih karena Muntun mau menyempatkan buat hadir di sekolah kami.
Nah, adanya program dari Muntun Cares tersebut mungkin bisa membantu mereka untuk menggapai cita-cita mereka.
terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi misi, jalani